Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
151, Volume 2, Chapter 58, A Serpent's Plea Beneath the Mist. 151, Volume 2, Chapter 58, A Serpent's Plea Beneath the Mist. Lucian casually dealt with the insolent marionette soldiers. Now they lay shattered beyond repair, with no chance of piecing themselves back together. He turned toward Alyssa and the Silver Knights behind him and ordered, "Stay alert. If the Academy dares to send any more prisoners against us, then it will be our turn to strike first." Alyssa nodded. Since Lucian had already made his final declaration, it was something they would have to carry out. If Lyernia continued to provoke them and they did not respond, it would tarnish Lucian's reputation. Besides, Stormveil had no reason to fear the Academy. In terms of strength, Stormveil now held the advantage. The only reason Lyernia remained troublesome was its self-imposed isolation. Otherwise, Lucian would have already brought the fight to their doorstep. This declaration served as both a warning and a final concession. If the Academy persisted in its harassment, Lucian truly would go to war with them. Without further delay, Lucian urged Torrent toward the cliffside, leaping down from one jutting stone monument to the next. These stone platforms were spaced even farther apart than in the game, distances no ordinary creature could ever manage. Fortunately, Torrent was agile, and Lucian conjured crude streams of storm wind to aid their descent. In a short time, Torrent carried him safely to the valley floor. Alyssa and the Silver Knights watched Lucian vanish into the mists and forests of Lyernia. Only when his figure was fully swallowed by the haze did they return to the chapel to rest. The knights whispered amongst themselves, praising Lucian's overwhelming strength, their expressions full of admiration. Alyssa, meanwhile, recalled their first meeting when Lucian had fought within the sealed jail. How long has it been since then? And he's already grown even stronger. She had joined him early on, witnessing his steady rise firsthand. His growth was a boon, even if the speed of it bordered on the unbelievable. At the Academy of Lyernia, the leaders of the classrooms gathered once again. Behind their glimmering glintstone masks, they exchanged silent looks, none speaking, each lost in thought. Light flickered across their hoods with every turn of their minds. At last, the mage beneath the olivinous glintstone crown broke the silence. Regarding Storm King Lucian's words earlier, what do you all make of them? Silence lingered still. The speaker sighed and pressed further, or do you believe he even possesses such strength? It was Dialos who responded first. Stormveil under him is not the same as under Godric. The tarnished soldiers are indeed capable fighters. But if his power lay only in those soldiers, the Academy would have little to fear. Our magical defenses remain solid. No matter how many troops besiege us, our sorcery would reduce them to ash. But as for him himself, someone of such strength, we have no one who can match him. Unless one of you is willing to confront him directly, I believe we should not provoke him further. Ceria has gone utterly silent. Whether they've defected or been slaughtered, we cannot tell. This was a truth they all knew. Though they had succeeded in seizing the Academy and imprisoning the Queen of the Full Moon, none among them rivaled Renala's power. Their rebellion had only succeeded because the Queen had lost her mind. Many were skillsome, able to contend even with Carian knights, but the absence of a true pinnacle of strength was undeniable. They had discovered traces of Selen and confirmed that Lucian was the one who freed her. Their intent had been to pressure Stormveil, but this new king's strength had far exceeded their expectations. Now, Lyernia found itself trapped between choices. Worse still, if Selen shared ties with Lucian, whether as mentor, ally, or something more, then as long as he chose to protect her, they could never rid themselves of that thorn. And if their schemes were exposed, Lucian storming their gates was far from impossible. The twinsage sorcerer tried to offer comfort. It matters not. The Carian gates remain sealed. Unless we open them ourselves, they will find no path to assault us. But another sorcerer quickly countered. He claimed our seal was not without flaw. Lazuli slammed a hand upon the table, berating the timid voice. Nonsense. Nothing is perfect in this world. And what would a warrior know of our sorcery? Empty threats before battle are common enough. No, don't forget there are still keys out in the wild. And where are they? Even we don't know. How could he possibly find them? The debate devolved into noise, each sorcerer arguing their own stance, but with no resolution. Dialos watched the bickering crowd and felt only helplessness. In truth, their unity had always been one of interest, not strength. None among them commanded enough power to silence the others. Enough. Decide what we are to do next. Reluctantly, the Olivina sorcerer proposed. He's already in Lyernia, but it seems he is not coming straight for us. Since he treads our land, let us simply observe what he intends. And as for those damned cuckoo, send them on patrol. If nothing else, it will wear them down. Even at such a time, they sought to bleed the cuckoos for their own gain. The proposal was accepted without further protest. Lyernia of the Lakes. Lucian guided Torrent along half-submerged roads, the waters rising nearly to his knees. But Torrent had once galloped across the scarlet rut of swamp of Ionia. These shallow lakes posed no hindrance. If all he sought was to resolve Stormvale's dispute, Lucian could have already turned back. He had given his ultimatum, war or peace, the choice was now the academies. But his journey to Lyernia was not for them alone. He sought something else, an opportunity to deepen his ties with Runy. Soon, he reached a flat stretch of shoreline, small but sufficient to rest. There, a sight of grace glimmered beside a young wandering merchant. Lucian touched the grace first, kindling it with light, then approached the merchant. What he needed was a map, any map, however crude. Lyernia was vast, its mists and endless woods making navigation difficult. The merchant, unlike most of his kin who sat upon the bare ground, perched instead upon a small stool. Upon seeing Lucian, he looked surprised, then spoke first. "Oh, from that direction you've come from Stormvale, haven't you?" Lucian nodded. "I have. Why?" The merchant's eyes lit with excitement. "Then perhaps you can tell me, how does one reach Stormvale? I've heard from a fellow traveler that there's great fortune to be made there. I've long wanted to set up trade, but the main road has collapsed. None from Lyernia can pass that way anymore. He told me of a narrow path instead, but Lyernia's twisting trails and heavy fog have left me lost." Lucian asked, curious, "And what exactly did your fellow say about this path?" The merchant thought for a moment. "He said on Stormvale's eastern side lies a small road, with nothing more dangerous than wolves along the way. Following it, one could reach the other side of the broken bridge, near Stormvale's main gate. But I've searched and searched, I couldn't even find the bridge's remains on this side. The great roads between regions had all but crumbled, some collapsed, others overrun with danger. Yet hidden trails still remained, and for wandering merchants, such paths were common knowledge." Lucian recalled the route he spoke of. It was indeed real, though somewhat hidden. From there one could reach the heavily fortified main gate. So he told the merchant the general location. Whether the man could find it would be a matter of luck. Casually, Lucian asked, "By the way, was this fellow of yours named Kale?" The merchant blinked. You know him." "That's right, he came from Stormvale not long ago." "Indeed, it was Kale. How is he?" Lucian pressed. "When I last saw him, he was well. His trade goods and supplies are among the best of our kind. He said he was searching for the Grand Caravan. I had always thought that was only a tale from our childhood, but he seemed determined. I hope he finds it." Their chat ended there. Out of courtesy, Lucian browsed the man's wares, though little of it was of interest to him. What disappointed him most was the lack of a map. The merchant carried only goods useful to soldiers' oils, consumables, and such. Lucian lingered a moment on a small hand lantern, crafted neatly to hang at the waist and free the hands. The light was dim and sometimes blocked by the body, but it was practical. The merchant had dozens in stock, clearly a mainstay of his trade. Though Lucian purchased nothing, the merchant, grateful for the directions, gifted him one of the lanterns. Unlike its high price in the game, here it was rather common. The man also gave him a lead. "Along this road stands a small pavilion. I once met a young girl there, with golden hair and a green robe. She held a complete map of Lyernia and even guided me a little. She seemed troubled, but I'm only a merchant, I couldn't help her. Perhaps if you seek a map, you could ask her." Lucian set off again. The girl could only be Rhea, the envoy of Volcano Manor. That she held Lyernia's map was unsurprising. After all, though only her foster daughter, Tanith treated Rhea with true care. By bloodline, one might even call her Runy's niece. The road carried Lucian past many ruins, haunted by twisted specters with contorted limbs and grotesque visages. Whether they had once been the residents of these places, or had simply claimed them after death, was unclear. At one stone monument, where in the game one might dig for maps, he searched but found nothing. The waters had long swallowed any such traces. Abandoning the effort, he pressed on, following the merchant's directions. Before long, a small pavilion appeared in the midst of the lake. There, Lucian spotted a figure in green. Rhea sat at the edge of the pavilion, cheeks puffed in frustration, her chin resting on her hands. The sound of torrents hooves splashing drew her gaze. At once, she stood, brushing off her robe, straightening it as best she could. Then she waved timidly, calling in a soft voice, "Excuse me, good sir, would you come here for a moment?" Lucian dismounted before her, studying her closely. She looked young, still with a trace of childish roundness in her cheeks, her delicate face quite endearing. Yet her back was hunched, her neck craning forward, a posture almost painful to behold. Lucian knew it was because of her true serpent form, but if she stood straight, she would be far more graceful. Seeing him approach, Rhea bowed politely before speaking, her voice tinged with hope. "Thank you for coming. Though this is our first meeting, may I trouble you for help?" "Of course, I will offer proper reward." 152 Volume 2 Chapter 59 A Serpent's Plea, A Rogue's Escape. 152 Volume 2 Chapter 59 A Serpent's Plea, A Rogue's Escape. Lucian studied Rhea's youthful face. Her expression made it clear she was anxious, though she still did her best to maintain proper manners. If he refused her too bluntly, would her eyes brim with tears like tiny pearls? Of course, Lucian wasn't the type to take pleasure in that. You seem rather troubled. Go on then, tell me, what's the matter? The moment she realized he was willing to listen, joy lit up Ria's features. Thank goodness truly, I'm most grateful. Where should I begin? Ah, yes, I haven't even introduced myself. My name is Ria. My mistress sent me off on an Aranachu. She sneezed halfway through her words. Her face instantly flushed red. She rubbed the tips of her shoes together in embarrassment. He was terribly improper, terribly unseemly. She fumbled for a handkerchief, dabbed at her nose, and bowed her head repeatedly. My apologies. It's rather chilly here, and I haven't quite grown used to it yet. Lyernia was a land of chill, misty lakes. Compared to the searing warmth of Volcano Manor where she had lived, the difference was night and day. Lucian glanced down at her robe. The hem and her shoes were damp, soaked through from trudging the lake shores. Even now, though she rested in a pavilion, the cloth hadn't dried completely. Hold on a moment. He turned to Torrent's pack and rummaged inside. Soon, he produced a fist-sized stone. Channeling a touch of magic into it, the stone began to radiate gentle warmth. He handed it to her. If the cold bites, use this. When traveling alone, you must take greater care of yourself. Ria hesitated, reluctant to accept yet another kindness when she was already seeking his aid. Her lessons in etiquette told her she ought not. But the warmth of the stone in her hand soothed her, a comfort against the icy air she so disliked. If she were in her true serpent form, the water would slide off her scales easily enough. But as a recruiter for her mother's cause, she could not risk revealing such a body. Mortals recoiled at the sight. Still, she would endure the discomfort. For her mother's expectations, she would bear it. Thank you. You are very kind, she said softly. Please allow me to continue. What I must ask of you is of the utmost importance. I beg your aid. Lyernia was sparse with tarnished compared to Limgrave. If she let this chance slip, who knew how long she might have to wait? She gathered her courage and explained. After arriving here, I met another tarnished, much like yourself. At first he welcomed me warmly. But in the end, he tricked me. That thug made off with a precious necklace and cast me out. That necklace, it is of great importance to me. I must have it back, no matter what. Please, I beg you. Then, with a trace of hesitation, she added. But it may mean fighting one of your own. If you've any qualms, if you do not wish to raise your blade against a fellow tarnished, then please, don't force yourself. I will think of another way. Lucian nodded without hesitation. No problem. Leave it to me. In truth, he doubted the matter would come to a fight. And from her words and manner, he felt no hint of deceit. Ria was indeed Volcano Manor's recruiter, tasked with seeking tarnished willing to turn their blades upon their kin. But she had no reason to risk such a treasured keepsake merely to bait them. He recalled the man she spoke of, the rogue known among tarnished simply as Prawn. A scoundrel who mocked those he swindled, saying only fools could be deceived. At Lucian's agreement, Ria's face lit up with a smile. She bowed deeply. Thank you truly. Ah, forgive me, I've yet again forgotten my manners. May I ask the name of my savior? Lucian, he answered with a wave of his hand. And this rogue of yours, where can he be found? Do you have a map? Ria mouthed his name under her breath, as if it rang familiar somehow. But she pushed the thought aside. What mattered most was recovering her mother's necklace. She produced a detailed map of Lyernia, then pointed to a spot near an abandoned house. Rising, she gestured in that direction. He should be resting there. Please, I leave it to you. Lucian set off toward the place she indicated. Without a sight of Grace nearby, he couldn't rely on Molina to mark the map. So he committed it to memory instead. Once he had gone far enough that no one else was near, Molina's voice rose at his side. That girl, she isn't what she appears. It feels like a disguise, yet oddly, not a falsehood either. Strange still, she does not strike me as wicked. Lucian was impressed by her uncanny sense. Was her perception simply that sharp? Or did she have some gift in sensing hidden natures? Ria could shift between human and serpent forms, both true, neither false. Likely Molina had glimpsed the truth of her dual nature. But since Ria herself was guileless at heart, Molina felt no danger from her. Everyone has their secrets, Lucian murmured. Any child who dares the lands between alone must have some strength within. He spoke no more, for a sudden jet of water came hurtling at him. Lucian raised a storm to scatter it, then turned toward the source. From the depths of the nearby lake bed, a giant crayfish heaved itself up, claws snapping. Others soon emerged around it, their shells gleaming wet under the sun. Crayfish, the so-called lords of shrimp, nearly as troublesome as rune bears. Their favorite pastime, spitting water jets to knock riders from their mounts with more than a 100% accuracy. Countless tarnished had met their end this way. Well, it's been a while since I dealt with you pests, Lucian muttered, drawing his storm-charged sword spear. Lightning flickered along the edge. As he prepared to strike, however, a swirl of grey smoke billowed nearby. From within it stumbled a figure, filthy, bald pate dulled with dust, a miner's pick in his hands. Patches. Ha! I knew it, great Patches cannot be caged. He shouted gleefully, savoring the open air. Then his eyes fixed on the looming crayfish. What? A shrimp. He fumbled for weapons that weren't there. His spear and shield had long been confiscated, only the miner's pick remained. Ah, bloody hell. Why does this always happen to me? He backed away frantically. But the crayfish advanced. Torrent surged forward, leaping clean over Patches. In a flash of steel, Lucian split the crayfish in two. Relief washed over Patches. Ha ha ha, seems fate has spared me yet again. Then he saw who his savior was. His grin froze. Lucian. Of all the people he might stumble across in Lyernia, it had to be him. You shouldn't die just yet, Lucian said dryly. After all, you still owe several years of hard labor. More crayfish burst from the water, snapping their claws. Lucian turned his storm spear upon them, scattering spray with every blow. Within moments, the waters grew still again, the carcasses sinking beneath. As he lowered his weapon, Patches fell to his knees, hands outstretched. Wait. No, let's talk this through. Don't kill me. Lucian walked up, resting his weapon by his side. I never said I would. You're jumping at shadows again. I want to know how you suddenly appeared here. Realizing he wasn't about to be executed, Patches scrambled upright, brushing himself off as if his panicked kneeling had never happened. Well, that's a long story. And so, he told it. Day after day in the tunnels, mining under Lucian's punishment. Each strike of the pick against stone yielded shards of smithing stones. He piled them in his basket. But among them, he had secretly gathered rare components. He'd been planning his escape. Crafting a teleportation trap was one of his specialties, though it required uncommon materials. Luckily, the mines had provided. Ha ha ha, did you think bars could hold me? The great Patches was born to soar. Every feather of my wings shines with the light of freedom. Freedom cannot be slain. Choosing Lyernia as his destination had seemed clever. Lucian had been headed east to Ceria, so Patches picked the opposite direction. The misty lakes and dense woods would swallow his trail. As for his Lakisa, well, life finds a way. They'd fare fine as miners. Better than following him, truth be told. So, with a smirk and a muttered farewell, he'd activated the trap. And by sheer chance, it had spat him out here. Straight into Lucian's path. And that's how it happened, he finished, whistling as though nothing were amiss. Lucian regarded him in silence. The absurdity of it all was almost enough to make him laugh. Patches truly had the worst luck. Yet in a way, that very misfortune had saved him from the crayfish. Still, what to do with him? He couldn't simply send him back. The journey would waste too much time. Nor could he allow Patches to wander free. His punishment wasn't complete. Perhaps, Lucian mused, he should follow me for now. Easier to keep an eye on him that way. But there was a problem. Patches had no steed. And on foot, he would be dreadfully slow. 153 Volume 2 Chapter 60 The Prawn Dealer. In the end, Lucian had no choice but to bring Patches along. Leaving him behind wasn't an option. He pulled out a rope and tied Patches' hands together. Then he mounted Torrent and rode ahead, forcing Patches to jog behind. Torrent slowed to little more than a walk, allowing Patches to keep up, but even so, the bald scoundrel was soon gasping for breath, stopping again and again to rest. Fortunately, the destination wasn't far. By the time Patches stopped for the last time, they could already see the derelict hut in the distance. When he spotted it, Patches finally exhaled in relief. If they'd gone much farther, he might not have survived the trip. He did briefly consider asking to ride with Lucian. It would have been far easier. But Lucian had flatly told him that Torrent didn't want Patches on his back. Patches spat to the side. What the hell? It's just a horse, and it dares look down on me. Still, he figured it was really Lucian who didn't want him to ride along. After all, what kind of nonsense was a horse saying it didn't like someone? Who in their right mind could talk with animals? But this time, Patches had misjudged him. Torrent really had expressed as much to Lucian, not wanting such a filthy fellow to climb on its back. Lucian himself wasn't eager either, so Patches had no choice but to suffer. And as an escaped prisoner, he really had brought it upon himself. Lucian tugged the rope, prompting him onward. Patches followed begrudgingly without prodding. He'd have happily collapsed in place. The hut itself, among Lyernia's countless ruins, was in relatively good condition. It kept the rain out, and more importantly, it stood above the waterline rather than submerged. As they approached, both men caught the scent of cooking. Following it, they came around to the front, where a massive pot sat unattended, steam curling upward. Patches, curious as ever, strode up and lifted the lid. Inside, bright red crabs and prawns filled the pot. No spices, no sauces, just plain boiling water, yet the rich aroma was mouth-watering. As always, the finest ingredients required only the simplest preparation. Seeing the feast, Patches immediately sat down and began digging in without hesitation. Oh, would you look at that cooked prawn and crab, just waiting for me. Lucky. I was getting hungry. In that case, I won't be shy. Watching him make himself at home, Lucian couldn't help but sigh. Obviously, someone lives here. How exactly is this something you found? But Patches, cheeks bulging with lobster, kept prying open crab shells. Doesn't matter. If I see it, it's mine, he mumbled through a full mouth. Lucian only shrugged. It wasn't worth pulling food straight from Patches' mouth. He could settle things with the owner later and pay them properly. Though tempted to taste the prawn and crab himself, he held back. Until he saw the cook, he refused to touch it. That was his principle. Who knew eat the wrong thing, and he might end up turned into a pig. Probably. Sure enough, the commotion drew someone from inside. Out strode a man wearing a full iron mask over his head, fists encased in heavy gauntlets the infamous thug Lyernia had spoken of. The so-called prawn dealer. He raised a gauntlet fist at Patch's shiny head and bellowed, "Hey, who the hell are you, eating my prawn and crabs?" But Patches ignored him, still chewing noisily. He even shot back with arrogance, "You should feel honored I'm eating your food, brat." The iron mask hid the man's expression, but his trembling body showed his fury. "Do you know who I am? I'm the one they call the ogre trickster, a wanted criminal from Lindell." Patches gave him a withering glance. He'd seen plenty like this before. Nobodies, clinging to the smallest deeds to puff themselves up. And that prisoner's mask could have taken it off long ago, keeping it on just for show. And, ogre trickster. Really? What a pathetic moniker. Against people like this, the only way forward was to bluff even harder, something Patches excelled at. "Ha, you're the ogre trickster. Don't make me laugh. You should have heard of me, Patches." He flashed a crooked grin, voice rising as he launched into his self-made litany. "I am the giant slayer. The mysterious merchant. The scourge of the undead. The miner who can strip a shaft in a day. Savior for hire. And above all mad, Patches." Lucian nearly lost composure. How Patches could rattle off such nonsense with a straight face was beyond him. Most of it had nothing to do with him at all, and Giant Slayer was clearly invented on the spot. Still, against all odds, the prawn dealer faltered. If he was just a trickster, then this bald bastard was a full-on slayer. "Why it doesn't matter. You still can't steal my prawn." But the man wasn't completely witless. He soon realized Patches was bluffing just like him. "Wait a second. You've got a miner's script on you. You're nothing but a digger, aren't you?" Patches tossed away a crab shell and sneered. "Oh, then do you even know who this man beside me is?" He gestured toward Lucian, but Lucian quickly cut him off with a cough. Ahem. Cold sweat trickled down Patches' brow. He'd nearly gone too far. The prawn dealer raised his fists again. "You bastard. Stealing my food, I'll beat you senseless." But Patches only stuffed more crab into his mouth, calm as ever. "Who said I was stealing? I clearly said, I humbly partake." "Damn you. I'll gut you." Their foreheads pressed together, iron masked to bald scalp as they glared furiously. Lucian simply watched. Sometimes it took a scoundrel to deal with another scoundrel, and Patches was clearly the superior one here. At last, Lucian interjected, "Have you seen a girl? Blonde hair, green robe, young." The prawn dealer paused, recognizing the description. "So, you know her. Guess she didn't die by the roadside." He shrugged, dismissive. "Doesn't matter. If she got conned, that's her fault." Lucian's silent gaze bore into him. Years of blood and battle radiated from his stillness. Against those calm eyes, the thug faltered. That look was more terrifying than 10,000 trolls. He relented, blustering weakly, "Tch. If you want the necklace, cough up some runes." Lucian smiled faintly. At least he was talking now. "Fine. Name your price. The necklace is still with you, yes." The thug reached into his clothes to retrieve itemly to freeze. Where is it?" He searched frantically but found nothing. From the side came mocking laughter. Patches dangled the necklace in his hand. "Looking for this?" Both Lucian and the prawn dealer stared, stunned. Somehow, Patches had swiped it right under their noses. "Give it back." The thug lunged. Patches pulled it away with a smirk. "Return it? Why would I return something I earned? That's theft." Patches scoffed. "By rights of skill, it's mine. Why should I pay?" That was the last straw. The thug roared. "Bastard, let's settle this outside." "Ha, who's afraid of a small-time thug like you?" The two stormed behind the hut, fists swinging. Lucian didn't bother watching their squabble, held no interest. He sat down, cracked open a prawn, and finally tasted it. The meat was firm, plentiful, and sweet even boiled in plain water. Exquisite. He wondered how much flesh the colossal lobster they'd slain earlier might yield. Before long, the two returned, arms around each other's shoulders, bruised but grinning like old friends. "Ah, brother Patches. I didn't expect to meet such a man today." "Ha ha ha, say no more. From now on, I'll be under your protection." Lucian blinked in disbelief. "It's over already." The thug beamed. "We fought, we bonded. A shame we met so late in life. From now on, I'll watch Patches back, and together, we'll turn Lyernia into a seafood paradise." Then he turned to Lucian with surprising politeness. "And you must be Patches' boss. Please, eat as much prawn and crab as you like." Lucian was speechless. "Patches, what in the lands between did you say to him?" Still, he steered the matter back to the point. "Enough. Tell me why you stole that girl's necklace." The prawn dealer scratched his iron mask. "Well, she came here, ate my prawn. Normally, I wouldn't care. But she ate a lot. You wouldn't believe her appetite. Since she had no runes, I took her necklace as payment and sent her off." Patches immediately smacked the back of his head. "Idiot. Robbing a child's trinket won't get you anywhere. Go after wandering nobles if you want real loot." The thug blinked, as if enlightened. "Ah, you're right." Lucian held out his hand, and Patches reluctantly surrendered the necklace. Lucian studied it closely. It was finely made, carved with the image of a beautiful foreign woman, Lady Tanith, mistress of Volcano Manor, consort of Rykard. Even in relief, her elegance was undeniable. No wonder Rykard had taken a dancer for his consort. Lucian tucked the necklace away. That's enough. We're leaving. If you want to see Patches again, go to Stormvale Castle. Bring your prawn and crabs, people may even welcome you. The prawn dealer was no true villain. In the game, his dying wish was to walk the righteous path. Lucian was willing to grant him the chance. He left behind a golden rune, 6, worth 2,000 runes, more than enough to cover both the necklace and the food. The thug stared at it in awe, sweat dampening his back as he watched them depart. In that moment, he made a decision. Perhaps becoming a proper cook wasn't so bad after all. He could spread the joy of prawn and crab far and wide. 154, Volume 2, Chapter 61, Ria's Invitation. 154, Volume 2, Chapter 61, Ria's Invitation. At that moment, Ria was sitting at the edge of the pavilion, waiting. Her shoes, soaked through with water, had been taken off and left upside down nearby to dry. She placed a warm stone on her lap, while her small feet wrinkled from the water swung back and forth in front of her. Though she longed to shed her human form and return to her serpentine body, she dared not relax for even a moment while outside. If Lucian knew what she truly was, he might treat her just like everyone else who had seen her snake form with disgust. The memories of mockery, scorn, and unprovoked hostility rose in her mind, dampening her spirits. She was still young, and back at Volcano Manor she had always been cared for. She didn't fully understand what Volcano Manor meant to the lands between. All she knew was that she had to carry out the will of her mother and father to recruit heroes. Though she could not understand why heroes should be asked to raise their blades against their own kind, as one of the recruiters, she simply followed her orders. So far, she had already brought several tarnished to Volcano Manor. But today, the one she met, Sir Lucian, was not like the others. Unlike those who made her uneasy, he gave her a sense of warmth and safety. And he seemed so strong. In that way, he reminded her of Knight Bernal. If Bernal was without doubt a true hero of Volcano Manor, then surely Lucian could become one as well. Still, it would depend on his will. Ria continued waiting anxiously for his return. She trusted he would succeed in retrieving the necklace, but waiting made the minutes crawl. Suddenly, she spotted a figure emerging from the mist on horseback. Realizing it was Lucian, she quickly slipped on her still damp shoes. Her feet were dry, but the wet insides of the shoes made them even more uncomfortable than before. When she was ready, she stood and walked to the pavilion's front to greet him. But upon closer look, she noticed a bald-headed man trailing behind Lucian's steed bound by a rope. Was that the true face of the iron-masked thug? No, his clothes were different. And why was this man being led along by Lucian? Ria pushed away her questions as Lucian approached. She hurried forward and asked with concern, "Sir Lucian, were you able to recover it?" Dismounting from Torrent, Lucian came to stand before her. He drew from his pouch the necklace engraved with Lady Tanith's image, handing it back to her. "Here. I got it back. This is the one, right?" Ria clutched the recovered necklace tightly, her face lighting up with a pure, innocent smile. "Oh, yes, that is my missing necklace. Thank you kindly. I am in your debt, Sir Lucian." Lucian waved a hand dismissively. "It was nothing, and not entirely my doing. I owe some thanks to this man behind me, Patches." Without him, Lucian suspected things might have gone far less smoothly. Patches, bent over and panting, leaned against a pillar. Even so, when he saw Ria's eyes fall on him, he forced what he thought was a winning smile. "Haha, that's right. Thanks to me fighting tooth and nail with that rogue, we managed to reclaim the necklace." Ever since laying eyes on the necklace, Patches' attitude had shifted. No longer dragging his feet in reluctance, he had pressed forward, resting only when his body truly demanded it. It was unusual, and Lucian couldn't help but feel uneasy. If Patches and Tanith were old acquaintances, that would already be dangerous enough. But if he was stirred merely by the sight of the necklace, that would be worse. Tanith was no ordinary woman. As Lady of Volcano Manor, she commanded a host of recusants. It was not her position as Rykard's consort that gave her authority, but her own strength. The manor gathered tarnished who turned their blades upon their own kin, hunting to grow stronger. In Rykard's time, some among them had truly defied the Erd Tree with conviction. But now, the manor was little more than a den of scoundrels cloaked in the banner of rebellion. Still, with Knight Bernal's support, Tanith held power. Even the man-serpent soldiers of the manor heeded her alone. Lucian hoped Patches wouldn't get himself into trouble, but this was Patches, after all. Meanwhile, Ria's eyes sparkled. To hear that Patches had fought the thug moved her deeply. Another tarnished, willing to strike at his own kin. His fierce appearance seemed perfectly suited for Volcano Manor's cause. "Thank you as well, Master Patches," she said earnestly. Then, gathering her courage, she continued. "Two heroes, I seek stalwart tarnished who might join our house. You are very brave yourself. Not only a steady hand, but a steady heart, merciless, even to your own kind. Such strength is precisely what my mistress seeks. These are the qualities we desire most. Will you accept this invitation?" She drew from her garments 2 letters, sealed with wax. Lucian and Patches each took one. The parchment was fine, adorned with the coiled patterns of serpents. The seal depicted a man and a great serpent face to face, likely Rykard, though blurred by the wax's hue. Lucian had no need of an invitation if he wished to enter Volcano Manor, he could simply go. Still, there was no harm in keeping it. Patches, however, raised a hand before asking. Before that, may I ask, who is the woman carved on your necklace? Rhea blinked, puzzled by the question. That is none other than my lady Tanith. She did not speak of their blood relation. As a recruiter, she could not address Tanith as mother. Patches froze. His face twisted into a strange mix of emotions Lucian had never seen on him before: hesitation, regret, conflict, and faint joy. Then he burst out laughing. Ha, a hero, you say? Sounds just like me. Guess I'm exactly the kind of man you lot are after. He plastered over his turmoil with bluster, but Lucian noticed the change. Rhea, oblivious, covered her mouth and giggled. Confidence was good. After all, one could hardly be a hero without it. And you, Sir Lucian, what say you? Lucian nodded. One day, I will go to Volcano Manor. But not yet. Rhea's smile brightened. Brave Tarnished, seek the Altus Plateau, the realm of the Erd Tree. Most Tarnished are doomed to wander the outskirts of the lands between, peering wistfully at the towering Erd Tree. But you are no ordinary Tarnished. Once your strength is proven, the Volcano Manor will fully extend its invitation. To fight, amongst a family of champions. She recited the words with practiced ease. Such speeches were routine for her. Very well, Lucian said. Then he pulled Patches aside. Something about Volcano Manor bothers you, doesn't it? Patches flicked his head lightly. Not at all. Just piqued my interest, that's all. Didn't you hear? She called me a hero. A hero. How could I refuse? Lucian muttered inwardly. Patches, a hero. Hardly. Still, Patches noticed his odd behavior but dismissed it. Madness was his nature, inconsistency, his constant. What about you? Got a grudge against the manor's name? Lucian shook his head. No, only rumors I've heard. Patches wasn't about to tell him more. Even though Lucian was the closest thing to a companion he had in the lands between, this secret he would keep. By the way, Patches scratched his bald scalp and leaned closer. Think I can put off that mining sentence until after I visit the manor? Lucian nodded. Yes. You mean it. Patches hadn't expected agreement. He'd asked only on a whim, not believing it possible. If that's what you want, then go, Lucian said. You're sly, but not loathsome. You swindle, but you're not without limits. You care for your men, and even for that thug earlier. You're not without kindness. I'm not so heartless as to deny you. Patches' face twisted oddly before returning to his usual crooked grin. You've got it wrong, though. I am a scoundrel through and through. That's the highest praise for me. But I'll admit I didn't expect you to answer that way. Thought you'd be the cold, righteous sort. An ideal saintly king. Lucian raised an eyebrow. Oh, do you wish me to be a stern, merciless king, then? One who punishes you without hesitation? No, of course not. Patches waved it off quickly. Lucian lifted his gaze toward the distant Erd Tree. An ideal king, yes, I would wish to be one. But I will never abandon my feelings. I would be a king who bears the weight of lives, and because of that, they will follow me. He knew well his own shortcomings. Ruling, governing such things were beyond him. If not for the companions who had gathered to his side, he would be lost. Even Morgoth, the Omen King, had managed more. He had stopped the Shatterings coalition, kept Lindell under control, and ruled despite his cursed form. Though they were enemies, Lucian did not despise him. If anything, Morgoth was one of the few foes he respected both as a player once, and now. When Lucian and Patches returned, Rhea greeted them. So you've finished speaking. Then it must be time for farewells. Lucian nodded. Yes. But before that, may I borrow your map? Patches has offered to draw something on it for me. For her benefactor, Rhea had no reason to refuse. Of course. While Patches squatted down to mark the map, Rhea spoke again, as if remembering something. Oh, and one more thing, only for you. This land of Lyernia is connected to the Altus Plateau by the Grand Lift of Dectus, beyond the High Road. But the lift has been defunct for an age, meaning there's no simple means of passage. So instead, you must seek the old ruins in the cliff. At the base of the valley near the Grand Lift, there's an old tunnel. It was excavated from both ends, linking Lyernia to the Altus Plateau. She pointed out the location on the map. I hope this helps you on your way. I have faith in you, a champion, through and through. I do hope that we can meet again. 155, Volume 2 Chapter 62, A Fragile Companion by the Lakeside. Patches helped Lucian draw the map. For all his scheming, one had to admit, anyone who could wander so far and still come back alive was unexpectedly reliable when it came to matters like this. His map was surprisingly detailed, nearly a perfect replica of the one Rhea had shown them. According to him, counterfeiting was one of his proudest skills. Naturally, he tried to convince Rhea to guide him straight to Volcano Manor, hoping to hitch a ride without effort. But Rhea had to remain in Lyernia, carrying out her duties as a recruiter. Thus, Patches was left with no choice but to search for the path to the Altus Plateau on his own. Lucian, meanwhile, studied the map and set out toward the eastern shore of Lyernia. His route would take him northeast, across the bridge beside the South Raya Lucaria gate town, and from there he would follow the shoreline northward. His destination lay further ahead. As he pressed on, strange figures began to appear. They had round heads and bulbous bodies, their large, black, glistening eyes staring unblinking. Their silvery white skin gleamed faintly in the light. Most wore only the simplest of clothes, though a few, bulkier than the rest, went bare-chested. Their weapons were crude little more than wooden clubs and shields. Across the lands between, only one race matched this description: the Albinorics. They were artificial beings, shunned by most of the realm's inhabitants. Records suggested that they were created by the Academy of Raya Lucaria, who had unearthed remnants of Nox techniques from long ago. Their flowing silver blood and the glistening silver tears were said to share the same origin. The first generation of Albinorics still retained a human-like form. They could speak and reason, and even possessed talents especially in sorcery and archery. Their skill with the bow was particularly renowned. Yet with age, their legs would wither away, leaving them crippled. The frog-like creatures Lucian now encountered, however, were the second generation of Albinorics designed as cheap fodder for battle. Weak, malformed, incapable of speech, their very existence was one of cruelty. Even so, they banded together, trudging through the shallows of the lake for reasons Lucian could not immediately discern. He watched from afar as they joined another group gathered around a fallen woman. Raising his spyglass, Lucian saw that she was already dead. Her features were human, and she wore the garb of the first-generation Albinorics. Beside her lay a bow. The second-generation Albinorics circled her, guarding her body and performing gestures that looked like mourning rites. Though their appearances differed, they still recognized her as kin. Lucian did not disturb them. He took a detour, giving them a wide berth. Though his journey into Lyernia was primarily for Runy's sake, the sight of these beings stirred another thought in him. If such diverse artificial life existed across the lands between, could a body not also be fashioned for Molina? She had a soul, but no flesh. If a vessel could be created for her to inhabit, was it truly impossible? The Albinorics' bodies were crude and unfit, but other methods came to mind: the mimic tear of Nokron, or the great rune of the unborn amber egg held by Renala, queen of the full moon. Both were flawed, incomplete, yet still, far superior to the Albinorics' crude craft. The mimic tear was unreliable, an ancient art long severed from its source. Even the few remnants left were unstable, wandering off on their own. Renala's amber egg could grant rebirth, but only at a terrible cost: a shattered mind, fragile life, and swift death. Hers was an incomplete ritual. Still, if one only needed to sculpt a soulless vessel, a shell, perhaps there was a chance. Molina's spirit would not need to undergo rebirth, and thus would not suffer the curse of its flaws. The great rune hidden within Renala's amber egg, the great rune of the unborn, was said to complete the rebirth process. If he could restore its power, perhaps it could shape a perfect vessel. All that remained was to find a way for Molina's soul to dwell within it. Lucian mulled over the idea. He cherished their present bond soul to soul, but deep down, he yearned for more: to walk side by side with her in the flesh. Still, such a matter would require patience and absolute certainty before it could be attempted. For now, his thoughts turned to the Albinoric village. The massacre there weighed on his mind. Gideon Ofnir, in his pursuit of the Halatree secret medallion, had orchestrated a slaughter that reduced the village to ruin. Lucian could not allow another tragedy like Castle Morn to repeat itself. If Gideon were to seize the medallion, nothing good could come of it. His musings were broken by a faint cry. "Help me, please." The voice was weak, trembling, barely clinging to life. Lucian turned toward the sound. At first, he saw nothing. Then, along a cliffside near the eastern shore, faint wisps of grey mist parted to reveal a narrow crevice. A pale-faced young woman leaned against the rocks. She had concealed herself with a minor spell, which she released as soon as she saw him. The magic reminded Lucian of the simple illusions he had seen before, like Boc the seamster's tree disguise. The woman was drenched, her blonde hair tangled and plastered to her hollow, haggard face. Though young, likely only in her late teens or early 20s, her frail state made her seem older. She was no warrior, more like a child untested by the world. Lucian had no memory of her from his past knowledge, but she was in need. To turn away would not be his way. He rode up, dismounted, and approached the crevice. "What happened to you?" he asked. The girl flinched, her words stumbling out. I was attacked. He tried to kill me, the one who had seemed so kind before." Lucian steadied her with a hand on her shoulder. "Calm yourself. You're safe now. No one will harm you while I am here. Tell me, what is your name?" Her breathing slowed. Though fear lingered on her face, she managed to answer. "My name is Lania. I serve Master Dialos. We reunited in Lyernia, but we were separated again in the lakes. It's been days. I wandered, lost, then I met a tarnished who seemed kind. But he turned on me without warning, nearly ending my life. By trickery, I escaped, and hid here until now." Lania. The name was unfamiliar, but Dialos was not. Lucian remembered him from the round table hold, a man bound by his search for his loyal retainer. From his words, their bond had been deep, perhaps even childhood companions. Lucian glanced at the stone behind her. Dried, blackened blood stained the surface. Her wound was in her back, and it was not light. In the game, players only ever found her dead. Another side character lost to tragedy. But here she was, still alive. Another soul rescued. Lucian sighed. It seems this lake has a habit of hiding people in its waters. Turn around, he said. I'll treat your wounds. At once, Lania recoiled, trembling. It was clear the betrayal she had suffered left its scar. Perhaps the one who attacked her had done so only after gaining her trust. That she had survived such a strike was miracle enough. So Lucian drew out a vial of curative aromatic, handing it to her instead. Use this yourself. She sprinkled it over her wounds. Slowly, her color returned. I'm sorry, she whispered. I was so afraid. It's all right. Rest now, then tell me everything. He offered her water and rations from Torrent's pack. She accepted, though she barely touched them. I went to those ruins, she explained weakly, hoping to wait for Master Dialos. There I met the Tarnished who betrayed me. His strength was not great otherwise, I would not have escaped. That must be why he struck me from behind. I hid as best I could, but my wound worsened until you came. She gave a bitter smile. I feared you might be the same, but if I hadn't called out, I would have died here, whether by my wounds or by another hand. Lucian nodded. I understand. If that was the case, then perhaps he should pay a visit to the Round Table Hold and see whether Dialos was still searching for her. Each time they parted, Dialos returned there to inquire after her. For now, Lucian found a nearby site of grace. He instructed Lania to wait there. Since she could not perceive grace, he summoned Stormhawk Dian to guard her. From the ashes, grey light wove itself into form, and the Stormhawk Knight appeared once more. With their strong resonance, Dian could manifest with a good portion of his former might enough to keep Lania safe. Only then did Lucian return to the Round Table Hold. Yet after searching, he found no trace of Dialos. Perhaps he was still scouring the land. So Lucian left word with one of the Tarnished who had pledged to him, instructing them to watch for Dialos and report his arrival. With that, Lucian returned to Lyernia. Until Dialos came, he would see to Lania's safety. There was a place nearby well suited for such, the Church of Vows. There dwelled Myriel, the pastor of Vows, the great tortoise cleric. As the saying went, cranes live for 1,000 years, turtles for 10,000 years. Unique across the lands between, Myriel was a talking beast, blessed with wisdom and longevity. He bore witness to the union of Radon the Red and Renala of the Full Moon, and tended the Church of Vows, where both Erd Tree and Moon were revered. He could teach both sorceries and incantations, a sign that he surely wielded power himself. Lucian did not believe otherwise. After all, how could one teach what one did not know? 156, Volume 2 Chapter 63, The Hero's Path and the Traitor's Whisper. 156, Volume 2 Chapter 63, The Hero's Path and the Traitor's Whisper. From the broken bridge near the gatefront ruins, Lucian made his way to the eastern shore of Lyernia. Though his destination lay to the north, the cliffs ahead cut off any direct path. It was possible to ascend through the dense woods and reach the Church of Irith, but Lucian chose instead to cross the Gate Town Bridge. From there, he could head south, circle around, and then take the northern slope. That route was not without interest. Along the way lay a Tibia Mariner, as well as a Lindell Knight. In the game, one could obtain from that knight a dragon cult prayer book. Lucian planned to collect it and deliver it to Myriel, pastor of Vows, so that he could learn the lightning incantations. As they passed through a gorge, Lucian and Lania witnessed a battle. The carrion spirits clashed with the sorceress cuckoos. The carrion side was peculiar, none of them were living men, only spirits. The cuckoo knights led their soldiers against these spectral guardians. Most of the carrion spirits were weak, mere shades of nobles and foot soldiers, but among them stood one exception. A giant of a being dominated the battlefield. His head bore a carrion knight's helm, a blue cloak billowed from his shoulders, and in his hand he gripped an enormous troll knight's greatsword. Rings of spectral blades whirled around him as he fought. Once, the carrion royal family had formed an alliance with the trolls. Among them were a few of great might, who were granted the title of carrion knight and awarded badges of honor. Fewer than 20 bore that title, each one a hero capable of standing against the crucible knights, elite among the elite. The spirit of this troll knight was no different. His strength was overwhelming, and the cuckoos were helpless before him. Not only did he possess the raw power of his towering frame, but he could also wield sorcery. Even his one weakness, the head, was sealed away beneath the helm. Like a storm, the carrion troll knight charged through the enemy ranks. Each sweep of his massive sword felled cuckoo soldiers by the dozen. Even when their sorceries shattered the ground at his feet, spraying him with shards of glintstone, he did not falter. But no matter how fierce his valor, he was still only a spirit. He had died long ago upon this very battlefield. Though unwilling, he lingered as a phantom, fighting endlessly. Unable to change the inevitable outcome, the academy and its cuckoo knights would triumph. Lucian invoked unseen form on himself, and cast it over Lania as well. Silently, he led her along the edge of the gorge. This was not their battle, and the carrion troll knight was already long dead. There was no reason to interfere. Once they had crossed through, Lucian dismissed the spell. Together they began climbing the slope along a narrow path. It was there, in a small grove, that they came across two Tarnished. The first was a familiar figure, Dialos, the well-bred noble with a princely bearing. Lania's eyes lit up at the sight of him and she moved forward, but then froze. For the man following behind Dialos was the tarnished who had attacked her before. Dialos, unaware of the history between them, greeted her warmly. Lania, there you are again, you keep slipping away. I can't take my eyes off you, can I? He sighed, exasperated. Luckily, I ran into this friend of mine along the road. He said he'd seen you before, and helped guide me here. Without him, I might not have found you at all. Only then did Dialos notice Lucian. He blinked in surprise. Though he had never seen him directly, he had heard enough whispers of the Storm King to recognize the name. But since he could not be certain this was truly Lucian, he only offered a polite nod. Greetings. Lania tells me you have looked after her before. Lania trembled with fear. She forced herself to steady her voice and cried out, Master Dialos, get away from him. Dialos stopped, confused, glancing between her and the other tarnished. The man in question showed no hostility, made no move for his weapon, and even gave a helpless shrug as if to say he had no idea what she meant. His act was convincing enough to deepen Dialos's doubt. Lania, what's wrong? He asked hesitantly. What happened between you two? Her face was pale as she glared at the tarnished. At first, I thought he was kind, just like you do now. But he struck me when I least expected it, attacked me from behind. Dialos's eyes widened in disbelief as he turned to the other Mano, the traitor. The traitor only smiled calmly. Dialos, do you remember what I told you earlier? Dialos frowned, trying to recall. They had spoken of many things, but one line in particular had lingered in his mind, the stranger's praise. You mean when you said I had the makings of a hero? The traitor's smile widened. Of course. You are without question a man born to be a hero. But not yet. Do you know what has always held you back? Dialos said nothing, uncertain. The man did not wait. Look at your hands. White and soft, do they look like a warrior's hands to you? Dialos flushed and instinctively hid them behind his back. What hinders you is your heart, the traitor pressed on. To be a true hero, you must stain those hands with blood. Heroes do not cling to pity. They walk willingly down a sullied, profane road. Even if it means killing their own kin, they feel no shame or remorse. You have been shackled too long by weakness disguised as compassion. Cast it off, Dialos. Kill that girl. Kill your own kin, your own companion. Sever your past and be reborn as a hero. Dialos staggered under the weight of the words. His mind reeled. Could such madness truly be the path to heroism? He longed to be more than the shame of the Hoslow family, no longer a coward hiding behind his brother. He wanted to be a hero, yet how could he ever raise a hand against Lania? No, that's wrong. He told himself. But already the seed of doubt had been planted. Could it be true? Is it because I never severed my emotions that I cannot be a hero? The thought terrified him. He wanted to deny it, yet the image of killing Lania surfaced unbidden in his mind. Master Dialos. Lania pleaded. Don't believe him. But the traitor sneered. She would not sacrifice herself for your hero's journey. And still you protect her? Pathetic. Do you really want to be a hero, or will you let weakness chain you forever? Dialos froze, torn between his yearning and his heart. At that moment, Lucian stepped forward and struck him across the face. The slap rang sharp and loud. Dialos toppled to the ground, dazed. Why did you hit me? He stammered. Not even my brother has ever struck me. Lucian glared down at him, voice cold with fury. Why are you hesitating? Would you truly kill your own retainer, your childhood friend? If you were a man, you'd have rejected him outright and beaten that damn traitor bloody. Do you really believe killing her would make you a hero? Noy'd only become a monster who could never forgive himself. The traitor's eyes narrowed. He had hoped to lure Dialos into his grasp, to recruit him for the Volcano Manor. But Lucian's presence shattered his plan. He stepped closer, meaning to threaten him. But Lucian's gaze alone froze him in place. That glare was like a storm turned to stone, and he felt as though his body itself had been petrified. On the ground, Dialos clenched his fists, trembling. He hated his own weakness. If only he had a stronger heart, things would be different. I would never harm Lania. He shouted. Forcing himself to his feet, he drew his ornate Hoslow shield and unfurled the petal whip at his side. Forgive me, Lania. I hesitated, I made you worry. But I swear, I'll protect you. Tears welled in her eyes. For the first time, Dialos stood tall, shining with the light of a hero. She placed her hand on his back and whispered, Master Dialos, you can do it. The traitor realized too late that the tide had turned. As he tried to flee, Lucian's storm closed around them like a cage. The wind slashed his face, drawing blood. Escape. Lucian said coldly. Wasn't this the path of the merciless hero you preached? Or was it only ever a lie? You spoke of casting away pity, yet you cannot cast away fear. Cornered, the traitor raised his sword and shield with a snarl. But Dialos had already found his resolve. He lashed out, the petal whip curling around the man's leg and tearing open a vicious wound. The traitor roared in pain. He had never seen a weapon like this, one that drew blood so cruelly. The Hoslow whip was no mere ornament of a noble family, it was a weapon famed for rending flesh and causing bleeding. Hoslow speaks in blood, they said, and with good reason. Dialos pressed his attack, shield firm, whip striking again and again. The traitor's insults cowered. Craven shield bearer, fell on deaf ears. Dialos only answered, if I cannot be a hero, then I will be a coward who protects my friends. That is enough. Blow after blow fell until the traitor collapsed, bloodied and gasping. Terrified, he tried to beg for mercy. Please, forgive me. I only wanted power to be a hero. You want the same, don't you? You can't kill me. Dialos raised his whip high but faltered. His hands trembled. Could he truly kill another tarnished? His heart balked, no matter how he tried. He turned to Lucian, silently pleading for guidance. But Lucian did not command him this time. He would not forge a puppet, only a man. And so, as the traitor dared to hope, a sudden gale sliced through the air and tore his head from his shoulders. The body fell limp. Dialos stood trembling, whip still raised. He had not delivered the final blow, but he was complicit. The weight of it pressed heavy on him. At last he lowered his weapon, bowed deeply before Lucian, and whispered, "Thank you." Lucian's stern face softened into a faint smile. He clapped Dialos on the shoulder. "If you would walk the path of a hero, then go to Stormvale. Cast aside your noble title. Begin as a soldier, and forge your own road. I cannot promise you will become a hero, but even if you do not, never forget those who stand beside you. They are the most precious of all." Dialos bit his lip, then nodded firmly. "I understand. Thank you." 157, Volume 2 Chapter 64, Echoes of Heroes and the Painter's Canvas. 157, Volume 2 Chapter 64, Echoes of Heroes and the Painter's Canvas. Lucian said nothing in response to Dialos's repeated thanks. Leaving only his back to Dialos and Lania, he continued along his planned route. He had not done it for gratitude. He only wanted to keep Dialos from straying down that defiled path he himself despised. In the game, Dialos always left players with a sense of wasted potential like iron that could never be forged into steel. Yet, not all of that was his own fault. Setting aside the burden of his family, the lands between were no stage for a hot-blooded tale where wishes and goals alone led to fulfillment. Even when Dialos took up the path of blasphemy at Volcano Manor, he never truly became a hero. It was only when he accepted his own mediocrity, when he went to Jarburg, that he finally discovered his true heart. He thought himself useless, and yet those very hands could tend to the jars. Only then did he understand why he had been given them. In that companionship with the jars, he felt what it meant to be truly alive. And so, when his story reached its end, and Jarburg was beset by poachers, Dialos cast away his former cowardice. For the sake of the jars, he fought to the death. He failed to protect the village and perished himself, but in that final moment, his thoughts were not of the hero he had once boasted of endlessly. They were of the jars. And in that moment, he became a true hero. Perhaps what he truly sought was never the mantle of heroism, but simply to catch up to his brother's shadow. He had not yet found resolve, had not yet discovered what it was he truly sought. That was why he had been lost in confusion. This time, Lucian had given him an opportunity. If, deep within, he truly longed to be a hero, then at Stormvale he would undergo his metamorphosis. If, within the army, he realized he could never be a hero, then at least he would come to understand himself, cherish those beside him, and live his own way upon this cruel yet beautiful land. Lucian would help any character he could, sparing them from the deaths he had once witnessed. Though, in their eyes, he was a stranger, Lucian had already been their friend within the game, had borne witness to their lives filled with regrets. To save them, this had always been Lucian's first wish. Following a worn path through the forest, Lucian and Torrent pressed on. The trail had once been trodden by many, the earth compacted so tightly that no grass could grow. Now, long abandoned, blades of green had begun to reclaim it. The creatures of Lyernia were, for the most part, sane, unlike the frenzied beasts of Sialid. Wolves, sensing the aura of a dragon upon Lucian, slunk away rather than approach. All but one. A giant crab squatted in the middle of the path. The road dipped slightly there, forming a rain-fed pool where the crab lazed with several smaller ones, leisurely foraging. Its claws scooped through the mud, bringing up whatever could be eaten, sometimes nothing at all, in which case it simply brought the empty claw to its mouth in a dazed gesture. But the instant it saw Lucian and Torrent, the great crab charged straight at them, eager for fresh prey. The dragon's aura did nothing. As it barreled toward them, Lucian flicked his wrist. A single wind blade cleaved the creature clean in two. Yellow liquid sprayed out. At first, Lucian thought it was an excess of body fluid, but on closer inspection, he realized it was not. The wind blade had split its abdomen, bursting open a mass of crab eggs. Torrent sniffed at the spilled roe, then bent down and began to eat with relish. Curious, Lucian picked one up for himself. Each egg was nearly the size of a chicken's, slick with slime. He sniffed no foul odor. He popped it into his mouth. The egg burst across his tongue, flooding him with a rich, sweet flavor that warmed his whole body. They were delicious, better even than crab meat itself. In the lands between, such roe was considered a delicacy, usually reserved for those of status. Crabs and crayfish were far too troublesome for common folk to hunt. After tasting one, Lucian left the rest to Torrent, who ate until he was sated. Only then did they continue on. The trees thinned, and suddenly the world opened up. Two towering spires loomed ahead, joined by a great bridge, the Carian Study Hall, and beyond it, Divine Tower of Lyernia. From his high vantage point, Lucian stood nearly level with the midsection of the study hall, as though he could leap straight across the chasm and land upon its walls. He gazed up at the Carrion study hall, thoughtful. In the game, its design had been ingenious. After receiving the Carrion inverted statue from Runy, one could place it upon the pedestal of the study hall's astrolabe. At once, the entire structure would turn upside down. And yet, somehow, even inverted, the water would still flow as before, streams running impossibly upward into the sky. Would the same be true here, in this real world? Still, the study hall held no shortage of horror's finger creepers, and a certain infamous preceptor. Lucian had suffered greatly there in the past. Stepping closer to the cliff's edge, he measured the distance. It was too far to cross. Looking down, his eyes soon found Jarburg. This was Alexander's birthplace, the village from which he had set out on his journey of strength. Unlike in the game, the settlement was much larger, teeming with living jars. To evade poachers, the jar folk built their homes in hidden places such as this, beneath sheer cliffs where no traveler would think to look. Some jars had even taken another path, becoming warrior jars, pledging themselves to various powers for protection, and in turn securing a place for the smaller jars. Their strength was considerable, and many factions in the lands between welcomed them. Even Stormvale housed warrior jars and their kin, once sworn to Godric. Now, they lived as Lucian's people alongside the other races. Lucian did not leap down to Jarburg yet. He had no need to rush. The jars feared poachers deeply, and would not welcome strangers as they had in the game. When the time was right, he would come to them, to ask if they wished to move to Stormvale. For now, night was falling, and Lucian sought a place to rest. But fate had other plans. As he circled a small lake, ripples disturbed the surface. A crimson glow lit the water. A Tibia mariner emerged, its boat drifting across the lake. Around it, corpses of brigands and militiamen rose, twisted into revenants. Their hatred of the living fixed upon Lucian at once. With a weary sigh, he drew his sword spear. He had meant to avoid them without a way to seal Deathroot, carrying it would be inconvenient. But since they had struck first, retreat was out of the question. Storm winds tore the revenants apart with ease, while the sword spear ripped gashes into the mariner's boat. Though it tried to teleport away, it could not escape Lucian. 3 strikes, 5, then more, and the Tibia mariner shattered into pieces, dissolving into mist and leaving behind a single Deathroot. With their master gone, the other revenants collapsed, crumbling into heaps of ordinary bones. Lucian wrapped the Deathroot tightly in cloth and stowed it in a small pouch at his side, crafted along with his gear, matching its style. He rarely used it now, but it still carried his essentials. Better to keep the root with him than risk harm to Torrent. Tomorrow, he would take it to D. As he turned to leave, something glimmered faintly in the ground. He knelt and unearthed a crystalline skull, its texture much like spirit ash. Clearly, this too was an ash, though in a different form. He stroked his chin, struggling to recall which summon it belonged to. He had been in the lands between two long small details slipped his memory. Best to see directly. He rang the spirit calling bell. A skeleton wielding twin curved swords emerged before him. Lucian nodded in sudden recognition. The skeletal banded ashes. Yet it puzzled him. Why would a revenant have ashes at all? Spirit ashes were formed when a soul lingered within a body's remains. But revenants were already dead, endlessly reviving. If one died, it should simply rise again. How could such a being produce ashes? He tried to communicate with the skeleton, but its reply was incoherent, senseless noise. Unable to understand, he dismissed it once more. Strange indeed, and there would be more revenants awaiting him ahead. Tucking the skull into Torrent's pack, Lucian pressed on toward a small ruined shack perched on the cliff's edge. On the way, he searched carefully for the Lindell knight who, in the game, wandered here with a dragon cult prayer book. But no matter how long he looked, he found nothing. No knight, no corpse, no book. Perhaps it had never existed here. Resigned, he entered the ruined artist's shack. Inside, he lit a sight of grace before exploring further. The hut was crude, barely 2 walls and a roof, so cramped that brushes and paints filled nearly all of its space. Only a corner remained clear enough to work. Such shacks dotted the lands between, quick to build and often serving as temporary shelters. And yet, within this one lay a work of remarkable beauty. A painting, perfectly preserved beneath a veil of sorcery, untouched by time. Words appeared before Lucian's eyes: resurrection. One of the work of a wandering artist. His entire life was poured into these paintings, capturing the final moments of the departed and the sights they beheld. It was said that by visiting the places depicted, one might find the treasures he left behind. Even without such rewards, the art itself was priceless. So vivid it was like gazing at a photograph, every detail etched flawlessly upon the canvas. Lucian resolved to one day bring it back to Stormvale as part of his collection. 158, Volume 2, Chapter 65, The Tortoise Pastor. At the sight of Grace, Lucian rested and soon drifted into sleep. The next morning, with Molina's gentle wake-up call, he rose refreshed and once more set out on his journey. Behind the ruined artist's shack were 2 jagged outcroppings of rock, jutting like horns from the mountain. Crossing between them formed a natural stone bridge, a shortcut to the next peak without descending to the valley floor. In the pale light of dawn, all of Lyernia lay beneath a haze of mist, the world seeming dreamlike, almost unreal. Yet the silhouette of the Academy of Raya Lucaria grew sharper the closer he drew. Beside the Academy rose a staggering plateau, crowned with the remnants of ancient ruins. Lucian lingered, gazing at that highland. He knew it was the moonlight altar. But for now, he could not reach it. A breathtaking sight, yet this time he did not tarry. His search for the moon still drove him onward. Crossing the natural bridge, Lucian reached the opposite peak. The terrain rose higher still, an unbroken slope climbing almost to the foot of Altus Plateau itself. But on that open hillside, a band of figures stood out starkly. At their head marched warriors clad in bright crimson tunics and heavy black iron armor, their breastplates carved with a single glaring eye. The fire monks. And behind them followed the thorn sorcerers, gaunt figures in red hoods crowned with coils of thorn. There were many. Every few dozen, they had pitched a crude camp, rough walls of timber, bristling with arrows lodged at odd angles. Lucian suspected those shafts were the work of the cuckoos, Lyernia's mercenaries. Likely they had tried their usual plundering raids. Strange, though. Fire monks were meant to guard the flame of the giants far to the north in the mountaintops of the giants. What were they doing here in Lyernia? Lucian silently fixed the location in memory. If these monks had slipped down secretly from the mountaintops, they could not have passed through Lindell. Which meant there might be another way to reach the snowy peaks. A hidden route. In a world like this, it would make no sense if the only way to the mountaintops was through Lindell or the consecrated snowfield. Their appearance here, Lucian guessed, might be linked to the sealed Evergael of Lyernia. Here Radon, thief of fire, was imprisoned. Radon had stolen the flame of the fell god. That was the fire monks' hidden shame. They were called Watchers of the Flame, but in truth they were also its worshippers, drawn, ensnared, obsessed. If the Golden Order learned of Radon's existence, their betrayal would be exposed, and traitors had no fate but ruin. As for their skirmishes with the cuckoos, Lucian assumed the mercenaries had simply seen strangers and, true to tradition, attempted to plunder them. But they had chosen the wrong target. A fire monk's war chariot was not something flesh and blood could hope to withstand. And yet that would hardly explain why one of those massive chariots now stood outside the gates of Raia. Could it be spoils seized by the cuckoos? No, surely it wasn't possible that the mercenaries had bowed to the monks, then bartered with them. Lucian chuckled and shook his head. Impossible. Setting aside his idle speculation, he circled wide around the camps and continued up toward the Church of Vows. Unbeknownst to him, the truth was stranger still. The cuckoos were a band without honor, treating foot soldiers as fodder, looting both friend and foe alike. A few dead at the vanguard meant nothing to them. A fire chariot, though, that was worth far more than expendable lives. So they had quickly sought truce. When they proposed peace and even alliance, the fire monks had been stunned. But they saw no reason to refuse. The cuckoos agreed to keep their presence hidden, ensuring the Golden Order would not discover them. In return, the fire monks sold the war chariot at a high price. After all, selling chariots as merchandise was one of their ways of funding themselves. Thus the two groups became unlikely partners, villainous hands clasped together, coexisting in comfort. The ruined church drew near, its crumbling walls veiled in moss and ivy. Like every other fallen church, the Church of Vows was but a shell of past splendor. Tombstones littered the ground before it, though thankfully no tibia mariners or death-touched beasts haunted them. Lucian dismounted at the entrance and stepped inside. Within, the scene changed entirely. Blue and yellow flowers blossomed everywhere, carpeting the floor and filling the shattered nave with life. Oh, a visitor, at last. A voice measured, gentle. From the shadows, a huge silver tortoise turned his head toward Lucian. Larger than a man, his shell rose taller than Lucian's current form. Upon that shell rested a white priest's mitre, marking his station. You're tarnished, aren't you? I welcome you, to the Church of Vows. I am Myriel, steward of this sacred chamber. My apologies, for the unseemly state of affairs. Oh, was there something you needed? You are free to show yourself around. I would serve as your guide, only my legs aren't what they used to be. If you find anything of use, you are free to take it with you. Though I would ask, first might I know your name? And tell me, do you know the origin of this place? Lucian inclined his head, recalling the lore from the game, and answered. My name is Lucian. No need for titles, just Lucian is fine. I've heard this place was once where the moon and the Erd tree were joined, though the details escape me. Myriel's eyes brightened. Oh, to hear you know of it at all fills me with joy. The tale is all but forgotten by most. Yes, the Church of Vows was where such a miracle once took place. If you are willing, I will tell you the story in full. And so, in his deep, unhurried voice, the great tortoise priest began to recount the union of Radon and Renala, the red-haired champion of the Erd tree and the full moon queen of Ceria. Myriel narrated the history of Ceria, the eternal cities, the oath at the Church of Vows, Radon's repentance and vow, Renala's betrayal, and her eventual downfall. The shattering has caused us, all of us, to lose sight of something very dear. It is here, at the Church of Vows, that the great houses of the Erd tree and the moon were joined. And so, our church holds in view the monuments of both houses, the Erd tree of the capital, and the Academy of Raia. Ah yes, let us begin with Lord Radon, who was a great champion, possessed of flowing red locks. He was a hero, bearing a flowing mane of crimson, who led the armies of the Erd tree into these lands. It was upon the battlefield that he encountered Lady Renala. Lady Renala was queen of the Carian royal family, and sovereign of the Academy of Raia. She was both great and beautiful, a sorceress of unmatched might. Thus was she named the Carian Queen of the Full Moon. The Carian line is an ancient one, with faint ties to the eternal cities buried deep below. One can glimpse this in their crests and sigils. And indeed, this very Church of Vows shares a bond with the Nox dynasty beneath the land. Do you see that pool there, in the center of the church? Myriel turned his head toward the round basin at the church's heart. Lucian followed his gaze. Even though the church lay in ruin, the pool remained pristine, with a statue at its center, the likeness of a Nox monk. If one seeks to mend a relationship that is broken beyond repair, one may bathe in celestial dew there. By offering true repentance, the celestial dew will carry one's heart to the other. Oftentimes, what people lack is not the will, but the courage to speak an apology. Even the most steadfast warrior may falter before such trials. The turtle priest turned back. But to return, the Carian royal line is very old, and Lady Renala was of exalted station. In her reign, many allies stood with the Moon Mountain trolls, dragons of the air, and beasts of the land alike. In comparison, Lord Radagon's origins were humbler. He was but one of many heroes sworn to the Erd Tree. Yet among those heroes, his fame and strength were unmatched. He led the battlefield itself. Still, Lady Renala was a queen, and the difference in station was vast. And yet such two souls became joined. This very Church of Vows bore witness to their wondrous union. On the battlefield, they met and came to know each other, and in time, they understood. They loved. And Lord Radagon repented, truly, for waging his war of invasion. The miracle of this church, the ancient, inscrutable rite of old, was his salvation. In that rite, Lord Radagon bathed himself in celestial dew. In so doing, he offered his heartfelt repentance for the war, and he swore his love for Lady Renala would endure forever. Thus were Lord Radagon and Lady Renala joined as consorts. And so, when the law of the Erd Tree and the command of the moon were bound together, all was reconciled. Ah, if only the tale ended there. But after the first Elden Lord, Godfrey, was driven from the lands between, Lord Radagon cast Lady Renala aside. He returned to Lindell, to the Erd Tree, to become consort to Queen Marika, her second husband, and the second Elden Lord. And Lady Renala, abandoned, lost her heart. The scholars of the academy soon noticed, and they rose in rebellion. Though the Carian knights fought and bled to shield her, and kept her life intact, was that truly a kindness? To be bound in union, only to be betrayed. The wound of such a reversal cannot be measured. She lost her heart, clutching amber to her breast, sinking into forbidden sorceries. Lucian listened in silence, letting Myriel's words unfurl the weight of history. When the tale ended, Myriel sighed, overcome with sorrow for Renala. Then, catching himself, he chuckled softly. Forgive me, an old tortoise, prattling endlessly. It has been long indeed since I last had company. Thank you, Lucian. To speak of the church's history once more gladdens me. As a token, if you have interest in sorceries or incantations, I will teach you freely. Magic or prayer, all knowledge is equal here. Lucian nodded. He had not yet found the Dragon Cult prayer book, but he carried another. From Torrent's pack, he produced a tome he had claimed from Stormvale's treasury. The Godskin prayer book, and handed it gently to Myriel. 159, Volume 2, Chapter 66, The Golden Law and the Old Friends. In the lands between, tortoises were often regarded as symbols of wisdom, longevity, and experience. Some sorcerers' towers even revered them as sacred beasts of insight. And Myriel, steward of the Church of Vows, was something greater still. Not only did he study both sorcery and incantations, he had achieved mastery in both arts. With confidence he believed that, whatever incantations Lucian wished to learn, he could teach them. Even those he himself could not cast, he could decipher and explain through the prayer books that recorded each creed's tenets. Those doctrines were usually obscure, their words dense and difficult to grasp. But with a teacher as learned as Myriel, a student could hope to truly understand them. Only, when Myriel saw the book Lucian placed before him, he faltered for a moment. The Godskin prayer book. Bound in smooth, pale human skin, its cover gave off a faintly grotesque sheen. I'd like to study the incantations in this book, Lucian said softly. Would that be possible? Yes. Yes. It was not that Myriel bore any prejudice against its contents. To him, knowledge was not divided between high and low, nor was there such a thing as true heresy. All could be reconciled, all brought together. But the material of this tome, the feel of that slick skin binding, gave him pause. After a moment, he raised his great head and spoke solemnly. Of course. In this world, there is no heresy. All things may be joined together, reconciled in harmony. His steady eyes rested on Lucian. You are certain you wish to learn from me, Lucian? Lucian nodded. Myriel was indeed the best choice of teacher for incantations. Sorcery, after all, he could learn elsewhere. Runy had already granted him Carian glintblade sorceries, and Celan in the academy could teach the rest. No doubt Myriel had knowledge of magic as well, but he could not compare with Celan's depth in that field. Incantations, however, were another matter entirely. In the game, there were but two true tutors of incantations, Brother Corin at Round Table Hold, and Myriel here at the Church of Vows. But Corin was a wanderer, unreliable, and Lucian barely knew him. In the game's tale, Corin's faith even collapsed in the end, driving him to murder his master, the noble Goldmask. Lucian had exchanged only a few greetings with him at the round table. He had no intention of drawing closer, nor of entrusting his learning to him. He could not risk revealing Goldmask's location, nor could he allow him to perish. Thus his strategy was simple: no contact, no secrets shared. As for D, the hunter of those who live in death, he could indeed teach incantations, but only those belonging to the Golden Order fundamentalists. If handed any other prayer book, he would be of no help. Myriel, however, would not turn him away. Seeing Lucian's resolve, the tortoise pastor nodded. Then place your prayer book before me. I will study every word within it, and when I have finished, I shall teach you. It will not take long. In the meantime, I suggest you see to that object you carry, the one steeped in death's stench. Lucian blinked, then reached into his pack. Wrapped in layers of cloth was the Deathroot he had taken the day before. The wrappings now bulged with black thorns, sharp spikes piercing outward. You're right, Lucian muttered. This must be dealt with at once. He laid the prayer book before Myriel, then bowed. I leave the incantations in your care, Master Myriel. He could not carry the Deathroot like this. Best to return to the round table hold and entrust it to D. Myriel watched him depart, then let out a long sigh of relief. The tortoise pastor released a small cantrip of his own design, flipping open the grotesque tome and glancing through a few pages. When he was certain Lucian had gone, he muttered, exasperated. Ah, if I had known he would bring me something like this, I might not have agreed. But what's promised is promised. And with that, Myriel opened his massive jaws and swallowed the book whole. He did not chew. He forced the slick, skin-bound volume straight down, his throat convulsing, the sensation of cold human hide scraping along his gullet nearly making him retch. The body of a tortoise had its advantages, chief among them, longevity. But it came with no small inconveniences. Writing and reading, for example, were trials. He had learned long ago how clumsy his vast limbs were at turning delicate pages, so he had invented little spells charms to turn leaves of books, to etch script without quill. But the method was clumsy, slow. Instead, he had devised another way. He would consume the texts whole, then break them down with magic inside his belly, absorbing their knowledge directly. It was a lazy method at first, born of impatience. Yet now, with his body grown stiff and slow, it was a blessing. As he digested the Godskin prayer book, its secrets unfurled within him. What it contained shocked him. These were the prayers of the Godskin apostles and nobles, the black flame they once wielded, a flame that had hunted gods themselves. Since the sealing of destined death, the black flame had grown weaker, incomplete. Still, though the prayers here were not those of the Godskin themselves but of their followers, they held formidable power. These were no ordinary incantations. Myriel forgot his distaste for the book's binding, immersing himself in its dark lore. At the church's site of grace, Lucian transported back to Round Table Hold. He wandered its halls briefly, searching for D. Before long, D himself came striding up, helm glinting, voice grim. I sensed the stench of death here. So it was you who brought it, Lucian. Just in time, Lucian said, producing the Deathroot. Its cloth wrappings now bulged with black thorn, like a bramble sphere. D's eyes narrowed behind his helm. Watching Lucian handle the cursed object so casually nearly made him wince. He hurried forward to take it, and at once began the sealing ritual of the Golden Order. Even as he worked, he spoke. Lucian, I know your strength is great, but I must warn you. These roots carry death's own breath. To the living, it is poison. Even you are not beyond its reach. Should you find another, do not carry it. Leave it where it lies. It takes time for new deathbirds to be born from them. You would have time to return later. But if death's blight were to touch your body, no rune would heal it. Lucian nodded. His thoughts turned quickly. If he was to deal with Deathroot often, perhaps he should study the Golden Order's incantations as well. D, he said, I wish to learn the law of regression, the Order's incantation. That way, I can better face the Deathborn. Will you teach me? The hunter paused mid-ritual, then raised his head. Though his face was hidden, Lucian could feel his surprise. But he quickly nodded. If you would learn, then of course. To spread the Golden Order is my duty. And a warrior of Lucian's caliber, such an ally against the death-touched, would be a blessing. He led Lucian to his chamber, a small room set aside as his base within the hold. There they sat together, and D began to teach. The Golden Order fundamentalism is the root of our faith, the very logic upon which all is built. From it springs the law of regression and the law of causality. These are deep, abstruse principles. Truth be told, I have yet to master them myself. But as a hunter of those who live in death, you need not. For you, it is enough to wield its application, the incantations of the Golden Order. The law of regression purges imperfection. Its light burns the death-touched more fiercely than any other. You will first learn Order's Plateau, sheathe your weapon in the radiance of the Order itself. Against the Deathborn, it will strike with holy fury. He lifted a plain sword from the wall. Holding a seal in one hand, he raised the blade high. Light flared, and a golden emblem of 3 rings enclosed in an inverted triangle bloomed upon the steel. Then the weapon shone with brilliant radiance. Watch closely, D said, and began to instruct Lucian step by step. He stressed the importance of understanding doctrine. A misstep here could mean more than failure. It could mean disaster. Fortunately, Lucian's grasp of sorcery assured him that his intellect was sufficient. The only question was his faith. But when Lucian raised his own weapon and spoke the prayer, golden fire flared along the blade, bright and sharp. Too bright. Dee stared, startled. Such light was not the glow of a novice. This was the light of a true believer. Was this truly Lucian's first step into fundamentalism? Or had he always been one of the Order's faithful? He shook his head. No, Lucian had never studied the Order before. But still, the light proved enough. Dee felt a weight lift from his shoulders. To have such a one aiding him was fortune indeed. Once Lucian departed, Dee sat heavily upon his cot, thoughts racing. Soon he would need to guide him to beast clergyman Gurunk, to forge the link between them. And then he could turn his attention elsewhere to the village spoken of in his intelligence, where he might at last uncover a clue to the origin of the centipede sigil, and perhaps the true cause of the Deathborn. But a knock interrupted his musings. Knock, knock. Dee frowned, thinking Lucian had returned. He opened the door without hesitation. Instead, a familiar face awaited him. A tall man in a noble's robe, fine decorations lining his clothes, and upon his head the broad brim of a sorcerer's hat. His expression was calm, smiling faintly, but there was hesitation behind it. Roier, Dee breathed. His old comrade raised a hand in greeting, a little awkward, though his smile remained. Hello, Dee, Roier said softly. Do you have time to talk? T/N, in Elden Ring, prayers, and incantations are effectively the same thing. The term incantation, kitlit, prayers, is used to describe a type of spell in the game, and the word prayers is a direct translation of the Japanese term used in the game's original language. 160, Volume 2 Chapter 67, The Black Knife Catacombs. Roier was still very much alive. Not long ago, he had fought side by side with Lucian, battling the fell omen, Margit, until they entered Stormvale and went their separate ways. Within the castle, Roier sought only one thing: clues tied to death. On the castle walls, dark thorn and black rot spread like a blight. The same signs marked places where those who live in death were found. That was why Roier had come to Stormvale, to investigate. In the game, Roger's fate was tragic. Contact with the face of the Prince of Death cursed him, black thorns of Deathroot piercing through his body. Perhaps out of luck, or simply because his contact was too brief, he clung to life. But the price was steep, his legs paralyzed, his body slowly rotting away, consumed by death. But here, in this world, things had unfolded differently. Lucian had slain Godric, and destroyed Godwine's corpse, far too swiftly. Roier had never touched the Prince of Death's visage, thus the Black Thorns had never claimed him. He was alive, whole, and well. Even so, though he found no corpse of Godwine, he did not leave empty-handed. At the site where the Prince of Death once lingered, Roier collected a small, festering pustule. Believing it tied to death itself, he kept it safe for study. Now, he sought out, hoping his old companion would set aside their rift and aid him once more. The next place Roier intended to explore was far too dangerous to face alone. When Dee saw Roier, he frowned beneath his helm. Before Roier could speak, Dee tried to slam the door shut. Roier quickly wedged himself into the frame. Hey, wait a moment, don't be so hasty. At least hear me out. But Dee's voice was cold, rejecting him outright. No, there's nothing left for us to say. Once, the two had been close companions. Together they had journeyed, seeking the origin of death. But everything changed when Roier fell to the temptations of a woman named Fia. Since then, Roier had shown sympathy toward those who live in death, even tried to save them. To Dee, this was unthinkable. Those who live in death were born outside the Golden Order's law, twisted from true death. They were blasphemies, staining the grace of guidance simply by existing. To leave them alive was to taint the very legitimacy of the Order. They had to be eradicated, every last one. To feel pity for them, to waver in conviction, that was unacceptable. Their conflict of ideals had destined them to part ways. Dee shoved Roier forcefully out of the doorway and slammed the door shut. Roier let out a bitter laugh, helpless. Yet he could not give up. In the journeys to come, Dee's strength was indispensable. And Roier knew him well enough to be certain Dee still lingered just beyond the door. So, despite the curious stares of other tarnished in the round table hold, Roier called out, Dee, come with me. I've found clues that point to the source. The sigil exists, it holds the truth of the ritual. Behind the door, Dee listened in silence. Roier spoke in veiled words, careful not to let the others in the hold overhear. What they pursued was dangerous knowledge, something no one else must learn: the truth of the Knight of the Black Knives. Long ago, a shard of the Rune of Death had been stolen from Malekth, the Black Blade. Using that fragment, the demigod Godwine the Golden was slain, the first recorded death of a demigod. That single night set in motion the shattering of the Elden Ring, and the wars that followed. The assassins responsible were said to be descendants of the Eternal Cities. All were women, clad in silver armor, shrouded in garments that cloaked them in invisibility. Their blades were blackened by ritual, infused with the Rune of Death itself. Thus, they were called the Black Knife Assassins. To bind the rune's power to their knives required a ritual of considerable scale. That ritual would have left its imprint, a sigil, a trace of the one who commanded it. Which meant that if they could find those knives, they might yet uncover who orchestrated the slaughter. Both Dee and Roier had long pursued this truth, their journeys fueled by that night's mystery. But their quest had led nowhere. Now Roier had brought new knowledge. "I found something," he said. "I found a place where a black knife assassin may still be hiding." The words, though cryptic to the others nearby, were enough. Dee would understand the half he left unspoken. "So please," Roier urged, "help me. In helping me, you help yourself." With a heavy creak, the door swung open. Roier should have felt relief, but instead he smiled wryly. He knew Dee. The man could not interpret the ritual, nor parse its symbols. The burden of proof would rest entirely on Roger's words. A smooth tongue was his only weapon, and he despised himself for it. He drew a deep breath and stepped inside. Elsewhere in the hold, a door cracked open just slightly. Fia peered out, quietly watching the scene. Only when Roier vanished into Dee's chamber did she shut the door once more. When Lucian returned to the Church of Vows, he sought out Myriel. The old tortoise pastor was standing with eyes closed, head swaying faintly. Whether deep in thought or on the verge of sleep, Lucian could not tell. The godskin prayer book that had once rested at his feet was gone. Lucian did not mind. He had entrusted it to Myriel, it was his now. Hearing footsteps, Myriel opened his eyes and smiled warmly. "Ah, Lord Lucian, you've returned. And I see the taint of death clinging to you has already been purged. Good, very good. Well then, if you are ready, let us begin your lessons." Lucian sat cross-legged upon the grass before him, awaiting instruction. "This prayer book," Myriel said, patting its cover with reverence, "holds incantations most extraordinary. Even this old shell of mine quivers with excitement. Ah, there is no end to knowledge. To learn is the sweetest joy." With that, he exhaled, and from his mouth formed a strange fire, black and white interwoven, flickering with an unholy beauty. Lucian's eyes widened. It was the black flame, just as the prayer book described. To think Myriel had already deciphered it, and in such short time. A prayer book was more than a spell scroll. To comprehend and reproduce its doctrine was a task leagues harder than simple rote learning. Yet Myriel had mastered it. How? Lucian wondered aloud. He had relied on runes, his faith bolstered by his stat investments. But Myriel had no such means. Nor did he truly worship the godskin. "Master Myriel," Lucian asked, "have you encountered this faith before?" Myriel chuckled and explained. "Incantations, though rooted in faith, are in truth born of imagination. If you can imagine yourself believing, wholly and without doubt, you may call forth their power. Some incantations manifest divine might, yes, but they are not granted by the gods themselves. Thus, true faith is not required to wield them. This, child, is the secret I have gleaned in my many long years." Lucian nodded in respect. No wonder Myriel, ancient and wise, had insights others lacked. Indeed, incantations in the lands between differed greatly from those of traditional fantasy. Elsewhere, gods demanded true devotion in exchange for power. But here, prayer was a mere echo reproduction of divine strength, like the miracles of Lord Ran. Will alone made them real. One need only believe they could be invoked. Yet belief so feigned risked becoming true devotion. Self-deception could turn to zealotry. Few could balance it as Myriel did. Lucian, of course, had no such problem. Runes did the work of faith for him. His learning knew no limits. And so, under Myriel's guidance, Lucian began to study the prayers of the Black Flame. The Godskin prayer book contained little in the way of practical spells. Most of its pages detailed the dogma of the Godskin Apostles. Yet two prayers stood out, Black Flame and Black Flame Blade. The first, the ignition of black fire itself, was the foundation of the faith. The second imbued one's blade with black flame, searing wounds even after the strike. With his faith bolstered by runes, Lucian mastered them quickly. In addition, he learned from Myriel the prayer of blessing's boon, an ancient benediction of the primordial Erd tree. It granted slow, steady healing to all allies within its range. A powerful tool, and one Lucian saw no reason to refuse. Myriel had offered to teach him sorcery as well, but when Lucian demonstrated Comet Azza, the pastor only laughed in admiration, declaring his magic already superb and his teacher beyond reproach. "Lord Lucian," Myriel said, voice tinged with awe, "your gift for learning astonishes me. Rarely have I met one who could walk both sorcery and incantation alike. Most devout spurn magic, and most mages hold no faith. Yet you embrace both. In battle, such balance is priceless." Lucian smiled, inclining his head. He knew the truth, incantations and sorcery both were powerful, but their wielders often frail. Yet his body, whether in his ordinary form or his greater frame, was resilient beyond compare. He had no need for fear. "Thank you for your teaching, Master Myriel," he said. "I must depart for now, but I will return to visit you." Myriel bowed his head. "Go well, child. May your path be guided." Leaving the church, Lucian glanced across the land, checking his map. Fixing his gaze on the minor Erd tree, he set it as his beacon. His next destination was the Black Knife Catacombs. There, he would claim the sigil left by the assassins. With that sigil, he could draw closer to Runy. It would show her that he knew the truth of her past, yet chose to walk beside her still. He would not wield it as threat. Runy would not bend to such things. No, he would present it as proof of his sincerity, his willingness to be accomplice. And he held something else she would covet, the sword of night and flame, entwined in mystery with the finger's layer blade. Together, these two things would forge their bond. Not merely allies co-conspirators. The time to move on Runy had come. Leaving the Church of Vows, Lucian trekked through a land of towering stone spires and broken ruins. Massive statues of ancient kings loomed overhead. This was the land of the old dynasty, long fallen. Here dwelled the ancestral followers, tall, dark-skinned, antlered men and women who shunned civilization, living in reverence of nature. Unlike the hostile tribes of the game, these merely watched in silence. The men gripped axes and hammers, the women held their children close. Their eyes followed Lucian, wary yet restrained, until he passed from sight. Then they returned to their lives. Through forests and ravines he traveled, felling a mighty rune bear with a swipe of his dragonclaw, crushing it like a child's sweet. At last, he reached the tomb's entrance. A headless knight barred the way, but Lucian struck him down and descended. Inside the black knife catacombs, he lit the sight of grace. Drawing his staff, he whispered a spell. Starlight. A blue orb hovered above, casting pale glow through the oppressive dark. Thus armed with light, Lucian stepped forward ready to plunder the secrets within. 161 Volume 2 Chapter 68 Cemetery Shade. Beneath the starlight, Lucian pressed deeper into the catacombs. This time, he intended to search every inch. The last burial ground he visited was the fringe folk hero's grave, and because that was technically his own family's tomb, he hadn't bothered looting it thoroughly. But here, he would show no restraint. To a tarnished, grave robbing was practically a way of life. Anything he remembered being here, he would not miss. Though he had to admit, he recalled little of true value in this catacomb. What made it memorable was not treasure, but its structure, a dual-boss grave, tied heavily to the story. Bones littered the floor in heaps. As Lucian walked, brittle fragments cracked beneath his boots with sharp snaps. Long ago, when the Erd Tree's death return system still functioned, the people of the lands between had no fear of death. One only had to lie down in a grave, and the roots of the Erd Tree would carry their soul back into its cycle. That explained the countless corpses strewn everywhere. Tombs were once resting places. Simply lie down, and the Erd Tree would reclaim you. Its roots stretched through wall and floor alike, serving as conduits for the return. As for coffins and sarcophagi, those were reserved only for the most honored. But ever since the Prince of Death shattered the system, the graves had been abandoned for ages. Now, cobwebs veiled the corridors, and only a rare few white candles still flickered with weak flame. Lucian stepped through brittle bones and extinguished candles, descending further by worn stone steps. From ahead came a faint rattle of bone striking bone. He turned, starglow illuminating the chamber beyond. There, scattered limbs and ribs began sliding across the ground, clattering together around a central sternum. A skeletal hand still clutching a short sword was dragged along, as was a shield bound to another arm. Piece by piece, the bones reassembled into a full human frame, rising unsteadily to its feet. A skeleton, one of the common Deathborn's spawn. It stood as if confused, lifting its shield hand to touch its bare skull. Then, as though realizing its state, it raised sword and shield and rushed at Lucian. He had not brought the Dragon Slayer sword spear into the catacomb this time. The weapon was simply too large, unwieldy even at its smallest size, and hopelessly cramped in narrow halls. But Lucian hardly needed to rely on the spear now. He was, at this point, nearly all round. He pressed his hands together at his chest. The dragon communion seal in his palm glowed red. A burst of radiant gold flared before him. Spreading his arms in a cross, he invoked the fundamentalist law of regression, a golden sigil of interlocked triangles shimmering at his front. From beneath his feet, a golden arc sprang forth, releasing countless intersecting lines of light that raced across the floor in a perfect lattice. The grid spread under the skeleton's feet, washing it in holy radiance. The Deathborn staggered forward 2 steps before its bones cracked apart, scattering once more into a lifeless heap. Lucian stepped closer to inspect. The animating death mist had been utterly purged. Now it was nothing more than inert remains. Indeed, the law of regression was perfect against the Deathborn. After testing its strength, Lucian pressed onward. The corridor walls soon sprouted torches, but the flames were not ordinary fire. They burned pale white, ghost flame, the same fire wielded by death-right birds. The passage was straight, offering no alcoves, corpses, or loot. Lucian advanced quickly until he stood before a great iron door. An arched frame of stone held it in place, flanked by 2 statuesque-robed skeletons holding staves. Beyond lay the chamber of the grave's guardian. Many catacombs in the lands between followed this design, the boss room near the entrance, not the end. Lucian studied the door carefully. It bore a relief of the Erd Tree, but unlike most depictions, the lush crown of branches was small while the vast, tangled roots below dominated the carving. Fitting, given that graves were tied to the Erd Tree's roots, the pathway of return. In the game, opening such doors required finding a lever hidden deep inside, usually guarded by ambushes. But Lucian had no patience for such games. He stepped back, knees bent, storm force gathering around him. Breathing deep, he surged forward and drove a heavy kick into the iron door. The locks held. The door dented deeply but did not yield. The stone frame, however, was not so durable. Cracks spread through the masonry. A heartbeat later, it collapsed, severing the connection to the door. Boom! The massive door tore free and crashed to the ground with thunderous weight. Locked or not, iron was only as strong as the stone that held it. Lucian strode past the fallen slab, descending further. The air grew thick with roots. Fine tendrils of the Erd tree stretched across wall and ceiling, multiplying as he walked. At last, the chamber opened into a vast cavern, upheld by 4 massive stone pillars. Ghost flame torches blazed along the walls. At its heart sprawled the Erd tree's massive roots, fused with countless corpses that had long since returned, skeletons bound into bark, inseparable from the wood. From the floor, more skeletons rose, weapons in hand, shuffling toward Lucian. He ignored them. Instead, he glanced around with mild confusion. If memory served, the boss here was the cemetery shade, yet none appeared. Were these mere skeletons all the room contained? Behind him, a wisp of darkness silently took form. No sound, no breath, no presence. The cemetery shade. Its skull was clutched in the grip of a strange parasite, a crab-like body, with moth-like furry antennae and 10 spidery legs that pierced deep into its host's head. The man beneath was a husk, skinny, riddled with holes, heart hollowed, yet animated by the parasite's control. Its empty white eyes fixed on Lucian's back. Without a whisper, it raised twin mantis blades, snapping them open, and struck down. The swing was fast, but Lucian sidestepped with a single quickstep. Arrows from skeleton archers rattled uselessly against his scales. He ignored them, spun, and swept his staff across. A conjured carrion greatsword cleaved the cemetery shade in two. The halves collapsed, then instantly reformed, fusing like tar. Even before it had fully knitted back together, the cemetery shade lunged again, blades hacking wildly. Lucian backstepped, raising his dragon communion seal. Red light surged. A phantom dragon's claw ripped into existence, slamming down with brutal force. The shadow's body was shredded, half its form dispersed into smoke. Yet again, black mist seeped back, restoring it. Lucian narrowed his eyes. His damage was overwhelming by rights. The creature should have perished several times over. Which meant the weakness lay elsewhere. His gaze locked on the parasite. Yes, that was the true body. The teleportation, the semi-phantasmal state, those were its abilities, not the husks. Destroy the parasite, and the cemetery shade would fall. He leveled his staff at its head, sorcery gathering. Time for a little crystal barrage. Glintstone shards erupted in a furious volley, hammering forward like a machine gun. This was Crystal Barrage, a spell adapted from the crystalline beings, one Cellen had personally recommended. As expected, the parasite sensed danger. It dragged the host into mist, reappearing across the chamber. So, it feared direct strikes. Proof enough. From the moment it spawned, it had barely attacked, pressed too hard by Lucian's relentless spells and incantations. While it regrouped, Lucian unleashed another wave of law of regression, scouring the chamber of lesser skeletons. Then, swift sorceries followed: Glintstone Pebble, swift Glintstone Shard, and finally, the killing strike, Comet Aza. The cemetery shade understood. At range, it would be annihilated. It warped closer, blades flashing. A feint, its true aim was the parasite itself, its legs snapping free and lunging for Lucian's skull. Had it latched on, he would have been next in line as host. But Lucian was ready. The dragon communion seal blazed. Black flames surged over his fist. With a single crushing punch, he smashed through parasite and host alike. The cemetery shade's skull burst like an overripe melon, parasite shattering in fire. It still flailed, blades hacking wildly, barely breaking Lucian's scales. The wounds closed as quickly as they opened. The parasite writhed, burning, until nothing remained but ash. Without it, the mist shrouding the cemetery shade dispersed. The husk collapsed into sludge. The cemetery shade was not truly strong, just a parasite clinging to a corpse. Still, its abilities were unnerving. Caught unprepared, even a hero might fall here. But compared to true champions, it fell short. Even bare-handed, Lucian could have crushed it with storm or claw. This battle had been little more than practice for spell and incantations alike. He stooped, picking up one of the mantis blades. Testing its weight, he gave it a few swings. Sharp, balanced. It gleamed with power, already strengthened to +7. Not bad. His sword spear was only at +12. The mantis blades were heavier than curved swords, even more than straight swords, yet their ingenious design converted weight into power, cutting the air cleanly. By channeling magic, their folded halves could snap open into mantis-like claws, perfect for sudden reach. That was why they were named mantis blades. Lucian claimed both, strapping them to his belt. They might prove useful against the Black Knife assassin to come. The cemetery shade had been weak enough to toy with. But to the Black Knives they were another matter entirely. On the night of Black Knives, they had slain the mightiest demigod, Godwine the Golden. And Lucian had no intention of taking lightly blades that bore the power of destined death. 162, Volume 2, Chapter 69, The Black Knife Assassin. Within the cavern, Lucian found a coffin left ajar. Inside lay nothing but a heap of ashes. Beside it was a twin-edged glintstone crown likely belonging to the deceased. Lucian gathered the ashes into the sorcerer's own headpiece, setting it carefully aside. He would return for it after fully exploring the catacomb. Later, he thought, he would place this sorcerer alongside the battlemage Hughes. Both were sorcerers. Both had their remains stored within their own crowns. Surely, they would get along. Upon the Erd tree root fused with countless corpses, Lucian also discovered something far more troubling, a Deathroot, thickly entwined with black thorns of death. This one was far larger than usual, twice the size of the ones left behind by Tibia mariners after death. Most Deathroots were the size of an apple. This one was the size of a grapefruit. Eyes of the dead bulged along its surface, grown together with the root. Black blotches and thorny vines riddled it since it had lingered here for ages. Lucian raised a mantis blade and cut the Deathroot free. Then, invoking the law of regression, he sealed it thoroughly. As with the ashes, he set it down to collect later. Retracing his steps, Lucian left the cavern and followed a different passage downward. Curiously, though the Deathroot had been sealed, deathborn skeletons continued to rise again and again. This was unlike his past encounters. Normally, once a Tibia mariner fell, its summons vanished along with it. He frowned. Something didn't add up. The Deathborn relied on death's miasma to remain animated. Without that fuel, they should have collapsed into piles of brittle bones, yet here they were, rising again even after being struck down by holy law. In fact, when scoured by law of regression, they still revived, some even comically whirling their blades above their heads like helicopter rotors, launching themselves at him only to slam into the walls and crash down in ridiculous heaps. That was when Lucian noticed a strange figure among them, a living corpse, holding a candelabrum burning with ghost flame. Candelabra were common sentry gear across the lands between, but ghost flame torches? He had never seen such before, and the flame seemed different. To test his suspicion, Lucian summoned a storm, snuffing out every other torch nearby, even his own starlight overhead. Now, in the pitch-dark grave, only the glow of that ghost flame candelabrum remained. As he drew closer, slaying Deathborn along the way, he stepped into the flame's circle of light. And at once, he understood. The ghost flame wasn't ordinary fire, it carried the aura of an ancient law, one that sanctified death itself. Under its light, death was no longer an error to be corrected. Here, the law of regression lost its authority. Deathborn retained their miasma. Holy law inflicted wounds, but did not purge. So this was the force served by the death-right birds and their kind, the ancient god of death. Lucian reignited his starlight, filling the tomb with glow. Then, sweeping up a storm, he snuffed out the ghost flame candelabrum. At once, the Deathborn collapsed into bone heaps, no longer sustained. Now, clearing them out was simple, extinguished the flames, and the grave grew quiet. At a corner of the catacomb, Lucian found a chamber sealed by an imp statue. He did not hesitate, driving in a stone's word key. His stores at Stormvale were plentiful, there was no need to be stingy. The chamber opened. Within, the Deathborn collapsed instantly, stripped of miasma without Deathroot to anchor them. A small mercy saving him the trouble of fighting. And there, propped against the wall, lay a weapon, Rosus' axe. Rosus, known as the guide of the dead, held a special place among death's keepers. Yet the axe itself seemed awkward, unwieldy. Lucian set it aside. Not for use, but as part of his growing collection. The catacomb was not large. Soon, Lucian reached its deepest chamber. It dwarfed even the boss cavern before. 3 massive guillotines operated ceaselessly within, raised slowly, then released to fall in thunderous arcs, smashing stone as they struck. Each crash echoed power enough to behead even dragons. And, of course, skeletal archers lined the hall, ready to obstruct. Lucian wasted no time. He swept forth a storm, extinguishing every ghost flame torch. The Deathborn fell silent, collapsing into piles of white bone. Only then did he step forward to study the guillotine traps. Yes, he remembered. By riding the flat of the blades as they rose, one could reach the second floor. There, behind an illusory wall, a hidden foe waited, a black knife assassin. Lucian circled the hall, confirming the path. Between the second and third guillotines, he spotted the ascent. But rather than risk the blades, he bent his knees, storm gathering around him. With one mighty leap, boosted by Tempest and his own strength, he vaulted cleanly to the second floor. The corridor above was narrow, statues of watchdogs aligned neatly along the walls. Lucian shook his head, chuckling. The assassin is clever enough to use a hidden wall, yet not clever enough to hide the entrance itself. The passage formed an L shape, sparsely guarded. After clearing a few Deathborn and their ghost flame, he pressed on to its end. There, a wall barred the way. To the unknowing, it was a dead end. But Lucian knew better. He considered summoning a ring of glint blades, then refrained. Negotiations should not begin with a drawn weapon. Instead, he lifted his mantis blade and tapped the wall. The illusion shattered at once, revealing a small chamber beyond. A lone figure stirred. Resting against the far wall, a black knife assassin raised her head, eyes meeting his. At Lucian's side, even Molina froze. Her expression tightened. The black knives, those who once slew Godwine the Golden. Lucian opened his mouth to speak, yet before a word left his lips, the assassin sprang to her feet. Low to the ground, swift as a shadow, she darted forward, blade gleaming. Her dagger inlit, not yet bearing the red glow of destined death. She did not wish to expose it. Not yet. Its point drove straight for Lucian's chest. "Wait, I am not your enemy," he called. She gave no answer. Lucian raised his mantis blade, parrying the thrust with perfect precision. In the same instant, the assassin vaulted off the locked blades, flipping high overhead. He spun, expecting a strike to his back, only to find her sprinting full tilt for the exit. What? They weren't fighting, she was fleeing. Lucian blinked in surprise, then darted after her. Wait, don't run, I'm not here to hurt you. The assassin didn't look back. To her, he was nothing but a grave robber intruder, dangerous, experienced, not to be trusted. She had no time to risk injury here. If he had allies, she would be cornered. Better to escape, then ambush him outside, silence him before he could speak of her presence. Ever since the night of Black Knives, they had lived in hiding, never leaving trace or corpse behind. For even their bodies told secrets, especially their weapons, still marked forever with traces of the death rune. No, she could not fall here. She had to live, to conceal that night's truth. Lucian's steps closed the distance, his voice still pursuing. I told you, I mean no harm. Her breath came sharp. His speed was too great. Soon he was upon her. Reaching, Lucian caught her wrist. At once, the assassin twisted. She planted her feet on the wall, using the grip as leverage, and spun midair. Her captured hand locked onto his wrist, pulling herself close, dagger flashing toward his throat. For a moment, Lucian felt the chill of death itself against his neck. But the blade never landed. With a sharp motion, he swung her like a hammer, slamming her body into the wall. She tried to lessen the impact, coiling tight, legs wrapped around his torso for leverage, but still, the blow cracked stone and drove blood from her lips. Her grip broke. She staggered back, injured. Yet instead of retreating, she steadied, blade raised once more. Now, the dagger glowed, red black flame sparking along its edge. Destined death. Lucian's brows drew tight. So, she meant to fight seriously. If she would not listen, then he would have to subdue her alive, if possible. He drew both mantis blades, ready. And then, her form vanished. The chamber's floor was littered with bones. Lucian knew she couldn't move without disturbing them. He stomped down, sending magic through the tiles, forcing her from cover. Storm winds swept the hall, searching. Yet nothing, until a streak of red-black flame struck from above. He looked up. The ceiling. Lucian leapt aside, barely dodging the first thrust of destined death. A second, a third followed. This couldn't continue. He exhaled, releasing the last of his FP in a storm that filled the entire chamber. Walls peeled, bones powdered. The tempest scoured everything. If she survived, he could heal her with his flask. If not, then he would claim her blade and the black knife insignia. He layered storm upon storm, until the inner tempest spun tight, shredding everything within. At last, blood mist seeped through the winds. Even an assassin of the Black Knives could not resist forever. When her struggle finally waned, Lucian let the storm fade. At the chamber's center, the assassin lay broken, bloodied, her armor shredded to rags. Still, he did not rush forward. Assassins were masters of feigned weakness. Only after long moments did he approach. She lay unmoving, too weak to strike. And Lucian frowned. If he delayed any longer, she might truly die. He sighed, kneeling at her side. It seems, he murmured, I'll have to save you, whether you like it or not. 163 Volume 2 Chapter 70 A Familiar Blade. Lucian stepped closer to the fallen black knife assassin. Beneath her, blood had already pooled across the stone, but her breath lingered, faint yet steady. She was alive. Even so, Lucian did not touch her outright. Instead, he nudged her hand lightly with the end of his carrion glintstone staff. Once. Twice. No response. He still didn't move to lift her. He wasn't about to gamble. Who knew what lingering effect destined death might leave on the body? Mocha's blood flame burned with horrifying persistence. Was this power any less? One careless mistake, and he might be forced to burn through another use of wind spirit moon shadow. That, Lucian could not allow. The moon shadow was meant for battle and survival, not for cleaning up after his own negligence. So, he kept his distance. With the staff's end, he lifted the assassin's tattered hood. The storm had shredded it to rags, more like a filthy cloth than a cowl. Long white hair spilled loose from within, strands snapped short at uneven lengths. Her face was revealed bloodied and torn. The storm had left no inch of her untouched. He prodded her cheek once more with the staff. Still nothing. Satisfied she was truly unconscious, Lucian pried her fingers open and slipped the black knife from her grasp. Without it, she was no longer a threat. Even if she woke, her claws were gone, she would be little more than a cornered cat. At last, he lifted her. Only then did he notice her breathing shallow, ragged, almost gone. She had no strength left. Certain she could no longer resist, Lucian produced a flask of crimson tears and poured its contents into her mouth. Her vitals steadied. Breathing slowed, then grew even. Still wounded, but no longer at death's door. Lucian thought for a moment, then uncorked a second flask. And a third. Why not? The flasks replenished at sights of grace, and he had more than enough. Unlike the game, this world was different here. A single golden seed sufficed to carve a flask. No such thing as needing 2 or 3. True, it would be easier to keep her weakened. But there was no need. Even at full strength, stripped of her black knife, she posed no danger to him. Besides, healing her would show goodwill and easier road to future cooperation. So he poured again. The results were immediate. Her breath grew smooth, wounds closed, blood flow ceased. Her body began to knit together faster than it had been torn apart. She remained unconscious, but in truth she might now be healthier than before the fight. Lucian picked up a torn scrap of her garment from the floor and wiped the blood from her face. What emerged beneath the stains was striking, delicate, sharp-featured beauty, paired with her tall, lithe build and flowing white hair. Even disheveled, she carried a cold, commanding presence. An air of an untouchable noblewoman, or perhaps, more accurately, a deadly enchantress. Her armor, too, lay in tatters. Though the black knife set covered much with metal, the storm had shredded the underlayers cloth at her shoulders, sides, thighs, even beneath the skirt plates. Where fabric was gone, pale skin gleamed through skin so white it was almost startling, like one untouched by sun. Not the silver sheen of the Nox, but a pallor that, on her people, looked natural, not sickly. Streaked with fresh blood, the sight was strangely vivid, harsh and beautiful all at once. Lucian shook his head, forcing the thought aside. Now was not the time for idle admiration of foreign races. He sat opposite her, turning the black knife in his hands. Its design was unusual. Not merely a dagger's single edge, beneath the main blade ran another curved edge, and even the guard split into 2 more hooked blades. 4 edges in total. Decoration? No. Function. A weapon made for killing from any angle. He had no doubt assassins trained to exploit each one in ways most could never anticipate. And there, carved into the steel, was the telltale mark, a jagged fracture, running down the length of the blade. The scar left by destined death. Lucian knew the story how Runy had once performed the ritual, binding the rune of death into these knives. Even a weapon as rare as this could not withstand such power. Cracks bloomed along the steel, impossible to mend. That was the nature of rituals in the lands between, sacred, indelible. The sacred flasks resisted all corruption. Ritual pots restored themselves after use, unlike common cracked pots. And the black knives bore fractures, eternal evidence of the rune once forced into them. No ritual could be erased, not even by those who wished it. Lucian studied the blade from every angle, yet he saw nothing more. How had Roier gleaned so much from these fractures, enough to know who performed the rite, and what had transpired? Lucian himself saw only a scar. But then, he didn't need to uncover its secrets. He already knew the truth of the story. When the time came, he could simply show this knife to Runy. Tell her where he had found it. She would not doubt him. After all, the blade itself was proof and Runy was never one to deny her hand in the past. So Lucian set the knife aside. He would bring it to her soon. And not only that, he had another card to play, the Shadow of the Stars katana. That, too, tied in some way to the finger's layer blade. And though Runy did not yet possess the blade she sought, Lucian knew when she would. The festival of combat loomed. Afterward, Ceria's fate would turn. The path to Nokron would open. And soon, Runy or her followers would claim the finger's layer blade for themselves. Once they had it, his katana would lose its worth. No, he must strike a deal before then. And this time, he would not serve her as a mere vassal. No longer the pawn of someone else's story. He would stand as an ally. Equal. For he had goals of his own. Like finding a way to grant Molina a body of her own. Perhaps through Renala's art of rebirth. Perhaps through some soul transference like Runy's own. But it was worth asking. Just then, Molina's voice cut into his thoughts. Lucian, may I see that blade? He turned, surprised. She rarely asked for anything. What is it? Her gaze lingered on the knife. This weapon and that woman, they feel familiar to me. I wish to hold it. Perhaps, in doing so, I might recall something. Lucian nodded. Of course. But Molina could not manifest within the catacomb itself. They would need to step out, to the site of grace by the entrance. So Lucian hefted the unconscious assassin onto his shoulder, carried her up the stairs, and set her down beside the grace. For safety, he pulled loose a strip of her own torn cloth, wedging it between her teeth just in case she attempted to bite her tongue. Then he rummaged through Torrent's pack, drawing out strong rope. Though no expert in knots, he tied her again and again until she was bound nearly like a cocoon. Only then, satisfied she would not slip away, did he rest. Molina appeared, quiet flame in her hair. She reached for the black knife. The moment her fingers closed around its hilt, a wave of recognition swept her. Unbidden, her body moved, testing, slashing, parrying. At first hesitant, then flowing faster, sharper, until the blade danced in her hand with ease. Lucian's brows furrowed. The sight was uncanny. It was as if he were watching the assassin herself. Could it be Molina awakening fragments of a past life? The thought nagged at him. It was a feeling he knew well, like in the game, stumbling on certain items that seemed to stir buried memories. But in truth, it made sense. In the game, Molina's combat style mirrored that of the Black Knife assassins. Even her use of the destined death skill was near identical. Her sealed left eye, the Eye of Night. The very mark of the Gloam-Eyed Queen, mistress of Black Flame and destined death. And yet, Molina had said nothing when he learned Black Flame. Had she not noticed? Or had she simply chosen silence? He didn't know. At last, Molina lowered the dagger, handing it back. A small smile touched her lips. Lucian, I think I have remembered something. Once, I wielded blades like this. The moment I held it, the motions came back to me. Techniques I had long forgotten. I do not know if I was truly one of them, but at least I was no stranger to battle. Her eyes lowered, softer now. though in memory, I recall only incantations of healing. Even so, she whispered, almost to herself, it seems I once lived by the sword. Lucian exhaled, a trace of relief easing from his chest. So it was only muscle memory, not mission. Not yet. He smiled faintly. Then congratulations. You've taken another step back toward what was lost. But as Molina met his gaze, her joy dimmed. Yes, she had remembered. Yes, her skill had returned. But what use were they, to a spirit with no body? What could she truly offer him, like this? 164, Volume 2 Chapter 71, Shackles in the Dark. Nothing had changed. Molina was still as she had always been, forced to linger at Lucian's back, watching him fight alone. All she could do during battle was hold her silence, eyes full of quiet worry. Even encouragement was dangerous. A single word at the wrong time could break his focus and alter the outcome. Only when she spotted something urgent and opening, a hidden threat, would she speak. In those rare moments, she felt as though she truly stood beside him, fighting at his side. But she knew it was only self-deception. Enough of that, she said suddenly. You'd better go and keep watch on that woman. Careful she doesn't wriggle free and escape. It was an excuse, a quick way to close the topic. Lucian chuckled. No rush. I tied her up like a cocoon, there's no way she's getting out. The rope he carried wasn't scavenged junk from corpses. It was Stormveil made, sturdy and reliable. Even with his poor knotwork, the extra layers he'd wrapped ensured her bonds were secure. Molina blinked and teased him lightly. Well, whose fault is it your tying skills are so bad? Then why didn't you teach me just now? Pfft, because I don't know either. Lucian flicked her nose, and she flushed, looking away in defeat. It was a trick he'd discovered worked well on her. Though she was long used to holding his hand, any other form of touch still made her shy. Just the lightest brush of his finger would have her turn her head, feigning indifference. A perfect tactic for when he needed to break the mood before leaving a sight of grace. Yet as he rose to go, something troubled him. Molina had clearly felt the same familiarity toward the Black Knife assassin that she had toward the blade itself, and yet she hadn't pursued the matter further. That wasn't like her. Still, her concern about the prisoner escaping did suit her cautious nature. And so, Lucian only nodded, bid her farewell, and stepped out of the grace. As he departed, he caught the faintest sigh, so soft he might have imagined it. But no, his senses were sharp. He knew what he'd heard. What was she thinking? Just now, she had recalled forgotten techniques, even regained the muscle memory of wielding a black knife. That should have been a cause for joy. But no, perhaps it was precisely because of that. She was tormented by her lack of a body. Without flesh, she could not stand beside him in truth. She had said as much in Castle Morn, that she was sorry she could do so little without a form of her own. Wait for me a little longer, Molina, Lucian vowed silently. I will find a way to grant you a body again, so that you can walk this path at my side. Lucian stopped before the Black Knife assassin. She had awoken. Still bound from head to toe, she writhed on the ground like a worm. The sight was almost comical, pathetic for one of such deadly reputation. Sweat and blood soaked her white hair, plastering it against her neck and cheek. Rolling in the dirt had left her a mess. When she saw Lucian appear from the air and stride toward her, she stilled, shame burning in her chest. Humiliation. To be bound so, reduced to crawling in the dirt, and to have him witness it. She raised her head, glaring at him. Earlier, she had been too focused on escape to notice. Only now did she realize that he was a tarnished. Her people, the Black Knives, did not remain in one place forever. They kept watch, they listened. And they knew, after Queen Marika shattered the Elden Ring, she had recalled the exiled Tarnished to the lands between. But what was this one? He had appeared in this catacomb as if from nowhere. From the clash earlier, she knew at once he was no grave robber. Not with that strength. Grave robbery was no work for one so capable. So why had he come? She thought of the ghost flame that burned here, pale and unnatural. Or perhaps she herself was the reason. Her heart sank. Had her movements been exposed, he had spared her life. That could only mean one thing: he sought information. In that case, she would have no choice. If interrogation was certain, then suicide was the only path. She could not risk her secret spilling. But how? Before his eyes, her gaze hardened. If she could not escape, she would die defiant. Lucian stood over her, sighing faintly. I told you, I'm not your enemy. I only want to ask a few things. You see, I didn't kill you. I even healed your wounds. He tugged free the gag of cloth from her mouth. Words could not be exchanged through muffled breath. Then he placed his thumb between her teeth, bracing it against her upper and lower jaw. It was not some strange act of cruelty. He simply feared she would bite through her tongue the moment she had the chance. It was the sort of thing an assassin would do. Awkward, yes. Speaking would be unclear. But at least it barred her from that kind of self-destruction. The assassin's expression shifted, puzzled. Did he truly believe biting one's tongue could kill? If it were so simple, but no. Real suicide required preparation, poison hidden in the mouth, a chance to take it unnoticed. She had not had the chance. Of course, Lucian could not know. He had never witnessed such things, only heard tales. And so he erred. In this strange world where bodies could endure wounds that would kill lesser men, blood loss and suffocation were hardly simple ends. She did not correct him. Better to let him labor under the falsehood. If he believed she still sought to end herself, he might slip up. That would be her chance. Instead, she sank her teeth into his thumb, not enough to tear it off, but enough to make her defiance plain. If she could provoke him into rage and death, all the better. His flesh broke. She tasted blood. Lucian only twitched at the odd sensation, the itch of teeth, the wet slide of her tongue. He ignored it. "Tell me your name," he asked. She stared back, silent, eyes blazing. "You're Numan, aren't you? The same people as Queen Marika." Still silence. Only the grinding of teeth against his thumb. "Why were you hiding in this catacomb?" She did not answer, biting harder until blood welled. At last, Lucian leaned closer, voice low. "Shouldn't you be Marika's kin? Then why was it Runy who branded your knives with the rune of death?" Her pupils shrank. So soon. He had seen the fracture in the blade and already traced it to Runy. Lucian caught the flicker in her gaze. "Don't worry. I know Runy. I only want to understand what truly happened that night. What role she played." But after that one slip, she gave him nothing. Her eyes shut. Her jaw loosened. She went limp as if dead, refusing all further response. Lucian frowned. Professional, indeed. She would not break. And torture was out of the question. He had no wish to waste her strength or her life. On the contrary, he had thought to recruit them. The black knives were skilled, resourceful. With them under his banner, so many tasks could be made easier. But not now. For now, the blade alone would suffice. The scar of destined death upon it was all he needed to stand before Runy. Later, perhaps he could bring her into the fold. For now, the question was what to do with her. He could not set her free, but neither could he parade her bound and bloodied through the open. Her race was too distinct, her garb too recognizable. Even wrapped in ropes, it would look no different from a man parading a kidnapped maiden. That was not the image he sought. Nor could he summon aid quickly. Even if he returned to Stormvale, summoned his crucible knights, and had them fly, a day at least would be wasted. No, she had to come with him. And discreetly. His eyes swept the catacomb. Stone sarcophagi too large, too unwieldy. But the jars, yes, the jars were big enough. Large, round, and common here. Not so suspicious as dragging a coffin behind him. It would be cramped. She would have to curl within. But with a sealing ward on the outside, she would not break free. Decision made, Lucian pulled his finger from her mouth. It bore her teeth marks, still bleeding, slick with spit. He gagged her again, then lifted her up and carried her toward one of the great jars. Her eyes flew open as she realized his intent. Panic flickered, her body trembling against the bonds. She remembered old stories, whispered through her clan. Long ago, when her people were still called the Maidens, they had been brutalized by another race. Tortures beyond cruelty, whipped until their flesh split and festered, then stuffed into great jars. There, their broken bodies were fused with the flesh of others, wounds reopened, flesh mingled, again and again until all were one pulsing mass, crammed to bursting. She had never witnessed it herself, yet the memory lived on in their lore. And now, bound and helpless, she felt the same terror. She did not fear death, but that fate, that horror was worse than death itself. 165, Volume 2, Chapter 72, Traces of Death. Lucian could clearly feel the black knife assassin trembling in his grasp, her breathing ragged and uneven. Yet when he looked down at her, she still glared up at him with venom in her eyes. He could not tell what had triggered such fear in her, what had broken her composure and left her shaking. Still, at least it was better than her previous silence, when she had given him nothing at all. If there was a reaction, then there was hope. A reaction meant the chance to speak. And once she spoke, perhaps everything could change. For now, Lucian decided to give her one last chance. He removed the gag from her mouth and asked, "What's wrong? Do you have anything you wish to say? If you've got something, best say it now. Once we're on the road, I won't have the time to listen." But she still said nothing. No pleas, no curses, not a word. They simply locked eyes in silence. Her gaze was firm, unyielding, filled with defiance, but beneath it, fear flickered, impossible to hide. It was the look of a knight who had cried, "Humph, just kill me then," only to realize, a heartbeat later, that her fate would be far worse than death. Her heart was shaking, her mind screaming with unease. But because of the words she had spoken, because she had shown defiance, she now forced herself to hold his gaze with all the resolve she could muster, covering her fear with pride. Looking into her eyes, Lucian realized she had no intention of yielding. He shrugged, pushed the cloth back between her lips, and tied it securely. "If you won't talk, then there's nothing more I can do. I can't read minds." If a prisoner voiced a request, as long as it was reasonable, he was willing to listen. But if she chose silence, then his hands were tied. And so, he lifted her and forced her curled body into the great jar. The vessel's lid was chipped, leaving small cracks where air could flow. Enough to prevent her from suffocating. That alone eased his worry. With a dull thud, the lid closed. Inside, the world went pitch black. From within came muffled whimpers, faint and weak. Lucian ignored them. He pressed his sacred seal against the jar, layering it in the bindings of holy law. With the enchantment, the vessel, ordinary though it was, gained strength enough to withstand blows and pressure. Even if she tried to smash her skull against the inner walls, she would not break free. Lucian tied ropes around the jar, looping them several times until he could carry it by hand or sling it on his back. The sight was crude, inelegant, a jar bound in rope, slung like baggage. Molina could hardly resist laughing at the sight, but Lucian paid her no mind. It worked, and that was enough. Even so, the assassin's strange reaction lingered in his thoughts. She had only begun trembling when she realized he meant to put her in the jar. Why? Did she have some particular hatred for jars? In the game, there had been no text that mentioned anything like this. Jars were just containers. Nothing more. Unless it was because of the living jars. They were filled with the remains of fallen warriors, after all. But no, living jars were viewed kindly in the lands between. Anyone who had spoken with them knew they were gentle beings. None went hunting warriors for sport. They only grew stronger by honoring those who had already fallen. Or perhaps she thought he meant to kill her. Strange. She hadn't seemed afraid of death before. Lucian frowned, then let the thought go. Idle speculation would do him no good now. Still, he tucked the memory away. When the chance came, he would investigate. Perhaps it would lead to truths he did not expect. After securing the assassin, Lucian did not leave the catacombs immediately. There was still loot left behind. First, the Deathroot and the spirit ashes of the twinsage sorcerer. He also searched the hidden chamber where the assassin had concealed herself earlier, and there found a broken black knife, assassin's cerulean dagger, its blade stained with a faint, otherworldly blue. Though shattered, lacking its hilt, it could still serve as a talisman. Lucian remembered its effect well. When executing foes, it restored sorcery power. Useful, though not something he particularly needed right now. Beyond that chamber, he discovered a path he had overlooked earlier. A ladder led down to a lower level of the catacombs. There, after dispatching several crabs, he found a rune arc on a corpse. Rune arcs, treasures of no small worth. He needed them badly. All of Stormvale's stored rune arcs had already been spent to fill the base of Godric's great rune. Even with Tarnished scouring the lands to gather more, the stock remained scarce. The foundation of the great rune remained incomplete, still bearing empty notches where arcs could fit. If fully filled, Lucian estimated it would grant +10 to all attributes. And beyond the had a hunch. If he could complete the circle of arcs entirely, the great rune might awaken a hidden power. Something new, something extraordinary. He couldn't wait to see what it would be. After gathering everything, he stepped briefly into the gray space to store his spoils, then drew out his map to plan the road ahead. The next destination was Clearcaria Manor. He had to find Runy. From here, the distance was not far. The only trouble was the lack of direct roads. But that was nothing new. Tarnished were no strangers to traveling rough paths. Route decided, Lucian shouldered the jar with the captive inside and departed the catacombs. The canyon outside offered no easy climb. Though stone slabs jutted from the cliff face, many were broken midway, leaving no clear path upward. Jumping down had been simple, but climbing back up, a different matter entirely. No, he would have to retrace his steps, return through the lands of the ancestral followers. So be it, he thought. Days later, Dee and Roier arrived at the entrance to the Black Knife Catacombs. Roier held a map FIA had given him. It was crude, showing little more than a magic tower and a minor Erd tree. Yet after comparing it to the terrain over the past few days, they were certain this was the place. They looked down the cliffside. There, built into the canyon wall, was the entrance to the catacombs. But a spectral mausoleum knight stood guard before the door, headless, sword in hand. This was the same knight Lucian had slain. But beneath the power of the Deathright bird's black feathers, it had risen again. After all, what sense was there in speaking of death for one who was already dead? Unlike the Deathborn, these revenants rose slowly. But as long as the feathers remained intact, they would rise again and again, never ceasing in their duty. They waited. Waited for Prince Godwine to awaken. Waited for the age of those who live in death. And unlike the Deathborn, they needed no Deathroot, no miasma of decay. Their power came from ancient rites and curses of their own making, lives given up willingly, exchanged for eternal strength. Not the Deathborn. But to Dee's eyes, they were no different. Anything born of death was an abomination against the Golden Order. And now, this one barred their path. Dee and Roier shared a glance, then charged. For the first time in a long while, they fought side by side. And their coordination, once familiar, returned effortlessly. Together, they struck the headless knight down. Dee purified the feathers from its corpse, stripping every last trace of black death until it could not rise again. Only then did he nod, and the two of them entered the catacombs. But after some time, they emerged again disappointed. The place had been thoroughly cleared. Nothing remained. Only a few lingering Deathborn, and a single, strangely tiny Deathroot that puzzled even Dee. Beyond that, nothing of worth. The treasures did not concern them. What disheartened them was the absence of the black knife print. Their trail had gone cold. Roier, however, found a small measure of relief. At least this way, he had no reason to lie. Though he had promised FIA his aid, he could not betray Dee. Perhaps he would have to seek another way. The two stood silently at the entrance until Dee finally spoke. "What will you do next?" Roier stroked his chin, uncertain. "I suppose I must continue seeking the truth of the Knight of Black Knives. The truth of death itself. But once again, the trail has ended." He sighed. I had hoped that by tracing the black knife print to its source, I might discover the one who wields the death curse mark. If we could find that, everything might become clear. Dee studied his old friend for a long while. He had seen Roier fight the Deathborn just now, with no hesitation. It eased his doubts. At last, he said, I've heard word of a half-wheel wound of the centipede. They say its mark has been found in a village nearby. I've helped you once. Now you'll return the favor. You'll come with me to uncover this. We'll need your lore, your learning, to decipher it. I'll let you sate your curiosity, but only if you swear you won't be deceived by that woman, FIA. If we find anything, it will be under my eye. The marks, the curse marthe will remain in my keeping. He paused, then added, with more weight, the Deathborn are not to be pitied. This isn't only the Order's command. It is my warning to you as a friend. Even if you foolishly mistake them for life, they will not thank you. They will only hate you, and in their hatred, they will try to kill you, and make you one of their own. Don't burden yourself with such false compassion. Roier blinked, surprised by the offer. That Dee would still invite him along. Like the knife print, the centipede sigil was tied to the curse mark. If they traced it, they might yet reach the remnant of a demigod's death. Neither of them knew the truth that the curse mark had been split in two. Both thought the knife print and the centipede sigil pointed only to Godwine's body. But Roier knew differently. Dee's brother had once stood before the Prince of Death. He had searched Godwine's corpse and found no trace of the mark, which meant it must lie elsewhere. And so, they had no choice but to continue. To chase every fragment, every sigil, in hopes of finding the truth. Roier hesitated. He and Dee shared the same goal, the truth of the night, the truth of death. But what they would do with it differed. Dee sought to destroy the Deathborn. Roier to aid them. When the moment came, when truth was in hand, they would stand opposed. He did not want to betray Dee. He did not want to hurt him. But still, this might be the only path. One step at a time, Roier told himself. If this can lead us to the truth, then yes, I'll come. If we find the curse mark, it's yours. I only wish to understand. Meanwhile, Lucian retraced his path, past the bear he had once smashed flat, and returned to the ruins of Old Dynasty. The ancestral followers rose to their feet as he entered again. Males stood in front of females and young, eyes wary of the intruder. And this time, it was clear he meant not just to pass the outskirts, but to enter their very heart. They were not unfriendly by nature. But this man was not one to be taken lightly, especially with that massive weapon on his back. Even the gentlest of peoples would take offense to strangers barging into their home. One among them stepped forward, a burly figure adorned with horns and bones. Clearly, their chieftain. His voice was muffled, his words thick with accent, yet earnest, almost childlike. Outsider, why have you come here? If you have no reason, we will drive you away. We cannot allow you into our tribe. Archers leveled their arrows at Lucian, ready to loose at the slightest move. 166, Author's Lore Analysis, not a chapter, but highly recommended. I kept turning over the plot of The Night of the Black Knives. So, in a half-delirious burst of inspiration, I jotted down this messy analysis. Since the game leaves so many gaps in the story, as someone writing a fanfiction, I have no choice but to fill them in myself. A heads up before reading, please don't take this as a super serious, airtight theory. At best, I've strung together a few clues that could explain things, but nothing here is decisive proof. I wrote this while sleep-deprived, so the order of evidence might be scrambled. If you can, I recommend reading it through once, then circling back to discuss the details with me afterwards. Let's brainstorm together. Either way, please don't flame me, I'm fragile. First of all, a lot of old theories don't work anymore, like the one claiming that killing Godwine somehow benefited him. Why? Because those ideas all stem from the assumption that Marika herself was involved in the Night of the Black Knives, and built further on top of that. But now, with the DLC expanding Marika's backstory and showing more of her character before becoming a god, those earlier assumptions really need rethinking. So, when we talk about the Night of the Black Knives, we need to first establish one thing. Runy was the mastermind, but she definitely wasn't the only one. And the reason is simple. From what we see in the game, Runy just didn't have the ability to pull off something so huge all by herself. Yes, she's ambitious, and yes, she's my waifu, but come on, her resources and connections were limited. Take the Black Knife Assassins for example. Where did she even get them? The text only tells us they were Marika's kin, the Numen, but we also know that the Numen aren't exactly rare in the lands between. The Eternal Cities produce descendants in droves. There are plenty of them around. You can't just say they're Numen, so they all must belong to Marika. Radon, as a half-body, counts as Numen. The Carian royal family also descends from the Eternals. Their crest is basically a modified Eternal City sigil. All the demigods share Numen blood too, whether you acknowledge the Carian branch or not. After all, they're all born of Marika or Radon. So maybe the Black Knives were originally a special unit among the Numen. Their armor and invisibility techniques could easily trace back to the Nox dynasty, unseen form, anyone. This would mean there were multiple factions of Black Knives, each serving a different master. For instance, Marika clearly had some under her command. They're still guarding her door, even now. The fingers Runy sought to kill might have controlled another group. And then, the last group. We find them at the Ordina, liturgical town, outside the Hala tree. Here's where my wildest guess comes in, and I might not even put this into the fanfic, but here's the train of thought. My conclusion: another faction involved in the Night of the Black Knives was Myriel, and Marika, most likely, had no hand in it at all. Before the DLC, people assumed Godwine was Myriel's chosen heir, but the DLC makes it clear Radon was Myriel's true candidate for king, and had been since childhood, without ever wavering. This leaves Godwine in a very awkward position. In terms of achievements and legitimacy, if the Shattering hadn't broken out, he would have been the strongest candidate for the throne. But if Myriel wanted to establish his own order to fulfill his dream, or to cure Malenia's rot, he had to go his own way. Would Godwine the Golden really allow the Hala tree, or Myriel's new law, to replace the Erd tree? From the base game story, we know Myriel hoped Godwine would die properly. But that doesn't clear his name from suspicion. Myriel is someone who was willing to discard even half his own body, the side that represented humanity, for the sake of his ideals. So why not sacrifice a brother and friend if it furthered his goals? Besides, what's more useful to him than a soulless but intact body? That's much better than Mohg's rotting corpse. So Runy using part of the Rune of Death was no issue at all. In fact, it's almost like they struck a deal. Runy kills the body to escape the fingers. Myriel gains the body for his own purposes. Of course, Myriel wouldn't have revealed his plan to later betray Radon. Too bad the Erd tree cared so much for Godwine that it twisted him into an aberration. No wonder Myriel apologized to his brother/friend. If I'd known it would end like this. He only wished Godwine could have died properly. But whether or not he regretted Godwine's pain, the end goal was achieved, an obstacle was removed. So, on the matter of killing Godwine, Runy and Myriel's interests aligned. Now, about stealing the Rune of Death. Assuming the demigods couldn't overpower Malekith's Black Blade, there are only three possible methods. The cut content: demigod drunken wine, not canon, but maybe useful for a novel plot. It was tied to Saint Trina's crystal ball and the mist of deep sleep. Myriel's charm, but Malekith doesn't look like someone who could be charmed, so this seems unlikely. Saint Trina's sleep magic much more plausible. Even diluted nectar, brewed by outsiders like Shabriri, can put ancient dragons to sleep. If Saint Trina herself used it, briefly putting Malekith under wouldn't be impossible. That's three methods, and all of them tie back to Myriel or Trina. And remember when Runy first appears and puts Blad to sleep in a mist? That also looks suspiciously like Saint Trina's technique. If they were collaborators, or at least friends, it makes sense she'd learn it. And what about Blad himself? The game says once a beast knight is bonded to a master, they can't betray them, but he did betray Runy. Could it be Myriel's charm at work, planting Blad as a spy? When the truth came out, neither Runy nor Iggy stopped him. That suggests the betrayal was real. Iggy only sealed him away, maybe out of pity for their past bond. If Myriel's charm could sway even a sworn beast knight, then it all fits. There's also the spirit calling bell Runy gives us. The lore says it was passed down by Torrent's former master. Right now, the strongest candidate for that master is Myriel. He was certainly capable of summoning spirits, just ask Radon. As for how Molina ends up bringing Torrent, my guess is that Myriel abandoned both the steed and Trina. Molina and Runy simply became their new bearers. The timeline is fuzzy, yes. But then again, the DLC itself muddles chronology, like how it calls both the Boar Knights and Mesmer Raiden's elder brothers. So maybe we shouldn't stress too much over timing. In the end, Runy abandoned her body to escape the fingers. Myriel gained what he wanted. And if Myriel's own fingers were compromised, possibly even charmed, then his plan was safe. From his perspective, Runy, Radon, and even Rykard were all already in his camp. If two of the siblings were allies, what could Rykard really say? Rykard, off to the side, you already know what I'm going to say. What can I say? Together. During the Shattering, the Carrion forces and the Hala tree were clearly allied, storming Lindell side by side. Their victory seemed inevitable. Until the Omen brothers changed everything. One held the line, and the other outright abducted Myriel himself. Sure, Myriel later charmed Mohg, but the damage to his plan was already done. This all ties neatly into the DLC. But the biggest hole in my theory is this: why did Marika suddenly shatter the ring? The only explanation I can think of is that, in the moment of Godwine's death, she finally realized the Greater Will was just the Two Fingers' mother. Or perhaps Radon did something behind the scenes. For now, though, that's beyond my focus. I'll leave that for the lore experts to untangle. My scope here is just the Night of the Black Knives. If my forward logic isn't convincing enough, we can try reverse reasoning. Who even could have participated in the night? Basically, all the demigods, plus Marika and Radon. Radon and Rykard never show connections to the Black Knives, and they're more straightforward. Rykard at least raised a proper army instead of scheming. Mesmer, Molina, Morgott, and Mohg were all missing or cut off. Marika, as we now see her in the DLC, doesn't seem like someone who'd do it. She even blessed a forsaken child like Mesmer instead of killing him. If she really wanted someone dead, she'd have killed him first. She endured her kin being butchered by the Omens, bore two cursed children, and still didn't kill them. Compared to Godfrey's cruelty toward Morgott, Marika comes across as surprisingly gentle. Godwine himself? No, he lost nothing by staying alive as heir to the Golden Order. Radon? Absolutely not. He was obsessed with the Golden Order and wanted Godwine as heir. That leaves only the two siblings of the Halatree. They had the motive, the means, and the assassins. And that's where I'll leave it for today. Honestly, this was just a spur-of-the-moment brainstorm, and I feel like I've already pulled every clue I could find. Time to finally sleep. T/N, credits to the author's Big Brain Theory. 167, Volume 2 Chapter 73, The Labyrinth of the Ancestral Followers. Lucian was surprised to hear the ancestral followers speak. These people revered nature above all, rejecting metal and civilization, even abandoning their once advanced culture to return to the wild. And yet, they still used language to communicate with other races. Reining Torrent to a halt, Lucian raised his hand in greeting, smiling as warmly as he could. No need to be nervous. I come without hostility. I only wish to pass through your lands and reach the mountain beyond. The ancestral followers exchanged strange glances, their chieftain frowning. He studied Lucian's easy expression, unsure of his true intent. Surely this man didn't believe there was a road beyond? Behind them lay only barren wasteland and sheer cliffs. The chieftain called out, "Turn back. Beyond this point there is only wasteland and precipice. Whatever you seek, you will not find it here unless you wish to make friends with the beasts." Lucian laughed at the remark. Truly, they were a pure race, abandoning civilization to embrace nature. Even animal friends were part of their humor. I know it may sound unbelievable, but the cliff is exactly where I wish to go. I won't explain further, but I assure you, I mean you no harm. The chieftain opened his mouth to protest, but his words died as Lucian lifted his hand. A vast dragon's head manifested from nothingness and bit through a stone ridge dozens of meters tall as if it were clay. At once, the followers understood. No argument was needed. The chieftain wiped the sweat from his brow. In the lands between, strength was the only law. With such power, this man could annihilate their people with ease. If he wished them harm, lies would be pointless. Fortunate, then, that they had not provoked him earlier. "Well, welcome," the chieftain stammered, his speech growing smoother by the moment. He signaled to the women to take the children away and ordered the warriors to sheathe their weapons. Seeing their acceptance, Lucian nodded. As expected, a small show of strength was the most effective language in the lands between. He dismounted, leading Torrent toward them. The ancestral followers were tall and broad, men and women alike brimming with a primal vitality. "Forgive the intrusion," Lucian said politely. "Might I trouble you for a guide? I only need someone to lead me across your lands." The chieftain quickly agreed, stepping forward himself. "Of course, I can do that." He dismissed the others and began leading Lucian deeper, speaking as they went. Long ago, this region belonged to the ancient old dynasty. No matter how glorious it once was, now it is but ruins. The terrain is complex, without a guide you would lose your way. That is why our people chose to settle here. We call it the ruined labyrinth. Lucian looked about as they walked. The paths were indeed a tangled maze, rising and falling across layers of natural stone. Roads vanished into walls or cliffs without warning. On a map, the area seemed small, but in truth it was a twisting labyrinth. He pointed to a colossal statue nearby. "And these elder statues, what are they?" The hooded figures appeared everywhere in the lands between, robed elders clasping stone tablets, looming as prophets or seers. Some were broken, others nearly whole, towering as high as the surrounding stone pillars. The chieftain scratched his head. "Perhaps our ancestors once knew, but we no longer care. Our lives are peaceful now. We rarely speak of the past." Lucian let the matter drop. For a people who had abandoned civilization, a broken history was only natural. He had no judgment to pass. If they were happy, then so be it. Still, it was a pity to see the ruins of the old dynasty left untended. Surely relics and treasures lay buried here. The chieftain guided him through the labyrinth, eventually bringing him to a settlement filled with followers and animals alike. Children clambered up stone pillars while adults prepared hides from naturally deceased beasts. Berries and foraged food supplemented their diet. They harmed no animal by choice. This was life without civilization, primitive, simple, yet content. The chieftain eyed the large jar slung on Lucian's back. "By the way, honored Onia, may I ask your name?" "Lucian." "No need for formality, treat me as a passing traveler." The chieftain nodded quickly. Then, "Lord Lucian, would you like us to rebind that jar for you? The rope seems loose." Lucian glanced back at his rough handiwork, then nodded. "If you would. Ropework isn't my strength." He set down the jar. At once, a muffled voice groaned from within, the vessel shuddering slightly. The chieftain looked at him in alarm. "Lord Lucian, just now did I hear? You misheard. But it moved. I didn't set it down evenly. Nothing more." The chieftain hesitated, then forced a laugh. "Ah, yes, of course. My mistake." While a female follower worked on the bindings, Lucian asked casually, "Do your people worship the Erd tree?" She looked up at the small minor Erd tree nearby, where others knelt and danced in strange ritual steps. Before she could answer, the chieftain explained. "We usually speak our own tongue. Few here know the common language. As for your question, yes, we follow the Erd tree. We have lived on the surface for generations. The Erd tree is part of nature, with avatars dwelling beneath its boughs. how could we not believe? Lucian found them curious, but he doubted they would ever accept allegiance. The woman finished binding the jar, her knot simple but firm, leaving loops for easy carrying. Lucian tested the weight and found it secure. Together with the chieftain, he left the labyrinth. Ahead, the land opened into plains dotted with lakes. In the distance, massive walking mausoleums wandered aimlessly, their steps shaking the earth. Our people seldom leave this range, the chieftain said, leading him to the cliff's edge. This is as far as I can take you. Beyond lies nothing but a sheer drop. Lucian peered downward. Below was the sealed academy gate, its surface glowing with a blue ward. The bridge behind it was collapsed, impassable. From the gate stretched a great road, leading toward distant camps of cuckoo knights and their siege engines. This was the Bellum Highway, the path Lucian had chosen to reach Ceria Manor. A familiar stone platform jutted from the cliffside, perfect for torrent's leaps. He waved to the chieftain. Yes, this is the place. Thank you, you've saved me much trouble. Without further explanation, he mounted Torrent and leapt from the cliff. Wah! The chieftain gaped as Lucian landed smoothly upon the stone steel below, bounding from one to the next until he reached the Bellum Highway far beneath. Shaking his head, the chieftain muttered, "This lord truly walks paths no one else would dare." Lucian lit the first sight of grace in the new region, opening its map for future travel. From here, he could easily reach the grand lift of Dectus. With both halves of the medallion in hand, ascent was his whenever he chose. For now, he pressed onward, soon arriving at Bellum Church. Unlike most churches, this one housed not a statue of Marika but of Radon himself. Even stranger, a great slope had been built beside the statue, descending deep into the valley. Roier had once mentioned this path away toward the Altus Plateau. Lucian had no need of it now, but his road aligned for the moment. He claimed the sacred tier within, then followed the downward path. On the road, he met a nomadic merchant by his fire, purchasing 2 rune arcs for 2,000 runes. Not long after, his true goal appeared, a colossal slab of stone spanning the gorge like a bridge. It jutted from Ceria Manor's cliffs, its far end resting upon the highway. Guiding Torrent, Lucian leapt easily onto its surface. Ahead lay the manor gates. With luck, Iggy would guide him through without conflict straight to Runy herself. 168, Volume 2 Chapter 74, The Empty Halls of Ceria Manor. Crossing over the massive stone slab, Lucian reached the side of Ceria Manor. From here, he could already see past the walls, the towering spires and structures within looming high above. He didn't approach the walls too closely, but instead followed along their length, making his way toward the main gate. On the path leading there, a pond blocked his way. At first he intended to leap straight across, but something unusual caught his eye, strange ripples moving across the water. Something invisible was darting within the pond, and wherever it went, it left behind a faint trail across the surface. Not quite footprints, but streaks of frost. Or perhaps more like a plume of exhaust smoke trailing behind it. The creature seemed small, yet astonishingly fast. In only a few dozen seconds, it had darted around the entire pond, weaving in erratic, chaotic patterns like a headless fly. Lucian thought for a moment. Could this be an invisible teardrop scarab? In the game, scarabs appeared everywhere, rolling about the treasures they gathered, seeking new things to hoard. They collected ashes of war, smithing stones, and all manner of rare items. Judging from the frosty trail this one left behind, it likely carried a cold affinity ash of war. Here, by Ceria Manor's moat, and ice-related, it could only be one thing. Lucian recalled that once glorious ash of war, Hoarfrost Stomp. In the early versions of Elden Ring, Hoarfrost Stomp and Flame of the Redmans were unrivaled kings of broken balance, one ice, one fire, cutting through everything with sheer numbers. The Ice Rind Hatchet, which came with Hoarfrost Stomp by default, was once a designated speedrunning weapon. But in later patches, the skill was heavily nerfed, buried among countless other forgotten techniques. Still, here in reality, who could say how powerful it might truly be? That would depend on the user. Lucian tracked the scarab's movements, preparing to take it down. Hoarfrost Stomp was originally a technique born from the snowy peaks. He could, of course, learn it from Alyssa in due time, but lately, Lucian had little leisure for formal training. If he could practice with an Ash of War instead, then he could do so freely, whenever and wherever he wished. Cold-based techniques were something he was actively seeking out. In truth, Lucian was trying to collect as many skills, sorceries, and incantations of various attributes as possible. His aim was to cultivate each one until they stood on par with his storm magic. Of all these, cold sorceries were already the closest, thanks to the Zamor's Ice Storm he had mastered. At present, Lucian's stats were balanced and all-rounder, capable of wielding many systems. But there remained problems. His repertoire was far too shallow. Only his storm arts had reached true mastery, to the point where he could innovate countless applications on his own. Outside of storm magic, his most reliable skills were weapon arts, quickstep, lion's claw, lightning slash, and the like. Beyond that, little more than scraps. He had only brushed the surface of cold and lightning. As for fire, gravity, and rarer affinities like blood or poison, he had nothing at all. To raise any of these to the level of his storm magic would be difficult. Storms were simply his innate talent. He no longer needed weapons or staves to summon them. By sheer will and magic alone, he could stir the winds. Storms had become a part of his very being, like instinct, like muscle memory. Still, even if the other elements could not reach such heights, at least they needed to be usable as everyday tools. His collection of incantations was pitiful, only 3, plus the dragon communion prayers. Nowhere near the might of the legendary Erd Tree preachers of the game. Sorceries, at least, he had gathered many. They only required time and practice to hone. It was clear the scarabs of the lands between were in for trouble. Raising his dragon's lair sword spear, Lucian summoned a bolt of lightning down into the pond. Water carried the current everywhere at once. There was nowhere for the scarab to flee. The poor creature was jolted from invisibility, shrieking as it dropped its treasured orb before flapping away in retreat. Lucian stooped to retrieve the item. Despite the name, teardrop scarabs did not actually roll dung. They gathered rare curiosities and would never allow such precious things to be sullied. Breaking open the orb's shell, an icy aura spilled forth. Unlike the translucent gray of ordinary ashes, this one gleamed with crystalline white like frozen glass. Hoarfrost stomp. Lucian tucked it safely into his pouch. Once at a site of grace, Molina could help him bind it to a weapon. Leaving the pond behind, he pressed on toward Ceria Manor's gates. There was a site of grace there as well. He kindled it, then frowned. Something was wrong. Peering toward the place where War Counselor Iggy ought to be stationed, he saw nothing. If Iggy were present, his massive frame could not possibly be missed. And yet only his enormous forge remained, a workbench even larger than the one Lucian had brought to Stormvale. Clearly, Iggy used it often, though it was far too cumbersome to move. So yes, he was usually here. But now he was gone. Lucian had planned to let Iggy escort him inside, or at least deliver word to Runy. That would have saved much trouble. But with Iggy absent, what now? At the gates of Ceria Manor, there wasn't even a guard. Not a soul in sight to carry a message. Lucian found it absurd. Was this really still a manor? Peeking past the gate into the courtyard, he saw only emptiness. Not a single figure. He had known Runy was not one for ruling or upkeep, but seeing it with his own eyes was another matter entirely. He dared not force his way in, such an act would surely sour their meeting. Thinking a moment, he cupped his hands around his mouth and called out, "Anyone there? Somebody, come out." After a pause, rustling sounds answered from within. Lucian focused on the noise, waiting for a messenger to appear. Instead, what emerged from the undergrowth was no soldier or servant, but a grotesque creature shaped like a writhing hand. Lucian shuddered at the sight of the finger creeper crawling toward him. Whoever had conceived of such abominations, he thought, surely had a twisted sense of humor. A magic bolt shot from one of its fingers, streaking toward him. Lucian deflected it with his sword spear. So this was all he would find here. No welcoming party. He sighed. Seems there's no other way. I'll try to avoid killing if I can. After all, this was still Runy's home. Even if she herself didn't care, he could hardly justify a massacre. Summoning a storm about him, Lucian charged forward. The wind whirled into a vortex, hurling aside any creeping hands that came near. Their spells were sluggish, unable to catch him at full speed. With each gust disrupting their aim, Lucian quickly passed beyond their range. He had no interest in scouring the manor for loot. If no one appeared to summon Runy, then his only path forward was clear fight his way through to the royal moon-gazing grounds and defeat the Shade of Loretta, Ceria's royal knight, to reach Runy's tower. Brushing aside the clinging fingers, Lucian raced down the manor's central road, entering the lower tower. He nearly lost his way earlier, but spotting this tower had guided him. Inside, he heard a spectral voice muttering to itself. "Lady Runy, this humble one awaits, please. My lady, restore the glory of Ceria, may the full moon shine upon our house." The lines repeated over and over. Lucian watched the pitiful spirit with a weary heart. If he ever did marry Runy, would Ceria Manor have anything left to offer as a dowry besides the Dark Moon Greatsword? Was there truly no one here? Now 8. Lucian recalled a glimmer of hope. There was someone nearby. Someone rumored to have ties to Celeves, the arrogant preceptor. Perhaps that man could serve as his link to Runy. As Lucian pondered this, he failed to notice a massive finger creeper clinging to the wall above. It raised a jeweled middle finger. A purple light flared, and a binding circle snapped into place around Lucian, locking him in place. His eyes widened. So there had been another one lurking here. The great hand scuttled down from the corner, rushing him. The magic wasn't overly strong, but brute force alone couldn't break it. Only magic could. Lucian hadn't mastered enough to counter such binds. No matter, defeat the caster, and the spell would end. Summoning his storm, he sliced off the middle finger, channeling the spell. At once the circle broke. Lucian raised his sword spear, driving it into the hand's palm. Lightning surged through it, racking each finger in spasms. Moments later, the thing was charred black and still. Kicking the corpse aside, Lucian climbed the stairs to the upper floor. There, he found a chapel-like hall lined with benches. He lit another site of grace, then looked beyond. A bridge extended outward, leading to the manor's upper levels. But Lucian did not rush out. Instead, he glanced up. Sure enough, there was a second floor. He set down the great jar containing the black knife assassin, then used a gust of storm to vault upward. On the balcony, a man was crouched low, spying. He had heard the battle with the creeping hands, heard footsteps, and now peered down at the intruder. but Lucian's sudden leap startled him badly. Yah! With a cry, the man stumbled back, knocking over a propped-up corpse of a cuckoo knight. He clutched his head with both hands, his ragged robe covering his features. Lucian studied him and, strangely, felt a flicker of relief. At last, a living person in Ceria manner. Well then, Lucian said evenly. What is your name? The man cowered, voice trembling. Oh, why you? Sorry, your worship. I apologize for any offense given. I am Pydia, servant to the Carian royal family. I am charged with maintaining these ghastly dolls. How did you come up here? Lucian looked at him, half in disbelief. Could this timid creature truly be the same as Celevis? Or perhaps Celevis was only a puppet and this wretch was the real body. In the game, hints had pointed to such a truth. When Celevis sought the amber draft, Pydia sold the map to its location. When Celevis died, his posture was identical to one of his fallen puppets. At the same time, Pydia also died slain by his own dolls. And at the very end, Pydia revealed he had loved those puppets all along, despite once calling them disgusting. Most telling of all, Celevis and Pydia shared the same voice. Now, looking at the trembling Pydia before him, Lucian found it hard to reconcile him with the arrogant sorcerer. Celevis had always been condescending, calling everyone fools, even daring to plot against Runy herself. And yet, in Runy's service, Celevis had been the only one who actually worked. Blad was ever lost. Iji, though a general, seemed to forget Caria's destiny. Only Celevis, perverse as his obsession with puppets was, actually contributed. He bolstered the manor's defenses with his dolls, wielded sorcery against its enemies, and even once aided the outcast sorceress, Selen. Whatever else, Celevis could reach Runy. Lucian ignored the man's question and instead asked his own. I seek an audience with Runy. But this manor is empty. You know how to reach her, don't you? 169, Volume 2 Chapter 75, Duel Beneath the Moonlight. Pydia shrank lower at Lucian's question, nearly pressing his forehead to the floor. And no, I don't know. I'm just a lowly servant. How could I ever meet Lady Runy? Please forgive me. Please forgive me. Unfortunately, all he offered were panicked apologies. Lucian suspected the act was feigned, but he had no interest in dragging it out. Shaking his head, he leapt back to the first floor of the church, hoisted the great jar onto his back, and moved on. He was already here. A little farther, and he would reach his destination. When Lucian's footsteps faded, Pydia rose shakily from the ground, letting out a long sigh. He stared after the departing figure, expression thoughtful. Far away in Celevis's tower, the old sorcerer stirred from his seat for the first time in ages. Without a word, he set out toward Runy's rise. Lucian left the church and stepped onto the bridge leading toward the upper levels of Ceria Manor. The moment his boots struck stone, puppet soldiers emerged. Unlike spirit ashes, these puppets had flesh, though their skin was lacquered in a cadaverous blue sheen of sorcery, as if embalmed. Every one of them wore cuckoo knight armor. Clearly, they were once slain soldiers, reforged into Celevis's abominations. The narrow bridge left no room to maneuver. Shield and sword in hand, the puppets glared at him like wolves. Lucian merely raised his hand. A storm roared to life, sweeping across the span. One by one, the soldiers were hurled screaming into the abyss below. Satisfied as the bridge cleared, Lucian nodded. The fall would not destroy them, they were only puppets, after all, and not his to worry about. From this vantage atop the high bridge, he could see the manor's other towers clearly. Caria's design was defensive to the core. Stairways led up from below, where warriors and sorcerers could rain death upon invaders from the battlements. Lucian's eyes lingered on a nearby tower ladder. Somewhere in this manor lay the legendary armament Sword of Night and Flame. A tempting relic, but he had not yet met Runy. It would be discourteous to plunder her home so freely. Better to wait. As he pressed onward, a faint Carian sigil flared beneath his feet. A burst of glintstone shards erupted from the rune circle, streaking up toward him. Lucian stepped back, evading the first shot. Another trap triggered to the side, loosing another shard. He batted it away with his sword spear, scanning the bridge. There were countless traps hidden here, woven into the stone, nearly impossible to detect before triggering. He gave up on avoiding them. Better to walk straight through. The glintstone bolts were nuisances, nothing more. But the next trap was different. At the very end of the bridge, before the lift to the upper manor, his step activated a vast teleportation sigil. There was no escaping, the circle spread meters across, engulfing him instantly. Light swallowed his vision. A heartbeat later, Lucian was standing in open wilderness. He turned and there, far across the plain, loomed the gates of Ceria Manor. The trap had ejected him entirely. At once, the manor's defenses came alive. From the battlements, a rain of spectral blades fell like a storm, 1,000 swords shrieking down upon him. This was no accident. The trap was designed to hurl intruders outside, only for the sorceries to tear them apart. Lucian narrowed his eyes. In all likelihood, this was Pydia's doing, or Celevis's petty mischief. He had ignored the earlier snares without complaint. But this was outright mockery. His temper spiked, though not enough to truly break him. He reminded himself, this was the lands between. This was the world of the old thief. Lucian clenched his fists, took a steadying breath, then blew Torrent's whistle. The spectral steed answered at once. Lucian mounted and spurred him forward. Torrent speed easily outpaced the pursuing sword rain, leaving the sorceries flailing behind. Within minutes, Lucian had crossed the deadly zone unscathed. Back before the manor gates, he exhaled sharply. He had no more illusions, no servant here would ever call Runy on his behalf. Taking up his staff, Lucian cloaked himself with unseen form. The finger creepers might be grotesque guardians, but they were still defenders of Ceria. He would not slaughter them needlessly. Invisible, he slipped past their clutching limbs, through the chapel on the second floor, and back to where he had been cast out. Pydia was gone, which confirmed his suspicions. Lucian's lips thinned. He silently etched both Pydia and Celavisa's names onto his mental ledger. One day, Celavisa's cellar of puppets would be stripped bare. For now, he pressed on. This time, the bridge yielded no traps. He swept aside another wave of cuckoo puppets and reached the upper manor at last. Stepping outside, he glimpsed an illusory tree shimmering in the distance. But he did not rush forward. Instead, he renewed his invisibility. Here, finally, there were living creatures, wolves, both gray and white, playing by the Erd tree's glow. They chased one another, tails flashing in the moonlight. The leader clutched a golden orb in its jaws. Lucian's eyes narrowed. That orb was a golden seed. It was a game to them. Whoever held the seed was chased until another snatched it away. Lucian felt some of his ire fade at the sight. The playful wolves cooled the heat of his blood. He slipped by quietly, unseen. Up the path toward the royal moon-gazing grounds, a troll knight loomed, standing sentinel. Lucian ignored him. He had abandoned the hope of formal introductions. At this point, only one phantom barred his way: Loretta, guardian of the road to Runy's tower. A spirit had no life. Defeating it would harm no one. And defeating it would restore one use of his wind spirit moon shadow through the system's reward. Cloaked, he bypassed the knights and continued until the vast circular reflecting pool came into view. By now, night had fallen. The waters mirrored a perfect moon, round and luminous. Around the pool, countless chairs were arranged as if for an audience. Lucian dismissed his spell, setting the jar that held the black knife to one side. The water rippled. A phantom shimmered into being, rising from the reflection like a mirage. Astride her steed, wielding a glaive shaped like a great guandeo, Loretta's spirit emerged. At once, she drew her weapon aloft, conjuring a massive magical bow. For glintstone arrows streaked forth, locking onto Lucian with murderous intent. He reacted instantly, pouring power into the dragon communion seal. Agile's vast head materialized overhead, jaws yawning wide. A fan of flame roared forth, swallowing the arrows whole. Loretta spurred her mount sideways, barely escaping the inferno. Even in motion, she raised her glaive, releasing a carrion phalanx. 9 spectral blades materialized and shot toward Lucian. His sword spear swept in a broad arc, shattering them. Loretta thundered in close, glaive aglow with azure power. Her horse leapt high, bringing the weapon down in a cleaving strike. Mid-swing, the blade's sorceress edge surged, magnifying several-fold. Lucian stood his ground. He braced his spear sword across his body and caught the blow head-on. The paving stones beneath him cracked under the force. He grinned. Too close. Far too close. His left hand raised his staff. Crystal barrage glintstone gatling. The air erupted in a hail of shards. At such range, Loretta could not evade them all. They peppered her body, the phantom's form flickering. She spurred her mount back, leaping aside, but the barrage had already done its work. Lucian shifted seamlessly, firing an ambush shard and lunging with his sword spear in the same breath. Loretta parried the thrust, but the shard struck her back squarely. Blow after blow, her phantom form grew thinner, less solid. Mist wavered at her edges. Desperate, she pulled away, gathering power. The glaive in her hand swelled with sorcery, forming a titanic blade greater even than Ceria's famed greatsword. But before she could release it, Lucian struck. The storm rose at his command, black flame whirling along his weapon. He lunged, faster than sight, piercing through her steed. Phantom flesh unraveled, scattering to smoke. The storm tore outward, ripping Loretta's spirit to shreds. The great sorceress blade never fell. Her form dissolved into mist, leaving silence in its wake. Lucian lowered his weapon. Strong, yes. Among heroes, Loretta was near the top. But this had been only a phantom. Even her true self would fall, though perhaps not so quickly, not so utterly. The storm faded. Lucian turned toward the tower, prepared to ignore the soldiers beyond. But as the winds died, he realized they had already lowered their weapons, bowing deeply. A presence stirred. He lifted his gaze. Atop the great stairs, upon the altar, she sat. Runy the witch. Moonlight crowned her, the pale glow outlining her as though she were the moon itself. She leaned lightly against the lunar disk, a faint smile upon her lips. It has been some time, Stormlord Lucian, she said softly. Tell me, do you trespass into Ceria Manor, unbidden? 170, Volume 2 Chapter 76, The Lunar Princess and the Stormlord. At the sound of footsteps outside her chamber, Runy stirred from slumber. Her eyes opened slowly, adjusting to wakefulness only to meet a sight she loathed. A mask. Broad-brimmed hat casting shadow, mouth sewn shut with golden thread. Celavis. He stood in silence beyond her door, calculating as always. Runy's mood, already soured from her rest being broken, curdled further. Unlike Iji or Blad, Celevis was not one she trusted. She felt no affection for him, only disgust. He remained her retainer not by choice of kinship, but because Ceria's defenses required his craft. His puppetry and barrier sorcery had proven useful. Still, seeing such arts wielded by him always left her uneasy. Puppetry was a legacy of Nuxtala, one branch of the Eternal City from which Ceria's line itself had sprung. To Runy, the craft held no stigma. But in Celevis's hands, it was foul. Worse, he was discourteous. Beneath his servility, she sensed ambition, a selfish hunger poorly hidden. He believed his performance flawless, not realizing Runy saw him for the puppet he truly was. Her face betrayed none of this. She wore her usual cold mask. Still, Celevis would not come to her chamber unbidden without reason. Lifting her gaze, she bade him speak. Lady Runy, Celevis rasped, a tarnished has breached Ceria Manor. Shall I move to have the intruder executed, to preserve the dignity of our house? Runy's thoughts turned inward. A tarnished? Here. For what treasure? But what did it matter? The Carian title of Lunar Princess lingered, yet she held no intent to rebuild. The manor was already a ruin. Its nobles long fled, its people long gone. Even the sword monument outside, mockery of a grave. The cuckoos had died in heaps, but Ceria itself was little more than a dead city. She remembered. Radon away at Celia, Rykard serving in Lindell. Only she remained, young and alone. But the old retainers had held the line, and the cuckoos had been beaten back. That was long ago. Now, not even Carian seekers came here. And she could not risk showing herself openly, not while pursued by the Finger's shadow. Few within the manor even knew she resided here. Nor could she descend to the lower wards, crawling as they were with finger creepers. Once brought down from the mountains in the age of the astrologers, they had seemed harmless. But after her break with the two fingers, she had seen too clearly, their writhing digits mirrored the cursed guidance she had rejected. No, she would never walk where their touch reached. At most, she lingered at the royal moon-gazing grounds, hidden beneath her title. So, a ruin breached. Little consequence. Still, with Blad absent, she might look herself. Enough. I understand, she said at last. You may go. But Celevis lingered, unmoving. Lady Runy, I would such. Celevis. Her voice cut like ice. I require no counsel on what must be done. He bowed stiffly and withdrew, his face hidden beneath mask and brim. Only when he was gone did Runy rise from her seat. A tarnished has entered Ceria. Who could it be? How did they breach the wards? And for what? Her form shimmered, vanished. When she reappeared, it was atop the high dais beside the moon-gazing grounds. From there she could see everything, and what she saw gave her pause. In the reflecting pool below, her collaborator the Stormlord, Lucian was locked in battle with the phantom shade of Royal Knight Loretta. So Celevis's intruder was him. They had only just crossed blades when she began to watch. Already, she could see the change. Lucian had grown stronger everywhere. Once, she had thought him merely a warrior wielding storm. But his first strike was a dragon communion prayer. His follow-up, a glintstone crystal barrage from the academy. Then a spell from Celia, unmistakable. His storm was fiercer, his body sharper, his command of blade and sorcery seamless. The gale roared about the field, but it could not veil her eyes. She watched him drive Loretta's phantom to its end. And when he conjured Carian sorceriousward arts she herself had traded to him, she inclined her head slightly in acknowledgement. He had learned well. But when she saw him wield black flame, her composure shifted. That was no common power. It was the weapon of the Godskin apostles, the same dark fire the Glomide Queen herself had once commanded. And she, Runy, knew well the ties her bloodline bore to them. At last, Loretta's phantom fell. The storm cleared. Lucian turned his eyes upward. It was then that Runy spoke. It has been some time, Stormlord Lucian. Tell me, why do you trespass within Ceria's halls unbidden? She did not think him like other tarnished, chasing rumors of treasure. And she had noticed, save for one creeping finger, no being within the manor bore wounds. He had harmed no one unnecessarily. Whatever brought him here, it was not plunder. Lucian's answer was simple. I came for you. Runy's brows rose slightly. She did not show it fully, but surprise flickered within. Her hidden tower's location should have been secret. Had he stumbled upon it only by chance? For me. She waved her hand. At once, retainers and troll knights withdrew, leaving them alone. Lucian hefted a great jar, carrying it toward the dais. I found a black knife assassin in hiding, he said. On her blade, I discovered traces marks left by your hand during the night of black knives. Those blades were wrought with death rune fragments. It was you who bound that power into them. At the base of the stairs, Lucian set the jar down. The divine seal suppressing it unraveled. From within he dragged the assassin, limbs numb, body crumpled like an insect. Hood torn away, her face bare, she lay humiliated before them both. Runy's expression did not change. Yet inwardly, she felt a twinge of disappointment. So this was why he came. To unearth the past, to confront her with deeds already carved in fate? How dull. Yes, she said plainly. You are not mistaken. I stole a fragment of the rune of death, and used it to forge the god-slaying black knives through fearsome rite. I wove the plot of that night. Her voice was steady, cold. So, Do you come now seeking justice for Godwine's corpse? Do you mean to slay me in vengeance, tarnished? Lucian shook his head. I pass no judgment. I came not to condemn, but to propose alliance. Runy's brow arched. Our pact already stands, and knowing now what I wrought, you would still persist. Or is this meant as leverage, a crude threat to wring favor? If so, you are a fool and I hold fools in contempt. Her tone sharpened, chill as the moonlit air. I am the witch Runy. I stole death long ago, and search now for the dark path, that I might one day append the whole of it, and rid the world of all that came before. One day, I shall betray all, abandon all. Do you understand what that means? Do you truly believe you could still stand at my side? Lucian did not flinch. His gaze held hers, unwavering. Then I will say it again, I know what you've done and still, I choose to ally with you. Not as before. Something deeper. A bond enough that we may rely upon one another. Runy laughed. Soft, sharp, incredulous. It was not mirth, but scorn. How arrogant. Who could walk the path she sought? Not her elders, not her kin, not her blood. And certainly not a tarnished. If you came with such foolishness, then leave. You speak of burdens you cannot fathom. The fate of a demigod is not for you to share. Go, before you are crushed beneath it. But Lucian climbed, one step, then another, ascending the dais toward her. Her eyes narrowed. His obstinacy pricked at her patience. Yet his voice was steady. Your knight of knives. Your discarded flesh, this doll's form. I do not know the reasons. But I know this much, you hunt the fingers. Am I wrong? Runy's composure wavered for the first time. Lucian pressed on. In my delving beneath the land, I've yet to find Nokron's true gate. But I know enough. In Celia's ruins, in the relics of Nuxtila, I learned of one treasure, the weapon you seek. The finger's layer blade. At those words, Runy's gaze sharpened. She studied him anew. He understood. He knew. That blade the only tool to slay the two fingers. The very thing she required. To speak such knowledge aloud was to invite annihilation from the greater will itself. Yet here he stood, unafraid. Silence stretched. At last, Runy spoke. I am curious. You are tarnished. Were you not chosen by the fingers? Did they not grant you succor, send their envoy to your very coronation? Even so, you would bind yourself to me. Lucian met her eyes, calm. Enough wordplay. I know there are many fingers. The one in the round table, yes, it aided me. Even damaged, I hold no quarrel with it. Our aims run parallel, for now. But that does not mean I will permit any hand to dictate my fate. Someday, even that finger may turn. It may seek to bend me, to bind me. I will not allow it. To compromise is to kill oneself by inches. And his voice hardened. I prefer to resist. He paused, then added, with quiet certainty. In that, you and I share purpose. 171, Volume 2, Chapter 77, A Pact Beneath the Moon. In Lucian's eyes, Runy saw neither hesitation nor pretense. She understood he truly meant what he said. Whether or not he possessed the fate to walk alongside her on this long road remained uncertain. Yet, at the very least, Runy was willing to give him a chance to voice his idea of cooperation. Very well, she said softly. Then, prithee, make thy way to the rear tower of Ceria Manor. There shall I await thee. In that place, we may speak more freely. As she turned to leave, Lucian called out to her. Runy paused, faintly surprised. Was there something so urgent it could not wait until the tower? Lucian smiled ruefully. Before you go, I owe you an apology. With no herald to announce me, I was forced to enter Ceria Manor uninvited. I even destroyed the phantom knight guarding this place. I fear I may have caused you some loss. To his surprise, Runy chuckled. I scarce thought the Lord of Storms would deign to concern himself with such trifles. Ceria Manor is the royal family's ancestral home, yet long has it stood deserted, bereft of kin or guest. None remain who might give thee due notice. Besides, I keep mine abode in secret, within the tower's shade. Save for a scant few retainers, and the troll knights who guard in silence, none know of my presence. To all others, Ceria Manor is but a hollow husk. Her tone softened. If anything, it is I who should apologize for the discourtesy of meeting you in such a desolate hall. As for your so-called loss. She gestured toward the pool behind him. Lucian turned, just in time to see Loretta's phantom reappear upon the shimmering water. The Carian royal family's stargazing sorcery mirrored the moon upon the lake. As long as Loretta lived, her phantom could be summoned forth again and again. How curious, Lucian murmured, admiration slipping into his voice. Truly wondrous magic. Runy smiled faintly, then let mist coil once more around her form. I shall await thee within the tower. On the road that leads thither, take time to weigh thy thoughts and choose with care. For the path that walks beside me is of shadow and solitude and fated to end in ruin. With that, her figure dissolved into mist. Lucian shook his head. Runy, for all her cold words, was still somewhat contradictory. A truly ruthless which would never give a willing ally time to reconsider. She would have dragged him onto her ship of thieves at once. For all her insistence on walking a solitary road, she had not refused his hand. Perhaps that was why so many were drawn to her. Descending from the platform, Lucian approached the black knife assassin lying bound upon the ground. He intended to return her to the jar, but this time she resisted, shaking her head, then glancing down at the ropes, as if to signal him. Lucian considered, then untied her bonds and removed the gag. She had already seen Runy. Surely she would not attempt to flee now, not with the witch and Lucian so plainly in accord. Indeed, she made no move to resist. Freed, she straightened her gear and stood quietly behind him. Silent still, but obedient. Lucian found himself wondering if all the Black Knife assassins had been dosed with some secret drug to poison their voices mute. The thought was almost comical. Leaving her be, he summoned Torrent and rode from the rear gate of Ceria Manor's moonlight altar. Outside stretched a misty expanse of hills, great clusters of glintstone crystals jutting like jagged teeth from the earth. Lucian gazed ahead. 3 towers rose in the distance, near identical in form. Across the wilderness before him, a pale blue stream of mist extended in a straight path, pointing to one of them before vanishing. Runy's guidance. He spurred Torrent to follow. Glancing back, he saw the Black Knife assassin keeping pace. Each time she leapt, her body glided through the air, clearing several meters with ease. Though trailing, she did not fall far behind. Glintstone dragon and wolf packs watched them pass in silence. Runy's allies all. Since he carried her guidance, none moved to attack. Before long, Lucian and his companion arrived at the base of Runy's tower. He dismounted, kindled the sight of grace, then drew from it a strange blade, the shadow of the star's katana. The assassin lingered by the gate, making no move to ascend. Lucian left her there and stepped onto the elevator, weapon in hand. The lift carried him upward, after which he climbed the spiral stair outside the tower to reach the highest chamber. Runy awaited him within. Though Lucian had not seen her slip books beneath the chair, he knew she had. Her seat was simply too tall otherwise. The long folds of her robe concealed the trick well, but the height betrayed it. Runy looked upon him with a touch of exasperation, but her voice carried warmth. So, even the road here did not dissuade you. It seems you truly are resolved. Lucian smiled. Of course. Then let us speak of cooperation. He lifted the blade in his hand. This is the weapon I acquired in Ceria. After some study, I found its origin to be strangely entwined with the finger's layer blade. Yet, this blade seems bound by a seal. Runy extended her hand. A gentle pull tugged at the weapon, and Lucian released it. The katana floated into her grasp. Lower hands supported it while her upper hands traced the length of the blade. Indeed, it shares its source with the finger's layer blade. As for the seal belike, it may be undone only within the Eternal City. She released it, letting it drift back into his hands. Thou wouldst have me take this blade in place of the finger's layer. Forgive me, but such a scheme holds little promise. Lucian shook his head. No, only as a contingency. More than anything, I wished to show that I possess the means to contribute to our pact. And I have learned a way to reach Nokron, where the finger's layer itself lies. Runy's gaze sharpened. Then speak, how wouldst thou acquire the finger's layer blade? Lucian chose his words carefully. This touched upon her brother, General Radon. As I understand it, the fate of the Carian royals is bound to the stars. Yet now, the stars themselves are sealed by General Radon. If he could be made to release them, the path to Nokron would surely open. Runy nodded, unsurprised. You already knew? Lucian asked. Ever so. Iji hath grown forgetful in his twilight years. Yet I, a Carian princess, could never forget. Lucian frowned. Then why would your own brother seal the stars? Do you share such bitter strife? Runy turned her gaze outward, to the motionless firmament above the lands between. The bond, twixt us as siblings was strong. Yet the sealing of the stars was needful. Beyond their light lie waning constellations, what we name the outer gods. Her voice lowered. Most care not for this land. Yet some too puissant, and too willing would bend it to their design. Chief among them, the shrouded, greater will, master of the 2 fingers. 'Twas the greater will that cast down a star from the void, and laid waste to the eternal city and the line of Nokron. When Radon bound the stars, he stilled that perilith but for a time. Had we triumphed in the shattering, I would ne'er have needed the finger's layer blade. Yet we lost, and worse still, my brother fell to the rot, and madness claimed him. Her lips parted as if to sigh, but she stilled herself. Thus must I bear witness to his end. 'Tis for that cause Blad, whom thou hast seen, was sent unto Sialad. Lucian pressed on. If the seal is broken and the stars move once more, what will that bring? Then may their power descend upon us yet again. What may come of it I cannot foretell. At the least, the greater will could well cast down another star. She shook her head, ending the subject. But come, let us return to our pact. What is it thou dost seek? For much of this burden Raiden's festival, the finger's layer blade, Nokron itself shall rest upon thy shoulders. My own forces are but few, Blad, Iji, and one other, a sorcerer named Celaves. A distasteful creature, yet of some use. So consider well. I shall not accept a pact born of charity. We must needs stand as equals. Lucian nodded. Her pride would not permit otherwise. I do not seek the finger's layer for myself. The 2 fingers still see me as ally. What I do need is Iji's guidance. Training smiths, forging arms for soldiers, and one other matter concerning your mother. At that, Runy's expression shifted. I have heard that Queen Renala holds the secret of rebirth, Lucian said. Few knew such a thing. Runy's eyes narrowed. It is true. Yet her art is but half-formed. Each rebirth doth warp body, will, and soul alike. Moreover, Lucaria's seals yield not, save to a glintstone key. My siblings and I sought many paths within, all for naught. If thou camest seeking this secret, thou wilt be disappointed. Lucian shook his head. Not so. I already know of a key's location. I asked because the matter concerns someone dear to me. Runy studied him closely, startled by his knowledge. And tell me, what purpose hast thou for rebirth? Lucian answered with care. I have a companion who exists only as spirit. I wish to shape for her a vessel of flesh, then seek another way to bind her soul within it. For that I will need your art. At his side, Molina froze. Shock widened her eyes. Everything he had done, all this trouble, all this risk was for her. She stared at him, stunned. She was but a spirit, lingering for a purpose even she did not yet know. And yet Lucian would go so far for her. Runy too was surprised. Of course she had seen Molina. From the moment they met, she had glimpsed the maiden by his side, though she had never spoken of it. A rare sentiment indeed, she murmured. That thou wouldst bargain so dearly, not for power nor relic, but for her. I cannot deem the worth equal to thy sacrifice, yet thy heart ringeth true. Lucian smiled faintly. What choice did he have? He had fallen for a ghost. Runy fell silent for a time, then spoke. What thou askest is not beyond reach. Indeed, the likelihood of success is most high. Relief softened Lucian's features. Then, you accept the pact. Runy rose from her chair, a smile touching her lips. I have no cause to refuse. Upon this cold and shadowed path, let us share what warmth we may until the snows melt, and each must tread their separate way. Lucian understood. She did not yet believe he would follow her to the end. To walk together for a while was already rare fortune. That was enough for now. Someday, he would prove to her that her fate held a place for him. Then it is settled. Whatever requires strength or force of arms, leave to me. In return, I ask Iggy's aid with smiths and soldiers and above all, your aid in soulcraft. Runy inclined her head gracefully. Then I look forward to our work together, my fellow conspirator. Beneath the endless night, Lucian found himself, for a time, walking beside the dark moon. T/N, I was wondering, would you prefer if I tried to match Runy's way of speaking, or would it be better to make it a bit more normal, to make it easier to read and follow? 172, Volume 2, Chapter 78, The Sword of Night and Flame. The discussion between Lucian and Runy went surprisingly well. His strength and hidden influence were precisely what Runy, forced to remain in the shadows, so desperately needed. Beneath the moonlight, the two of them swore a pact, each to lean upon the other, to walk side by side, if only for a time. Ah, that brings something to mind. Runy said suddenly, as though a thought had just struck her. She turned toward Lucian. There is a matter of some import I would entrust to thee. Lucian blinked. Important. The Carian royal line guards a sword of the rarest kind. Wouldst thou care to behold it? Her tone carried the faintest smile. I believe it would suit thee well. To defeat her brother Radon and release the imprisoned stars, one needed power beyond reckoning. Blad, loyal though he was, could not hope to match the might of a demigod. Runy knew this well. In the lands between, strength was never measured in neat ranks or stages. There were the common folk, then soldiers, knights, and among knights, those of high order storm knights and the like whose prowess far exceeded the rest. Mages, too, were divided. A sorcerer worthy of donning a glintstone crown was already considered high-ranking. Beyond these lay the heroes, though even among them, strength varied wildly. Some were but famed knights within their armies, others, the mightiest of them, possessed power enough to rival demigods so long as those demigods bore no great ruin. The first generation of demigods, however, stood on an entirely different plane. Godwine the Golden, Radon and his siblings, the twin prodigy heirs of the Halatree. Their bloodline alone set them apart, their great runes granting them strength enough to command armies single-handedly. Even now, though Radon was rotted and half-mad, Blad and the festival's warriors could not hope to bring him down. No, in this age, the one with the greatest chance of felling him was Lucian. Runy knew it, which was why arming him was a necessity. The Carian treasure would strengthen him beyond his current limits. His dragon slayer sword spear was formidable, yes, but in Runy's eyes, it was still lacking. The sword she would entrust him was far beyond that. Lucian's ears perked at the offer. A free weapon, and from Runy herself? How could he refuse? If memory served, the Carian treasure was the sword of night and flame, a weapon of legend, whispered of in countless tales. Of course I'm interested, he said with a smile. Collecting weapons of every kind, that too is one of life's pleasures. Runy let out a quiet laugh. Fret not. Thou shalt not be disappointed. Turning with a sweep of her robe, she beckoned him to follow. She seemed in good spirits, almost playful. That, Lucian thought, could be either fortunate or dangerous. As she drifted from the chamber, the books she had hidden beneath her chair tumbled into view. 4 thick tomes, stacked to give her height. Lucian wisely said nothing. Pointing it out would surely earn her wrath. As they say, silence is a virtue, or something like that. He thought to himself. He followed her down the tower's lift. At the door, the battered black knife assassin straightened sharply, standing at attention. Runy's gaze lingered on the woman, then shifted to Lucian. So Lyra has been under thy care. It seems she hath endured much. So the assassin had a name. Lyra. Lucian shrugged. I only wished to study the black knife itself, but she refused to stop attacking. I may have been a little rough. I didn't expect to find your trace upon her weapon. Runy sighed softly. Fate plays cruel tricks. Her eyes drifted over Lyra's ruined armor pieces, cracked, shattered, held together only by her own hand. Another step, and the whole set might have fallen apart. Thy armor is beyond all mending. Runy said at last. Change into other attire anon. And from this day forth, serve Lord Lucian as thy master. Heed his command. Lyra's expression flickered with surprise, even disbelief, but she bowed her head. As you command. Her voice was hoarse, but audible. Lucian blinked. She could speak. Runy conjured a faint mist, sending the assassin away. Only when Lyra had vanished into the distance did Lucian turn to her. Why assign her to me? Runy tilted her head. What thou findest her company displeasing. Surest thou hast felt her strength. Lucian shook his head. Not dislike. It pleases me to gain another ally. But you said yourself you lack trustworthy retainers. Wouldn't she serve you better? Runy's tone grew cool, pragmatic. The black knives are too dangerous to keep close. Their identities cannot be hidden, not truly. Even bereft of armor, their features would draw suspicion. And should the two fingers trace them to me, all is lost. Yet beneath thy banner none would dare probe too deeply. Thou art the Stormlord of Stormvalepan, visible, a man of standing. Who would dare accuse thee of consorting with assassins of the Knight of the Black Knives? Lucian considered, then nodded. She was right. In Stormvale, where he preached coexistence of races, even the strangest faces drew no undue suspicion. And anyone foolish enough to press would quickly learn what it meant to face Silver Knights. From her sleeve, Runy drew forth a folded map, handing it to him. If thou dost wish, I can see to it that the remaining black knives, those still in concealment, join thee as well. They may serve in the shadows, or as maids, shouldst thou prefer. Lucian smiled faintly. Who would refuse such a gift? Then I'll see how best to employ them. Rest assured, I won't let it compromise you. The map marked 5 sites, 2 familiar graves where black knives once lingered, and 3 more he had never known. Later, he would visit them all. For now, there was a greater prize awaiting. Summon Torrent, Runy called, drifting skyward with ease. Her robe trailed like mist as she turned a circle in the air, almost teasing. Lucian stared. You can fly. Is it sorcery? Of course, she replied, smirking. Do you wish to learn? All you need is a moon. He sighed. Not something he could grasp anytime soon. Perhaps one day, with the Crucible Knight's wings. Torrent appeared, nuzzling Runy's hand like an old friend. She stroked his mane fondly. Thou hast chosen well, Torrent. With Lucian astride, they rode toward the cliffs beyond Ceria Manor. There, Runy clapped her hands. The rock face shimmered, an illusion dissolving to reveal a hidden cave. Inside glittered countless glintstone crystals, their light bathing shelves lined with relics, weapons, scrolls, and tools of war. Most racks lay bare emptied in the wars past, but some treasures still remained. This cache was laid aside for my brothers in the time of the shattering. Runy explained. It was never wholly spent, and hath lain untouched since. What little I sent thee before was drawn from this very store. She gestured dismissively. Most holds little value now. Yet there remains one relic still worthy of keeping. She pointed toward a heavy stone chest. See for thyself, open it. Lucian approached. The ancient lid groaned as he pushed it back, releasing a surge of ancient power long sealed away. Within lay a sword of breathtaking beauty. A straight blade, not overly long, its hollowed core lined with glinting emerald crystals, as though it carried the night sky within. The hilt was wrought of crimson gems bound with filigree of gold, its pommel crowned with a scepter-like ornament. It radiated a presence both fiery and cold, flame and night entwined, a relic of mystery and majesty. Not merely a weapon, but a thing to stir awe of the ancient age. The sword of night and flame. Lucian's breath caught. He could not tear his gaze away. 173, Volume 2, Chapter 79, The Blessing of the Great Rune. Runy gazed at the ancient weapon, dust of ages still clinging to its surface, and sighed softly. This sword is one of Ceria's greatest treasures, she said. It was forged in ages past, when the astrologers yet dwelt upon the mountaintops beside the fire giants. One of the legendary arms of the lands between. A legendary weapon meant more than fine craftsmanship. It meant renown, stories that endured through centuries, victories so great that they became myth. There were, of course, other weapons no less powerful, yet lost to obscurity because no tales were told of them. Without legend, they never entered that hallowed category. Lucian lifted the sword of night and flame, studying it closely. Its hollowed design made it light to wield, but that did not mean it was fragile. Any common arm, no, even his own dragon slayer sword spear, would shatter instantly if struck against it. This blade had passed through countless hands across endless years, yet it had already been strengthened to +7. In the lands between, weapons of special power could only be enhanced with somber smithing stones, and never beyond +10. At that peak, a weapon was fit to slay gods. Unlike in games, one could not casually refine a blade to its utmost. In fact, Lucian doubted any weapon at present had reached that fabled limit. If any existed, they were relics of ancient dynasties or perhaps works yet to be wrought by Master Hugh in some future time. For ordinary arms, plus 25 was the pinnacle. For somber arms, plus 10. And yet this sword, already brimming with unique power, already possessing superb innate attributes had been raised to plus 7. Without doubt, it could serve as Lucian's main weapon. Compared to it, his Dragon Slayer sword spear had no ground to stand. Lucian turned the sword in his hand, deeply satisfied. Runy continued, her voice tinged with pride. This blade hath passed from champion to champion, and with each bearer, the carrion line gathered rarest materials, to see it strengthened further. Save for the arms borne by the demigods, it standeth unmatched among the weapons of the lands between, and I dare say thou mayst prove its strongest wielder yet. Lucian nodded. She was not wrong. Demigods' arms were peerless, refined with the full might of their domains, often to plus 8 or plus 9 at the very least. Even Godric, for all his wretchedness, had poured every effort into raising his golden axe to plus 5. Surely Radon and Rykard wielded weapons of higher refinement still, or at the very least, weapons that suited them more perfectly. But for Lucian, this was nothing to quibble over. A priceless gift freely given, how could he complain? Oh, and one more thing. Runy turned suddenly and drifted toward another shelf. From it, she drew a small, ornate coffer, inlaid with gemstones and gold. Lucian blinked in surprise. Another treasure? He nearly laughed aloud at himself. He had once teased that Runy would be too poor to bring dowry should she marry. How mistaken he had been. She was wealthy beyond measure. She returned to him, lifted the lid, and golden light spilled forth, flooding the cavern with brilliance. Inside lay a pile of rune arcs, curved shards shining like fragments of crescent moons. Lucian's eyes widened. By a rough count, there were at least 13 or 14 pieces within. Thou hast already laid Godric low, and claimed his great rune. Runy said. Yet to wield such a rune in its fullness, rune arcs are needful. In the days of the Shattering, I gathered many. After my brothers had filled theirs, these few remained. I wonder shall they suffice to complete thine own. Lucian weighed the coffer. His great rune was already nearly filled, needing only a few more fragments. Even if the requirement proved greater than expected, this trove was more than enough. With these, he could finally complete the great rune and awaken its true power. He accepted the coffer without hesitation. They were allies now, bound to the same ship. His strength was hers to share. There was no reason for false courtesy. Perfect, he said. This is exactly what I needed. I've already filled most of it, but there was a small gap I couldn't close. With these rune arcs, I should be able to complete it. Runy smiled faintly. Then all the better. I look forward to beholding what power thy great rune shall unveil. Lucian crushed the arcs one by one, their essence flowing into him, merging with the great rune within his body. Slowly, the vast crescent-shaped rune filled, piece by piece. At last, with the 9th shard, it was whole. The central ring of the Elden ring itself stirred, and the true power of the great rune revealed itself to Lucian. His expression, however, grew strangely complicated. Runy noticed at once. What is it, then? What power doth it grant? Yet if thou wouldst keep it close, 'tis well enough. Lucian shook his head. There was no reason to hide it, not when she had provided the means to unlock it. It is blessing. Runy froze. A blessing, sayest thou? Dost thou mean, the very same blessing of which I think? Lucian inclined his head. Yes. I can bestow blessings, just as Queen Marika once did upon her warriors. For once, Runy's composure shattered. Her eyes widened in shock. It was blessing that had allowed the Golden Order to triumph. With Marika's hand, blessed warriors became nigh invincible. Ordinary soldiers healed from wounds in battle, heroes rose to even greater heights. That power had swept aside all rivals and made the Erd Tree's law supreme. To think it is in sooth a blessing, Runy whispered. No wonder, then, that Godric's great rune was held as central. But as swiftly as realization came, so too did understanding. Lucian's troubled look now made sense. For though blessing was mighty, it required fuel. Marika had drawn upon the endless grace of the Erd Tree, pouring its bounty over her armies. Lucian had no such fountain to draw from. In the lands between, every living thing bore the Erd Tree's blessing. But for a tarnished, grace was faint, nearly gone. To spread blessing himself, Lucian would have to burn his own runes. And how many spare runes could a tarnished afford? Yes, the ability was powerful beyond question. Lucian could bless anyone under his command, of any race or kin, so long as they bore not the madness of the frenzied flame. Tarnished without grace could see it again. Those who had never known it could be granted its light for the first time. He could even pour runes into a single individual, raising them to monstrous heights. With enough, he could elevate the Storm Knights to rival the Knights' Cavalry themselves. In truth, aside from lacking the Erd Tree's grace, Lucian now possessed nearly all the abilities of Marika's blessing. But the cost was runes. Always runes. With limitless supply, this was the greatest great rune of them all. With it, he could recreate Marika and Godfrey's conquest, an army made unstoppable, victory inevitable. For it was blessing that had been the very foundation of the Golden Order, the root of every site of grace across the realm. Yet Lucian's reality was harsher. He scarcely had enough runes to strengthen himself. How could he lavish them upon an army? Without the Erd Tree's bounty, blessing was a burden more than a gift. To wield it fully, he would first need to claim the Erd tree itself. But by then, he would already have defeated Radon and the Elden beast. What use was it afterward? Raise an army to sail beyond the lands between? It seemed absurd. Until he solved the matter of rune expenditure, the power of blessing was a double-edged gift. For now, he would grant it only sparingly, to trusted retainers as a safeguard. Unless he discovered some substitute for the Erd tree's grace, he would not squander his runes. From all he knew of the lands between, such a thing did not exist. Runy, meanwhile, was thinking quickly. His revelation had solved many mysteries that had long plagued her. Lucian, if thy great rune holdeth the power of blessing, then reason would suggest the runes neighboring it may share its aspect. Such a power cannot be bound within a lone fragment. In the days of the shattering, there arose in Lyernia a figure most mysterious, the so-called grace-given lord. Since he reigned o'er the capital, his great rune must needs have been counted among the central. I deem his gift to have mirrored thine own. For beneath his command, the soldiers of Lyernia waxed ever stronger. She paused, recalling further. And then, in that war, the knights' cavalry came forth. Heroes in might they were, yet never had such a force been spoken of in the capital before. I understood it not until now. If that king's great rune bore the selfsame power of blessing, then with the Erd tree at his back, he could well have raised them from naught. Lucian frowned. The logic was sound. Blessing in its entirety, bound in one rune, did seem too much. Morgott and Mohg, too, possessed central great runes. That their powers included blessing, in part, was reasonable. Morgott's vast knights' cavalry could they have been born not of mere training, but blessing itself? His defense of Lyernia had been desperate, nearly broken, until his arrival. Then the tide turned, the army not only holding but pressing the volcano manor. Strategy alone could not explain it. As for Mohg, he had his accursed blood rights, reshaping his servants into omen-born horrors sprouting horns. Perhaps the Mother of Truth played her part, but perhaps, too, his great rune had lent its hidden blessing. Runy, Lucian said at last, how much do you truly know of the great runes? She folded her arms, thoughtful. He was right to ask. She had studied them long and deeply, though their nature was far from simple. At last she spoke, careful to make her words plain. Great runes are not born solely of the shattering of the Elden Ring. Nay, laws themselves are wrought of them, each fragment a rule that doth shape the world. What a world a law declareth, it is founded upon these runes. In the age of the Golden Order, thy rune was its very heart. Yet beneath another law, another rune might well hold the place of center. My mother's rune and the rune of death, kept by Malekith, were ne'er a part of the Golden Order's Elden Ring. When the ring was broken, all law was unmade, and the runes returned to their state of being. But the greater will, through its two fingers, would not suffer such chaos. And so were the runes placed in the hands of the demigods, that one among them might arise as Elden Lord. Yet in the end all was for naught. The shattering brought forth no king. 174, Volume 2 Chapter 80 Runes of Life and Death. Lucian rubbed his chin thoughtfully, digesting Runy's words about the great runes. As a native of this world, even a demigod like her could not escape the disadvantage of limited knowledge. Some truths were known only to him, a traveler from beyond. For instance, the primordial meteor that fused with the crucible, and the first true Elden Ring. It was only after that original ring shattered that the concept of great runes came to be. Every law and ring thereafter was merely a reconstruction, pieced together from the fragments of those first laws. He shifted the subject. What about the current holders of the great runes? What do you know of them? Runy listed them one by one. My mother holdeth one, as do both my brothers. Thou thyself dost bear one. The twin kindred of the Halatry each possess their own. The so-called grace-given lord, likewise. And the black blade. She paused, her eyes narrowing. No, there is yet another. The Omen King, who did appear upon the battlefield. The one thou slewest at Stormvale's gate, that was but a single projection of him. According to my brother Radon, though cursed as an omen, he too doth bear a great rune. Lucian nodded slightly. Runy and the others did not know that the grace-given lord and the Omen King were one and the same. It was no wonder they had mistaken them for two separate beings. In truth, Morgott and Mohg, omen-born twins, already played significant roles in the game's lore. Even if Runy's intelligence was imperfect, Lucian could still piece together likely abilities from the knowledge he possessed. What he truly wished to know was about the Halatry twins. Malenia's great rune could be inferred from the game, but her brother, Myriel, was shrouded in mystery, mentioned only in scattered texts. Lucian knew almost nothing of him. When he pressed the question, Runy shook her head. I have dealt with them both, yet never so far as to trade the secrets of our runes. Still, Myriel is one to be regarded with wariness. Take heed. In the shattering, I did sense in him an intent to deceive, mayhap to betray. Even toward my brother Radon, his manner was strange. And then he vanished outright, slipping from the field of war, to hide where none might know, and to plot what none might guess. Lucian knew the truth. Myriel had been stolen away by Mohg, dragged to the Mohgwine dynasty. If that was the case, perhaps he needn't worry, and yet, the unease clung to him all the same, a warning he could not name. He thought long and hard but found no reason for the feeling. Runy, meanwhile, decided to share more. She spoke of her brother's runes. Rykard, who sought the power of the great serpent, was devoured by it instead, reduced to a cannibalistic horror. Radon, stricken by scarlet rot, was driven into madness, his mind broken beyond repair. There was no saving either of them. Since she had already resolved to one day slay her brothers, Runy now chose to reveal their secrets to Lucian. To withhold knowledge that might help him strike Radon down would be foolish. Her voice was tinged with regret, but steady. As for their great runes, they are the source of near all I know. The Golden Order, in its wholeness, held dominion over life and death, and over the cycle of rebirth. I have heard tell of Tarnished beyond the lands between, resurrected by blessings drawn from that law. My brother's great runes each embody a portion of such power. Raiden's governs life itself, whilst Rykard's binds all to the Erd Tree's cycle of return. She began with Radon. His rune bestows inexhaustible vitality, near-endless stamina and sorcery, and a body of colossal stature. When unsealed, its effect is cruelly simple. So long as the bearer's will to live endures, the rune mends their wounds. To what degree dependeth upon the strength of that will. She sighed heavily. My brother's will is of iron. When the Omen King ambushed him, piercing his chest through, he rose the next instant, whole again, and fought on as though untouched. They battled to a stalemate, neither able to claim victory. Yet even the mightiest great rune cannot mend the scarlet rot. It gnaws still at his mind. Were it not for the rune's power, he would have perished long ago. Lucian frowned deeply. With such a power, how can he possibly be slain? He lingers on the battlefield only because he refuses to die. If he still wills to live, then killing him is near impossible. Runy shook her head. No great rune is without its price. Even as thy own blessing devours runes, Raiden's cannot endure unending. His refusal to die hath already strained its limits. When the stars fill the sky, and the festival of combat begins, that shall be the proof of his runes waning. Lucian exhaled in relief. At least there was an end to it. And your other brother, Rykard? Runy told him plainly. Rykard's rune greatly increased his sorcery, strengthened his physical might, and multiplied his magical reserves. When unsealed, it linked to the Erd Tree's cycle of return, a complex effect, ill-suited to war. Yet he perverted its power for forbidden rites, creating the man-serpents who now garrison Volcano Manor. He had sought to claim the great serpent's might for himself, to shed his flesh and be reborn with its power bound to his will. But he failed. The serpent consumed him wholly, his will shattered in the struggle. Now his rune too is warped by that corruption. Lucian recorded every word carefully. This was knowledge absent from the game itself, details he could not afford to forget. The nature of a great rune's power seemed to depend not only on its origin but also on its bearer's nature. Radon, both general and gravity's greatest sorcerer, had a rune perfectly suited to him: health, stamina, sorcery, all at once. Rykard, weaker in raw strength but a hybrid of blade and sorcery, gained increases to both, though his ambitions twisted the result into monstrosity. Morgoth's rune granted the greatest vitality of all, surely tied to his birth as a cursed child of the Crucible. Lucian was forced to admit the runes were far beyond his initial imagination. Their unsealed forms were overwhelming. There was no such thing as a weak one. Even Godric's rune, which gave balanced strength to every attribute, might pale in comparison to the raw potency of a single stat rune in the hands of a demigod. But how high did those numbers go? He could only speculate. When Runy had shared all she knew, she handed him a strange object, a stone disc covered in intricate runic carvings. The more Lucian stared, the more familiar its shape seemed, though he could not place where he had seen it before. Take this as well. Place within it what thou wilt. All that lies stored in this cavern is thine to command. So this was his now, the entire stockpile. It dawned on him at once. This was no ordinary disc. Was it not the great stone plates found before the sealed jails? Runy had somehow shrunk one into a portable form. Thou mayst store items within it, she warned. Yet the space is limited, and it may hold no living being. I must return to my tower. There are matters that demand my attention. Lucian understood. It could not carry siege engines or vast spoils. Still, it was his first true space ring in the lands between. He had searched before, but never even heard rumor of such a thing. As expected, the demigods walked on a different plane. Their wealth, their reach, their power all beyond ordinary beings' grasp. Runy departed soon after, returning to Ceria Manor to reorganize her intelligence and plan her next moves. Lucian's presence had given her confidence. She could now press her schemes more boldly. And besides, she was tired. The dull body she wore could not sustain her soul for long without rest. Lucian remained in the cavern alone, lips curling at the sight of his newfound fortune. He could not help but chuckle. So this was what it felt like to be kept by a rich woman. His thanks to Lady Runy were profound indeed. The cavern brimmed with supplies, the most precious among them smithing stones. From rank 1 to 8, they were all here, though the early stones were few, while the mid-tier, rank 4 to 6, were plentiful. It made sense. Soldiers in war consumed vast numbers of lesser stones, constantly reforging arms that were broken in battle. The stronger warriors survived more often, needing fewer stones. Thus the mid-tiers, left unused, became abundant. Radon and Rykard's conquests across the Altus Plateau had surely helped as well, seizing mines and confiscating stores. Now all of it had fallen into Lucian's hands. Stormvale's warehouses already overflowed with rank 1 to 4 stones. These new 5s and SIXS would allow him to greatly expand the armament of his forces. Somber smithing stones were rarer still, usually dug from the depths only once in long ages. And yet Runy's cache held complete sets up to rank 6, and even 2 rank 7s. Enough to refine multiple special arms to great heights. Other supplies proved less enticing. Most were items Stormvale's smiths could fashion themselves. But the scrolls and tomes those made Lucian's heart leap. Sorceries of every school were gathered here, even frozen armament and glintstone icegrag. Carrion royal sorceries like Carrion Retaliation and Carrion Phalanx were present as well. As for incantations, they were a bloody collection, clearly scavenged from fallen foes. Yet among them, he found the dragon incantation tomes he had long sought, granting him access at last to the lightning of dragons. There were also classics of the Erd Tree's faith, including the famed buff Golden Vow. All told, his harvest was beyond generous. His personal strength and the power of his army would rise greatly, but he doubted there would be another such windfall. This cavern must have held all of Runy's remaining supplies. Packing what he needed, Lucian left the cavern behind, heading toward her tower. Just then, a soft voice stirred by his ear. Lucian, afterward will you come to the grace? It was Molina. 175, Volume 2 Chapter 81, A Flame Called Love. Lucian knew Molina had something to say. Not the sort of words one should whisper unseen, but one she wished to voice before him face to face at the sight of grace. All right, he answered softly. The grace before Runy's tower, then. Amen. The two spoke no more on the way. Only Torrent's hooves rang bright against the ground, carrying them swiftly through the night. At the foot of Ceria's tower, the entrance was veiled in mist, sealing it from all trespassers. Runy must have already slipped back into slumber. Celavies was nowhere to be seen either, perhaps still changing his robes. Better that way. At least no one would be waiting idly outside. Lucian entered the embrace of grace. And there, Molina appeared. She had been silent the entire ride, guarding her words. She could not bring herself to let them drift through the air unseen. No, she wanted him to hear them while looking into her eyes. Anything else felt too hollow, too cowardly. She stood a pace to his left, just as she had when they first met, with a sliver of distance between them. Lucian, she began at last. Her voice wavered. Must you really pay such a price for my sake? To kill the two fingers to step into the feud of gods themselves. It is too heavy a burden. Lucian shook his head. The bargain is struck. You needn't trouble yourself. Then, with a half-smile, he added. And besides, for me, what kind of price is that? Just a pair of fingers. On the road I walk, I may one day face the greater will itself. I'll count it practice. It was a joke, meant to ease her worry. The greater will, how many masters did it have, anyway? But when he spoke again, his tone was quiet, earnest. To gain your place in this world at such a cost I'd say it's worth it. Almost like a dream. Molina said nothing. Her gaze lingered on him, heavy with worry. She was moved, more than she could say that he would go so far for her. But gratitude weighed less than fear. For Runy's road was a dark one. Molina had gleaned as much from their words alone. To slay the fingers the greater will's apostles, was a crime beyond measure. Not rebellion, not refusal, but murder. Who could even name the punishment? No law had ever dared imagine it. From any other's eyes, Runy was a witch without redemption. She had stolen the rune of death, wove the plot of the Black Knives, slain Prince Godwine, and shattered the golden lineage. Even the shattering itself traced back to her hand. She admitted as much. To walk beside her was to tread into shadow. How could Molina not fear for him? But Lucian broke into her hesitation with a gentle firmness. Molina, we agreed, didn't we, to walk this journey together? If I go on alone while you can only watch from the grace, is that still a journey? The chance is before me, so I won't let it pass. I want more than words in the flame. I want to meet you truly. Did Molina not long for a body of her own? Of course she did. Yet she could not bear for another to pay such a price. If there was a cost, she wished to carry it herself. But Lucian had already stepped aboard Runy's ship. Nothing could turn him back. Though she worried, she knew he was no fool. He must have weighed his choice carefully, seen something in Runy that gave him confidence. She could only hope to repay him, someday. Quietly, she walked to his side. As always, she sank into a kneeling seat, eyes lowered to the flame. Long silence followed. At last she spoke. Lucian. Thank you. He reached out and ruffled her hair. There's nothing to thank me for. Don't stand on ceremony with me. She nodded faintly. Then, after some hesitation, she whispered so softly he nearly missed it, may I lean on your shoulder? Of course. Carefully, Molina shifted closer, folding her legs to the side, letting her weight rest against him. A warmth she had never known before filled her chest. And when I have a body of my own, could I still do this? Lucian chuckled. Why not? Don't you want to? Molina lowered her gaze. Of course I'd wish to stay with you. But if I suddenly appeared at your side, what would your men think? Your subjects? To see a stranger so close to their lord. He mussed her hair until it stood in soft disarray. Let them think what they like. I am their king. Since when do vassals govern their lord's heart? Besides, the road we've walked has already changed everything. She fell into a daze. It was true. He now had a castle, a realm, an army, loyal knights, and a people who adored him. In months, he had risen to a throne others could not reach in lifetimes. She remembered their childish promise once, to become the Round Table's greatest warrior. A promise he had long surpassed. He had felled Godric and claimed a great rune, an act no champion of the Round Table had ever achieved. To call him the strongest now would almost be an insult. Her thoughts drifted back to the day she first met him, a ragged wanderer who hardly looked a warrior at all. She had trusted Torrent's choice, and the recognition of the ancient king, and chosen to walk with him. Now she trusted him utterly. Wherever he led, the world bent to his will. She needed only to follow, as always. Yet was it not too great a burden? Shouldn't he live more for himself? She glanced up. Her hair, tousled by his hand, brushed against his neck, making him twitch from the tickle. She angled her face so her sealed left eye was hidden, showing only her right. From this side I must look like any other girl, she thought. Her lips parted. Words swelled in her chest, but died before they left. If she spoke them aloud, what if the bond between them changed forever? Was this love? She dared not think so. What was there in her to love? She was only a wandering spirit, without name, without past. Could she be so vain as to believe he loved her? Perhaps it was only her own delusion. Lucian was kind to all, generous to friend and stranger alike. That was why people loved him. So she swallowed her heart. Thank you, she murmured again. This much was enough. Two sparks resting side by side, if only for a minute, not alone. But in truth, she knew she had begun to love him. She could not trace when it started, only that it was born in every step they shared. She had seen, closer than anyone, the light that shone from him. He was just. He was steadfast. He was willing to bleed for strangers and mourn long before he had power to spare, when death was still certain. He never betrayed his principles. He was everything a hero should be, even crowned king. And he never wore his crown with pride. Her heart tightened. Someday, her path would carry her beneath the Erd tree, perhaps even into Lindell. She could not ask him to follow her there. She could not risk his fall. So she would wait. Until she found her mission, until the moment was right, she would wait. She told herself her heart was strong enough to hide it. To confess later, when it could be born. But Lucian was watching her, struck by a beauty in her he had never noticed so keenly before. His hand, almost without thought, reached across to cover hers where it rested on her knees. The gesture drew her closer than they had ever been. She trembled faintly. His heart thudded against his ribs. Strange, never had even the deadliest foes made him feel so unsteady. The black nights of the night paled to this moment. He almost feared to ruin it. And yet, when he met her eyes, there was no rejection, only a quiet, fragile hope. So he bent forward and pressed a kiss to her cheek. Molina froze, then flushed crimson. She ducked her head, hiding her face from him, but her hand gripped his tightly. Lucian's thoughts raced. Had he overstepped? Had he mistaken her kindness for something else? One of life's cruelest illusions was believing she likes me too. Yet what was done was done. No regrets. If he must, he could always atone at the Church of Vows. But Molina's mind was a storm of its own. She was flustered, giddy, aflame. His feelings were clear now. She was not just another soul to him. She was special. So why should she hide? She drew a deep breath, lifted her head, and returned his kiss, soft and fleeting. The next instant her form vanished, slipping away from his arms, leaving his hand grasping only air. Lucian raised a hand to his cheek, to the place she had touched. It felt unreal. Had she truly answered him? Was this mutual? Whatever it was, a warmth unlike any he had ever known swelled in his chest. So this is love, he thought. He had never known it, never been chosen, never once felt what it meant to be loved. He had poured all his passion into empty worlds, into souls of fiction, thinking he understood. But he had understood nothing. Love was a fire and Molina's flame had consumed his heart whole. 176, Volume 2 Chapter 82 The lingering feeling of him. Lucian stepped out from the side of Grace. Molina was nowhere to be seen. She must have been too shy after what had just happened. If he lingered inside the Grace any longer, she likely wouldn't appear again. So there was no point in staying. He had to press on. Still, his heart thumped madly. What had just happened was far beyond what he had expected. A kiss. Not just his own feelings, but hers, too. She had answered him. And truly what joy in this world surpassed two hearts in harmony? That must mean they were together now, right? He couldn't help smiling at the thought. A short distance ahead, Ceria was waiting by the tower. When she caught sight of him, she tilted her head slightly, puzzled. Ever since stepping out, Lucian had been distracted, his gaze distant, his air changed. The man she knew was decisive. Once he set his mind on battle, he never wavered, never spared his hand, and would pursue his decision to its end. But now, something felt different. His sharp edge had dulled. His purity, greatly reduced. Not that it mattered to her. Whatever mood he was in, she had only one duty, to obey his command. Lucian steadied himself. The warmth of Molina's touch that would have to wait. Once he gave her a true body, they could think of such things again. For now, what mattered was the task at hand. He let his eyes wander to Ceria. She was dressed in a sleek, sleeveless black dress that hugged her frame and flowed like a dancer's gown. Against its dark sheen, her pale skin seemed to glow faintly, luminous as ivory. The hem of the dress left her long legs bare, crossed gracefully as she leaned against the tower wall. Her silver-white hair draped over her shoulders, the tips lifting now and then in the night breeze. In one hand she idly twirled a silver-inlaid dagger, its gleam catching the faint moonlight. Her face was elegant, refined yet cold as carved stone. An aura that warded all approach. Changed out of her assassin's garb, Lyernia no longer looked the dreaded black knife. Instead, she carried the air of some exotic dancer from a distant land. Lucian found the effect pleasing. More importantly, no one would ever connect this figure with the black knives. Whoever had prepared the outfit, likely Runy, had chosen well. It wasn't of Lyernia's style at all. Perhaps it hailed from Tanitha's homeland. Everything was ready. Time to return. He needed to bring Lyernia back to Stormvale. The Festival of Combat was only 6 or 7 days away. The journey back would take at least a day or two, which left little time to carry out his plan of leading the Drakeblood Knights into Syalid. Tight, perhaps too tight. But that could wait. It wasn't something that had to be done before the festival. Besides, he had no idea if they had already dealt with the Drake Knight lurking beneath their stronghold. Better to have the Stormhawks deliver a message, finish the task, secure the lift to Syalid, and hold position. As for himself, once back at Stormvale, he would first visit Master Sellen. He had scrolls to deliver, and he wanted to see how many spells he could master before the festival. He also wondered how far Master Thops had progressed in his research into sorceries of force. Lucian's plan was simple: rest a few days, then teleport straight to Syalid for the festival. Together with Lyernia, he made his way through Ceria Manor. Thanks to Runy's arrangements, no one tried to hinder them. Only the finger creepers hissed and raised their grotesque limbs, flipping obscene gestures as they attacked. Likely no one had warned them. They were hardly a threat. With little effort, Lucian brushed them aside, and soon the pair passed beyond the manor. Even the rain of magic arrows from the skies ceased, proof that Celaves, too, had been warned. At last, they reached Smithying Master Igi's forge. But beyond the forge, a thick stone wall sealed the road. The slope stretched 300 to 400 meters, completely blocked. Lucian remembered there was a hidden door here. He could break the wall if he wished, but there was no need. The storm was a better tool for uncovering secrets. He sent a swirl of wind across the stone, sweeping away the moss. At once, the glamour broke, revealing a concealed gate. Beyond lay the ruins of an old residential quarter. Once, this slope overlooking the lake of Lyernia had been Carian royal land, lined with noble estates and fine houses. Thousands must have lived here. Until the cuckoos came. Their assault had annihilated everything. The buildings were gutted, the people erased. Nothing remained. Or so it seemed. From a ruined arch, a spindly creature leapt, lunging at Lucian. Lyernia moved first. She vaulted into the air, her dagger flashing across the attacker's throat. The head rolled free before the body even struck the ground. The corpse fell at Lucian's feet. Cloaked in tattered rags soaked with filth, bedecked with broken jewelry, its twisted limbs sprouted in unnatural pairs. Its face was blackened, shriveled, tortured. A revenant. They had once been men. But when the cuckoos captured the Carian royals and their servants, they had twisted them into these abominations, McCrees, crafted not for strength but for humiliation. The revenants were powerful in their own right, with grotesque abilities that outmatched even the second-born Albinorics. Yet they obeyed no order, often harming their own masters. Still, the cuckoos delighted in their creation, leaving them behind in Carian ruins as eternal reminders of their cruelty. Lucian knew what that meant: where one lurked, more would follow. He drew the sword of night and flame. The crystalline glint on its blade flared, casting a soft glow. A star of magic blossomed above his head, bathing the ruins in light. Starlight. With their forms exposed, the revenants shrieked in hatred of the glow and rushed at him. Some shook little bells, calling forth cursed spirits to hound them relentlessly. Lyernia danced among the ruins, her blade flashing, cutting revenants down even as she drew their cursed summons into a futile chase. Lucian raised his sword. Fire burst from the hollowed blade, a flame heavy with the savage might of giants. Its heat stung his eyes, burned into his skin. He swung and a wave of fire roared forth. Air ignited. The ruins were consumed in flame. Revenants and cursed spirits alike screamed as the blaze devoured them, their twisted existences purified in the inferno. In seconds it was done. Only charred stone remained. Lucian nodded in satisfaction. The fire's reach was vast even without storm to carry it. He could only imagine the comet's power. Torrent suddenly darted ahead, ears pricked. Lucian followed with a swift strike. His blade severed a half-dozen limbs in one clean sweep, the edge meeting no resistance. The attacker howled. Its pallid face twisted into a grotesque mask, mouth stretched wide in a silent scream reminiscent of Edvard Munch's The Scream. A royal revenant. Its shriek was so piercing, so unnatural, that even the grafted noble's roar seemed soft in comparison. A cry fit not to scare children, but to kill them outright. It was no wonder the royal revenant was among the most reviled beasts in the lands between. Crawling from the soil without warning, their many limbs thrashing like centipedes, their grotesque forms crowned by ornate remnants of their noble pasty was horror embodied. Holy incantations had no effect. Only healing incantations could harm them, proof that they yet lived in some tortured state. To cure them was to wound them. Normally, he would use such incantations. But Lucian wanted to test his blade. He raised the sword of night and flame. Power surged into the blade, the crystals glowing one by one, building at the tip. A stream of deep blue comet fire erupted forth, lancing straight through the revenant. Everything in its path was annihilated. The torrent of power streaked across the skies above the lake of Lyernia, trailing like a true comet. When it faded, the revenant was gone. Only severed limbs remained, smooth as polished stone where they had been cut. Lucian stared, astonished. So this was a +7 legendary armament. The comet stream drank his FP greedily, its width limited, but its sheer destructive force was beyond compare. None of his techniques could match its penetrating might. Compared to the flame, the comet was overwhelming. Perhaps that was only natural. The sword's crystals were tuned to sorcery, not fire. Still, fire could be paired with storm. It had its place. And besides this was a straight sword that breathed fire. That alone was worth wielding. The other revenants shrieked in despair, hurling themselves toward him. Lucian tightened his grip. With each stroke, he granted them release. No longer would they suffer in such wretched, twisted forms. 177, Volume 2 Chapter 83 The Hidden Cuckoo. The ruins of the royal domain held little of worth, and Lucian had no intention of combing through them. Even so, Ceria managed to uncover something unusual in a Cornera slender rapier, its entire blade forged from purest frost, yet never melting. Cold mist curled from its edge, carrying a chill that could seep into flesh and cause frostbite. Lucian recognized it at once. A weapon of war counselor Igi's craft, the frozen needle. Its war skill allowed the blade to be launched forward, only to be instantly reformed through sorcery. Not a powerful weapon by any means, more a curiosity. But in the lands between, curiosities were sometimes worth more than blades of legend. Lucian tossed it into Runy's storage disk without a second thought. Having that disk made everything infinitely easier. As for the supplies he'd taken earlier from Runy's stockpile, he had already stored them within a sight of grace. That left the disk space free once more. His path lay back toward Stormvale, but there were places he could visit along the way. Ahead, the silhouette of several towers rose against the mountain slope. The 4 belfries. Each belfry housed a gateway portals that led to hidden corners of the lands between, places unreachable by ordinary paths. All that was needed was an imbued sword key. He had no particular need of them now, but opening a site of grace there would be worthwhile. The more graces linked, the easier the road ahead. Lucian resolved to return to Stormvale by a route he had not yet taken, unlocking every grace he could find. With Ceria in tow, he set off along Lyernia's western cliffs. The land bore scars of devastation, ruins of Carian settlements crushed beneath the Cuckoo Knight's relentless raids. Corpses littered the ground. Buildings lay in heaps of broken stone. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the plunder and slaughter must once have been. Restless spirits drifted among the wreckage. None were of royal blood, and so Lucian dispatched them easily, granting release. But the monotony of the road weighed on him. His thoughts wandered to Molina. Ever since their quiet moment together at the Grace, she had not shown herself. Too shy, no doubt. And with Ceria ever at his side, conversation was out of the question. Even if he called upon the Grace, she might not appear. And if she did, she would likely stand there, blushing furiously, unable to speak. Lucian sighed, uncertain what to do. No one had ever taught him what came after such confessions. In the stories he knew, the Bishow games of his past life, this was the time to press forward, to seize the moment while she was flustered. Yet in others, doing so would ruin everything. Damn it. All those games had twisted him, especially those from Uzusoft. Because of them, he'd been ruined in his last life, and now he couldn't figure out how to deal with a girl properly. Still, he decided he would go to Molina himself. She was shy, yes, but she was a girl. Waiting for her to make the first move would feel cruel. And yet imagining her shyly coming to him on her own, unable to resist, there was something all too sweet about that as well. As they pressed onward, signs of the cuckoos became more frequent. At first, Lucian had Ceria deal with stragglers, silently removing them. He rifled through a few coffins beached along the shore, collecting weapons. Among them was a Carian knight's sword, no doubt taken from one who had fallen to the cuckoo's raids. But the closer they drew to the cuckoo encampment, the thicker the soldiers became, until slipping through unnoticed was no longer an option. And something was strange. Most of the soldiers they passed were half-rotted, their minds dulled, barely more than shambling corpses. Not a single healthy soldier in sight. Odd. Too odd. But convenient. Lucian cloaked himself and Ceria in unseen form. Night blurred all things, and Ceria, as a black knife assassin, moved with steps that made no sound. Lucian was less adept, but Torrent could carry him noiselessly enough. So it was that 2 hidden figures and a spectral steed passed easily through the cuckoo sentries, straight into the heart of the camp. The place was crowded, filthy tents pressed close. From within came the clamor of voices, cuckoo soldiers gambling, brawling, wasting away the night. The half-rotted husks kept watch outside while the ones with clearer minds idled within. Lucian guessed their amusements without needing to see. He had no interest in lingering. He only meant to pass through, reaching the 4 belfries beyond. Still, if loot presented itself, he wouldn't refuse it. He slipped between tents, peering into those left empty. Most contained nothing, but one caught his eye. Its flap was shut tight. 2 cuckoo knights stood guard outside. That alone spoke volumes. Knights were meant to indulge themselves within the camp, not stand vigil. If they had been set to guard, whatever lay within was no ordinary supply. Lucian resolved to see it for himself. But killing the guards outright would draw suspicion. Though the cuckoos were infamous for disorder, cruelty, and pillage, that did not mean they were weak. Quite the opposite, their strength was what allowed them to thrive unchecked in Lyernia. The academy itself had been forced into an uneasy balance with them. Entire chapels dedicated to the cuckoos existed within Raya Lucaria, proof enough of their power. They had stormed Ceria Manor, slaughtered its knights, even brought down mighty troll knights of Ceria. This was not an enemy to underestimate. Best, then, not to spill blood unnecessarily. Lucian reached into Runy's disc and drew out a small pot crafted by Hildegard from Atrina's lily. A sleep pot. He had commissioned 4, thinking they would last him long. Yet he had never found occasion to use them until now. Drawing near the guards, he infused the pot with a touch of magic, releasing its haze. Pale purple powder drifted on the air, carried by a gentle wind. Within seconds, the 2 knights staggered, about to collapse. Ceria darted forward, propping them upright against their spears. Their posture was crooked, but passable. No one would notice. Lucian slipped inside. Darkness. No lamps, no occupants. At least he was spared the embarrassment of stumbling in on someone bathing. Weapons. Supplies. Some ritual pots, a few enchanted stones. Nothing worth guarding with knights. No, something else must be hidden here. A tent held no hidden walls. That left the ground. Lucian called a whisper of wind, letting it slip between crates and barrels. There, a faint shift in the current beneath one box. He moved it aside, dispelling a weak enchantment. A narrow passage yawned below. Without hesitation, he descended. Pitch dark. Silent. He murmured a spell. Starlight. Soft radiance bloomed, revealing a tiny cellar. A few heavy chests. Their presence confirmed his suspicion. Items rare, but not priceless. Things not suited for warriors, stored away. He did not open them. Better to take all than waste time. Each chest vanished into the storage disk. He was already climbing back up when noise erupted outside. The chests had been warded. Their theft had been noticed. No matter. He and Ceria were already leaving. Moments later, a squad stormed into the tent. They were not ordinary cuckoo knights. Each bore unique arms and armor, massive hammers, slender blades, heavy plate. Every one of them a leader, their strength at the level of heroes. They kicked awake the 2 sleeping guards, cursing them for failure. But search as they might, they found nothing. The chests had vanished without trace, as though swallowed by the ground itself. Even at such speed, it was unthinkable. One of the leaders finally made his way to the center of camp. There, before an unmarked tent, he paused. His face twisted with unease. Within lay their true master. The one none of the common soldiers knew existed. The one even the leaders feared too deeply to betray. He parted the flap and stepped inside. The tent was bare, save for a stand at the rear holding a few carefully kept treasures. And in its center, a grand vessel filled with liquid silver. He dropped to one knee. Our vault has been breached. The hidden passage discovered. All its contents, stolen. The silver rippled. From it rose a figure, reshaping itself into the exact likeness of the kneeling knight. Armor, face, even voice. It matters not, it said flatly. Those things were of little worth. Without a path back to Nokron, they are useless. But vengeance must be taken. The silver tear mimic. A relic stolen from Nokron long ago. One of the Eternal City's experiments, an attempt to craft an artificial lord. Of all their creations, only 2 had neared success. The first, flawless, had been sealed away in Nokron, never stolen, never seen again. The second stood here. It had been incomplete, soulless. But time had changed it. Armed with countless warriors' skills, it had grown. It had birthed a will of its own. And now, with absolute power, it ruled the cuckoos. 178 Volume 2 Chapter 84 The 4 Belfries. Lucian had already slipped out from beneath the tent by the time the commotion began. After Ceria dragged the 2 cuckoo knights outside, the pair cloaked themselves in unseen form and slipped away from the encampment with ease. It seemed the cuckoos had little experience fighting unseen foes. Their ranks carried no tools to counter stealth. After all, even the capital of Lindell had only begun issuing sentries torches after the Night of the Black Knives, when bitter lessons were burned into memory. Perhaps the cuckoos once had some means of piercing invisibility, but years of neglect had dulled their vigilance. Even if such tools still existed, they remained unused. Lucian thought grimly that tonight would at least remind them of the need. He and Ceria left the camp behind. On the road, Lucian caught sight of several cuckoos whose arms and armor marked them as leaders. He was not surprised. Every host had its champions. Still, these stood out uniquely equipped, distinct enough that, had they not worn the cuckoo crest, one might mistake them for wandering NPCs from some other story. But Lucian did not linger to study them. Instead, he guided Ceria into the woods at the rear of the camp. On Lyernia's eastern shore, he had seen little of the cuckoos, only a small band skirmishing with spectral carrion troll knights. The western coast, however, was another matter entirely. From his current vantage, he could see scattered fires stretching south into the distance. It was clear the cuckoos had seized the entire western bank, entrenching themselves across the land. Lucian and Ceria were still well within enemy territory. The scale of it all gave him pause. The cuckoo's army was vast, large enough to occupy nearly the whole coast. How many soldiers did they truly command? Clearly, they knew how to preserve their strength. Their numbers had endured since the Age of Legends, surviving even the shattering, when the lands between were torn apart. But where did such an army come from? Lucian did not know that the cuckoos plundered more than treasure and resources. They seized people as well. When they conquered territory, they gathered the common folk and bound them into servitude. Those who survived toiled as slaves, working the fields, forging supplies, building arms. Even the lowest cuckoo foot soldier could abuse them at will. And yet, the cuckoos left their slaves a bitter path upward. Any who proved their worth were permitted to join their ranks, gaining the right to dominate their former companions. A cruel system, but effective. Those who rose through betrayal became harsher masters than the cuckoos themselves, and those still bound in chains, desperate for escape, strove all the harder to prove their value. In time, the oppressed came to accept their captors. Some even embraced the name of cuckoo, forgetting who had first cast them down. The strategy had never failed. It was how the cuckoos endured. Now, hidden deep in the woods, Lucian and Ceria began to take stock of their spoils. From the storage disk, Lucian drew 3 stone chests of varying size. He opened the largest first. Within lay a weapon, a single-handed axe. Its blade was studded with great shards of green glintstone. Crystalline growths crept across its edge and along the haft. A name shimmered in Lucian's vision: Glintstone Carver. He turned it over. Another weapon he had never seen before. Its war skill allowed it to release a vibrating arc of magic from the blade, reminiscent of the vibroblades of old science fiction. It resembled the cragblade, but crafted to slice through glintstone itself. As a weapon, its strength was modest, likely more tool than armament. He set it aside and opened the second chest. Inside was a finely wrought dagger. Its war skill: Assassin's Gambit. Useful, at least. Combined with unseen form, it could erase even the faint sound of footsteps. The third chest held something stranger. A small ornament, unassuming save for the jet-black gem set in its center. The stone was utterly dark, without glimmer, yet Lucian felt a faint resemblance to the black moon of Nuxtala. Though, of course, the true moon of Nuxtala looked nothing like this. Still, text flickered before his eyes: seal key of the Eternal City. Not much information. Neither which eternal city it belonged to, nor what it unlocked. Only that it was a key and born of that ancient civilization. Lucian frowned. Without the display of its name, he would never have thought it a key at all. It resembled a talisman more than anything. And yet, when he placed it into his talisman pouch, it began to fuse with the leather as if it belonged there. Clearly, it carried more than symbolic weight. The black gem at its heart radiated a subtle force, akin to fragments of the moon of Nuxtala that forged memory stones. Lucian felt his thoughts clear, as though magic came more easily to mind. The boon was faint, but to a true sorcerer it would be priceless. Even so, he suspected the gem's full potential lay beyond him. Perhaps it resonated with a form of sorcery he had yet to master. He stored all 3 items once more. Of them, only the dagger might be of immediate use. The rest could be secured within Stormvale's vault. The road called them onward. Soon, Lucian found the site he had been seeking, the place where the jellyfish shield once lay. A wrecked carriage stood by the roadside, surrounded by corpses of men whose skin was stained purple by jellyfish venom. But the spirits who had struck them down were gone, likely vanished after avenging their kin. Several cuckoo soldiers lingered by the wreck, pretending to investigate while slipping trinkets into their pockets. Lucian searched the debris. The goods were scattered, most carried off already. But of the jellyfish shield, there was no trace. He guessed the jellyfish had carried it away themselves, burying it in honor of their fallen. For jellyfish were not mindless beasts. They were spirits reborn of human souls, with will and thought of their own. When one was attacked, the others nearby would all burn red with rage, fighting as one. Their shared fury was their only means of survival. And their shields wore skill, contagious fury, embodied that power. A pity, Lucian thought. One less tool for strengthening allies. And truthfully, a jellyfish's head made for an odd shield to begin with. He lifted his gaze. On the slope ahead, the outline of ancient structures loomed against the starlit sky. He and Ceria ascended the hill, cloaked in unseen form. On the path, 3 headless troll knights barred the way. These spectral warriors did not rely on eyes to sense intruders, rendering stealth useless. But their movements were ponderous. Lucian and Ceria easily slipped past them. At last, they reached the site of grace at the summit. Lucian kindled its light, then turned to examine the towers themselves. The 4 belfries. The chest that once held an imbued sword key had already been emptied, no doubt the very one Lucian had claimed earlier. 4 ancient belfries rose across the hill, identical in form. Each bore 3 massive bells, hung in a trinity above, and their walls were carved with the image of an aged figure holding a tablet aloft, cradled by the branches of the Erd tree. The figure was oddly familiar. Lucian thought it resembled the sages of the old dynasty, though erosion had worn the features smooth. These towers, capable of bridging realms to the eternal cities and even to skyborne ruins, surely they were of the same age. He tilted his head back. Above, the stars burned bright, and the moon hung vast and silver, revealing all the heavens of the lands between. For what purpose had these towers been built? Exploring further, Lucian was startled to find another difference from the game he remembered. In that version, only 3 belfries had functioning portals, while the fourth, the highest, held only a chest. But here, all 4 contained gateways. One had already been opened, its key inserted into the imp statue beside it. Likely the very key stored in the chest above. The cuckoos, he realized, must have been the ones to use it. Yet unlike him, they could not have known where each portal led. They must have chosen blindly, which meant one of the portals no longer led where he expected. In the game, they had connected to 3 destinations, the Chapel of Anticipation, Nokron, and the Crumbling Firm Azula. But with a 4th added here, the balance had changed. 3 gates awaited him. He had but 1 key. Troubling. At least he could rule out the chapel. If the cuckoos had gone there, they would have left traces. Stormveil would never have stood quiet had they passed through its heart. That left some other, unknown place. Resolving to see for himself, Lucian touched the open portal. When next he opened his eyes, he stood in a cavern lit only by the glow of glintstone. Massive crystals studded the walls, casting a pale blue radiance. Corpses of cuckoo soldiers hung impaled upon the jagged shards. Lucian frowned. He knew of many crystal caves in Lyernia sealed caverns, the Master Luzat's prison, but none like this. He turned back. Behind him, another portal waited, whole and functional. Tentatively, he touched it and was returned to the belfries. He froze. The belfry gates were one way. Always one way. Yet here, the portal had returned him, which meant the destinations were not what he thought. Perhaps none of them were. Lucian pressed a hand to his forehead, frowning in frustration. The mystery had only deepened. 179, Volume 2, Chapter 85, The Crystal Lizard. The 3 portals had become 4. Their destinations, too, had shifted. This was not good news for Lucian. Of the 3 unopened portals, he could no longer be certain whether any still led to the Eternal City or the Crumbling Firm Azula. And in his possession, he held only a single imbued sword key, the one from Ceria, Town of Sorcery. Which meant that, if he wanted to open all 4 portals of the belfries, he would need to find not just the key hidden within Raya Lucaria as in the game, but another one besides buried who knew where in the lands between. He doubted the rules would be as simple as the game had suggested, 1 key for each gate. There had to be more. The lands between must hold more imbued sword keys than a mere handful. The 4 belfries, after all, were not a trinket for 1 or 2 wanderers, but a great hub of travel. A system so vast must once have been supported by keys crafted in number. He could only hope he stumbled upon more in some forgotten corner. For now, Lucian chose not to waste the single key he had. With only one, there was no way to judge which portal was which. Better to wait until he had acquired the one from the academy, then make his attempt. At least then he could compare the destinations, and see whether paths still remained to the Eternal City or the floating ruins. But since he was already here, he decided to step into the portal the cuckoos had opened. The cavern he had glimpsed before, filled with glintstone crystal, was still waiting. This time, he brought Ceria with him. There was no point leaving her behind. She had nothing to do here, and her presence could double their efficiency if the cavern demanded they split paths. With her assassin's skill, she could handle herself against most dangers. They stepped back into the crystal cavern, but Lucian quickly realized this place might not be Lyernia at all. The air was too cold. Caves were naturally cooler than the surface, true, but even in Lyernia's other caverns, the temperature never fell this low. Earlier, when he had entered only briefly, he hadn't noticed. Now, lingering longer, the unnatural chill bit into him. Where on earth have I ended up? Is this even Lyernia anymore? He glanced at Ceria. Her thin dancer's dress seemed pitifully inadequate for the cold. Would it affect her? But she looked unbothered. Of course. Not only was she a Numen, an eternal descendant whose blood already ran cold, but she was also a hero. For one of her constitution, ordinary chill was nothing to fear. Unless it was a mountaintop blizzard or volcanic storm, she would be fine. Still, Lucian asked if she was all right. When she answered calmly, he let the matter drop and turned his attention to exploration. At first, they searched together, but soon the sheer size of the cavern forced them apart. Lucian studied the glintstone crystals along his chosen path. Some bore smooth-cut marks, as though already harvested. Likely, the cuckoos had obtained their glintstone carver axe here, using it to hack the crystals from the walls. They had paid a steep price, though. Corpses littered the cavern. Broken armor and gnawed bones hung impaled on crystal spires. Some creature had slaughtered the invaders, and fed upon them. How long ago? The rot suggested months, at least. And had that creature been slain, or did it still lurk unseen? Lucian could not tell. He pressed on, observing the many hues of glintstone that gleamed around him. Most common were the pale gray clusters, worthless, abundant in Lyernia's lake, not even fit to mine. Faint blue crystals contained a trace of magic, but were weak and brittle. These were the ones that could be crushed in the hand to release paltry bursts of sorcery useful in desperation, but beneath the notice of true scholars. Deeper blues and greens were different. Denser, stronger, they could be worked into staves or embedded in arms. Carrion and Academy sorceries both drew power from such crystals, their natural resonance enhancing spellcraft. At the highest tier lay the gems that hardly deserve to be called crystals at all, pure stones of deep, luminous blue or green, rare as miracles. Luzat and Azza, the master sorcerers whose bodies half turned to crystal, bore such gems in their flesh and staves alike. The Sword of Night and Flame itself carried one such deep green stone set into its blade. At the end of his path, Lucian discovered a glintstone the size of a human head, deep blue, gleaming with potency. Stormveil had been trying to train sorcerers, but the effort was hampered by lack of teachers and, critically, lack of staves. This stone could solve part of that problem. Drawing the glintstone carver, Lucian poured magic into its war skill. The axe's edge shimmered with vibrating energy, and when he pressed it against the stone, zzz, a clean slice cut through. The gem came free, its surface mirror smooth. Lucian stowed it in his storage disk. He was just about to seek another path when a sharp metallic clang rang out in the distance. Steel on steel. Ceria. Without hesitation, Lucian hurried toward the sound. The path wound like a maze, but he eventually found her. Ceria stood with her back to a crystal wall, dagger drawn, her posture tense. Shards of glintstone lay shattered on the ground. Blue blood streaked her blade. Wounds marked her shoulder and arm, shallow but fresh. She had fought something, and could not finish it. Unusual, for a black knife assassin. Their art lay in concealment, swift strikes, blades infused with the rune of destined death. But stripped of her gear, Ceria could rely only on skill and flesh. "How is it?" Lucian asked. She wiped the blood from her arm. Her voice was calm, but edged with frustration. "A strange lizard. Huge. Covered in glintstone. I've never seen its like. Not strong but good at hiding. It blends with the crystals. I can't find it unless it shows itself." Lucian scanned the chamber. The walls were ringed in tall crystals, their smooth faces gleaming like mirrors. In them, he saw himself, Ceria, and nothing else. No hint of their enemy. But clearly, it was still here. He summoned a breeze, careful not to call a storm that might collapse the cavern. Air currents brushed along the walls, revealing gaps, hidden passages between the crystal formations. The chamber was not a sealed arena, but a labyrinth of reflective corridors. A perfect hunting ground. The lizard was there, tucked behind one crystal wall, waiting. The instant it sensed discovery, it lunged. A blur of motion, a black-scaled beast with pale blue crystals sprouting from its back, easily 3 or 4 meters long. Its limbs were slender, its body leaner than a rune bear's, but no less dangerous. It darted between crystals, its reflection splitting into illusory doubles. 2 false lizards burst forth to flank them. Lucian drew the Sword of Night and Flame. Flames roared out, engulfing both phantoms. They shattered like glass, vanishing. The real one struck from behind. Lucian spun but too late. A flash of searing light burst from the creature's crystals, blinding him. A heavy mass slammed into his chest. The lizard had curled into a wheel, rolling its jagged back like a spiked boulder. Sparks flew as its crystals screeched against Lucian's armor. Ordinary prey would have been torn to ribbons, crushed to pulp. But Lucian caught it. Wind gathered around him, forming a barrier that blunted the impact. Even so, sharp crystals scored his jaw and cheek. He gritted his teeth, seized the beast in both arms, and hauled it up. "You like throwing yourself into my arms," he growled. "My embrace isn't meant for beasts like you." Held upside down, limbs flailing, the lizard writhed. Frosty breath burst from its jaws, icing Lucian's legs. Its tail lashed wildly, smashing nearby crystals. But his grip did not falter. He crushed it against his chest. The crystals pierced his flesh, but he ignored the pain. He squeezed tighter, until the creature's chest cavity collapsed, until frozen breath gave way to choking silence. With a wet, ugly sound, the lizard's inside spilled from its jaws. Its body went limp. Dead. Lucian flung it aside, wiped the blood from his hands, and retrieved the Sword of Night and Flame. The shallow cuts across his face were already closing. With the vitality of 50 levels worth of vigor, such wounds healed almost as soon as they were made. A voice drifted coolly into his ear. "Must you always fight so barbarically?" Molina chided, feigning detachment. "You could have simply dodged, finished it cleanly. Yet you let yourself be wounded." 180, Volume 2 Chapter 86, The Crystal Dragon's Rest. 180, Volume 2 Chapter 86, The Crystal Dragon's Rest. Molina stood beside Lucian, her gaze lingering on the wounds across his face as they slowly knit themselves closed. The moment she had spoken, she already regretted it. She shouldn't have scolded him for how he fought. For Lucian, such shallow cuts weren't even worth drinking medicine over. But when she saw him bleeding, her heart had tightened before she could think. Lucian hadn't expected her to speak, either. She had been too shy to appear, hiding herself most of the time. He had intended to brush it off, say the wounds were nothing, prove his resilience in front of the girl he liked. After all, even a schoolboy with no sense of romance would try to look tough before his crush. But then he realized, such bravado would only worry her more. So instead, he simply nodded. I'll be more careful in the future. He lowered his voice, so Ceria wouldn't hear. Ah, someone else is near, Molina blurted, flustered. Did we not agree you needn't answer me aloud at times like this? She still wasn't ready to be so open. It doesn't matter, Lucian murmured with a faint smile. I wanted to speak with you. This time, no reply came. Perhaps she had chosen silence as the only way to make him stop. Or perhaps, embarrassed again, she had fled somewhere unseen. Honestly, what's there to be so shy about? Lucian chuckled. His days were beginning to feel brighter, little by little. Ceria, stationed further back, had overheard his low murmur. But she knew well enough it wasn't directed at her. She glanced around him, no other soul nearby, no hidden presence she could detect. From the moment they had set out together, it had only been the two of them. Then who was he speaking to? Her curiosity stirred, but as a hired blade she knew better than to pry. She had already overheard part of his strange exchange with Runy once. That had been enough to warn her Lucian was not someone to meddle with. Her role was simple: follow orders, do her work, and live another day. Lucian turned over the corpse of the crystal lizard. Up close, the resemblance to Dark Souls crystal lizards was uncanny. Those creatures, praised by players as the Bugatti Veyrons of loot, could even be found at the very start of Dark Souls 3. Of course, this one hadn't wandered in from another set. It wasn't Patches pulling one of his tricks. It only looked similar. This beast bore short, spiraled horns atop its skull, not dragon horns, but furnace-like spirals, proof that it truly belonged to the lands between. It must have been some ancient species, born long ago and fused with crystal as part of its nature. After all, the world of the game had shown only fragments of the ecosystem. Bears, dogs, crayfish, rescued crows and bloodhounds. Hardly representative of a true world's breadth. Reality held far more. Even so, this was Lucian's first time seeing a creature absent from the game entirely. And it was not weak. Its advantage came from fighting on home ground, in a terrain filled with crystals, and from its peculiar abilities. Compared to an ordinary rune bear, it was physically less robust, but the sharpness and density of its crystal armor more than compensated. That rolling attack alone had made it nearly unstoppable. Not to mention the icy breath it had unleashed. That, in particular, caught Lucian's attention. It wasn't as though a lizard simply looked like a crystal beast and gained frost breath by default. This was an adaptation born of environment. Which raised the question, where exactly had the portal brought him? The unnatural cold of this cavern, the creature's icebound breath. Could it bait us snowfields? He nudged the corpse with his boot, but found nothing valuable upon it. So he asked Ceria, have you ever seen a creature like this? In the lands between? Never. She tilted her head. Perhaps, as you say, it is an ancient species. Even her long-lived eyes, touched by the blood of the Numen, had no answer. Lucian sighed and stowed the body into his storage disk. It would be worth dissecting back at Stormvale. Together they pressed on, passing through the chamber where the lizard had lurked. Broken cuckoo armor, bones, and even foul piles of waste marked the place as its lair. The cuckoos had clearly scavenged something here once, then withdrawn without avenging their dead. Perhaps they had judged the soldiers' lives too cheap to justify the trouble. At least that meant the path ahead remained unexplored. The cavern beyond grew broader, then split into twisting tunnels. Strange markings, ancient script, were carved above certain passages, as though to guide travelers. Lucian couldn't read them. He no longer risked splitting from Ceria. With so many diverging paths, they might never find each other again. Instead, he summoned a steady current of wind. As the breeze brushed stone and crystal, he mapped their contours in his mind, sketching a three-dimensional chart of the maze. It was a technique born of necessity, after realizing his lack of scouting ability. Still unrefined, costly in focus, but effective. He pressed onward, gradually mastering it as they traveled. What had first required halting steps, even stopping altogether to sense the air's feedback, now became a fluid motion. He could map while walking, avoiding dead ends and ambushes. The deeper they went, the more signs of crystal lizards appeared. But thanks to the wind, they avoided contact, sparing the beasts. No need to drive them extinct, there might not be many left in this world. Along the way, Lucian also found primitive crystal-cutting tools, cruder than the glintstone carver he wielded. Signs of human habitation lingered as well. Clearly, this cave had once been a mine. A place where countless laborers had hewn crystal from the walls. The scale of the cavern suggested immense output and of fine quality, too. Then the wind revealed something unusual ahead. Not stone, not crystal. Something immense. Lucian emerged from the passage and froze. Before him lay a corpse. A dragon. Its body stretched so far into the cavern's depths that its end could not be seen. Its wings were spread across the stone, its scales buried beneath forests of crystal. Glintstone had grown over it so thickly that it seemed less a dragon encrusted with crystal, and more a dragon born of crystal itself. Its head slumped low, jaws open in a silent roar. Enormous fangs, once symbols of ferocity and majesty, now lay broken and twisted, pried apart by the relentless growth of crystal bursting through its mouth. From above, a shaft of light pierced the cavern. Scattered by countless crystal faces, it illuminated the fallen colossus in an otherworldly glow. This was a glintstone dragon, but not one Lucian knew. Its size was staggering. Smaller than Dragonlord Placido's axe, perhaps, but compared to ordinary dragons it was overwhelming. Even in this cramped cavern, its body filled every corner of sight. Lucian had once glimpsed Glintstone dragon Agila from afar. At the time, the distance had obscured her true scale. But this corpse, even dead, its presence dwarfed most living WRMS. It might have rivaled half of Agila's size, still titanic by any measure. Standing before its bowed head, Lucian studied the scene. The dragon seemed to have died peacefully, settling into crystal as centuries passed, its body merging with the cavern floor. Crystals. A dragon. Dead, yet eternal. This place deserves a name, the Crystal Dragon's Rest. Its massive tail coiled upward into the cavern roof, fused into stone. At the tip, Lucian noticed a faint white glow. Not crystal light. Daylight. The tail formed a bridge to a high platform and exit. Climbing onto the dragon's back, he followed the tail upward. At last, an opening. But it was sealed. Layers of crystal blocked the cave mouth. Beyond them, through narrow gaps, he glimpsed not the world but another wall of ice. Thick, solid, suffocating, and cold, so cold that even peering through the cracks burned his eyes with frost. Lucian's breath caught. The snowfields. The portal really did throw me into the mountaintops. Until now, the cavern's walls had sheltered him. But the moment he saw that frozen barricade, he realized just how much worse the outside must be. Was this the consecrated snowfield? Or the mountaintops of the giants? Either way, the cold was no trivial matter. Ceria, he ordered softly. Return the way we came. Use the portal back to the belfries. Wait for me there. Even she, with her dancer's grace, could not face the storm outside dressed so lightly. As for himself, he only needed to light a sight of grace. Then he could warp back. Drawing the glintstone carver, he tested the barricade. The crystal was too thick, the ice denser still. Even a tool of sorcery struggled. So he switched weapons. The sword of night and flame flared, and a torrent of comet light ripped through the wall. Crystal and ice shattered. At once, a flood of snow and wind screamed into the cavern, slashing Lucian's face like blades. The temperature plunged to match the world outside. He braced against the storm, peering through the breach. White. Nothing but white. Endless snow-swallowed mountain peaks. Blizzards churned across the land like raging seas. Only a few withered Roa fruit plants clung to life, bowing under the snow's weight. Nothing else moved. The blizzard ruled this land, beautiful and merciless. Lucian pulled his cloak tighter around his shoulders. Then, following the faint light of grace, he stepped into the snowfield. 181, Volume 2, Chapter 87, A Maiden's Warmth. Lucian rode atop torrent across the desolate, barren snowfields. The wind howled ceaselessly, and the blizzard blurred the world into a shapeless void. The mountains ahead were nothing more than faint, hollow silhouettes. All around, there was only a single color, the endless, smothering white. Aside from the occasional tree jutting out at the roadside, there were no landmarks to speak of. The only guide in this trackless waste was a faint, wavering golden light drifting above Grace's guidance. No map, no markers, no destination. Even if he looked back, the cave he had come from was already lost to sight. It was only thanks to that shimmering light that Lucian could keep moving forward. It had been a very long time since he had traveled this way without a map, with only Grace to follow. The last time was at the very beginning, after leaving the stranded graveyard and stepping foot into Limgrave. Back then, he had followed Grace's lines to the gate front, where he first encountered Molina. After meeting her and securing his first map, he no longer relied on Grace for direction. For compared to the faint threads of Grace, the routes stored in his own memory, what players would call strategy guides, were far clearer. With a map in hand, he could match the terrain to what he remembered, and navigate with confidence. That was why he had always gone out of his way to gather maps, whether from the stells, merchants, or even from others' hands. But now, without one, the absence was stifling. Still, he wasn't here to explore. He only needed to unlock a sight of Grace in this snowfield for the sake of teleportation later. He didn't expect to return anytime soon. If he could find a landmark near the Grace, all the better. Ideally, the mountaintop of the giants, then he could bring Alyssa here next time, let her guide the way. It would give her an excuse to visit her people, the Zammer, and see how they fared on the mountain. If their life here was too harsh, he could always bring them back to Stormvale. It would be far kinder than this frozen land. And if this place was truly the consecrated snowfield, it opened paths toward Miquella's Halatree or even the Mogwine dynasty. Lost in such thoughts, Lucian soon found himself buried under a thick layer of snow. He shook himself back to his senses, conjuring a gust to scatter the frost from his body. The snow was relentless. If he didn't clear it off every so often, it quickly piled up again. Until now he had simply brushed it away with storm's winds, but he decided to do better, shaping the gale into a flowing armor of air around himself, warding the snow from clinging in the first place. The chill had begun to seep into his bones. His armor, though cloaked and layered, had never been meant for warmth. If only he had prepared heat-restoring drafts beforehand. Not that it mattered much. With his body's strength, even stripped bare he would only stiffen, never freeze to death. Torrent, meanwhile, was unfazed. His thick fur shrugged off the cold, though the heavy snowdrifts did slow his hooves. Each step sank deep into the powder, and the steed grew restless, unable to run free. Instead, Torrent dawdled, nibbling at roadside rawa fruit. Lucian had tasted the mountain-grown variety once. The verdict, poor. The fibers were too coarse to swallow, the flavor like unsweetened mint gum, icy cold, with shards of frost. Edible, but unpleasant. By far the best remained Lindel's golden dried rawa fruit, sweet, chewy, almost like candy. Trust the capital's lords to know how to make a proper treat. With nothing else to occupy him, Lucian let his thoughts wander in such trivialities. He had no idea how long he had been riding. The world around him never changed, endlessly repeating itself. The mental strain of such monotony was greater than the physical. Were it not for Grace still pointing forward, he might have thought himself going in circles. For a moment, he regretted not learning even the simplest flame incantations. A little fire would have been welcome here, not just for warmth, but for comfort. Ordinary torches were useless in this blizzard. He had acquired a basic flame incantation book in a trade with Runy, but he had never gone to see Brother Corin to learn it. Dieters had been costly then. Storms could shield him from snow, but not change the air's temperature. Hot winds blew hot, cold winds blew cold. He was just considering whether to pull out the sword of night and flame to use as a torch when he suddenly felt warmth on his back. He knew it well. Not true warmth, but the illusion of its sensation of Molina's spirit touching him. She wrapped her arms gently around him from behind. She could do nothing against the cold itself, but she could at least offer the faint comfort of phantom warmth. "Thank you, Molina." Her head rested against his back, her gaze fixed on the unchanging white horizon. "Let us find a Grace quickly, and return. Your armor is hardly fit for the cold." Lucian chuckled softly. "It's not so bad. Not beyond what I can endure. You know me, if I wasn't prepared for it, I'd never have stepped out of that cave." She nodded. That much was true. Even if the teleportation had been unexpected, he would never rush out blindly. "When I find the Grace, we'll head back. This place is far too cold." He lifted his eyes to the sky, following Grace's line into the unknown. He sighed. But who knows how far it still is, even torrents slowed by the snow. There was no help for it. In a new land, finding Grace and marking a teleport point was essential. Without it, the alternatives would be endless hours spent trudging through caverns. Molina said nothing more. She only tightened her embrace slightly. In that lonely white expanse, Lucian felt genuine warmth. The pale, colorless world seemed, for a moment, painted over with life. The hollow silhouettes of distant peaks became guiding beacons. Because he knew he was not alone. Behind him was the girl for whom he fought. "I feel better already," he murmured. "Having you with me, I'm fortunate indeed." "I will always be with you," Molina whispered. "Always. And when I gain a body of my own, I want to remain by your side still." Lucian drew in a long breath. His reply was solemn, sincere. "It would be my greatest honor." And so, with the girl he loved at his back, Lucian pressed onward across the endless snowfield. Beneath the land, a vast creature stirred. It sensed faint vibrations from above. Its body, still asleep, moved on instinct, seeking prey. Dozens of massive fingers erupted from the snow ahead of Lucian and Torrent, forming a cage. Not even Torrent's keen senses had detected it. The spectral steed shrieked in alarm for the first time. Until it attacked, the finger creeper had left no trace, its signs buried beneath the snow. By the time it struck, even Torrent's double jump could not evade its grasp. Molina started in surprise, but quickly steadied herself. In battle, Lucian needed no protection from her. The colossal hand closed around them, fingers grinding together to crush. This was no common finger creeper, no ring-bearer warped by sorcery. This was an ancient, primeval one, pure flesh and power. It had never donned magic rings, never degenerated into weakness. Its kind knew nothing of restraint. Who needs trinkets, when flesh itself is might? But this prey was wrong. Its grip found not yielding flesh, but something unbreakable, something swelling larger even as it held it. Lucian had called upon the great rune, his body magnifying to a colossal size. He tore apart the imprisoning fingers, ripping flesh and spilling blood that froze into black ice upon him. Rising from the gory ruin, he seized the hand at its base and wrenched, tearing the monster in half. Still, the severed parts moved. Each half dragged itself upright, crawling to attack anew. Lucian snarled. At the larger half, he struck first. Wind gathered around his fist, and when it fell, the bones within shattered, bursting through the flesh. Snow cratered outward in a ring. He seized two of its fingers, ripped them free, and wielded them like hammers, smashing its body into pulp. The other half attempted to flee. From his storage, Lucian drew the Dragon Slayer sword spear. The sword of night and flame was too small in his enlarged hand, still a sorcerer's weapon at heart. Against a beast like this, he needed something worthy of his size. The sword spear grew with him, its length titanic, its head ablaze with black flame. He hurled it. It burned a clear path through the storm, pierced the creeping hand, and pinned it writhing to the ground. Lucian leapt upon it, wrenched the weapon free, and brought down a stormbolt from the sky. Lightning crackled through blade and beast alike, spreading across the snow in jagged scars. He did not stop until the thing was charred black, crumbling like brittle coal at a touch. Only then did he shrink back to his normal size, dismissing the corpse and summoning Torrent once more. The mount was unharmed, having spirit walked clear of the ambush. Molina reappeared behind him, arms encircling him once more. After that violent interruption, they returned to their journey. At last, Grace's line ended leading to a ruined shack, half buried in a mountain hollow. Its walls gave some shelter from the wind, though snow still filled it knee-deep. Inside lay a long-dead corpse, mummified by the cold, a scroll clutched tightly in its hand. Lucian lit the sight of Grace first, then pried the parchment from its frozen grasp. A crude map. At its end was drawn a tree, not the Erd tree, but another, blooming with immense flowers. There was only one it could be, Miquella's tree. That meant this place was indeed the consecrated snowfield. He looked out. From here, faint against the horizon, he could just glimpse its sacred tree, smaller than the Erd tree yet dazzling alone against the snows. 182 Volume 2 Chapter 88 The Converted Tower. Lucian had no intention of wandering the Hala tree just yet. His goal this time was simple: activate a sight of grace. Once lit, he could warp here at will. There was no reason to linger. The consecrated snowfield was far too cold. He had no gear to ward off the chill, no talismans or drafts to resist the frost. It would not kill him, but the discomfort was real enough. He decided, the next time he came here, he would bring every form of cold resistance he could muster. Once the grace was opened, he could return whenever he pleased. From afar, he gazed at the Hala tree rising against the white horizon, folding his arms across his chest as he tallied his gains. This journey had been worthwhile. In the reality of the lands between, places like the snowfield and the Hala tree could not possibly be reached only by way of Lindell. There had to be other paths. If the only route was through the capital, then how could Malenia's cleanwrought knight Finley have ever carried her across the city and back to the Hala tree? Or how could the Hala tree's forces move so freely to Siled? Clearly, there were hidden ways. And now Lucian had found one. The official path required absurd prerequisites: storming Lindell, unlocking the grand lift of Rold, claiming the secret medallion halves from the Albinoric village and Castle Sol, all long, grueling tasks. Even other mountain passes cost enormous time. This way had saved him countless hours. From here he could strike north to Ordina and enter the Hala tree, or head south to the portal that led straight into Mogwine's dynasty. And no one would ever expect him to appear here, of all places. If he chose to attack, they would be caught wholly unprepared. The only regret, he had not found the snowfield's map fragment. Without it, he could not march straight to his targets. He cast one last look at the distant Hala tree, then stepped into the grace's warmth. The bitter cold and the ache in his limbs melted away, though his armor still held its chill. Molina appeared at his side, brushing a hand across the frozen plates. It truly is bitter out there. Next time, you'll need to bring gear against the cold. Lucian nodded. Yes. Once we're back in Stormvale, I'll have BOC prepare something. And I should give him the golden tailoring tools I picked up at the Church of Vows. With better tools, his craft can only improve. He glanced at her, half teasing. Would you like to stay close for a while? Molina's face flushed crimson. When she was a spirit, unseen by him, she could dare a little boldness, but not now. No, you're far too cold, she said quickly, and vanished before he could answer. Lucian tilted his head. Was his armor really that freezing, or was she simply embarrassed again? Strange, she had held him for so long on the road just earlier. He sat a moment longer, then warped to the 4 belfries. Light, unshrouded by storm or snow, struck his eyes the moment he stepped out. After the snowfield's blizzards, it was blinding. He blinked, adjusted, and spotted Ceria waiting at the highest belfry, seated against the stone. She rose at once and fell into step behind him. The air of Lyernia felt almost mild compared to the snowfield. Sending her back ahead of time had been wise. Her dancer's garb would have been no match for that bitter cold. From the belfry's edge, Lucian scanned the land below. First, he needed to study the distribution of the Cuckoo Knights and plan his return route to Stormvale. The encampment he had struck earlier had been a large one, likely a stronghold. Further along the lakeshore, more encampments dotted the land, several of impressive size. Then his eyes caught upon a lone tower at the farthest reach of vision. A wizard's tower. He remembered. The converted tower. Its master had abandoned the pursuit of sorcery, turning instead to the Golden Order. Marika's statue stood within, and its wards could only be broken with the gesture of erudition. He recalled the name of the gesture, but not how it was performed. In truth, few ever solved it properly. Most simply climbed in from the outside. Lucian smirked. That would do. The tower might yet hold useful things: memory stones, sorceries, perhaps even incantations. Whatever remained, he would see it put to use. With Ceria at his side, he cloaked them both in unseen form and slipped past the scattered encampments. The Cuckoo soldiers kept their posts, but the settlements were spread far apart, several kilometers between each, so discovery was no concern. At one site, he spotted a sealed Evergaol, heavily guarded. He recognized it, the prison of a Carian troll knight. Releasing him now would only mean dragging him into hostile territory where he'd be captured again. Better to return later and send him to aid Runy's stronghold. For now, Lucian simply marked the location and moved on. Soon, they left the Cuckoo's reach behind. No soldiers patrolled the ground near the converted tower. Inside, the place was a wreck. The Cuckoos had ransacked every corner but failed to lift the tower's seal. Lucian stood before Marika's statue, raised his arms, angled them upward into a triangle, and looked skyward. Nothing. He tried again. Still nothing. A soft laugh drifted at his ear. Not Celirish waited outside. Molina. Lucian propped his chin in thought. A gesture alone could hardly suffice. Likely it required proper sorceress resonance. He sighed. So be it. He would climb. Leaving through the lower floor, he eyed the broken outer walls. The distance from wall to tower was too far for ordinary men. But for Torrent, it was trivial. With a double jump, horse and rider landed upon the ruined parapet. Lucian gauged the angle, spurred Torrent again, and vaulted clean through a window on the second floor. From the ground, Celira could only watch in silence. For a king to break into a mage's tower like a common thief, perhaps her first impression of him as a grave robber had not been so wrong. Inside, manuscripts and tomes lay scattered, weathered to ruin by time. He leafed through a few. Most were Golden Order incantations, notes of conversion, half-legible and of little value. The true treasures would be higher. Ascending the spiral stair, he reached the top chamber. Books lined the shelves in neat order here, preserved by the sealed room. At the desk slumped the tower's former master, robes in tatters, bones showing through, his lazuli glintstone crown still upon his skull. On the desk lay a necklace of delicate make. Lucian picked it up. A trap sprung. A comet Asa crashed from the ceiling. He twisted aside in time, the blast tearing through floorboards and out the level below. The force would have slain any lesser mage. Cradling the necklace, he studied it. A memory stone, set as a pendant. Black and lightless, said to be a shard of the eternal city's black moon. Worn about his neck, it sharpened his thoughts, smoothed his channels of sorcery. Spells came swifter, stronger, especially those of night. Like gaining a scholar's insight, a touch of brilliance. Not stackable, perhaps, but invaluable nonetheless. And unlike talismans, it required no pouch slot. He smiled faintly. Perhaps he should gather more trinkets like this. Rings, amulets enough to rival a Lord of Rings himself. He tucked the pendant beneath his armor and turned to the shelves. The books here were rich. Sorcery tomes aplenty, but also volumes of Golden Order incantations, principles of causality, scriptures of fundamentalism. The mage had converted in earnest, though why he abandoned half a life study, Lucian could not guess. On his skeletal hand, faint upon the withered skin, lingered a golden seal of faith. Lucian eyed it, wondering if one could take such a mark by force. Perhaps by cutting the hand, like transplanting a command seal. He shook his head. Best not to tamper. His dragon communion seal sufficed. He gathered the tomes, ensuring nothing worth keeping was left behind, then vaulted from the tower's wall and into the open air. 183, Volume 2, Chapter 89, Whispers of Returning Kings. Lucian called for Celira, and together they departed the converted tower. Following the cliff beside the moonlight altar, the two stepped into the cold waters of Lyernia. Thanks to her superior mobility, Celira was spared the all-too-common, soaked companion, trope. By leaping from glintstone crystals to tree trunks, she easily kept pace with Lucian and Torrent. Near the converted tower stood a small Erd tree, guarded by an Erd tree avatar. Further up the hill lay the Evergael of Radon, Thief of Fire. Lucian mentally noted them both as future tasks. He still intended to collect more crystal tears for mixing wondrous physic. He knew exactly what the nearby Erd tree avatar would drop: the cerulean crystal tear and the ruptured crystal tear. He'd used the latter often in the game's PvP, turning himself into a living bomb. Not anymore. He had no wish to blow his own guts out in this world. The more valuable tears came from the Weeping Peninsula's avatar, the Opaline Bubble Tear, which significantly negates damage, and the Crimson Burst Crystal Tear, which steadily restores HP for a time. At present, Lucian only possessed the Crimson Crystal Tear, the Spiked Cracked Tear, and the Greenspill Crystal Tear, all brought back when his men descended into the Seofer through Mistwood. He had yet to actually use any of them. When the time came, he could ask Molina to help with the mixing. As for the Thief of Fire, Radon, Lucian decided to release him later when he had the time. Perhaps Radon knew a way to reach the mountaintops of the giants. That would unlock both snowy regions of the map. Having him under his command might not be a bad idea either. After all, Radon had stolen the flame of the fell god. His combat power was considerable, and Lucian could even learn flame incantations through him. If Radon proved useful, Lucian would see to it that he was spared from the frenzied fire monk's wrath. When they reached the vicinity of the village of the Albinorics, Lucian asked Celira to wait outside. He wanted to check on the situation inside. Casting unseen form, he rode Torrent across the bubbling, poisonous marshes. From a vantage point, Lucian observed the village. To his relief, it was in decent condition. Though the villagers were mostly elderly, infirm, or disabled, unable even to walk on their own, they were still alive. No massacre had taken place. It seemed the Twinsage sorcerers had not yet uncovered the location of the Halatree secret medallion. Still, the lack of bloodshed did not mean Lucian could rest easy. At any moment, the sorcerers might discover the information and dispatch raiders to seize the medallion. He resolved to station observers nearby. Perhaps Nephili could be assigned here, lying in wait to ambush any attackers. If she could be freed from her blind obedience to the sorcerers, so much the better. Later, Lucian could also ask the villagers directly if they wished to follow him. Had they not long wandered in search of a home? Stormvale, after all, was built on the principle of coexistence among races. Albinaurics would face no discrimination there. If they agreed, he could resettle them in his castle. The more Lucian considered it, the more feasible it seemed. Why force them to travel to the distant Halatree when Stormvale lay right at hand? Aside from Lyernia, who bore a sworn mission, no other Albinauric had a real reason to risk the journey. And as for the sorcerer's thought they sought the medallion, they would never go so far as to make war against Lucian if he offered the Albinaurics his protection. They were ruthlessly pragmatic. Had not Ensha of the royal remains, fallen in battle during the game, only for the sorcerers to immediately abandon their pursuit of the Halatree medallion? Lucian admitted he lacked such cold detachment. In their place, he might have acted personally. Without revealing himself, Lucian departed the village. On the road back to Stormvale with Ceria, he stopped by several ruins, hoping to catch sight of white-faced Ver. Given his enmity with the Mogwine dynasty, there was no chance of obtaining the Pureblood Knight's medal from Ver now. And with Lucian already having located the consecrated snowfield, Ver had outlived his usefulness. Better to remove him before he caused further trouble for other Tarnished. But Ver was nowhere to be found. Instead, in one ruin, Lucian stumbled upon 4 Tarnished besieging a royal revenant. The 4 were clad in mismatched gear, typical of scavenger Tarnished, yet their bodies gleamed with brilliant golden light. Around them lay countless revenant corpses. Only one royal revenant remained. It reared up high, then lunged forward, flailing with its dozen limbs in a storm of blows. Its strikes came like a rain of blossoms, so fast they left after images. A deadly flurry in art that could smash a man into pulp with ease. Yet a Tarnished bearing a massive metal tower shield leapt forward, blocking the assault. Grey light shimmered over the shield's face as he braced it against the ground. Under the might of shield bash, the revenant's storm of blows drove him back step after step, but could not break his defense. From afar, an archer loosed a precise arrow that pierced the revenant's mouth and burst from its nape. But such wounds could not slay a creature that was no true life form. When the onslaught ended, the shield-bearer shoved forward, staggering the revenant. With a battle cry, a young spearman dashed in from the side, driving his weapon into the revenant's unbalanced body and forcing it toward their last companion. The axeman had been waiting, stance low, his weapon gleaming with skill light. Ash of war, spinning slash. The mighty blow bit deep into the revenant's torso, nearly cleaving it in two. Pinned between spear and axe, the monster could scarcely move. The archer twisted his bowstring for extra spin, loosing another arrow meant to pierce its skull. The revenant vanished in a blink, teleporting to the far side of the ruins right near Lucian. Quick! Stop it! The Tarnished shouted to him. They must have sensed his strength. Otherwise, they would never have asked his aid, knowing they would owe him a share of runes. Lucian had not intended to intervene, but since they asked, there was no reason to let the revenant escape. He drew the dragon slayer sword spear, raising it high. Thunder cracked down, obliterating the wounded revenant in a single strike. The Tarnished froze, stunned by his display of power. Lucian studied them in turn. Their skill was impressive, far beyond that of ordinary Tarnished. They had cut down swarms of revenants and even pinned a royal revenant without suffering serious wounds. Their discipline, coordination, and golden tree blessings were flawless. Who were they? Stormvale had no such warriors. If they were this strong, Lucian would surely know of them already. And yet their gear was as ragtag as any scavengers. Only the spearman was noticeably young, the rest were older, battle-hardened men in their prime. Veterans, honed by countless fights, with reflexes born of life-or-death struggle. The most dangerous kind. Those veterans, in turn, eyed Lucian warily. They, too, had seen his strength at a glance and quickly made the connection to the name whispered across the lands between. The one who had defeated Godric the Grafted and claimed a great rune. The Tarnished who restored the Storm King's legacy, the Storm King Lucian. Not someone they could afford to oppose. Feigning calm, they sheathed their weapons and nodded, keeping a careful distance. Lucian put away his sword spear as well. They naturally brought up splitting the runes. Lucian didn't care about them, intending to give them all. But since they insisted on sharing, he didn't refuse. After dividing the spoils, they waved farewell and quickly left, heading north. Perhaps toward the Altus Plateau. Watching them go, Lucian frowned. Something about them was off. Not impossibly strong, but far too disciplined for common Tarnished. Perhaps they were newcomers, freshly returned to the lands between. Still, he could not shake the unease, mulling it over all the way back. As he reached Stormvale's gates, the realization struck him like a bolt. He slapped Torrent's flank, startling the steed. No, that's it. A faction he had forgotten resurfaced in his mind. Elsewhere, far from Lucian's sight, the 4 Tarnished traveled in silence. Once sure they were beyond his perception, their pace quickened to a run-and-outright flight that lasted until dusk. Only then did they dare breathe easy. The young spearman, restless with questions, finally broke the quiet. Master, that man was so strong. He even wielded lightning. Was he Sir Vike of the Round Table? The shield-bearer shook his head. I once saw Lord Vike with my own eyes. That was not him. Had it been, we would not have needed to flee. I believe that was the one we heard of on the road, the Storm King. The scarred archer nodded in agreement. True. He used no storm, but both appearance and might matched the tales. That's why we had to run before he noticed anything. The spearman licked his lips. Is he really that powerful? His master's gaze hardened. Do not even think it. You lack the vision to judge. We do not. Even your idol, Lord Vike, would fall before him. The youth scowled, stung, but dared not argue. Instead, he turned to the big, bearded axeman. Uncle, is that true? The man spared him only a glance, unwilling to indulge the boy. The archer chuckled, filling the silence. Of course it's true. Lord Gideon himself gave orders to avoid conflict with that man. The Storm King harbors the ambition of a monarch, he is our king's rival. If our identities were exposed, none of us would have left alive. Chastened, the youth fell silent. But the axeman bristled at Gideon's name. TCH. Only Gideon still skulks about in the round table hold, muttering riddles. The rest of the round table knights are gone. Bernal even betrayed the Erd tree. He clenched his fist in fury. That Erd tree was the very cause we once fought for. And now those who bore the greatest weight have turned their backs. The shield bearer laid a hand on his shoulder. I know your faith is true. But now is not the time for anger. We must make haste. Strange creatures already delayed us, and we cannot know what else lies ahead. Of the dozen vanguard parties sent forth, it seems only ours has managed to cross the sea back to the lands between. This mission cannot fail. Whoever rules Lindell now must hear our report. We must steady the realm until our lord returns. The others fell into grim silence. Together they pressed on toward the grand lift of Dectus, bound for the Altus Plateau and the royal capital. They bore news meant for one purpose: to prepare the way for their sovereign's return. Beyond the mists, their king Godfrey was reconquering the savage lands. And when his war was done, he and his tarnished hosts, joined by the conquered tribes, would march once more into the lands between. Then the realm would fall again beneath the rule of the first Elden Lord, Godfrey. T/N, Crystal Tears in-game description. Crimson Crystal Tear. Type, HP. Usage, restores half of total HP. Locations, 1, in front of the statue in 3rd Church of Marika. 2, found on an altar guarded by enemies at the base of the minor Erd tree in capital outskirts. Greenspill Crystal Tear. Type, Stamina. Usage, temporarily boosts max stamina. Locations, 1, Mistwood, found on an altar next to the minor Erd tree in Mistwood along with the spiked cracked tear. Opaline Bubble Tear. Type, Defensive. Usage, significantly negates next instance of damage. Locations, 1, Weeping Peninsula, beneath the minor Erd tree, dropped by the Erd tree avatar boss upon defeat. Spiked cracked tear. Type, Offensive. Usage, enhances charged attacks for a time. Locations, 1, found on an altar next to the minor Erd tree in Mistwood along with the Greenspill Crystal Tear. Crimson Burst Crystal Tear. Type, HP. Usage, steadily restores HP for a time. Locations, 1, Weeping Peninsula beneath the minor Erd tree, dropped by the Erd tree avatar boss upon defeat. Ruptured Crystal Tear. Type, Offensive. Usage, causes concoction to explode. Locations, 1, dropped by the Erd tree avatar that resides in Lyernia of the Lakes. 2, dropped by the putrid avatar at the minor Erd tree in the consecrated snowfield, east of Ordina, liturgical town. Cerulean Crystal Tear. Type, FP. Usage, restores half of total FP. Locations, 1, 1 dropped by the Erd tree avatar that resides in Lyernia of the Lakes. 2, 1 dropped by the Erd tree avatar guarding the minor Erd tree mountaintops east. 184, Volume 2 Chapter 90, The War King's Return. 184, Volume 2 Chapter 90, The War King's Return. Lucian gave Torrent a light pat, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. Which faction in the lands between could possibly field so many strong Tarnished? Of course, it could only be Godfrey's army. After all, the Tarnished first came into being when Godfrey's warriors were stripped of grace. These men had once followed him through countless campaigns, carving their way to victory across bloody battlefields. Godfrey's host had fought nearly every corner of the lands between. From the war against the giants, to the struggle with the Storm King. From the snowbound peaks to the plains of Limgrave. Their endless battles had forged the foundation of the golden lineage itself. It was only natural that they were both powerful and disciplined. And when grace was stripped away, the vast majority of them had been banished from the lands between alongside Godfrey. Lucian turned over the thought of that group's origins. That they were Godfrey's men was beyond question. But there was a difference between former soldiers of Godfrey and his present followers. He recalled a certain line from the description of the rusted anchor. While the Tarnished left the lands between with their lord, one boat alone was said to have been left behind. The Tarnished aboard it never left. Could those men have been from that ship? Lucian quickly dismissed the idea. The timeline didn't match. The closest contemporaries would have been the old Round Table's generation. If those Tarnished had truly lingered since then, they would not have waited until now to reveal themselves. That meant only one thing: they had recently returned from beyond the lands between. When Godfrey was cast out, he had not forbidden the Tarnished from choosing their own path. And so, outside the lands between, the Tarnished had scattered far and wide. Some had built vast lineages, like the House of Hoslow. Some had even ascended to royalty, as with the family of Roderica. Even the Two Fingers Conspectus had formed their own power abroad. Some struck out alone. Others had never abandoned Godfrey, fighting at his side even in exile. This group, it seemed, were among the latter. In the game's opening cinematic, Godfrey is shown slain beyond the lands between. If grace had now restored him to life, what would he do? Lucian doubted Godfrey would forgive and forget, simply strolling back into the lands between with a smile. Godfrey was the first Elden Lord, the warrior king whose lust for battle knew no end. Even burdened by Sarosh, the beast regent who tempered his fury, Godfrey would surely throw himself into ceaseless wars across the wilds. Even if not for revenge, he would seek battle for its own sake. And he would no doubt challenge those who had once slain him. No matter how they had killed him before, whether by numbers, ambush, or trickery, this time Godfrey would force them to try again, and with his reborn might, crush them head-on. That was Godfrey's path to kingship. Strength is the right to rule. To carve a new dominion in the Badlands, and then march back to the lands between with his Tarnished and the tribes he had conquered at his side, surely that was the best strategy. Lucian himself would have chosen no differently. Gather one's former Tarnished followers. Conquer the barbarian tribes. Even if some Tarnished were lost in the wars, the strength of those tribes would more than make up for it. None knew better than Godfrey how fierce those people could be. He had fallen there once himself. And the greater the realm he claimed, the greater his renown. The more Tarnished would hear of his return and rally to his banner. With that, Godfrey could swiftly raise a mighty army. By the time he re-entered the lands between, he would need only to march forward in triumph, manpower ready to seize every hold. Yes, Godfrey must already have secured the Badlands, if he could send a vanguard into the lands between. He was preparing his return. That group of Tarnished moving north could only be headed for the Altus Plateau, and from there, to Lindell. With Godfrey's prestige, all they needed to do was declare their identity upon the plateau, and they would be welcomed into the capital. No doubt their task was to deliver word of Godfrey's return. Whichever way Lucian looked at it, the situation did not favor him. If Morgott learned that his father had returned, he would surely yield power to him. And then of all who could still contest the title of Elden Lord, only Lucian would remain. Lucian frowned, eyes narrowing toward the Erd tree. Should he move to eliminate that vanguard? He considered it, then shook his head. They were already too far ahead. Even sending men in force across Ceria's vast lands would accomplish nothing. More importantly, it wasn't necessary. Even if the vanguard was wiped out, it would not halt Godfrey's return. Their message would only affect how Lindell dealt with Lucian. The true question was when Godfrey and his army would reappear. But one way or another, if Lucian wished to be Elden Lord, his path would inevitably cross Godfrey's. At the thought, clarity struck him. Yes. What of it, if Godfrey returns? Lucian was fated to defeat them all, and claim the title of Elden Lord. The only question was in what order. With that, he set aside thoughts of Godfrey and his Tarnished. No matter, he would face them when the time came. What mattered more was the difference between victory and Pyrrhic victory. He could not allow Stormvale to be ruined again. And so, standing at the gates of Stormvale, Lucian resolved to inspect its defenses. But before long, he abandoned the task. He was no tactician, no master of fortifications. After staring for some time and finding nothing to improve, he decided he had better not play the outsider telling soldiers their craft. Better that, than making a fool of himself with suggestions like, move the ballista 5 centimeters to the left. Lucian returned into Stormvale, bringing Ceria with him to meet his trusted lieutenants. He intended, in time, to recover the Black Knife assassins still in hiding. Ceria would manage them. Any future assassins trained would also fall under her care, to handle the shadowed work. Seated upon his throne, Lucian summoned Stormhawks, bidding them fetch his chosen men. One by one they came. The first were Red and Andre, newly freed from patrol duty now that the Knight's cavalry no longer prowled Limgrave. Lucian couldn't help but sigh. Having wings was truly convenient. Perhaps one day he would study the power of the Crucible, and learn the aspects of the Crucible incantations with his great rune. At the sight of the Crucible Knights, Ceria grew uneasy. Once, they had been the Golden Lineage's fiercest champions. And it was at her Black Knive's hands that the Golden Lineage's prince had fallen. Next came Alyssa. Ceria blinked in surprise. She had not expected a Zamorayan among Lucian's followers. Alyssa, too, seemed caught off guard. The two merely exchanged a nod. Bloodlines of the Nox, Knight Rider, and Zamorayans shared distant kinship. They found each other familiar. The Academy had ceased harassing Stormvale after Lucian's warning, so Alyssa had returned as well, leaving only Stormhawks to patrol the border. Originally, Alyssa, Red, and Andre had served as Lucian's guards. But with no enemies at Stormvale, and Lucian so often away, they had little to do. They spent their time as instructors on the training grounds, while Lancelot, buried under paperwork, carried the burden of governance. Indeed, Lancelot was the last to arrive, late because of his duties. When he saw Ceria at Lucian's side, he glanced between them with a knowing smile. Lucian swallowed the words he had meant to offer about Lancelot's hard work. Explaining would only make it worse, and there was nothing to explain anyway. Aside from Håkon, who was leading the Drakeblood Knights against the Dragonkin below, and Edgar, stationed at Castle Morn to watch over Irina, nearly all of Lucian's trusted lieutenants were present. Nephilim, while not yet a confidant, was someone Lucian also wished to summon. Yet the Stormhawks had not found her, likely she had been called away by Gideon. Clearing his throat, Lucian addressed the room. This is Ceria. She has joined Stormvale as one of us. In time, she will bear important duties. The others gave a nod of acknowledgement, committing her face to memory. Lucian introduced each of them in turn, then left it at that. Attempting conversation between them would only make things awkward. Lancelot alone was talkative enough, and it would surely fall flat. Better to let Alyssa guide Ceria around Stormvale later. But first, Lucian had another matter to attend to. With so many gathered, it was time to bestow grace. Though his runes were not enough to bless every soldier, they were enough for his closest lieutenants. He still carried well over 100,000 runes, hardly enough for more than a level or two, but plenty to test the effect of grace. Now, I shall grant you my blessing. At this, the room stirred. Grace once only Queen Marika herself had the power to bestow it. When the Elden ring shattered and the queen vanished, even the grace she had given faded away. Red and Andre, who had lived through that loss, knew the truth well. Even the capital's Lindell knights had lost grace, unable to enter its space. Only a faint glow lingered in their eyes. Now, only a few among the exiled tarnished could still glimpse grace. Yet Lucian, a tarnished himself, was restoring that power to the lands between. The five watched in awe as golden runes bloomed from Lucian's hand, drifting into their eyes. Light flared, gold burning in their gaze. In this age when grace was all but gone, they now carried more of it than any. Each received more than 30,000 runes. More than the sight of grace, they gained strength of body as well. Their power advanced, without question. Their reactions varied. Celira's face was calm, accepting the blessing without a word. Alyssa, Red, and Andre were surprised but not at the grace itself. They had once been heroes blessed by it. No, what startled them was that Lucian truly could grant it. As for Lancelot, descended from the Storm King, he had never once received the Erd Tree's grace. He now marveled at the sensation, testing its power. So this is grace. My body feels stronger. And not only that. Wait, hasn't there always been a sight of grace right here? Understanding dawned on him. No wonder his ancestor had lost. Against an army where every soldier shone with grace, defeat was inevitable. Not only they, but Lucian too was testing the power. By his reckoning, it was simple enough. Grace sites were like base stations. Those blessed were like people with working phones. The tarnished without grace were like those holding dead bricks, useless. And those he blessed anew were like ones handed high-end, top-tier devices. Staring into those newly golden eyes, Lucian realized something else. He could not bless Nephilim. Not when Gideon would see her eyes and learn the truth. This was no ordinary secret, it concerned the power of his great rune. Luckily, Nephilim was absent. 185, Volume 2 Chapter 91 A Web of Scholars. After blessing a few of his retainers, Lucian dismissed them without further duties, letting each return to their work. He then instructed Alyssa to guide Ceria around Stormvale and help her grow accustomed to the place. With that settled, he made his way toward Master Thop's humble quarters. From the converted tower, Lucian had acquired a fair number of spells and incantations along with the insights of the strange sorcerer who had converted to the Golden Order. That sorcerer had written extensively on the connections between sorcery and incantation. Perhaps such material might spark inspiration for Thops. Inside, Thops was hunched over his desk, scribbling furiously on parchment. Yet each time he finished a draft, he would scowl, crumple it up, and toss it into the wastebasket before starting anew. At last, he buried his face in his hands with a long sigh. So close, he muttered to himself. I can feel it, I'm right at the edge of proving the theory. But what am I missing? Where is the flaw? A knock broke his reverie. Thops stood at once and opened the door, only to find his supposed student standing there. Lucian had indeed studied sorcery under him, but only briefly until Thops ran out of material to teach. Ever since, Thops had never truly thought of himself as Lucian's teacher. Fortunately, Lucian had found his way to the gifted witch Selene, so Thops no longer feared for the young lord's magical path. Still, Lucian always spoke of him as teacher, and took his research seriously. That simple respect touched Thops deeply. Lucian greeted him with a smile and a nod. Master, I've recently come across something that may help your work. Thops blinked. Oh, you mean despite always saying you would aid my research, Stormvale's library hasn't offered much in the way of real magical texts. You've nothing to apologize for. He waved his hands quickly, embarrassed. Truly, you've already helped me greatly. The paper, ink, and other materials I've used have all been provided by Stormvale. Without them, I could never have written so freely. Lucian chuckled and produced several thick tomes. Thops' eyes widened. Even from the bindings alone, he could sense the value of the books. These were not works a low-ranking mage like him had any right to see, let alone understand. Could such things really assist his theory? Casting a curious glance at Lucian, Thops opened the first volume, and froze. At once he knew these notes and annotations had been written by a true master of the art. Their insight was dazzling, their clarity astonishing. Even an apprentice could be enlightened by reading just a few passages. Compared to these notes, the lessons of most academy tutors seemed clumsy and shallow. Though many of the spells themselves were far beyond him, their annotations alone brimmed with inspiration. Thops hurriedly opened another book, a prayer book, of all things. He frowned, puzzled. Why would Lucian bring him an incantation text? But after reading a few pages, the reason struck him. The handwriting was identical. The same mage had written in both tomes. And within the prayer book, too, lay meticulous commentary, especially on the connections between sorcery and faith. Thop's hands trembled. Incantations. Abandoning all decorum, he dashed back to his desk and seized his quill. His thoughts were racing, luminous, as pieces long missing from his theory suddenly slotted into place. The ink flew as he wrote in a frenzy, desperate to capture the fleeting spark before it vanished. This time, when he finished, he did not crumple the page. He hesitated, then carefully cut out a section with his knife, preserving it. His heart pounded. At last, at long last, there was something worth keeping. Not yet a complete proof, but the gaps were smaller than ever before. This was a true breakthrough. And with both sorcery and prayer books at hand, he was certain that deeper study would lead to greater revelations still. He turned back to Lucian, eyes shining. Marvelous. It's thanks to you, truly, I feel as though I've grasped a glimmer at last. Lucian nodded, pleased. If his old master gained insight, then the trip was worthwhile. All credit, of course, went to the hermit of the converted tower. Without him, Thops would never have glimpsed the common ground between prayer and sorcery. Of course, Lucian could not simply tell Thops that the two were of the same essence. Some truths had to be reached by the seeker's own hand. Before leaving, Lucian also offered Thops a blessing, to strengthen his frail body. Thops, after a moment's thought, agreed. Having glimpsed the Golden Order's view of incantations, he found himself intrigued. Why not see what the Erd tree's light looked like? With Thops left in high spirits, Lucian moved on. Next was his visit to Celia. During his dealings with Runy, she had entrusted him with the remaining carrion scrolls, and from Celia town, he had acquired a scroll of ancient darkness. Altogether, he now had quite the collection. But before learning, he needed Celia's guidance to interpret them. The study of new sorceries demanded both time and intellect. He remembered well how long it had taken him to master Comet Glintstone, 2 to 3 days of ceaseless casting, draining flask after flask of cerulean tears, resting only at grace before resuming again. With the festival of combat fast approaching, he knew he had no time for such study now. He traveled by grace to Celia's subterranean chamber. The witch greeted him warmly. Well, if it isn't my fine pupil, Lucian. What's this? You remember to visit your master after all this time? Lucian coughed, looking a little guilty. I've been rather busy no, truthfully, I still am. Celia laughed softly. And what brings the esteemed Stormlord to my den of exile? Ah, another spell, I suspect. Lucian managed a sheepish nod. Celia waved it off, giving him an easy way out. Very well then, show me. Relieved, Lucian produced the carrion scrolls and the scroll of ancient darkness. The carrion magic no longer surprised her. She had heard whispers of his connection to a certain lunar princess. But when she unfurled the Celian scroll, her eyes widened. This sorcery. She studied it intently, her usual composure shaken. At last, she looked up, voice calm but firm. Very well. Leave these with me. Give me a few days to unravel this. The stars are nearly in alignment. After the festival, return to me. I will teach you. Lucian readily agreed. That had been his plan. Then Celia added, almost offhand. Oh, and when you return, I'll begin teaching you proper combat casting. What you've learned so far has been the easy part. Now that you have some experience, it is time to master the true art of battle. Sorcery is not merely a contest of power. Lucian's eyes lit up. He bowed gratefully. He also offered her a blessing, but Celia refused. My pursuit lies with the stars. I will not bind myself beneath the Erd tree's yoke. Lucian respected her choice. After they spoke a little longer, he took his leave. When he was gone, Celia rested her head in thought. She had felt it, a faint glintstone aura clinging to him. An old, familiar presence, Master Lizat's. Faint, worn by time, but unmistakable. So, he had not met Lizat himself. Likely he had only handled some of the Master's relics. Still once the constellations moved again, she would ask. She hoped he might share her vision. She did, truly, see him as her cherished pupil. Lucian knew of her originist creed and of her exile as a witch, and still he called her teacher. He showed no false respect, no hidden contempt. His earnest passion for sorcery, his aptitude, his respect it all drew her to him. Whether he chose to walk beside her or not, she would honor that choice. For now, she only hoped he might stand with her under the turning stars. Back in Stormvale, Lucian handed the gold sewing needle to BOC. It was a reward, an acknowledgement of his tireless practice. BOC's skills had grown leaps and bounds. He had mended garments for townsfolk, peasants, tarnished, demi-humans, even hybrids learning to dress for the first time, and trolls who could only manage cloaks because of their sheer size. Under Lucian's reforms, education had spread through Limgrave. Demi-humans who once wore rags now had proper clothing. Hybrids tried learning modesty. Even trolls, massive and wild, seemed pleased to drape themselves in cloaks. In this, BOC had earned a quiet fame. When Lucian presented the needle, BOC nearly collapsed in gratitude, trying to kneel before him. Lucian quickly pulled him up. BOC babbled his thanks, but when Lucian offered him a blessing, the tailor shook his head firmly. He insisted he was not worthy not yet. His mother had taught him manners, and he clung to them dearly. To accept such a gift would be to presume too much. The sewing needle was enough. With it, he would raise his craft to heights worthy of serving Lucian. When he could tailor his master's armor, then, and only then, would he accept a blessing. Lucian respected his wish. BOC was safe in Stormvale. There was no rush. With all his allies, students, and retainers prepared, Lucian set his sights eastward. Redmane Castle awaited. Before departing, he stopped by Stormvale's warehouse. There, piles of crystal cave moss were stored, the fruit of months of cultivation. Under Lucian's command, demi-humans had been planting it across Limegrave's caves. It grew quickly, though the crystals took longer to mature. But the lesser glintstone crystals, useless for sorcery, could accelerate its growth. Even low-ranking sorcerers worked alongside demi-humans to perfect the method, a sight unthinkable anywhere else. Now, vast quantities of cave moss lay ready. Enough, Lucian hoped, to brew cleansing incense capable of purging the scarlet rot that blighted Redmane Castle and the surrounding wastes. Only one worry remained: would Cyalad's toxic mushrooms be harvested in time to match the moss's yield? With that thought, Lucian gathered his supplies, bid Stormvale farewell, and transported by grace to Redmane Castle. When he emerged, he was startled to find the place far livelier than before. 186, Volume 2 Chapter 92 Warriors gather at Redmane. Redmane Castle now bustled with warriors from all across the lands between. The numbers were not enough to restore the fortress to its full strength, but compared to the days when only a skeleton crew of soldiers remained, the castle now seemed alive once more. Leaving the side of grace, Lucian followed memory back toward his quarters. The chamber had been kept for him, no one else had entered since his departure. Yet he did not step inside. Rest would come later. Instead, he stopped before the door to the neighboring room and rapped gently. It was Hildegard's chamber. Lucian had gathered some cave moss from the crystal tunnels and thought to deliver it to her surely. By now, her supplies for neutralizing boluses had run thin. But no response came. He knocked again, twice. Still silence. Clearly, Hildegard was not inside. Lucian hesitated a moment, then realized he had nothing pressing to occupy him. Yet it was far too early to retire, the sun had not even set. Very well, then. A walk to the square. Perhaps he could find Jaren, and learn the latest state of Redmane Castle. On his way there, he spotted two familiar figures. From their distinct silhouettes alone, he knew them at once: Blad the half-wolf, and Iron Fist Alexander. They too seemed bound for the square, deep in conversation about the finer points of battle as they walked side by side. Their hulking frames nearly blocked half the street. Alexander was broad even among the warriors of the jars, his body as wide as a house wall. Blad, though narrower, was tall, clad in thick fur cloaks for warmth, and took up nearly as much space. Thankfully, Redmane was not yet so crowded as to choke the roads. Otherwise, the two would have paralyzed traffic entirely. Curious how the pair had come to know one another, Lucian quickened his pace, closing the distance. The sound of footsteps drew their attention. Both turned, and Alexander's face lit up in recognition. Ho ho, if it isn't Lucian himself. The jar warrior boomed, raising a hand in cheerful greeting. As I thought, you'd find your way here. I knew we'd meet again at the Festival of Combat. Turning, he nudged Blad with a grin. Blad, this is the warrior I told you of, the one who pulled me from that sorry plight. Blad's eyes widened slightly at the sight of Lucian. He had only come because Master Iggy had summoned him after word of the festival. To cross paths with Lucian here, well, perhaps it was only natural. Lucian sought the great runes, aiming for Elden lordship itself. As a warrior, of course he would not miss such a festival. Blad inclined his head respectfully. Lord Lucian, you've come as well. Alexander looked between them, surprised. Oh, you two are already acquainted. Splendid, splendid. Seeing that Alexander was unaware of Lucian's reputation, Blad took it upon himself to explain. Alexander, this is Lord Lucian, the Stormlord. It was he who struck down Godric the Grafted, reclaiming Stormvale and all of Limgrave. Alexander clapped his iron fist into his open palm, realization dawning. Ah, so that's why the name rang familiar. I had heard of the Stormlord. He chuckled heartily. Seems I've been a touch careless before, eh? Lucian waved it off with a smile. Think nothing of it. More than lordship, I'd rather be met as a fellow warrior. Speaking of which, he added, how did the two of you meet? Alexander laughed aloud. Ah, that's a long story. To put it short, Blad lost his way. Blad's ears twitched, clearly displeased. What? It was you who were lost. Stuck before an illusory wall, unable to find your way. If I hadn't come from the other side to break it open, you'd still be trapped in that pit. Ha, nonsense, Alexander barked back. I was merely resting after a long walk. I was just about to turn back and find another path. Besides, why don't you explain how you came from the opposite direction? That way leads down from Cyalad. And in the end, it was I who led you out of that tunnel. Blad snorted. At least I found a path. Better than sitting there like a lump before a wall. And so the two bickered, neither willing to yield. Yet it was plain enough they had traveled together for some time, arguing like old comrades, perhaps even fast becoming friends. From their words, Lucian pieced together the story. Alexander had tried to cross from Limgrave through Gale Tunnel into Cyalad. In the game, a simple wooden barricade might have posed no obstacle to him, but this time, it was an illusory wall. And so, even Alexander had been stymied. Though he claimed he was about to leave, Lucian doubted it. Far likelier that he had lingered there for quite some time before Blad happened by, smashing the wall from the opposite side. Two wrong turns meeting to make a right, two wayward souls, who through misfortune had stumbled upon friendship. Lucian cut short their endless squabble with a cough. Enough. You've both reached Redmane Castle in the end. The rest hardly matters. Both fell quiet at that, perhaps realizing the truth of it and perhaps, too, unwilling to admit they were both equally poor with directions. Oh, that reminds me. Alexander lifted his lid and reached inside, rummaging noisily. A moment later, he drew forth a katana, holding it out toward Lucian. After we left the tunnel, we encountered Redmane soldiers. They told us the place had been seized by a magma WIRM in its depths. We drove it out for them, reclaimed the passage, and in its lair, we found this blade. He pressed it forward. I thought my thanks last time were too meager. So take this as a proper gift. Lucian shook his head, not reaching for it. That was no more than lending a hand. No need for such reward. But Alexander laughed, patting his shoulder with ringing cheer. Haha, then take it as a gift of friendship. Weapons are of no use to me, I need only these fists. And without question, of all warriors I know, you are the one most suited to wield it. Lucian glanced at Blad. The WIRM had been slain by the two together, best to see if he had any objection. But Blad only shook his head. His royal greatsword was bound to him by oath to Runy, the only blade he would ever wield. If this katana were to find a master, none could be more fitting than Lucian. Very well, Lucian said at last. Then I accept. Should you ever need my aid in turn, you have but to ask. He took the blade Munvale, the famed katana of glinting light. Never had he expected it to fall into his hands so. Once, he had wielded it often a favorite weapon. Now, fate had spared him the search. Blad tilted his head. Lord Lucian, are you also bound for the square? Lucian glanced ahead. The plaza was close now. Yes. I came to Redmane before, but left for a time. Today I return. My companion is not in her chamber, so I thought to see if she might be there. If not, I'll seek out Jaren. I see, Blad nodded. Then let us go together. There is a ring set up in the square, Alexander and I plan to test ourselves there. Even if your companion is absent, both Jaren and Master Iggy are present. Lucian's brows lifted. Master Iggy is here as well. Yes, Blad explained. Jaren was once a guest commander of the Carrion Royals, and he and Iggy have long been friends. When word came of the festival, both of us set out. Iggy arrived before me. Lucian nodded. That explained why Iggy's forge lay empty outside Caria Manor. So he had come all the way to Siled. Good. Lucian had gathered plenty of smithing stones from Runy, but had yet to strengthen his Dragon Slayer sword spear. The sword of night and flame was powerful, yes, but it was no weapon for a warrior's duel. Against Radon, Lucian wished for steel and blood, not sorcery. Enlarged by rune power, his sword spear would serve best. But at only +12, it would not last long against Raiden's colossal blades. Iggy's hammer would see it sharpened yet. Together, the three entered the plaza. It was alive with noise and movement. Half the castle seemed gathered there. A ring stood at its center, and two tarnished clashed atop it, their blades sparking as they pressed blow for blow. Their skills were matched, the fight fierce. Around them, the crowd roared, eager for their turn. To Lucian's eyes, however, their level was far from heroic. Little more than squabbling fledglings. He cast his gaze over the square, noting who had come. There was Great Horn Trogoth, Lionel the Lionheart, Istvan, the Old Knight, and in the corner, clad in his full beast set, Knight Bernal. Tarnished of every kind gathered warriors in savage garb, monks with fists bandaged, even some of Lucian's own men from Stormvale, who saluted him at once. Nor were they all tarnished. He spotted Storm Knight Moraga, whom he had once seen at the Dragon Communion. Knights of the fallen kingdom of Eocade, wielding the power of Chi. Gladiators with bare chests and heavy axes. Flame monks sitting cross-legged, chanting scripture. A host of warriors, all drawn by the chance to face General Radon. For them, the duel itself was honor. Yet Lucian doubted most could survive the attempt. Perhaps 20 at best bore true strength. The rest, 100 or more, would be little more than fodder. A single knight's cavalry could trample half of them in a pass. As these thoughts passed his mind, the scent of blood reached his nose. Fresh blood, spilled but moments ago. Not from the duel in the ring, their blades had yet to draw such flow. The crowd stiffened as one. Every warrior there had felt it. Danger lurked nearby. Even the duelists halted mid-swing, eyes darting toward the source. A space cleared in the throng. At its center lay three figures. Frozen mid-motion, as if time itself had seized them. Two had their backs to Lucian, but the third sat facing him. And so Lucian saw it clearly, the blood-stained mask of carved wood upon his face. The mask of an angry old man. It was the famed swordmaster of the land of reeds, nameless and wrathful the Jura known only as Okina. T/N. Just some info about the characters mentioned. Knight Bernal, later known as Recusant Bernal, is an NPC in Elden Ring. Bernal is a tarnished knight initially found at the Warmaster's shack in central Stormhill. He serves as an Ash of War merchant, selling various ashes in exchange for runes. He is also involved in certain quest lines and will move locations according to player progress. Upon meeting him and progressing his storyline, he can become available as an NPC summon against the Godskin duo, as well as an NPC invader. Old Knight Istvan. Istvan is one of the few surviving Wizened Tarnished. He wields a dismounter with gravitas, and is clad in corroded metal armor reinforced with rock-hard scales. At some point, Istvan became a target for the recusants of Volcano Manor. Lionel the Lionheart. Lionel is a dauntless knight who adopted FIA after her exile from her homeland. Known as a chivalrous fighter having earned the title the Lionheart, he is a skilled fencer and battle mage. He is first met during the Radon festival, available as a spirit summon. Why he joins the festival is currently unknown. He can be met again later as one of the spirits FIA summons to defend herself in Deathroot depths. Great Horn Troggoth. Cladded in the giant horns of a bullgoat, mighty Troggoth is a silent knight famed for aiding many Tarnished against the adversities of the lands between. He is also one of the assassination targets assigned to Patches by the Volcano Manor. You can find the summon sign to invade his world in Ruin-strewn Precipice. All NPC invaders and invadable NPCs can be found here. He is also an NPC summon against Draconic Tree Sentinel, Magma Wyrm Makar and Starscourge Radon. Bloody Finger Okuna. Okuna, meaning old man in Japanese, is a great swordsman from the land of reeds whose nickname came from the wooden mask that depicts an old man baring his teeth. He had several disciples in a group called the White Reeds, combatants who seek proper deaths won honorably through hard-fought combat. The head disciples of Okuna were called the Inaba, Japanese name for the leaves of the rice plant. 187, Volume 2 Chapter 93 The Old Swordmaster. The old man sat cross-legged in the plaza. Across his lap lay a sheathed blade, its name whispered with dread rivers of blood. At his waist rested a shorter companion blade, still tucked into its scabbard. Yet no sheath could contain the murderous aura that clung to that sword, especially not when it had so recently been bathed in blood. The old man himself sat motionless, eyes closed, as though resting. Before him knelt two of his own disciples, the Inaba. They sat in seiza, torsos leaning forward slightly, left hands pressing against their scabbards with thumbs poised on the tsuba, right hands gripping hilts tight. From Lucian's vantage, he could see their blades already drawn partway, cold steel glinting in the light. But the strike they prepared would never come, for they were already dead, their throats each opened by a single stroke of Okuna's blade. Blood sprayed freely from the wounds, soaking their death armors of vivid crimson. Iaijutsu was the art of the ambush. A strike unleashed from stillness, faster than the eye could follow, impossible to guard against. Yet when the two disciples had made their move, they hadn't even fully unsheathed their swords before the old man's effortless counter left them lifeless, frozen in the very posture of their final exertion. Lucian studied him carefully. In terms of sheer strength, Okuna was no match for him now. But in technique, pure mastery of the sword, this man stood at the very peak. The killing aura rolling off him was proof enough of a life steeped in slaughter. Jaren pushed through the crowd, striding towards Okuna. With a casual glance at the corpses, he tapped the ground with his massive greatsword, its blade wreathed in flame like rippling waves. "You know those two?" Jaren asked. At that, Okuna finally opened his eyes. He first gazed fixedly at the greatsword in Jaren's hand, then lifted his stare to meet Jaren's face. Recognition dawned, and from behind his wooden mask came a voice, aged, cold, and remote. "Yes. They were once my disciples. Abandoned by me long ago, yet they still followed me here. Alas, they were unworthy. Disappointing to the end. To think I have caused such a commotion here, I must apologize." Jaren hadn't expected the man who had just slain his pupils in the open square to speak with such courtesy. "I see. Well, your grudges are none of my concern. But do not drag innocence into them. If you do, I'll have you driven from Redmane Castle." With that, Jaren sheathed his flame-patterned sword and turned to leave. The festival was meant for one purpose only: to grant General Radon an honorable death. As for the rivalries and vendettas among the gathered warriors, those were their own business. Jaren would never claim that enmities should be set aside for the sake of the festival. If there was a score to settle, let it be settled eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. So long as no Redmane soldiers were harmed, and no chaos disrupted the castle grounds, even killing was tolerated. If one had the strength, there was no need for tricks or cheap tools to insult the general's name. Strength alone decided all. Okuna suddenly rose to his feet, halting Jaren's departure. "You are Lord Jaren, are you not?" Jaren turned back, puzzled by the formality. "That's right. I am he." Okuna slid his long blade back at his side, then lowered both hands respectfully and bowed deeply. When he straightened, his eyes burned with intensity as he fixed them on Jaren. "I have long heard your name. They say you are a warrior of great power. So, when this festival is done, if we both yet live, would you honor me with a duel?" Though his tone was polite, the killing aura erupting from him soared into the sky, pressing down on all around. The weaker warriors nearby faltered, some so overwhelmed they began to hallucinate in their vision. A four-armed Azura loomed over a sea of corpses, Okuna's blade dripping with hunger, choosing its next victim. Many trembled, legs shaking beneath them. But Jaren, standing firm before the old man, was unmoved. He had seen worse after all, he had campaigned alongside General Radon himself, facing even demigods in battle. Such malice was nothing new to him. This man was formidable, yes, but not enough to cow him. I'll have matters to attend to after the festival, but I cannot refuse. To turn him down would disgrace Redmond's honor. After a brief moment of thought, Jaren gave his answer. Very well. When the festival ends, if you still live, I will meet you in battle. The reply satisfied Okina. Once again, he bowed low. Then I shall await it eagerly. The tension broke, and the weaker warriors around them let out long-held breaths of relief. Lucian glanced again at Okina, considering. Perhaps when the festival ended, it would be best to see this man never leave Redmane alive. For he was more than a master swordsman, he was a Shura, a demon of slaughter. He had honed himself as a great sword saint, casting aside all but the blade and the self. And the path he found was the path of carnage, the way of the Azura. Since joining Mohg's Mogwine dynasty, he had only grown more purely bloodthirsty. Had this gathering of warriors not taken place, he would surely already have begun killing. The dynasty's followers were mad with murder, and this old man was among their finest. When Lucian encountered them, he rarely let them live. But since Jaren had already agreed to the duel, Lucian decided to wait and see it through. Once the bodies were cleared away by Redmond's soldiers, the plaza returned to normal. Save for the circle of empty space left around the old man, where no one dared tread, lest they become the next corpse at his feet. Elsewhere, warriors gathered, meeting old comrades, making new allies. All shared one thing in common: anticipation for the coming festival. A Redmane knight once more mounted the stage to recite the rules to those newly arrived. The arena served as a warm-up before the festival proper, a place for sparring matches. By default, bouts were considered non-lethal. If combatants desired a fight to the death, both sides had to sign a pact beforehand. If anyone violated this rule and suddenly struck to kill, the Crucible Knights and leonine misbegotten warriors stationed nearby would cut them down without mercy. Lucian had no interest in the dueling stage. The combatants were far too weak. But Alexander and Blad seemed eager to test themselves, so they stayed behind. Lucian, meanwhile, went alone in search of Jaren. The Crucible Knights recognized him immediately and escorted him up to the second tier of the plaza, where Jaren kept his chambers. Those unfamiliar with him whispered among themselves, curious. Why would Lord Jaren grant such an audience? For the Castellan rarely met with anyone without cause. Though Lucian's fame as the Storm King of Stormvale had spread through Limgrave, beyond it few knew his deeds. So those who had come from Stormvale recounted them proudly, retelling the stories until they passed from mouth to mouth. Soon, the entire plaza buzzed with the knowledge the Storm King himself had come to join the festival of combat. Unaware of the growing murmur, Lucian reached the second tier. Jaren was not in the church hall as usual, but seated by the open-air altar. Beside him sat the giant smith, too large to enter the hall, so Jaren had joined him outside. Once Lucian arrived, the Crucible Knight departed. "Oh, Lord Lucian." Iji greeted warmly, his booming voice carrying across the terrace. "It has been some time." Lucian smiled and inclined his head. "Indeed it has, old friend. The armor you forged for me has served me well, I'm fond of it." Even for one so seasoned, praise warmed Iji's heart. "I'm glad you think so. There is still time before the festival. Shall I repair it for you? I see it's endured much battle already." It was true. The armor had suffered damage more than once, repaired hastily at Stormvale but never with Iji's craftsmanship. "In that case, I'll trouble you with it. And my weapon as well, I'd like it strengthened." He meant, of course, his Dragon Slayer sword spear, which could not be neglected. Iji nodded firmly. "Leave it to me. I've brought little with me, however, so you must provide the materials yourself." "That's no problem." Lucian agreed readily. With that settled, he turned his gaze toward Jaren, who had listened in silence. Lord Jaren, that man from before, he did not come with good intentions. Jaren stroked the white beard bristling beneath his metal mask. "No, he reeked of blood, through and through. But for Redmond's honor, I cannot allow myself defeat." Lucian saw the confidence in him and did not press further. "Still, be cautious. He will not be an easy foe." Jaren let out a hearty laugh. "Haha, I thank you for the warning. But I may be old, yet I am no frail weakling to be trampled at will." That much was certain. Jaren was among the greatest warriors of Redmond's host, one of the few even the Crucible Knights and Misbegotten respected. Even Selen, that proud sorceress, had deemed him an adversary worth preparing for. But Okina, who bore rivers of blood, was no common foe either. Who would prevail remained uncertain. Lucian shook his head, best to wait for the outcome. "By the way, what of the perfumer who accompanied me here?" he asked. "I went to her quarters, but found no one." Understanding lit Jaren's eyes. "You mean Lady Hildegard. At your request, we placed her in a more secure residence for safety. We left notes in both her room and yours to guide you." Lucian recalled that he hadn't actually entered his own chambers, and Hildegard's door had been shut. He scratched his chin awkwardly. Seeing this, Jaren chuckled. "Rest assured, she is safe. Likely speaking with other physicians about remedies for the scarlet rot. Her neutralizing incense has been a great aid to us." That was enough for Lucian. With her safety ensured, he remained at ease. The three of them sat together, speaking of the festival. From Jaren, Lucian learned that hundreds of warriors from across the lands between had already gathered at Redmane Castle. Some were weak, but dozens were strong heroes in their own right. 3 days remained before the festival began. On the eve of battle, the plaza would host a grand feast, a banquet to open the festival of combat in fire and joy. Lucian decided not to leave until then. A feast would pass the time nicely. As they spoke, hearty laughter echoed up the stairway. Without escort, a broad-shouldered woman strode up as though she owned the place. She wore golden armor beneath a black wool cloak, bearing the air of a gladiator. A deep scar marked the visor of her helm, unpatched and proud. Ha ha ha, old Jaren, I've returned. Jaren rose at once, stunned. He strode forward, scarcely believing his eyes. Freja, you're alive. Lucian studied the woman Freja, he had never seen her before. Clearly she was no ordinary figure. Behind her came 2 more. One, a man in simple robes and a broad hat, with the look of a wandering seeker. The other, a knight in golden armor draped with a white cloak, bright and striking. Lucian's gaze was drawn to him at once. Noticing it, the knight met Lucian's eyes and offered a nod of greeting. 188, Volume 2 Chapter 94, The Needle Knight. The knight who had nodded in greeting to Lucian was named Lida. She was Miquella's knight, the only one. Freja's companion on the path of following the Empyrean, perhaps even her friend. Freja had returned to Redmane Castle upon hearing of the coming festival of combat, determined to see her general off one last time. When Lida learned this, she had brought Dawn with her, and together they traveled here. But Lida's purpose went far beyond the festival. As Miquella's most faithful attendant, she knew many of his plans. She knew what he desired of her. She had come not only to honor the pact between General Radon and Miquella, but also to bring the promised champion before her lord. And if possible, she would seek out other warriors as well, those strong enough, and willing enough, to follow Miquella. Their strength would be needed soon, for there were greater trials ahead, and Miquella's designs in the realm of shadow would demand many such hands. Lucian, seeing her nod, returned the gesture. Then the noise made by Freja and Jaren drew everyone's attention. The old war counselor rapped his knuckles against Freja's helm, making it ring. You little wretch. You vanished for so long, only to turn up now. I thought you'd perished in Ionia. His words were harsh, but the concern in his tone was plain. Freja laughed awkwardly, a little abashed at her sudden disappearance back then. Haha, sorry. There were reasons. I was badly wounded at the time, nearly dead. She sighed, recalling the scene of her brush with death. Jaren studied her carefully, seeing her hale and whole. What happened? Tell me. Freja scratched at her helmet. That's a long story. She had been about to speak plainly, but Lida's earlier warning came to mind. So instead she tugged Jaren aside, pressing close to murmur in his ear, low enough that no one else could hear. Lida exhaled quietly, a hint of resignation in her eyes. She had hoped Freja would serve as her guide into the castle, mingling a little with the Redmans. But now she was chatting privately with the Lord himself, leaving their guest standing awkwardly at the side. It was understandable in Freja's case, she was guileless, straightforward, almost childlike. But for Jaren to be equally blunt, forgetting all decorum and leaving them waiting, well, perhaps it ran in the family. Still, it mattered little. What Freja whispered was no great secret. If there had truly been something to conceal, they would never have come here so openly. At most, Jaren might learn that Miquella had once moved through Ionia. Beyond that, nothing of importance would be revealed. Lida was supremely confident in her lord's designs. Only those directly entangled could ever trace the true threads. That was why she could stand here at Redmane Castle with such ease. Unable to engage Jaren, she turned her gaze toward Lucian and Iggy. She had not expected such a discovery when she let Freja lead them here. Iggy she recognized at once a vassal of Ceria. But the other man, she could not place him, yet even a glance told her he was terrifyingly strong. She had already marked several warriors in the castle as potential recruits, men of rare strength whom she might test, to see if they would follow Miquella. Yet compared to Lucian, they paled to nothing. Such a man could aid her lord in bringing his vision to life. Lucian, unable to hear what Jaren and Freja whispered, let his eyes drift back to Freja's companions. His gaze met that of the ornate knight. She, too, seemed to be studying him. From the look of them, these newcomers were no ordinary fighters. Their equipment was unique, distinctive, and their strength palpable. Most striking of all was the knight in the white cloak and golden armor. His armor gleamed with elegance, like a work of art for admiration rather than battle. Yet the aura he carried was steady and resolute, his presence steeped in the scent of bloodshed. This was no mere ornament. This was a veteran who had slain countless foes. Lucian's instincts as a player told him at once, if this were a game, these were story characters. The knight bowed slightly toward Iggy. Lord Iggy, it has been some time. I am Lida, once honored to stand at Miquella's side. We met, briefly, long ago. Lucian blinked. A woman's voice. So this was a female knight. Judging by her tone, she was earnest and steadfast. Yet clad as she was, with heavy armor and a surcoat masking her frame, he would never have guessed her sex. Recognition lit Iggy's eyes. So it is you, the Needle Knight, Lida. A rare guest indeed. He remembered her. In all his brief encounters with Miquella, she had always been there at his side. He had not recalled her name until now, but her presence had left an impression. Age, however, dulled memory. Needle Knight. Lucian's thoughts stirred. In his recollection, there were only two things bound to needles, the unalloyed gold needle, and Miquella's needle. A knight of Miquella's needle. No such figure had appeared in the game. He studied her closely. The white cloak embroidered with leaf and branch, the golden tracery etched across her armor, the luster of her gear different in hue from Freya's, more refined, more pure. Unalloyed gold. Even the interwoven golden lattice at her sword's hilt echoed the shape of the unalloyed gold needle. As for her strength, that remained to be seen. Iji spoke again, recalling old days. It has been long indeed. And Lord Miquella, how fares he now? Since the shattering, I have heard no word. Lita gave a small, knowing smile. My lord still pursues his ideal. But with the state of the lands between as it is, he has no need to wander. That is why so little is heard of him. Lucian's eyes narrowed. A lie. He knew well enough, Miquella was trapped, cocooned within Mohg's dynasty, with no messages reaching the world. Of course no news would spread. Yet he understood her words. To admit the truth, that Miquella had been stolen from the Hela trio is unthinkable. That secret had been buried even from Malenia's war in Siled. Still, he wondered, why was this Needle Knight not striving to recover her lord? Why was she here, at a festival, of all things? But the conversation gave no further clues. Soon Jaren and Freya finished speaking. Lita excused herself from Lucian and Iji and joined the old general. Their voices could not be heard. Lucian and Iji were left alone. The blacksmith glanced at him. Lord Lucian. The Needle Knights are indeed Lord Miquella's sworn guard. Their strength rivals that of Ceria's knights, though their number is few. The one you just met, Lita, is the foremost among them. She never left his side. Lucian nodded. The chief of the Needle Knights, Miquella's foremost attendant, then. Iji hesitated, then continued. Forgive an old man's frankness. Lord Miquella is gentle, full of love, yet such love, untempered and absolute, is dangerous. I fear his nature may hold peril. If you ever meet him, take heed. Lucian nodded slowly. The warning struck him as worth remembering. Love without restraint. A devotion that knew no bounds. That was the most dangerous kind of all, because such a person would never believe their love to be wrong. To others, it might be suffocating. He remembered Runny's words when she spoke of Miquella, and now Iji's echoed the same. He would heed them both. After all, he had witnessed the power of the bewitching branch firsthand. And Malenia's own description of him was telling, a god's wisdom, a god's power of enchantment. Miquella was the most frightening of the Empyreans. Lucian raised his estimation of Miquella's threat several notches higher. Soon after, Lita and Freya took their leave. Before departing, Lita cast Lucian a long, intent look. The man in the wide-brimmed hat with them said nothing at all. Lucian was left wondering why he had even come. Once they were gone, Lucian turned to Jaren to ask about Freya, who she was, what she had told him, and why she had come here so suddenly. In truth, Lita's words to Jaren had been little more than courtesies, sorrow for Raiden's fate, a pledge to aid in the festival. Jaren had brushed it off quickly, more concerned with honoring his general than picking quarrels with the Halatree. There would be time to trace the truth later. But seeing Lucian's curiosity, Jaren spoke of Freya. Freya was once a gladiator. General Radon took note of her courage and brought her into his guard. She was young then, we all looked after her. Later, in the battle of Ionia, she vanished. I thought she had perished, as Aga did. Yet she lived. He paused, recalling her words. She told me after Ionia, she was stricken by scarlet rot. Alone, her wounds festering, she awaited death. Then Lord Miquella appeared. He drew the poison from her with his lips. To repay that salvation, she swore to follow him. Lucian nodded. Alone, dying of rot, then saved by a godling himself. The story was trite, yet moving. And yet something gnawed at him. Ionia. After the war. Saved by Miquella. But Miquella had already been stolen away by Mohg. Was that not why Malenia had marched into Siled in the first place? How could he have appeared on the battlefield? Lucian frowned. Was it not Miquella at all, but his half-form, Saint Trina? Could Trina wield such healing power? No, only Miquella, with his unalloyed gold, could draw out the rot. Then could it be that the cocoon in Mogwine's palace held Trina, while Miquella still moved freely? But no, Mohg could not have mistaken even so basic a truth as sex. Or was it some kind of projection, an avatar? Yet how could even that deceive the Lord of Blood? The more he thought, the less sense it made. For the first time, Lucian felt the story of this world veer violently away from the game he knew. The great events had unfolded as before, every major battle, every upheaval the same. Yet Miquella's movements did not fit. The unknowns deepened, and with them, the path ahead grew murky. T/N Needle Knight Lita. The last member of the Needle Knights, an order devoted to Miquella of the Halatree. Lita was guided by Miquella to the realm of shadow alongside her compatriots, all of whom were under the influence of a powerful charm which compelled them to follow the Empyrean. While in the realm of shadow, Lita followed the trail of crosses left by Miquella, discovering in the process that he sought the gate of divinity, which was sealed away by a tree. The Tarnished encounters Lita in Mogwine Palace, where she urges them to touch the withered arm in Miquella's cocoon to enter the realm of shadow. Within the Land of Shadow, the Tarnished meets Lita and her various compatriots on their search for Miquella, seeking out the crosses to ascertain his route. However, the charm inflicted upon the compatriots is broken when Miquella's great rune is shattered. Lita's devotion to Miquella is unshaken, but she begins to suspect her compatriots of disloyalty. Lita sets about ferreting out those she believes undeserving of a place at Miquella's side, with her potential targets being the Hornsent and Sir Ansbach. The Tarnished may assist her in her hunt, or side with her opponents. After gaining access to a Nerilim, the Tarnished encounters Lita for a final time on the way to the Gate of Divinity. Lita deduces that the Tarnished was never guided by Miquella, and concludes that they were instead following the guidance of the Erd Tree. Viewing the Tarnished as a threat to Miquella's ascension, she challenges them. At this point, the player can summon allies such as Thylier, Dryleaf Dane, Redmane Freja, and potentially Pureblood Knight Ansbach or Sanguine Noble Nathan, depending on prior choices. Defeating Lita yields her sword and armor, which can be looted from her body. Her devotion to Miquella is so strong that she remains loyal even after his charm is broken, making her a fanatical zealot who views betrayal as a direct threat to Miquella's cause. 189, Volume 2 Chapter 95, The Festival of Combat. Lucian drew a deep breath. He resolved to seek more contact with those people he had just met. Without question, there was much to be gained from the knowledge, intelligence, secrets, especially information concerning Miquella. After the warnings he had already received from Runy and Iji, Lucian knew this subject was crucial. The more he learned, the safer he would be. The game's original story had been far too incomplete. Yes, most of the demigods' tales and regional plots could be pieced together, but the deeper mysteries were left unspoken. Why had Marika shattered the ring? Who exactly was Miquella? Who was the Glomite Queen? So much remained in shadow. In truth, for a game so popular, there should have been a DLC to patch the missing story to make money, if nothing else. But in Lucian's former world, players waited years in vain. Bloodborne had already come to PC. Armored Core was up to its 16th entry. Even Grand Theft Auto 7 had a trailer. Yet for Elden Ring, not a whisper, neither DLC nor sequel. Each time the fans asked, Miyazaki only repeated, "We're working on it." The game remained endlessly playable, but conversation fades without new life to sustain it. No DLC, no sequel. Eventually, discussions withered. By the time of Lucian's death in 2043, the Ring scholars had all but vanished. There was no point in waiting for what would never come. Better to play new titles and ride the wave of their fleeting discourse. Only Lucian, strange as he was, had kept returning to Elden Ring. He even dug through old forums, scavenging fan theories and lost lore. He thought for a moment. Perhaps a world of unknowns was not so bad. He had always longed to unearth the hidden truths of the lands between. If the known stories offered no path deeper, then Miquella's mysteries certainly did. Unknowns meant discovery. Every step would yield something new. Through Miquella, he could at least touch the fates of Myriel, Mohg, Godwine, and Radon. Myriel and Mohg had the strongest ties to him in the game. The golden epitaph hinted at a link between Miquella and Godwine. And Radon. If Miquella appeared after the Battle of Ionia, then it was very likely he had sent Myriel there. Yes, it must have been Miquella's will that drove Myriel to fight Radon. Their relationship was certain. Whether as enemies or otherwise, Lucian could not yet say. While Lucian pondered, Jaren too was lost in thought. Miquella and Myriel were twins. And everyone in the lands between knew Myriel obeyed Miquella without question. She bore the name Blade of Miquella with pride. Miquella's presence in Caelid, after Ionia's bloom, did this mean Myriel had been dispatched by his hand to challenge General Radon? But why? Or had Myriel simply lost control? She had spoken not a word at the time. Either way, Jaren knew he had to uncover the truth. Suddenly, his path after the festival grew more crowded. At first, he had meant to leave Redmane Castle once the festival was over. Caelid was hopeless, so he thought. He would move to punish Ceria's enemies, beginning with the greatest disaster the Academy had ever birthed, Selen, the Graven Witch. After fulfilling that final duty, he would find some quiet place to die. But Hildegard, the perfumer Lucian had brought, had changed everything. Her work hinted at a cure for scarlet rot. That possibility could not be ignored. The dream of cleansing Caelid was the Red Man's deepest wish. And now, with Freya's return, Jaren had yet another mystery to chase, Miquella's role in the war. So many new tasks, yet he welcomed them. Better to have a purpose than to wander in anguish. Even if the road was hard, if he knew his duty, Jaren would see it through without hesitation. Thanks to Freya, both Lucian and Jaren had gained knowledge they would otherwise never have known. Jaren remembered something and turned to Lucian. By the way, Lord Lucian, I mentioned this before. Redmane Castle preserves a legendary weapon, the Ruin's Greatsword. With the festival about to begin, why not claim it now? Lucian nodded. The last time Jaren had spoken of giving it to him, he had already agreed. After all, he still needed to gather the legendary armaments, to unlock more summons of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. At the time, the festival was far off, so he had not taken it. Now he followed Jaren into the storeroom. A massive stone chest creaked open, revealing an enormous greatsword. Words appeared before his eyes: Ruin's Greatsword, +7. The weapon was crude, almost shapeless. Forged not by smiths, but from intact chunks of a fallen ruin. It was nearly too heavy to wield. Even Lucian struggled to swing it one-handed. He would need both hands, or the might of a great rune to enlarge his frame. But with that weight came unmatched destructive power. Its skill, Wave of Destruction, felt lackluster to him, especially compared to the Sword of Night and Flame's stance. So he chose to treat it as a pure melee weapon, unadorned. Though large, it could not match the tree spear's length once extended. He doubted he would use it in the coming battle, so he set it aside. He had other tasks meeting Hildegard, 4-1. The perfumer had been consulting with the oldest Redmanese veteran warriors who had once tried every method they could to fight Scarlet Rot. Most attempts had failed. Whether by cost, materials, or sheer inefficiency, fire had proven more practical. But now, with Hildegard's skill, those abandoned ideas might yet bear fruit. Even one spark of inspiration could be enough. She had shed her heavy, corrupt perfumer's cloak, working in light garb. Her hands were stained with some green, sticky substance as she processed ingredients. So focused was she that she did not notice Lucian approach. Only much later, when she turned, did she startle. "Ah, you scared me." She did not stop working. "Really, if you need something, just call me. No need to stand there like a ghost." "I didn't want to disturb you. What if something went wrong?" Lucian said. She shook her head. "It's only material handling. Nothing dangerous. Just wait a little longer, I'm almost finished. Then we can talk." Lucian leaned nearby, watching though he understood nothing. The ingredient she worked with was so pulverized he could not tell what it had once been. At last she packed it into a flask, and Lucian spoke again. "I brought the crystal cave moss from Stormvale." Hildegard blinked, then remembered he had mentioned cultivating moss in Limgrave for neutralizing perfumes. Already? Crystal cave moss usually takes ages to grow. Or was the yield small? Lucian only smiled and tipped his storage disk. Piles upon piles of moss spilled out, nearly burying her. She clawed her way free, eyes wide at the mountain of green. This much. Incredible. On the eve of the festival, Redmane Castle held a great feast. The tables bore bread, fruit, vegetables, and the cheap liquor of the lands between. Humble fare, but meaningful. The Redmans had long since ceased to care for such comforts, yet tonight, it mattered. Nearly every warrior of the castle gathered in the square. Tomorrow, the festival of combat would begin. They had come to challenge General Radon. They all knew his terror, his power, and they had steeled themselves for death. So tonight, they sang, danced, and reveled without restraint. They would greet death with their spirits at their peak. Knights of Oga performed sword dances upon the stage, blades swirling with the wind. Warriors of the wilds wrestled in circles, strangers turned brothers. Highland soldiers stomped and sang their homeland's war songs. Sailors raised their voices in sea shanties. They had crossed the breadth of Syalit for this moment. Whatever their strength, they were true warriors. From the balcony above, Jaren appeared. He lifted his flame-patterned greatsword, the emblem of Redmane Castle itself. Fire coursed along the blade, blazing bright against the star-filled night. All eyes turned to him. He drove the sword into the ground. Heat rippled, warping the air, illuminating his iron mask. Long ago, his face beneath had grown as aged as the mask itself. But at last, the wait was nearly over. "Champions!" His voice roared across the square. "You know what awaits you. The strongest general, the one who bound the very stars, the mightiest demigod of the Shattering, and bearer of a great rune, General Radon." His tone hardened. "But hear me. General Radon is cursed ever to wander. Eaten from the inside, by Malenia's scarlet rot, his wits are long gone. Now he gathers the corpses of former friends and foes alike, gorging on them, like a dog, howling at the sky, forgetting the glory he once bore." His cry grew into a near shout. "Then let us, gathered here, reclaim that forgotten glory on his behalf. Warriors from every land, the stars fill the heavens, and tomorrow, as foretold, festival begins. Show your courage, your will, your strength. Give General Radon the honorable death he deserves." A thunderous roar shook the night. Weapons rose to the sky, gleaming in the firelight. The next morning, silence fell. The warriors gathered once more in the square, but now in grim preparation. They checked their armor, their arms, their spirits. From above, Jaren gave the final command. "Champions, welcome. The stars have aligned. The festival is nigh. General Radon, mightiest demigod of the Shattering, awaits you. Champions, prepare for battle. Defeat the general, claim glory, and grab that great rune. A celebration of war. The Radon Festival. O gathering of champions, the revels begin. The celebration of war. The Radon Festival. You will find the field of battle past the church ahead, upon the shore under the fort. General Radon is there, even now, divested of his wits, devouring corpses, and howling at the sky. The festival of combat begins. The Radon Festival begins." No more words were needed. Soldiers led the way. One by one, warriors descended the lifts to the shore below, where Redmane soldiers had already built floating bridges across the water. They crossed to the Wailing Dunes. Mounted fighters reached the sands first, spreading wide across the vast battlefield. But for a time, they could not find him. Not until they had ridden long across the dunes did they seat the center General Radon, crouched low. His massive frame leaned forward, hands pressed to the ground. His back bristled with rotting night spears. His jaws tore at a desiccated corpse. The riders knocked arrows, loosing them from afar. Shafts stuck shallow into his back. At last, Radon stirred. He rose, bellowed to the heavens, and drew from his back the lion greatbow. With it, he set not arrows but the very spears that pierced him. As he pulled the bowstring taut, dread gripped every heart. The horsemen scattered in panic. It did not matter. The first spear fell from the sky, impaling riders with monstrous precision. Each struck was torn to shreds. Those who survived the volley had little time to rejoice. At every impact point, gravity spread, crushing all within its grasp. Warriors and steeds alike collapsed, blood pouring from mouths and noses, eyes bursting in their sockets. The wailing dunes, long dry and pale, ran red again with blood. The first sacrifices of the festival. Yet more warriors surged forward, stepping over the fallen, shouting, charging, hurling themselves at General Radon. The festival of death had begun. T/N On the topic of DLC, I would be most interested to hear your thoughts on the upcoming Elden Ring Night Rain expansion, The Forsaken Hollows, scheduled for release on December 4, 2025. Also, the Radon Festival officially commences, and its events will unfold over the course of quite a few chapters. 190 Volume 2 Chapter 96 Part 1 Radon Festival 1. Lucian rode upon Torrent, galloping across the vast expanse of the Wailing Dunes. Under the crimson sky of Saelid, the endless desert stretched outward all the more magnificently. No matter which direction one turned their gaze, all that could be seen were boundless dunes, rolling and heaving without end, as if the sea itself had risen in waves of sand. And scattered across those dunes were broken weapons and shattered armor, remnants of soldiers who had once fought here, still echoing with the battle cries and unyielding will of long ago, as though the desert itself had chosen to preserve those memories of war. At the very heart of this sea of sand stood the overwhelming figure of General Radon. Whether it was his colossal body, or the display of archery he had shown just moments before, both were enough to chill the hearts of all who witnessed him. His muscles bulged with terrifying power, his face was twisted and ferocious. Even as the scarlet rot gnawed into his flesh, it could not suppress the indomitable aura that radiated from him. He had no need of war songs to bolster him. The roars of the warriors themselves were already the most fitting testimony to this battle. Upon this land of rippling sand, this battle was destined to become a legend that could never be erased. Lucian could not restrain the excitement boiling within him, every drop of blood in his body surging and burning. In the lands between, the difference between tiers of strength was beyond imagination. Only by reaching the level of demigods such as Morgoth or Radon could one truly claim to possess power that influenced the very world itself. And compared to such true demigod power, just how strong was he now? Lucian's heart pounded violently with exhilaration, his eyes reddened as blood rushed through them. This was exactly the kind of battlefield he longed for. Torrent's speed was swift, and thus Raiden's first wave of arrows had not fallen upon Lucian, who rode far in the lead, but instead rained down upon the warriors behind him. Through that, Lucian came to witness for himself the terrifying might of those gravity-infused arrows, attacks that to ordinary warriors were weapons of massacre. But rather than feel fear, this only made Lucian's excitement burn brighter. Yes, this was how it should be. This was the skill that General Radon ought to wield. As the strongest sorcerer of gravity in the lands between, such techniques were rightfully his. After that first strike, Radon too had taken note of the lone rider who had charged ahead Lucian. He had already realized that this one must be dealt with first. Even in his madness, even with his mind clouded and fraying, his mastery of battle and martial instinct were so deeply carved into his body that they had become instinct itself. Thus Radon, with a beast's intuition, immediately made the most precise of decisions. Once more he tore free from his body a blood-stained clean-wrought knight's spear and set it upon his great bow. But this time, Radon did not shoot toward the heavens. Instead, he leveled the spearhead straight at Lucian, locking his sights upon him alone. The colossal bow bent to its utmost, the curve of the wood like a full moon. From deep beneath the ground, countless fragments of stone rose into the air, gathering and fusing themselves upon the clean-wrought knight's spear. The shards gave the weapon an unimaginable weight, and with that weight came unparalleled destructive power under the monstrous strength of Raiden's arms. With a thunderous sound splitting the air, the spear hurtled across the desert, whistling death straight toward Lucian. The stone-wrapped spear churned the sand beneath it into a storm, the shockwave gouging a trench across the ground. If struck, the victim would be smashed into 1,000 broken pieces. Lucian swung forth the Dragon Slayer sword spear, reforged and strengthened to +18 by Master Iji himself. The reinforced sword spear met the heavy projectiles in precise collision, deflecting it upward with great force. Lucian was marveling at Raiden's sheer strength, but in that instant, the stones wrapped around the shaft suddenly burst apart, scattering in a deadly storm. Catching him unprepared, shards struck Lucian across face and body, leaving bloody cuts. He reached up, plucked a fragment embedded between the seams of his armor, and wiped the blood that streaked across his cheek. With his tremendous vitality, the wounds began to knit themselves slowly closed. Because Lucian had knocked the spear upward, Torrent had escaped with only a few minor grazes. But the riders behind him had not been so fortunate. Several were badly injured by the storm of shrapnel. One particularly unlucky warrior had his horse struck in the leg, sending both man and steed tumbling across the dunes in a series of brutal rolls. Torrent, however, pushed harder, undeterred by his small wounds, surging forward without pause. Even so, upon this vast desert, the distance to Radon still remained daunting. Yet riding Torrent, Lucian was both the strongest and the swiftest among them. He believed it necessary to reach Raiden's side immediately, to prevent him from loosing further arrows. The warriors may have resolved themselves to die, but that did not mean Lucian would watch idly as they threw away their lives in vain. At this moment Radon had already pulled free another spear, setting it upon his bowstring. Lucian had no means of striking at such a distance. His sorceries could not reach nearly so far as Raiden's bow. But there was one method left to him. He judged the distance carefully. Yes, it seemed just barely enough. His right hand reversed its grip on the Dragon Slayer sword spear, his body twisting as he extended his arm far back. Storm gathered, lightning crackling upon the spear. Then, upon its surface, black and white flame flickered to life. When the power reached its limit, Lucian seized upon the instant. Radon drew his bow, and hurled the spear with all his might. The sheer force of it jolted Torrent mid-stride, staggering his pace for half a beat. The spear tore through the air like a meteor, wind shrieking around it as it streaked across the wailing dunes in a black and white blaze, leaving behind a trail of orange lightning. Radon reacted at once, but the act of drawing the bow could not so easily be abandoned. He was forced to loose prematurely, the arrow flying before the string had reached its full draw. Even so, his skill was such that the cleanwrought knight's spear he fired still met Lucian's weapon in mid-air. But how could a half-drawn arrow hope to contend with Lucian's sword spear, carrying threefold power within it? The instant they collided, the ancient cleanwrought knight's spear shattered to pieces. Yet Raiden's shot was not in vain. The trajectory of the Dragon Slayer sword spear was deflected. What should have pierced his chest instead ripped through his right shoulder, carving a gaping wound before burying itself deep in the dunes beyond, only the shaft protruding. Blood did not gush from the hole, for black flame still clung to the charred flesh, burning relentlessly. Radon threw back his head and roared. Before Lucian's eyes, the torn flesh writhed and regrew, muscles knitting back together with unnatural speed. In mere seconds, his body had recovered enough to move freely once more. Lucian frowned. The regenerative power granted by Raiden's great rune was truly monstrous. Compared to the infinite health of the wind spirit Moon Shadow, it was inferior, yet still terrifying in its own right. No wonder Radon, stricken by the most virulent scarlet rot, had endured so long, his body remaining so formidable even now. Were it not for the rot's erosion of his mind and will, its physical damage alone would have been negligible. But no matter. Lucian had never expected to slay General Radon so easily. Though the strike had missed his vitals, the wound at his shoulder and neck had torn the trapezius muscle, leaving him unable to draw the great bow again immediately. Those brief dozens of seconds would be more than enough for Lucian to close the distance. At this range, Radon would scarcely have time for one final arrow. Yet rather than fire, Radon seemed to crave close combat. From afar he stowed away his bow. His hands spread wide, violet gravity shimmering around them. Two colossal greatswords answered his call, tearing free from their burial beneath the dunes and flying into his grasp. And beneath him Leonard, his emaciated horse, companion through countless battles. Scarlet rot tormented the beast just as it did its master, and yet it never abandoned him, just as Radon never abandoned it. Feeling its rider's will upon its back, Leonard charged forward, carrying him toward Lucian. With gravity ever lifting the weight from its limbs, Leonard bore no burden, able to run beside Radon through battle after battle. As they thundered forth, Radon summoned from the earth countless massive boulders, levitating them, then hurling them madly toward Lucian. Lucian drew the sword of night and flame, pouring power into it. Its glintstone shone bright, releasing a ring of blades that met the stones in the air, shattering several. Torrent weaved left and right, agilely avoiding the rest. Boulders crashed into the dunes, gouging deep craters. Lucian raised the dragon communion seal, summoning a massive dragon's head before him. Flames roared forth, scorching the sands into glittering shards of glass. But Radon simply lifted Leonard into the air with gravity, flying upward to evade. Spinning like a whirlwind, he became a living drill, descending upon Lucian. Torrent surged forward, dashing just out of reach, the gravity spin tearing into empty sand. Lucian wheeled about, casting flame from the sword of night and flame in counterattack. Radon slammed into the ground, wreathed in fire and storm, yet shrugged it off as if nothing. In that moment of close contact, Lucian at last felt the immensity of Raiden's frame. Even with his own form enlarged by a great rune, he stood a third shorter. Leonard looked pitifully small beneath Radon, though in truth the horse's bones were larger even than those of tree sentinels and knights' cavalry's steeds. It was only the beast's terrible emaciation that gave such an illusion of smallness. Lucian pulled Torrent back a little further. He poured tremendous magic into the sword of night and flame. Power surged, bursting forth as a torrent of comet light. Raiden's size made it impossible to evade. The beam speared through his side. Meanwhile, the knights had reached him as well, striking with their weapons in turn. Mindless, Radon turned at once upon them, lashing out. Seeing his strike land, Lucian did not press on recklessly, but turned aside, widening the distance again. He drank deep from a flask of cerulean tears to replenish his F when suddenly the ground shook violently beneath him, as though an earthquake were about to erupt. Torrent sensed it too, immediately breaking into a desperate run, leaping twice in hopes of escaping the area. But the range was too vast, even Torrent's speed could not carry them clear. From below erupted countless stone blades, stabbing upward to cover 100-meter span around Radon. Their edges gleamed sharp enough to pierce through flesh with ease. Caught in the air, Torrent could not evade, and so dissolved into spirit form, narrowly avoiding death. Lucian, however, seized hold of one stone blade with his hand. His dragonhide glove was sliced apart at once, blood gushing from his palm. Clinging to that precarious foothold, he looked around. The warriors and horses who had been near Radon were all run through, their bodies impaled upon the stone pillars, blood cascading down in streams. The infantry, slower to arrive, had escaped by sheer fortune, but the cavalry was all but annihilated. Only a handful had managed to grasp onto stones and save themselves. Yet as they struggled to descend, horror struck them. The blades had not stopped growing. The stone continued to extend upward, tracking each man's position, spearing one after another. The survivors screamed, but soon enough, all were pierced, joining the slaughter. Lucian could do nothing for them. Here, too, he himself was in dire straits. He leapt from blade to blade, scrambling to escape. Several times the spikes grazed him, cutting deep wounds, but none had yet pinned him. At last, upon the highest edge of the field, he saw an opening. Wind gathered around him. He leapt with all his might, bursting free from the forest of stone. Even as he escaped, one final massive spike surged upward, aiming straight for him. He slashed the sword of night and flame along its length, deflecting himself aside, sparks flying until he tumbled back to the ground. With Lucian's escape, Radon let the formation collapse, no longer expending power to maintain it. The pillars crumbled, returning to rubble. He could have summoned them again but chose not to. For now Radon himself had closed the distance. Blood still poured from the comet wound through his side. Such a gash could not heal in moments. But it did not slow his attack. The twin Starscourge greatsword swept out, gravity waves crawling across the earth, upheaving stone. Behind him, spheres of violet gravity floated into being. It was Raiden's most feared technique, Starcaller Cry. Lucian leapt high, summoning dragon's claws to hold himself aloft, raking through the orbs and scattering them. But though the spheres dispersed, their gravity clung, pulling him down mid-air. Raiden's great blades came sweeping in. Lucian frowned, his face grim. 191 Volume 2 Chapter 96 Part 2 Radon Festival 2. The Sword of Night and Flame was withdrawn, and in its place Lucian swiftly brought out the heavy Ruin's greatsword, raising it as a shield before him. At the same time, the winds gathered close, forming into armor that enveloped his body. Since evasion was impossible, Lucian resolved to take the strike head-on, to absorb the impact mid-air and thus disperse a portion of the force. But now, the warriors who traveled on foot had also reached the battlefield. Of them all, Blad the half-wolf was the swiftest. His sprint carried him to the forefront, and he arrived first upon the blood-soaked sands. Seeing Lucian caught and unable to move freely, Blad leapt forward without hesitation, intent on breaking the bind. He soared into the air, his figure turning in mid-flight, and unleashed his signature technique Wolf's Assault. The royal greatsword in his hands drove down with thunderous force, plunging deep into Raiden's massive shoulder. As he tore the great blade free, frost exploded outward from its surface, the chill bursting violently and disrupting the general's movements. At once, the crushing pull that bound Lucian vanished. His body, at last released from gravity's cruel snare, dropped freely back toward the ground. Then, from amidst the sea of corpses and blood, another blade slashed in from the flank, drenched in cursed ichor, the ominous rivers of blood of the veteran warrior known only as Okina. It carved down upon Raiden's mighty elbow joint, biting deep. Okina's strikes rained upon Raiden's massive arm, and each cut hewed so deep that bone itself was revealed. At the same moment, Bernal had already reached Raiden's side. He swung his Devourer's scepter with great arcs, and when the massive iron head connected, it shattered the armor that plated Raiden's waist and belly. Okina, lightly equipped, and Bernal, strongest of the warriors besides Lucian, had both now entered the fray. Behind them came the rest of the gathered champions, though their different speeds had stretched their ranks. The closest of them still remained at some distance. Radon realized then that he had been surrounded. He bellowed a roar that shook the dunes. His twin greatswords, the Starscourge greatswords, crashed into the ground. At once, the power bound within them surged forth, their skill, Starcaller Cry. A colossal gravitational pull swept the field, dragging the surrounding warriors inexorably toward him. And should they be drawn too close, they would surely be crushed beneath the terrible second stage of his descending strike. Those further away remained beyond the pull, but Lucian, Blad, Bernal, and Okina were all within the range. The three braced their weapons into the sand, their strength and resolve holding them fast against the monstrous force. But Okina did not resist at all. Instead, he bent his knees and sprang high, hurling himself forward, allowing the gravity to propel him ever faster toward Radon. Madness flashed in Okina's eyes. With a crimson gleam, the blade of rivers of blood cut across Raiden's thick neck. A fountain of blood erupted, staining the veteran's body scarlet. At the edge of death, Raiden's primal will to live surged to heights unimaginable. The great rune within him ignited into blazing fire. At the very brink of collapse, it flared with fury. The wound upon his neck sealed at once, flesh knitting back together. Injuries across his body mended with sudden speed. In the blink of an eye, the wounds he had suffered, those that had not yet closed, all healed completely. Radon swung his arm, hurling Okina aside. The strike was merciless, sending the veteran rolling across the battlefield before he struggled back to his feet. Already, Radon conjured spheres of stone, hurling them in deadly salvos at the battered Okina. Drawing a Wakaizashi into his left hand, Okina fought in dual style, rivers of blood and short blade working in tandem. The great sword cleaved apart the larger boulders, while the smaller blade shattered the debris. Yet his wounds had weakened him. His breath faltered, and it seemed the last rock sphere would strike true. But one of the Inaba warriors dashed in to shield him. The sphere obliterated the man into pulp. Okina did not spare the fallen even a glance. Seeing Raiden's gaze shift back toward Lucian, he sank to the ground and began to regulate his breath. For Raiden's target was still Lucian. After casting the stone barrage at Okina, the Star Scourge turned again to his greatest threat. Lucian strode forward boldly, resuming the fight. With the sword of night and flame once more in hand, he conjured glintstone comet shards, each impact opening new wounds upon Raiden's colossal frame. Again he raised a circle of glint-blade phalanx, and from the flame-wreathed blade he summoned storms of fire. Flame and wind merged into a blazing tempest the likes of which had not been seen before. The firestorm swept Radon, blackening his already darkened skin, while the delayed glint blades followed, raining volleys of light. These constant strikes stung like mosquito bites, but even such irritation drove the Star Scourge into wrath. Radon whirled, both swords cleaving down upon Lucian. He leapt aside, narrowly evading the descending blades. The ground erupted into a cloud of sand beneath their weight. Yet Lucian never ceased his movements, spell after spell bursting forth from his hands. Nearby, Bernal thrust the Devourer's scepter into the ground. The serpent's eye upon it glowed blood-red, and a river of sanguine light spread outward. Radon was caught in the range of the weapon's dread power. From the scepter erupted a horde of blood serpents, their fanged maws biting into Raiden's flesh, drawing his blood into their endless stream, feeding it back into Bernal's scepter. In mere moments, Raiden's massive body was drenched scarlet, a man of blood. Several serpents darted lower, striking at Leonard, the great horse beneath him, intent on destroying Raiden's mobility. But how could Radon allow his beloved steed to be harmed? He loosed a furious roar, his body wreathed in violet light. The pull of gravity clashed with Bernal's serpents, the forces cancelling each other out. Blad seized the opening, launching Wolf's assault again. But this time Radon met him mid-air, smashing him back down. Though Blad managed to block with the royal greatsword, he was hurled aside, blood spraying from his lips. Meanwhile, Okina had steadied his breath. He dismissed the Wakaizashi, taking a stance feet set, body turned, rivers of blood raised high. Dark, murderous energy surged, and countless vengeful souls from the blade bent to his will. At the peak of his aura, the vision of a four-armed Azura, born of pure killing intent, manifested behind him, looming immense. Okina struck, the great blade falling in a straight, unadorned cut. The Azura followed, swinging its phantom weapon in unison. And even the maddened Radon could feel it clearly in that instant. The world itself was split in two. The strike cleaved a vast wound from crown to chest. His face nearly split apart, the lion helm shattered into fragments, tumbling to the sand. His long red hair, his pride, spilled downward in bloodied strands. But even such a terrible blow did not fell him. In the end, it had only cleaved his face. Had it struck deeper, had it parted his skull, perhaps the tale of Radon would have ended here. As the strike passed, Okina's aura fell, dissipating, leaving him weaker still. Yet Bernal and Lucian still stood strong. Seeing Raiden's grievous state, they rushed forward at once. But before they could land a finishing blow, Radon moved again. The general's battle instincts drove him higher and higher. His lust for combat only grew. He craved battle. He craved endless battle. This was Star Scourge Radon, who stood atop all warriors. His great rune blazed hotter than ever, burning even if it meant ruin, burning even if it meant consuming him entirely. So be it. Let the fight be fought to the end. With a skyward howl, his wounds closed once more. Raising both swords, he unleashed a second Starcaller cry, stronger than before. Okina and Blad retreated swiftly, escaping the range. But Lucian and Bernal were caught in its center. And now, around Radon swarmed a host of gravity orbs, like a rain of falling stars. Lucian strained against the pull, dodging frantically between the projectiles. Bernal, though better able to bear it due to his heavy armor, was far from safe. A single sphere grazed Lucian's body, breaking his balance. The doubled pull seized him, dragging him into Raiden's reach. Radon saw only him, the greatest threat. He ignored all others and swung to kill. Twin greatswords, drenched in magic, descended. Lucian called forth his pocket disc space, swapping Sword of Night and Flame for the heavy Ruin's greatsword. He braced it before him as the twin swords crashed down. Shards burst from the weapon, but it held. Yet it was not only weight and steel. From the impact erupted raw gravity, a blast of force that swallowed the battlefield in a storm of magic. The blast hurled Lucian far, flinging him across the dunes until he slammed into the sands. Bernal, caught too close, was also cast aside, though he rose again quickly. Radon knew his strongest foe had been grievously wounded. He turned from him, moving upon the other warriors. The host had arrived now in full. They gasped at the sight of the battle before them. What strength! How thrilling! To see such warriors with my own eyes. Even if I die here, it will be worth it. And though awe filled their hearts, none would stand idle. They surged forward, reckless and unyielding, vowing to uphold their general's honor. The warrior called Great Horned raised the giant crusher hammer and smashed Raiden's leg, shattering his greaves. The old knight channeled gravity, resisting the waves that threatened the others. Bernal, though wounded, joined battle again. Dryleaf Dane chose his moment, soaring high. His foot struck Raiden's sword hilt once, then again, then a third time, each kick sharp and true. One of the twin blades flew from Raiden's grasp. Alexander, the warrior Jar, laughed as he barreled forward, smashing his iron body into Raiden's waist, even staggering the general. From above descended Freya, the red lion. With a roaring war cry, she launched her lion's claw, carving wounds upon Radon. The first strike marked his leg, giving her momentum. The second slashed his arm. The third struck deep into his shoulder, nearly severing an arm. But to Radon, it was still as nothing. With a surge of gravity, he recalled his lost greatsword. It screamed through the air, tearing apart all caught in its path, until it landed once more in his hand. Beneath him, Leonard sensed his master's will. The horse began to circle, hooves pounding. Together, blade and steed spun. Radon unleashed a whirling strike of ruin. Those caught around him were cleaved apart, bodies falling in halves upon the sand. The warriors who yet lived faltered at the sight. They had known Radon was the mightiest of the demigods, but never had they imagined such power. Could such a monster ever be defeated? They saw the strongest among them charging again, but doubt gnawed their hearts. Fear crept in until a voice called out from the storm. General Radon, you have given me no end of surprises. At first, I feared your mindless state might disappoint me. But now, it is proven. You truly stand upon the peak of warriors. Stand proud, you are strong. The storm winds rose, lifting sand in a whirling shroud, and through it came a towering figure. Lucian rose, dragging forth the dragon slayer sword spear, magnified to its utmost, his body enlarged by the power of the great rune. With a single sweep, the weapon cut the air, scattering the storm of dust. Though his armor was battered, lightning still danced upon the weapon. He seemed a god descended. The gale howled, and Radon beheld before him a true king. Meeting Raiden's gaze, Lucian smiled faintly. Your opponent is me. Come, let us continue this blood-boiling slaughter. And with that, he surged across the vast dunes, storm winds at his back. Leaping high, he brought the sword spear down with a force to cleave the heavens. Two bearers of great runes, each unleashing the full might of their power. Without doubt, this was a battle fit only for the shattering war itself. And now, upon the wailing dunes, such a myth was reborn. Perhaps it was illusion, but Lucian felt certain Raiden's blood, too, burned with excitement. The general's twin blades rose to meet the strike, locking against the sword spear. With his rune's power swelling his body, Lucian could meet Radon in sheer force. Gravity burst outward from the star-scourged greatswords, blasting warriors aside in every direction. And lightning and storm spread from the spear, driving all others away. Now, none could interfere. For in this battle, neither Lucian nor Radon would allow any hand but their own. 192 Volume 2 Chapter 97 Part 1 Radon Festival 3. The storm winds and the pull of gravity swept away the surrounding warriors, leaving only Lucian and Radon to clash without restraint. Radon lifted his twin greatswords in a sudden heave, knocking Lucian's dragon slayer sword spear back just as it came slicing down from above. Around the general, one by one, spheres of gravity flickered into being, all locking onto Lucian in the skies. It was the same technique once used in his feat of shattering the stars. Now, to summon such countless orbs against Lucian was proof of how strongly Radon recognized him as an opponent. The orbs flew, merging into a deep, flowing river of violet across the heavens, a starry torrent rushing straight for Lucian. Radon was swift, but Lucian was swifter still. He raised his sword spear toward the skies and invoked the lightning slash. Thunder roared. Unparalleled lightning coiled about the weapon, blazing golden as though the spear itself had become a solid bolt of lightning. This lightning slash differed from the dragon slayer sword spear's innate lightning, which would have cancelled against black flame. And so Lucian chose not to call on the black flame. Instead, he hurled the storm and thunderforged sword spear with all his might. At the same time, he summoned the storm beneath him, letting it hurl him downward in a sudden dive to slip past the rain of gravity orbs. The spear tore across Syalad's crimson skies with a scream, so blinding in its brilliance that it stabbed pain into the eyes of the watching warriors. This thrust was less lightning, more like the sun itself. The weapon plunged into Raiden's right chest and burst through his left waist, impaling his body clean through. Lucian landed. Using the storm's momentum, he dashed forward at near teleporting speed, closing the distance in a blink. Several of the gravity orbs struck him, but after enlarging his body, the pull of one or two was no longer enough to slow him down. His hand clamped around the sword spear's haft where it jutted from Raiden's back, and he drove forward, heedless even as Raiden's right blade hacked across his waist and belly. Using the embedded sword spear like a guillotine, Lucian ripped through as they passed one another, the weapon tearing Raiden's collarbone, shoulder, and back to pieces. Now only the front half of Raiden's body was supporting him, his abdominal cavity laid bare through the ghastly wound. But it was not yet finished. Lucian halted, spun, and brought his spear around in a sweeping slash. The blade carved precisely along the gaping wound from before, severing Raiden's spine once more. Even the mighty general could not help but roar in agony at such grievous injuries. Lucian did not press further. Instead, he snatched up his crimson flask and drank twice, knitting together the wounds left by Raiden's earlier strike. The Star-Scourge greatswords were not only unimaginably heavy but also absurdly sharp. Lucian suspected they had been strengthened at least to +9. That counter just now had nearly cleaved him in two. If not for his last-moment twist to spare his heart, he might well have died then and there. The open wounds, however, could not be ignored. Left untreated, they would soon spell disaster. Radon reconnected his spine and shoulder with gravity's power, ignoring the rest of his injuries. His twin blade swung again, cutting toward Lucian. Lucian laughed aloud, exhilarated. It was dangerous, tense like dancing on the edge of a blade. But this was how battle was meant to feel, wasn't it? Raising his sword spear, he met Radon in close quarters combat once more. The Dragon Slayer sword spear stabbed again and again, driving bloody holes into Raiden's body. Raiden's twin greatswords whirled in reply, parrying Lucian's attacks even as they sought openings for a counterstrike. Even with his mind eroded, Raiden's mastery of battle was still unmatched. Lucian swept his sword spear in a broad arc but Raiden's left hand flicked his sword into a sudden, flowing flourish that deflected the strike wide. The force of it dragged Lucian's stance off balance for the briefest instant. Lucian was stunned. That flourish was a dagger parry technique, yet Radon had pulled it off with a colossal greatsword. But this was no time for surprise. In battle, even the smallest misstep could be fatal. Raiden's other blade was already cleaving toward his head. This was a duel no ordinary warrior could take part in. All they could do was watch from afar as Lucian and Radon clashed, strike for strike. A few tried to rush closer, eager to join but they were reduced to bloody pulp by the roaming gravity orbs before they ever approached. Blad was crouched over the cracked body of Iron Fist Alexander, freezing shut the rent seams with his royal greatsword. Even he could not hide his astonishment at Lucian's performance. Blad knew Radon well. He understood how terrifying the general's strength truly was. Though his mind was gone and many of his arts and spells lost to him, Radon was still absurdly powerful. Those forgotten were simply those he had not mastered. The gravity sorceries carved into his very flesh already accounted for 8/10 of his might. And yet Lucian could stand against him one-on-one, even seeming to suppress him at times. If not for the sheer absurd resilience granted by the Great Rune, the damage Lucian had inflicted would have slain Radon countless times over already. The stars that had begun to glitter again in the heavens were proof the Great Rune of the Star-Scourge was nearing its breaking point. It would not hold much longer. But no one knew how much time remained before it shattered. Until then, Radon could err countless times. All it would take was a single fatal wound inflicted on Lucian, and the entire battle would turn. Alexander raised a fist as he watched the fight, unable to help himself. Magnificent. That's it. Well struck. Ah, pain, pain. Overexcited, the shards of ice sealing his cracked body broke apart, sending him groaning in agony. Blad only shook his head. That last spinning slash from Radon had smashed half of Alexander's jar body into fractures. Where sword had struck, his clay was cleaved open, his innards spilling out in heaps. If not for Blad's freezing seal holding both contents and cracks together, it would have been over for him. Even so, a shattered vessel was better than being slain outright. Bernal had drained a flask and healed, then folded his arms, silently watching the clash. Behind him, the tarnished known as the Great Horned, Old Knight, and the Lionheart peered at his back. They had recognized him. Each harbored their own thoughts. Lord Bernal, has he truly turned to the path of blasphemy? That man, is it really him? He seems familiar, and yet somehow different. The old knight's eyes fixed on Lucian, silently contemplating how he might one day cut him down. Elsewhere, the three from Miquella's retinue stood together, Dane and Freya flanking Lita. As always, Dane said nothing, but Lita could see the heat burning in his eyes. He disliked speaking to others, yet lived for the thrill of sparring. It never clouded his judgment, thought he was still a dependable companion. Freya, by contrast, was reliable only in matters of battle. Outside of combat, she was far too pure. Watching Radon and Lucian, she gasped aloud again and again. Wow, he even dodged that move from the general. That one is strong indeed, to wound the general so gravely is a rare thing. Still, General Radon, such a battle is exactly where he belongs. An endless battle, a burning, blazing battle. This is the true General Radon, the true Red Lion. Lita said nothing in reply. Perhaps Radon did indeed crave endless battle. But not now. This festival, with heroes gathered from across the lands between, was meant to deliver him to his rest. And for Lita, this was not merely about honoring the general. Her purpose here was also to select those worthy to one day serve Lord Miquella. To achieve Miquella's designs, she herself would one day have to face Moog, the Lord of Blood. But alone, she lacked the strength. Thus, she sought warriors of proven might, fighters whose performance in the festival of combat could not be denied. One who could slay Radon would surely be of use against the Blood Lord as well. In the 2 days leading up to the festival, she had gathered intelligence. She had learned that Lucian was the one who had already defeated a demigod Storm King who once ruled over Limgrave. Now, seeing his battle with Radon, his strength was undeniable. Even now, the Storm King seemed to fight with room to spare. His power was beyond question. Suddenly, Lita spoke, turning to Freya. Freya, tell me, if that Storm King faced General Radon at his full strength, what would happen? Freya tilted her head, puzzled why Lita would ask, but soon the question itself enthralled her. She thought carefully, then gave her view. There is no doubt the Storm King is strong. I don't know what other powers he may hold, but even against the general in his prime, he would be able to escape unharmed. Few could inflict mortal wounds on the general, sane or no. Lita nodded. If even Freya, who knew Radon best, said as much, then it was time to stoke the fire. She raised her sword. The sigil of Miquella's unalloyed gold tree shimmered into being. Around Radon, 10 golden needles appeared out of thin air, driving themselves into his flesh from every angle. Lita had not wished to use this art. For the purpose of defeating General Radon, this move could only hinder. This was her unique skill, the needle piercer. From long years at Miquella's side, she had come to understand unalloyed gold well. For a brief time, the golden needles could be treated as if they were the unalloyed gold needle. And so they could, for a moment, suppress the scarlet rot within Radon. The part of his mind already lost could never be restored. But what remained, not yet consumed, could be freed. His sanity had not been destroyed beyond trace. If it had, he could never fight as he did even now. As the golden needles sank into him, the rot receded. For an instant, unalloyed gold bound the corruption down. His flesh, freed from its erosion, let the great rune turn fully toward restoring him in battle. Even his skill might return somewhat. Lita watched with eager eyes. Radon still fought Lucian ferociously. But suddenly, confused, half-formed thoughts began to ripple through his blank mind. Battle? Who? Lyernia. The Battle of Ionia. Miquella. Names rose unbidden, yet their meaning was lost. Then, in Lucian, he saw something. Runy's mark. Blad? Is it Blad? Who is Blad? Who is he? Great rune demigod. Runy's mark. His weakened mind spiraled, thoughts straying to things that mattered nothing now. Runy. Rykard. A vow unfulfilled. Mother father, he. But there was no time to wander. Lucian's sword spear drove into his chest in the moment of his lapse, jolting him back. Yes, this was battle. And so he gathered the shreds of his sanity, focusing them all upon the fight. As a warrior, he must think of nothing else. To give his all in defeating his foe, this was his greatest respect. And for one who bore Runy's mark, he must strike with all his might. Lucian, too, noticed at once that something had changed. He did not know what the golden needles were, but he could guess they came from Miquella's followers. Whatever their nature, Raiden's assault was suddenly fiercer. His twin blades moved with a flow unseen before, his strikes threading together with growing clarity. Is he recalling his skills in the midst of battle? Or is it the work of those needles? Raiden's swords clashed, one deflecting Lucian's sword spear, the other forcing him back. Then, for the first time in their duel, Radon stepped away. Far behind him, atop a distant dune, he summoned an immense gravity orb. The sphere and the violet aura around his body pulled upon each other. In an instant, Radon was hurled across the desert, faster than any flight of gravity, as if he had teleported. Only a body like his could endure such force. Lucian did not give chase. Not yet. He would see what the general prepared. He watched as Radon drove his great swords into the ground. Stones began to crawl upward, clinging to their blades. The Cragblade. A war skill that sheathed weapons in heavy stone, increasing their weight and their power. 193, Volume 2, Chapter 97, Part 2, Radon Festival, 4. Raiden's rock-forged blades were not the end. Stone continued to climb up along his twin greatswords, spreading higher and higher, until soon it covered his entire body. In the earlier battle, the armor Radon wore had already been battered and shattered by countless attacks. Though his great rune could restore the wounds of his flesh, it had no power over the breaking of armor or equipment. If the damage received could be reduced even slightly, the great rune would last that much longer. Lucian knew not how strong the defense of this layer of stone armor truly was, but he could well imagine it was not something that could be broken through easily. And then, flames ignited upon Raiden's stone-covered greatswords. As the leader of the Redmane army, how could Radon not wield fire? It was only that, unlike gravity sorceries that had been carved into his very instincts, fire had never been etched as deeply, and so he had not displayed it until now. This isn't bad. It's getting interesting now. Lucian raised his right hand high, the dragon communion seal glowing red. Yet instead of flame, what blossomed was a warm golden radiance, tiny golden motes of light flickering across his body. It was blessing of the Erd tree. Radon had buffed himself. Could a tarnished such as Lucian afford to fall behind? He pulled out a small flask, scattering its invigorating perfume into the air. He had even thought to gnaw upon the exalted flesh that Alexander had gifted him before, but that did not feel fitting for this duel. So instead, Lucian drew out a leaf of Ionian origin, chewing it down and swallowing the bitter sap. 3 buffs stacked upon one another. The effects were immediate. Lucian's blood surged, his spirit soared. With buffs complete, Lucian charged forward once more. Raiden's mount, Leonard, thundered into motion as well, running with all its might. With Radon and Leonard's movement, the very land roared beneath their feet. From the ground rose boulders, one after another, lifting them meters higher with quakes and shaking earth. Soon, Leonard did not even need to gallop. The massive stones themselves carried them forward, like ships sailing across dry land. It was like a roaring train barreling forth, leaving behind a towering wall of stone in its wake. Any tarnished or warrior who failed to dodge in time was smashed apart in an instant by the crushing boulders. As Radon closed upon Lucian, that colossal train of stone sprouted sharp spikes of rock at its front. Radon swung the Star-Scourge greatswords, flames racing down the blades and spreading across the jagged spires of rock. Even an entire army before him, Raiden, could grind them all into pulp without effort. As the mightiest of gravity sorcerers, he wielded many area-destroying arts beyond imagination. Around him gathered yet more spheres of stone. But Lucian did not retreat. Surrounded by storm, he leapt high into the air. With the storm he swept aside the fire, bracing his Dragon Slayer sword spear upon a jutting stone spike, lifting himself in midair. That movement allowed him to evade the crushing boulders, raising him high enough. And riding the swirling winds, he spun himself like a gyroscope, thunder and black flames surging once more upon the spear. After several rotations, he unleashed the fiercest lion's claw, cleaving down toward Radon. The stone spheres that struck against him were shattered instantly. Radon raised his right sword to block the descending spear. With stone cladding his Star-Scourge greatswords, its defense had grown immense, serving as a shield against Lucian's strike. From that stone blade, tongues of flame licked out, reflecting upon Lucian's face, setting his eyes aflame. Notho's crimson eyes were not reflection. They burned red because they were his true nature. Chunks of stone broke loose from Raiden's blade under the force, but that no longer mattered. Raiden's left hand commanded a swarm of gravity orbs, hurling them directly toward Lucian. Now that some of his mind had returned, Raiden's control of gravity orbs was no longer the wild, erratic assault from before. These spheres now tracked their prey with agility. At this close distance, with so many, Lucian could not escape. He was dragged toward Radon. But this time, Lucian had no intent to dodge. From the void, a massive dragon's head appeared, seized by Raiden's own pull, and it bit down upon him. The enormous dragon's jaws engulfed Raiden's upper body, even blood seeping from his rock armor. Lucian stood atop Raiden's body, sustaining the dragon's grip upon him. Radon struggled to burst free with repulsion, but Lucian gave him no chance. From the dragon's maw glowed a red light. An instant later, it spewed flame at point-blank range. Dragon maw, followed by dragon fire. Steam burst from the cracks of the stone armor, instantly evaporating under the fiery breath. Radon momentarily lost control of the stones beneath him. The massive slabs collapsed. Even as they fell, Lucian poured mana endlessly, burning Radon with dragon flame. His sword spear was not idle either, piercing Raiden's heart yet again and again, who knew how many times. Where was the limit of the Great Rune? No matter how many lives remained, Lucian would keep killing until Raiden's Great Rune collapsed. Radon swung both swords, embracing as though to cut Lucian's back in half. Lucian was forced to evade, but even so, twin gashes tore deep across his waist. Raiden's armor was shattered to pieces, but Lucian's fared little better. Half of Raiden's body had been seared to ruin, like a figure of blackened charcoal. The stones upon him grew brittle, melding with charred flesh, ready to crumble at a touch. Radon ripped the stone armor away, summoning fresh rock to coat his blood-drenched body. Lucian, in turn, downed a crimson and cerulean flask, restoring his strength. His supply of flasks had dwindled. He would have to be cautious from here. Lucian did not wish to use Wind Spirit Moon Shadow in this battle. General Radon was a warrior worthy of respect, and Lucian was enjoying the fight. Perhaps it was arrogant and even dumb, but Lucian truly believed he could slay Radon without calling upon Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. That would mark a milestone in the lands between, proving his unmatched might enough to stand against any demigod. Yet even as he thought so, Lucian remained ready to use it at a moment's notice. Though victory with his own strength would bring pride, Lucian valued his life. And he no longer lived for himself alone. Molina was waiting for him. His final goal was to defeat every foe, to become Elden Lord. So when the time came, he would not hesitate to call upon Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Previously, 2 uses had remained, but after defeating Loretta's phantom, 1 was restored. 3 uses more than enough. This time, Radon did not rush in for melee combat. A massive body did not mean poor agility. His speed was not low. Only, Lucian's was higher still. But Radon was, at his core, a master of gravity. Purple-black spheres of gravity filled the air, blotting the sky, swarming toward Lucian. Yet these were but feints, to stall his foe. The true killing move was in his hand, a stone sphere gathering, swelling ever larger in the far sky. That rock swelled until it cast a shadow even over Radon himself, and it continued to grow. Soon it was vast enough to strike terror into all who beheld it. The warriors nearby, sensing disaster, scattered and fled. Even with his mastery, Radon needed one full hand to maintain such a mass. Its power was beyond imagination. Lucian dodged gravity spheres to the left and right, frowning. He had to stop Radon now. But the spheres were too many, and their precision far greater than before. Every few seconds, one would strike his body. The damage was low, but their minor binding effects added up, making the next impact more likely. So Lucian was trapped in place, forced to watch as Radon finished summoning the massive sphere. No, this was no mere stonite, was a meteor. When the enormous meteor was complete, it began its slow descent toward Lucian. As it approached, its speed grew, air burning into flames across its surface. Lucian could not gauge when it would land. And the meteor was enormous, 30-40 meters wide. It might not match a true Starfallen meteor from beyond the skies, but it was unlike any prior technique. If struck directly, not even a corpse would remain. Even without a direct hit, the impact would devastate kilometers around. The surrounding warriors could run, but Lucian, bound in place, had no time. If he could not evade, then he must split it apart. At Raiden's current speed, he would not conjure another in time. Lucian raised the Dragon Slayer sword spear high. A column of storm erupted upward, grains of sand whirling at supersonic speed. Lightning and black flame fared poorly against lifeless stone. But recalling the craft of high-pressure water cutting with abrasive material, Lucian used the sands of the battlefield with his storm. If so, even this meteor might be sundered. The sword spear's storm column struck against the meteor. Storm driven to its limits slowed its fall, while sand scoured it apart. Sparks burst in torrents as grit carved into stone. There's a chance. Before it split, the meteor was already nearly upon him. A deep gash split across its surface. One final push of the sword spear would cleave it whole. But it was not Lucian who finished it. The meteor shattered from behind, fragments scattering outward. From amidst the rubble, Raiden's figure burst forth, thrusting a spiraling spear of gravity straight toward Lucian. Moments ago Lucian had seared him with dragon fire at point blank. No, Radon returned the courtesy. Lucian was startled at this range. Evasion was impossible. He had guessed Radon might seize this time to reposition and strike, but not that he would destroy his own meteor. If he had instead attacked from the side, Lucian would have been forced to contend with both meteor and strike. Perhaps this was Raiden's warrior's pride, his insistence on defeating an opponent head-on. Tactics and strategy, yes, but never a sneak attack. And because the meteor had shattered, Lucian no longer needed to hold against it. Turned his Dragon Slayer sword spear upon Radon. The spear was not built for defense, it could not withstand such force. So Lucian chose attack in answer, unleashing the sandstorm column directly at Radon. Sparks rained as the storm tore against Raiden's stone armor, soon drawing blood. But Radon did not falter. He pressed onward, spiral of gravity breaking through the winds, Starscourge greatswords clashing with the sword spear. The sword spear held only briefly, soon its tip was ground away under the force. Worse, the sword spear was locked in Raiden's gravity, unable to withdraw. Lucian grit his teeth, forcing the storm to erupt at maximum output against the opposite rotation of Raiden's spin, sapping his speed. Seizing the instant, Lucian pulled the sword spear free, his dragon communion seal flashing as he struck Raiden's side with a dragon claw. At last barely, Radon was knocked back, giving Lucian a breath. Damn it, Raiden's blades must be at +9, while mine, this sword spear, is only +18. Still too much of a gap. The sword spear's tip had been worn away by a third, it could not be used again. No time to mourn the companion that had fought beside him so long. Lucian hurled the sword spear one last time, letting it pierce Radon again, its final blaze of glory. Then he pulled from his storage disk another weapon, the Ruin's greatsword. So, in the end, he would use this blade. The sword was enormous even for a colossal weapon, it was outsized. Yet in Lucian's enlarged form, it was but a one-handed sword. The sword of night and flame was too small, a +7 was not enough. The Ruin's greatsword would serve better. Lucian slammed it into the ground. The skill wave of destruction burst forth. A fan-shaped quake spread outward, violet gravity erupting from the ground. Radon tore the Dragon Slayer sword spear from his belly and cast it aside. With a sweep of his arm, countless gravity spheres gathered again. But as they crossed the spreading quake, something strange happened. The spheres collapsed in on themselves, vanishing. And as the quake reached Raiden's feet, stones fell away from his blade and armor, breaking off in chunks. Lucian looked closely. They were not shattered, but naturally shed. Gravity against gravity. Did the game not have such a rule? Or was it simply the unique nature of the Ruin's greatsword's wave of destruction? Whatever the cause, this weapon was proving more useful than he expected. And Lucian could feel it would not be long before Raiden's great rune failed altogether. 194, Volume 2 Chapter 98 Part 1 Radon Festival 5. After releasing the weapon skill once, Lucian also realized that the Ruin's greatsword was different from how it appeared in the game. Every legendary armament he had come across so far carried with it some hidden strength that far exceeded its in-game counterpart. The Sword of Night and Flame possessed a battle skill of terrifying output, and in addition, could serve as a catalyst for spellcasting. Even Bernal's Devourer's Scepter, as seen in their earlier clash, had displayed a power far beyond what the game had shown. And as for the ruin's greatsword, beyond the way its wave of destruction had disrupted Raiden's gravity magic, it too possessed another ability. Lucian raised the colossal blade and drove it deep into the sands of the desert. Purple light flared. From beneath the dunes, stone erupted and was pulled upward, drawn inexorably toward the weapon. Soon, countless fragments of rock clung piece by piece to the ruin's greatsword, bound there by gravity. It became a blade of stone akin to those wielded by the Starscourge himself. The sword, already massive by its own right, was now lengthened, widened, thickened beyond all reason. Remembering Raiden's stoneclad armor, Lucian attempted to channel the same effect through the ruin's greatsword. Indeed, shards of stone began to creep from the hilt, climbing along his arms. Yet as the fragments reached his elbows, the process grew sluggish. The more FP he poured in, the less the effect seemed to match his effort. Perhaps this was the inherent limitation of relying solely on the weapon's skill. In the end, Lucian could only manage to let the stone spread to his shoulders, forming extra armor over his arms. But with the rocks attached, the ruin's greatsword grew unbearably heavy, forcing him to wield it with both hands at all times. And yet, the elongated sword was perfectly suited to the battle at hand. Lucian spread his stance wide, feet rooted in the sand, blade pointed toward Radon. After the wave of destruction had stripped him of his earlier shell, Radon once again cloaked himself in stone. This time, however, his armor was thicker, denser than before. Charging headlong, Raiden's greatswords clashed against Lucian's own stone-forged blade, and the collision sent shards of rock flying in all directions. At once, Raiden's might drove Lucian backward, his feet gouging two deep trails across the dunes. Lucian felt the crushing momentum carried upon Raiden's body and knew immediately something was wrong. Raiden's strength already exceeded his own, and with the additional weight of stone bolstering him, his charge was all but unstoppable. Worse still, Radon had cast gravity upon Lucian's weapon itself, locking it in place. And even more dire, the stone Lucian had gathered on his own blade was being stripped away under Raiden's gravitational influence. Gravity against gravity, each pulling against the other. Raiden's mastery let him bend Lucian's strength back upon him. Behind Lucian, countless stone spikes rose from the sand, ready to impale him the instant he faltered. He could not continue playing into Raiden's rhythm. Without hesitation, Lucian conjured forth the dragon maw, lunging toward Radon to draw his attention. The floating gravity orbs, already aimed at Lucian, now turned upon the dragon instead. The head was destroyed in an instant, dealing no damage, but that distraction was all Lucian needed. He unleashed the wave of destruction through the ruin's greatsword, shattering the stones covering Raiden's weapon. As their gravitational fields clashed, a storm erupted between them, winds howling across the sands. Lucian seized upon the gale and forced open distance between them. But Radon gave him no respite. The ground beneath Lucian roared with thunderous force, the very desert trembling. Radon summoned again his blades of stone, the land erupting into a forest of spikes lunging from every direction. Lucian found himself trapped once more amidst deadly terrain. Yet this time, he bore it with greater composure. He drove the ruin's greatsword into the ground, sending the wave of destruction rippling outward. The shockwave spread, shattering the stone blades along his path. For a brief moment, Raiden's gravitational hold faltered, unable to form new stone blades. It was like a corridor of safety, lasting no more than 2 or 3 breaths. Lucian sprinted behind the wave, dashing through the opening, swatting aside or evading the spikes lashing in from the sides. Wave after wave, he carved a path forward, until at last he broke free of the stone forest. The ease of it unsettled him. That spell should have pursued him relentlessly. Why was it now so weak? When Lucian laid eyes upon Raiden's new form, he understood. The general had layered stone upon himself, over and over, until his body had become a monstrous colossus. His twin greatswords too had been swelled to absurd size, sheathed in rock. And his poor skeletal horse was gone. For Radon had forged his own legs of stone. Radon stood once more upon the land, reformed as a giant of living rock. Lucian judged him to be at least 15 or 16 meters tall, while Lucian himself, though standing over 5 meters, barely reached his knees. What? You're piloting a mecha now? Shocked though he was, Lucian could not help but feel envy, resolving then and there to study gravity sorcery with earnest. Raiden's massive sword descended. Lucian dared not take it head-on, leaping aside in haste. The impact shook the land, carving a crater deep into the dunes, exposing the bedrock beneath the wailing dunes. Seizing his chance, Lucian struck Raiden's arm with his own blade, the wave of destruction gouging a vast crack. The destructive energy crawled upward, stripping chunks of stone away. But against that colossal form, such loss was trivial. Radon swept his arm and swatted Lucian aside like an insect, sending him flying toward a waiting forest of spikes. Only by twisting his body upon the storm winds did Lucian escape being skewered alive. He spat blood, dismissing the stone plating on his arms. That defense was useless now, little more than a desperate reserve. Radon had to be using gravity sorcery to command that form. No mortal flesh could endure such weight. But that truth also made the answer plain. Lucian drew the ruin's greatsword close, shifting the stones along its edge until the blade gleamed sharp and narrow. For a foe like this, there was only one solution: strike the cockpit. Dodging Raiden's twin blades, Lucian circled swiftly to his side, then leapt onto the giant's back. So long as Radon maintained this form, he could not weave further gravity magic. Just 2 more steps and Lucian would reach the core, where Radon himself was seated. If he could reach that place. Lucian froze. From the giant's body, a sharp spike thrust outward, piercing his foot clean through. Another followed, aiming for his torso. The bloody spike split at its tip, locking Lucian's leg in place. TCH. A trap he never meant to rely on brute strength alone. Lucian twisted, dodging the second spike, yet not without cost. A gaping wound opened across his abdomen. He slashed the impaling stones apart and leapt from the giant's back. He had been outplayed. Pain tore through his flesh as he landed, gasping. The wound was grievous, nearly fatal. To mend it with crimson tears would take at least 3 flasks and he had but 1 left, alongside 2 flasks of cerulean. Thankfully, he still carried the flask of wondrous physic. It was the first time he had been driven so far, forced to drink so deeply even of the wondrous flask. Most battles, 1 or 2 flasks sufficed. But this was an ordeal. He withdrew the crystal vessel, within which swirled the physic that Molina herself had prepared for him, blended of crimson crystal tear and greenspill crystal tear. The first would heal great wounds in an instant, the second would replenish his stamina. But Raiden's attack came before he could drink. The Colossus's blades rained down, strike after strike, relentless. Lucian dodged and weaved, watching too for the spikes that sprouted without warning along the blade. Though slowed somewhat by his size, Raiden's massive reach and force compensated fully. Only after weathering a torrent of strikes did Lucian at last find a gap. He raised the physic and drank it down. At once, the exhaustion that had gnawed at him melted away. Strength returned to his limbs. And his wounds knit shut, even the lingering injuries from earlier battles sealing in moments. When the effect was spent, only shallow cuts remained upon his body. If measured in numbers, his health had returned to 80%, his stamina to half. Breathing deeply, Lucian steadied himself. He had strength enough once more. He charged again toward the stone giant. He had no choice. Unless he could drag Radon out of his shell, the general's great rune would never break. Lucian sprinted up Raiden's fallen blade, bounding onto his shoulder, Ruin's greatsword raised. Again, spikes erupted without warning. But this time, Lucian was ready. With a graceful sidestep footwork he had long ago learned from Alyssa, he evaded. And then he struck. The Ruin's greatsword pierced Raiden's core, its sharpened stone edge bursting bloody from his chest. Lucian poured the last of his magic into the blade. The wave of destruction roared within Raiden's body. Stone shattered. The Colossus crumbled. Raiden's body was torn anew, grievously wounded, his shell broken. And this time, Lucian would not allow him the chance to rebuild it. As they both crashed back to the ground, Lucian drank a flask of cerulean, restoring his FP. From the dunes, Leonard, the scrawny horse, staggered back to his master, bearing him once more. But Raiden's recovery was slower now. Leonard's gallop was weary, halting. The faithful steed, though guarded fiercely by his rider, had suffered grievously throughout the battle. For him to still move at all was miracle enough. It was clear the great rune was failing. 2 more cycles. 3, perhaps. Lucian's condition was steady. If he could endure until the rune's collapse, victory would be his. Radon charged again, blades bared. But then, Leonard buckled. His thin legs gave way, collapsing into the sand. Radon pitched forward, sprawling. The horse struggled to rise, but could not. Leonard had reached his limit. Scarlet rot had tormented him long, and starvation had whittled him to nothing. The ceaseless burden of battle had driven him to the brink, his spirit clinging to the thinnest thread. Through the fight he had endured, but now, in a moment of rest, he could endure no longer. Radon stared, realization dawning. He forgot the battle and turned back, kneeling beside his steed, lifting the companion who had borne him through fire and war. But Leonard no longer breathed. Raiden's face twisted in grief, sorrow spilling unchecked from his eyes. Leonard. Lucian, watching, did not strike. He waited. At last, Radon turned back, sorrow etched deep upon his face, and nodded faintly. The fight was not yet over. With gravity's aid, Radon lifted himself into the air once more, swords lashing down. But the rune's failure had already begun. Lucian deflected, riposted, and drove his blade into Raiden's chest. As Radon healed again, a faint cracking sound echoed across the battlefield. Lucian's gaze sharpened. The great runite was shattering. The watching warriors were shaken by the clash they had witnessed. Bernal, comparing Lucian to Horalu, felt awe. Though not yet at the first Elden Lord's height, Lucian's might was already astonishing, far greater than his friend Rykard could ever hope to match. Horalu, of course, was a poor comparison. Not even Radon, at his fullest, could stand equal to him. From afar, Blad and Alexander cheered, voices loud with hope. They wished with all their hearts for Lucian's victory. Jaren and Iji stood side by side, with the Redmane army at their backs. As Raiden's men, they would never strike at him unless there was no other choice. But if no warrior could overcome him, they would themselves become the final blades. From beneath her helm, Lita smiled. So strong, Storm King. I cannot wait for the day we fight side by side. Freja, never tearing her eyes from the battlefield, still murmured in agreement. Yes, to stand beside such a warrior it makes the blood quicken. Dane too nodded, his silence full of approval. Yet in truth, what he desired most was to test himself against Lucian. Lita shook her head at their misunderstanding and looked once more upon the fight. He will surely become the greatest aid to Lord Miquella's dream, she thought. But how can I draw him into our fold? 195, Volume 2 Chapter 98 Part 2 Radon Festival, 6. Radon, more than anyone, understood the state of his great rune. The great rune had endured a long and blazing strain, yet now, in this battle, it could no longer hold on. Perhaps, just one or two more grievous wounds, and it would be completely shattered. Since the great rune was already on the verge of breaking, and with Leonard no longer at his side, then why not unleash the final move? Transform himself into a meteor, and plummet from the heavens. Unlike the conjured spheres of stone that he had cast before, this would be a true meteor, falling from the boundless heights above. In both might and range, it would far surpass the colossal boulders he had hurled earlier. Yet this technique inflicted a terrible toll upon himself as well, and thus it had to be used before the great rune's ruin was complete. Radon bent his whole body downward, magic gathering furiously at his side. Lucian sensed something was amiss. He guessed Raiden must be preparing to unleash the meteor crash. He must not, under any circumstance, allow Radon to take to the sky. If Radon ascended and loosed that cataclysm, then Lucian would have no means of resistance left. Lucian rushed forward at once, rapidly closing the distance between them. They were not far apart. He reached Raiden's side just before the general could take flight. Yet even when the ruin's greatsword smashed into Raiden's body, he was unmoved, completing the gathering of magic. Lucian grit his teeth, thrusting the greatsword deep into Raiden's chest, hoping to shatter the great rune then and there. But no sooner had the blade pierced in than Radon had already risen into the air, carrying Lucian aloft with him. Raiden's ascent was blindingly fast. He was less flight than a violent launch, blasting himself skyward with sheer repulsive force. Lucian looked down at the ground already distant beyond reckoning. To jump now was no option. There was no way down. Raiden's massive arms clamped around him, binding him, leaving no chance of escape. Lucian poured magic desperately into the ruin's greatsword, unleashing wave of destruction to try to halt him. But the ascent was already complete, and now gravity was no more than a token weight, unable to drag Radon back. With Lucian held fast, Radon plummeted from the heavens, flames rising around them from the air's furious friction. Together, they became a falling star, a blazing meteor from the boundless sky. They struck the wailing dunes with force enough to shake the land itself. The shockwave lifted sand and dust in a storm, blotting out the sight of all who watched. Jaren and Freya, who had once seen Radon wield this move's full might, shook their heads grimly. They did not believe Lucian could possibly survive such an impact. When the rolling dust at last settled, a vast crater yawned at the center of the dunes, still searing with heat. At its heart lay a charred and blackened body, already sprouting fresh flesh at unnatural speed. Lucian, did he lose? Hearing the whispers of the warriors around her, Miquella's knight Lita clenched her jaw in regret. They had underestimated General Radon after all. But then someone suddenly pointed to the sky and cried out, "Look, over there!" High above, a figure descended slowly, borne by the updraft of storm winds. It was Lucian, burnt black from head to toe, the scars of the fall still smoking on his body. He landed in utter disarray, staring at the crater Radon had gouged into the lands, and felt his heart tremble. So close. In his haste to interrupt Radon, he had almost been taken along, hurled like a stone against the ground. It was only by shrinking his form at the last instant that he had escaped. Otherwise, he would surely have been forced to invoke invincibility, or burn through infinite health itself. As Raiden's wounds slowly healed, a sound arose, quiet, yet echoing within the heart of all who heard. Crack. Raiden's great rune had burned itself away, leaving nothing but pale ash. Radon rose to his feet, his gaze calmer than it had ever been. It was time to draw this battle to its end. Lucian realized it as well, enlarging his form again and clashing with Radon in fierce combat. This time, there was no technique, no strategy. Only raw, feral exchange, blow for blow, slash for slash, as both fought with reckless abandon. It came down to one thing: who would last until the final moment. And in the end, Lucian stood slightly the stronger. At the cost of having half his body hewn apart, he brought the ruin's greatsword crashing down and severed Raiden's neck. At last, the battle was won. Radon let go of his twin greatswords, his lips moving in broken whispers. "Warrior, you have won. Tell her, tell Runy." His words never finished. His breath was gone. A pale, gray-white great rune, burned of all power, drifted from his body and entered Lucian's. Watching Raiden's enormous corpse fall, Lucian too could endure no longer. He staggered away from the body, then collapsed to the ground. Draining the last flask of crimson tears, he stemmed his bleeding. With the cerulean flask, he restored his magic. And once his magic returned, he quickly summoned the dragon communion seal, invoking the blessing of the Erd tree to slowly mend his wounds. Only then did the terror of his injuries begin to subside. Even now, Lucian could scarcely believe it. He had truly defeated General Raiden without once relying on the wind spirit Moon Shadow. In death, Radon was finally released. The purple blessing that had hung over him from the distant stars vanished with his passing. From the heavens, the violet veil that had shrouded the lands between began to recede, dissipating first above the wailing dunes. Raiden's spirit gazed far into the sky, upon a dim white star. That was the homeland of the Alabaster Lord, their origin, the gods who lived apart from the world. When Radon had followed the Alabaster Lord and learned their sorceries, he had formed a bond with that far-off home. They had asked nothing of him. When he shattered a falling star on his own strength, he proved himself worthy. And in that, he earned their recognition. That distant white star lent him power. With its strength, Radon draped a membrane across the lands between, severing them from the stars. All meteors that sought to fall were arrested upon it. Now, with his death, that power was broken. A pity. They had not fulfilled their goal before the end. But Runy's fate was no longer bound in chains. Perhaps another path still remained. Radon looked upon the warrior who had slain him, who bore Runy's mark, and nodded in quiet satisfaction. Strong, enduring, resolute. The finest qualities of a warrior were all there. Without doubt this one bore the makings of a king. With him at Runy's side, surely she could realize her dream. Brother. Following the voice, Radon saw at the far end of the dunes a soul, red hair flowing like flame. It was his sister, Runy. Through her sigil, Runy had projected her soul here, to witness the battle. Radon gazed at her, dazed. Ever since she had abandoned her flesh and fate, she had been bound to the cold form of a doll. This was her true self, her original form, one he had not seen in so long. Brother and sister locked eyes. Radon spoke first. Runy, is this the warrior you have chosen? So strong. You have good eyes. Perhaps in time, he may succeed where your useless brother could not, and see your ideals fulfilled. Runy smiled faintly, replying, Torrent did choose him of his own accord. I but walked beside him, for mine own ends. Radon understood at once. So that was why. Brother, thou hast shouldered this burden far too long. It is time to rest. But Radon shook his head. Runy, just now, I learned a truth. The greater will left the lands between long ago. It was the star who told me. Runy's expression hardened. If it came from the star that had lent her brother power, then there could be no mistake. That star was ancient beyond compare, older than sun and moon alike. The true greater will is not your enemy. There is a false god, one who has toyed with the fates of all who dwell in these lands. But it is mighty beyond words, so that even those gods who know the truth dare not speak it. And forgive me, Runy. I fear I will disappoint you. I have another promise I must keep. Runy blinked, unsure what he meant. On Raiden's soul flared a golden mark, urging him to depart and honor the pact. Bathed in that golden light, his spirit was drawn away, following its call. Long ago, he had promised Mikelatot he would be his king. But after glimpsing the depths of Mikela's heart, Radon no longer believed it wise. He had not refused outright, nor sought to break his vow. Yet he thought, before the end, he might at least aid Runy and her cause. But perhaps their defeat had grown too certain. Mikela had ceased waiting and even sent Myriel in his stead. He still remembered her whisper at his ear as she leaned over him. Mikela waits, the promised consort must appear. Even now, Radon could recall his helplessness in that moment. Mikela, what is it you truly seek? Your pursuit of unalloyed gold, your nurturing of the Hala tree, your search for the primal law, was it not all for Malenia's salvation? Then why must you make her unleash scarlet rot, just to fulfill this pact? I cannot fathom it. The golden light pulled his soul away. When Runy saw that gentle radiance, her face contorted. She forgot her composure, teeth clenched, her beauty twisted with rage. Mikela. Thou vile, treacherous wretch. Her brother had never spoken of any such pact with Mikela. To snatch away his soul after death, what kind of pact was that? Runy now bitterly regretted not coming in person. Had she manifested here instead of projecting, she might have had the chance to seize her brother's soul back. With Raiden's death, the stars began to move once more. First, a white gleam streaked across the heavens above the lands between. Then another. And another. A resplendent shower of falling stars unfolded before their eyes. The stars shimmered, their light no longer hindered. One vast blue star tore across the sky, then plummeted, falling upon the lands between before the gathered throng. The warriors gathered around Lucian, applauding from the heart. The Redmane knights sang their ancient battle song, closing the festival of war. Jaren came forth, and in excitement proclaimed, "At last, the war festival has ended. Brave champion, you have our gratitude. Without question, you are the champion of the festival." The warriors on the dunes roared in cheer, lifting their weapons high, calling Lucian's name. And Lucian laughed with them. Yes, this was worth celebrating. Those skilled in healing gathered around, praying heal upon him again and again, until his wounds were mended. Yet though his body was healed, the exhaustion remained crushing. Lucian wished for nothing more than to find a place to rest. After this battle, he felt he could fall asleep standing. The others saw how weary he was, and agreed the celebration would wait until the following night. The host turned back, marching in great procession toward Redmane Castle. Raiden's body, and that of his beloved steed Leonard, would be gathered and buried by the Redmane knights. Though they could no longer return to the Erd tree, to be interred beneath its boughs was still the highest honor. And so the festival of combat came to its close. Because of that, all thought the matter settled. Yet then the sky itself resounded with a sharp, cracking sound. Crack. As though something were breaking. All raised their heads warily, seeking its source. Raiden's great rune already rested within Lucian. It could not be the cause. Crack. The sound grew louder, clearer, heard by every soul. With it came a mounting terror. Crack, crack. More urgent, more insistent. At last, someone spotted it. He raised his hand, pointing to the heavens in disbelief. There a fissure, like a broken shell, splitting the false night sky. With a final, deafening rupture, 2 black spikes tore through, shattering the veil. A monstrous head loomed beyond, with endless dark at its back. Only then did they realize the spikes were jaws, a vast, grotesque pair of mandibles. It was Astlanche summoned here, once barred from entry, now freed with the breaking of the seal, descending again. Its ghastly skull thrust through the rent, the blue glow of its eye gazing upon the lands between below. And beside it, another Astal pressed through. Then a third. One alone once destroyed an eternal city and took away their sky. A falling star of ill omen. Now there were 3. T/N. With this, the Radon festival comes to an end. I'd love to know everyone's thoughts on it. 196, Volume 2 Chapter 99, The Arrival of the Astal. From the rift torn open by Astal, several meteors fell, scattering in every direction across the lands between. Lucian realized at once, those might be the young forms of the Astal. As a race of the stars, the Astal underwent several stages of metamorphosis in their lifetime. In their earliest state, they were called falling star beasts, then matured into full-grown, falling star beast. Upon reaching that stage, they would undergo a transformation. No longer beasts in form, they would sprout wings and take on an appearance closer to the fully grown Astal. This was the hanging chrysalis stage. Their movement weak, their means of attack diminished, even weaker than the ferocity they displayed in their youth. But the purpose of this weakness was singular, so that they could ascend into adulthood. Once they became true Astal, the power they wielded would eclipse the beast form entirely. As a race of the stars, the strength of an adult Astal was monstrous. Gravity sorcery, searing lasers, instantaneous teleportation methods beyond counting. It was an Astal, after all, that had once annihilated the glorious eternal city, summoning meteors from the void to smash it into ruin. Perhaps the mightiest heroes had survived that destruction, but without their people, what dynasty could remain? And so the radiant Nokron dynasty was extinguished, leaving behind only scattered tribes of Nox and Nightfolk, migrating to various corners of the lands between. High above, the Astal waited until the meteors carrying their young had fallen to the ground, then wriggled free of the rift. Its front half resembled a dragonfly, sprouting 2 pairs of thin, translucent wings that shimmered with dreamlike colors. When it fully emerged from the void, stretching its vast body against the backdrop of the starry sea, its form became clear. Behind it trailed a long segmented tail, like a string of celestial orbs, each glowing as if it were a star in the night sky. At its tip protruded a vicious stinger bristling with spikes. Those orbs varied in size and color. Some were dark and black, others shone a dazzling blue, still others radiated deep violet like gravity spheres. A few even bore faint golden rings, like miniature planets. But most striking of all were 2 or 3 orbs that gleamed with a gentle amber light. Those glowing amber stars were the reason they could be so clearly distinguished in the night sky. The warriors gathered on the Wailing Dunes had never seen such creatures before. A chorus of shock and murmuring broke out. Blad craned his head back, staring at the strange forms. A chill ran down his spine without reason. When his gaze met the hollow skull face and the eye buried within, his fur bristled in instinctive alarm. Every fiber of his being screamed that these creatures were terrifying. Even when fighting General Raiden, no matter how overwhelming the general's might, he had never felt such dread. Because no matter what, Radon was still a being like himself. But these things in the sky, they were different. Were they truly even alive? The thought wormed unbidden into his mind. Jaren and Freya, at least, were not wholly ignorant of the starborn races. According to General Radon, countless kinds of beings dwelled among the stars. The Alabaster Lord and Onyx Lord were rare examples of starfolk who could be communicated with. But most races could not be reached at all, whether because they were too alien, or because no one had yet discovered the method. And the creatures they now beheld, they did not look like ones with whom dialogue would ever be possible. All eyes turned skyward to study the uncanny intruders. Only Alexander, hindered by his narrow field of view, could not see. He fidgeted in frustration until, at last, he flopped flat on his back upon the sand dune. Only then could he look straight upward, and finally caught sight of the Astal drifting among the stars. Oi, what in the blazes is that? Never seen such a thing in all my life. And it looks strong. Lucian spoke up to explain. They are Astal. Astal. A race of the stars. Their power is terrifying. His brows furrowed as he watched the alien things wheel in the sky. Their appearance was ill-timed. And more troubling, he had no idea what they intended to do. They flew impossibly high, far higher even than where Radon had carried him during their battle. Which meant, for the moment, utterly beyond reach. After a short while, the first Astal veered off in a direction and vanished into the night. The next 2, however, seemed to take notice of the gathering below. A surge of violet gravity light engulfed them, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from the heavens. In the next instant, they reappeared upon the sands directly before the company. Everyone jolted in shock, weapons raised in alarm. Lucian drew the Star-Scourge greatsword and stood ready. The Dragon Slayer sword spear had already been ruined, awaiting repair or reforging. The sword of Night and Flame, while powerful, was far too small to serve against creatures of such massive scale. The Star-Scourge Greatsword, on the other hand, not only possessed gravity, but could wound starborn beings like the Astal more grievously than other weapons. The Ruin's Greatsword was an option as well, but not nearly as strong as the Star-Scourge Greatsword he had honed to +9. Yet strangely, the two Astal did not attack. Instead, they circled the dune where the company stood, wings buzzing as they floated one behind the other, as though observing. Their mouthparts scraped and clicked, emitting a rasping chitter. Was it communication? Lucian found it deeply strange. Had they lost contact with the greater will, now acting upon their own instincts? Or perhaps could the Astal be communicated with directly, as though they were normal living beings? He studied their every movement in silence. But the others could not remain so calm. At such close range, the warriors felt cold sweat prickling down their backs. That bleached skullface staring upon them was simply too unnerving. Even Bernal and the old knight, strong as they were, could feel the crushing pressure of the Astal, though earlier it had been from a great distance. Now, so close, the long-forgotten feeling of fear returned to them. Too strong, easily the equal of a demigod. Dane wondered grimly how long it would take to punch a creature like this to death with his bare hands. Lita, meanwhile, after watching the Astal for a while, quietly glanced at Lucian. She was gauging his expression, his stance. The being that had descended from the night sky looked troublesome enough already. Though it remained passive for now, there was no telling when it might lash out. The Stormlord, Lucian, was not in the best condition. If battle broke out, she was already prepared to rush in with Dane and Freya, fighting side by side. Better to forge a bond here, make it easier to approach him later. But unexpectedly, the two Astals suddenly turned and flew away. Their destination, however, was none other than Raiden's corpse. Lucian instantly understood their intent. Trapped beyond the lands between for so long, they were surely ravenous. Without hesitation, he heft the Star-Scourge Greatsword and charged after them. If he had inherited Raiden's blade, then he would at least safeguard the general's men. The Redmane Knights would never stand idly by while Astal sought Raiden's body. They would fight. As Lucian ran, both he and the Star-Scourge Greatsword swelled in size. The weapon carried its own magic that let it grow in proportion to his will. After all, Radon himself had wielded it both in his youth and in his later, massive form. But even then, running could not hope to outpace flying. By the time he drew near, battle had already begun. The Redmane soldiers roared defiantly, striving to drive the Astal away. But the creatures paid them no heed, their eyes fixed only on Raiden's corpse. Knowing the fight was inevitable, the Redmans unsheathed their weapons. The general's body must not be desecrated. A horn sounded, and the clash began. Arrows whistled through the night, aimed squarely at the skull's lone eye. The gravity-forged shafts forced it to turn its head, at last acknowledging the small creatures at its feet. From its maw, after a brief charge, burst a violet laser. In a single instant, a hole was blasted through the Redmane's formation. Knights with sword and shield rushed the beast, hacking at its joints only to be impaled through the skull by its wicked stinger. The second Astal blinked into the midst of the army in a flash of purple light. With a sweep of its claw, it summoned a radiant galaxy, followed by a thunderous explosion. Shields raised in desperation did little, men were flung into the air. Only the Crucible Knight and Leonine Misbegotten endured the blast, surging forward to strike at the Astal's body. By the time Lucian's Star-Scourge Greatsword came crashing down upon one of the creatures, the Redmane army had already suffered heavy losses. This was not an enemy that courage alone could overcome. You must fall back. This battle is not for you. Seeing the Redman's refuse retreat, loosing arrows at the other Astal instead, Lucian's anger rose. At this rate, countless men would die for nothing. You'll only be a burden if you stay. Get out of here. Jaren had arrived as well, shouting his command, "You should not die here. Take General Raiden's body back to Redmane Castle." Reluctantly, the Redmans sheathed their weapons and began to carry their general's remains. The other warriors who had rushed to aid were likewise dismissed by Jaren. He would not see those who had come to honor the festival perish in vain. Only the Crucible Knight and Leonine Misbegotten remained to hold off the second Astal. Lucian swung the Star-Scourge Greatsword in a relentless storm of blows, cleaving chunks of pale bone from the creature before him. It shrieked, thrashing its long tail down toward him. Lucian leapt aside, bringing his blade down hard on one of its secondary limbs. The sharp edge sliced clean through one six-fingered, skeletal hand, sending it clattering to the sand. The Astal's single eye fixed on him. Its remaining 5 hands slammed against the ground. Black gravity rippled outward, crushing all within range. Caught unprepared, warriors collapsed, pinned by the immense pressure. At once Lucian unleashed the Star-Scourge Greatsword's weapon art, Starcaller Cry, to weaken the dark surge, sparing the soldiers from being crushed into paste. Strong though it was, the Astal was not beyond his ability to handle. Compared to Radon, it was still lesser. Perhaps equal to 1 or 2 of the general's lives. But Lucian himself was in no great state. Though his wounds had healed, his strength and sorcery were drained, and every flask and draught exhausted. If it were only him, he might have chanced a duel regardless. But with so many warriors nearby, continuing the fight would only lead to needless deaths. The Astal had yet to unleash its true technique, the meteorite of Astal that had once obliterated the Eternal City. If it did, nothing here would remain. So Lucian resolved to call upon Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. 197, Volume 2 Chapter 100, The Star That Calls. There was no other choice. These creatures were the ones who broke the code of honor first, and in his very blood flowed the hunger for victory. But right now, the situation was not so simple that he could freely unleash Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. The warriors were still locked in battle with the Astal creatures. No matter what kind of power he used, even the storm itself, which was the force he commanded most deeply, if magnified through Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, it would inevitably sweep them all into the aftermath. So he had to drive them away first. They needed to leave, and leave far, far away. Most of the warriors were obedient, for they knew well enough that lingering here would be of no help. Bernal and the so-called Old Knight had already lost interest in this fight and departed long before. But Blad and Iron Fist Alexander were unwilling to retreat. And beyond them, there were still others, Lita, Freya, and the like, who refused to go. They had stepped in to take the place of the weaker fighters, circling close to Astal and keeping it contained. Lucian understood their goodwill, and his opinion of them rose greatly. But still, again and again, he raised his voice in harsh command, ordering them to withdraw. When they still showed no sign of yielding, Lucian sighed heavily. The warriors of the lands between were truly brimming with martial spirit. If only they were not so stubborn. Clashing with Astal even as he spoke, Lucian called out once more, his tone sharper than before. Go. Leave this to me. I have my own way to destroy them. I possess a secret art that can raise my strength in an instant, but if I use it, I will not be able to keep its force from striking you down as well. If you keep tangling yourselves with Astal here, you will only die meaningless deaths in the aftershocks. So go. Go as far as you can, as quickly as you can. Hearing him speak so, the group hesitated, their hearts still heavy with misgivings. But surely Lucian had no reason to deceive them. So, one by one, they seized their moments and drew away from Astal's reach. At last, only Lita remained nearby, still holding one of the Astal creatures in check. With graceful leaps and nimble dodges, she lured that Astal closer and closer to Lucian. Turning her head, she cast him a soft blessing. Lord of Storms, may you find success. Lucian gave a firm nod, and in his heart his esteem for this Needle Knight of Myriel grew all the more. Thank you. Having dragged the other Astal close, Lita at last slipped away. That Astal still tried to give chase, but how could Lucian possibly allow it? With a bellow, he once more invoked the Star Scourge, pulling both Astal creatures into the grip of gravity. The colossal greatsword of shattered stars came crashing down, striking against the lashing tail of one Astal. But even taking the blow head-on, the tail showed only cracks, nothing more. Though Astal's bone-like body was not indestructible, those chains of orbs around it were incomparably resilient. Another tail whipped across Lucian's body, hurling him through the air. He tried to call on the storm mid-flight, to steady his posture, but one Astal had already flickered into place behind him. Its massive hand struck him squarely, and the dark vibration surged unrestrained throughout his body. In an instant, his organs tore and ruptured under the shock, and his whole body was flung away like a cannonball. Waiting for him ahead was a mouth already brimming with charged sorcery. A beam of violet light lanced out, straight toward him as he hung in the sky. Lucian shrank his form at the last instant, letting the blast graze past by the narrowest of margins. This time Astal had poured tremendous mana into its attack. The ray carved across the heavens and in an instant erased the distant sand dunes. Feeling the searing energy brush past his very skin, Lucian broke into a cold sweat. Without a flask of crimson tears at hand, a single direct hit could mean the end. He cast a glance at the host of warriors still sprinting away into the distance. They had already gone far, but not far enough. Taking a deep breath, he let his falling momentum carry him downward, swinging heavily at the gaping maw waiting below. You want to devour me? You don't have that skill. His twin blades locked against Astal's jaws in a contest of strength, but almost at once he abandoned the struggle. For within its throat, that Astal was once again gathering violet radiance, and its tail was already thrusting forward. The instant he landed, the other Astal flickered into place, its arms sweeping through the air and leaving a river of starlit sorcery behind. Raising the Star Scourge greatswords in a crossing guard, Lucian just barely managed to block the ensuing blast. Seeing how doggedly he resisted, both Astal creatures grew agitated, their maws unleashing shrill, grating cries. Then one Astal flickered high into the sky, coiling its body as a vast void portal unfurled above it. On the ground, the other pressed all six of its hands against the land, its body blazing with bright violet power. It tore its hands free and shrieked piercing lion in that instant. The land for hundreds of meters around was caught within a field of gravity sorcery. Lucian braced himself, ready to pit Star Scourge against the pull of that force. But to his surprise, the magic did not crush him with weight, it robbed him of it entirely. His body lost all gravity, rising helplessly along with the sand and stone as Astal lifted everything into the air. And above, the yawning void poured forth meteor after meteor, falling in a storm that filled the sky. The heavens themselves seemed to burn as the countless meteors rained down. None could doubt the devastation this would bring. This was Astal's ultimate killing art. Lucian had only just begun to adjust to the sudden weightlessness, preparing to hurl himself clear with the storm. But at that very moment, the astal below slammed its palms down again, and with it, an opposite force of crushing gravity smothered him. The abrupt swing from weightless to crushing nearly broke him outright. He could barely move. So be it. If anyone has yet to escape this range, I can only wish them luck. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. Super damage release. Clang. The Star Scourge greatswords in his hands blazed with a light fiercer than ever before. The sheer surge of gravitational power seared Astal's sensory organs in an instant. Lucian raised the twin blades high and roared toward the sky. You fought well just now, but no, it's my turn. Violet radiance flared outward from the blades, engulfing nearly the whole of the Wailing Dunes. Under that supreme weight, everything was forced into stillness. The yawning void sealed shut at once, meteors hanging frozen in midair. The Estelles too were immobilized, straining to break free with their own gravity but finding even their mana locked down. Lucian exhaled deeply, guiding the gravitational pull to drag them before him. The moment the thought formed in his mind, both Astal creatures and all the suspended meteors were drawn together. Their bodies slammed down before him, only to be held motionless once more. Blinding radiance enveloped the Star Scourge. Without flourish, without hesitation, Lucian brought the blades down. A vast orb of light erupted upon the Wailing Dunes, casting a violet glow across the night sky. Stars glittered in the darkness above, and then the world itself seemed to convulse as the explosion tore everything apart. A cataclysmic torrent of power vented outward, reducing all nearby to nothing but dust. Purple lightning of gravity shot skyward, bursting like 1,000 fireworks that lit the heavens, but within them was only annihilation. The dunes cracked open, stone plates shattering and rising into the air, then disintegrating piece by piece into nothingness. The shockwave swept everything flat. At last, a towering violet column pierced the heavens, tearing through the clouds before slowly fading. The two Estelles were obliterated in an instant, leaving behind only a vast crater kilometers wide. The blast had punched through the lands itself, and at the crater's floor, seawater began to surge forth. Lucian let out a long breath, leaping down into the pit to collect the shattered remnants of amber starlight. That golden amber had not survived intact beneath such a blow. That any fragments remained at all was surprising. But those few shards were nothing compared to the whole, shining orbs that had existed before. Still it was something. Better than nothing. Gazing upon the fragments, Lucian recalled the words his teacher Selen had once spoken. The so-called Glintstone is but amber formed of the stars. For those sorcerers born from the tradition of stargazers, the heavens were their source of all strength. Even these amber shards of starlight would be enough to drive the sorcerers of the lands between into frenzy. Golden amber, infused with the remnants of primordial life, held the ultimate power sought by sorcerers. And the complete amber within a full-grown Estelle, such a thing had never once been seen in the lands between. Were it known to exist, sorcerers would tear one another apart to possess it. For almost no one in these lands even knew of the full-grown Astal. There had only ever been two used as divine punishment, the natural born of the void and the stars of darkness. After they laid waste to the eternal cities, they vanished without a trace. What the people saw instead were incomplete forms, the falling star beasts, the full-grown falling star beasts, the malformed star. But none of those bore golden amber, their bodies were colorless. Only a true, mature Astal carried the radiant hues of the starry sky. If Selen could see complete golden amber, surely it would aid her in her quest to find the primeval source. For the sorcerer's staff and sorcerer's stone, those crystals, were but crude imitations of the life of the stars themselves. How could they compare to a true cosmic being? Even the youngest falling star beast, in its life form alone, was closer to the stars than any crafted stone of men. And if one held the golden amber, imbued with the ancient life of a starborn race, then surely Selen would no longer desire to merge with those two masters into a grotesque sorcerer's ball. But that was a matter for when he had a whole, unbroken amber in hand. For now, even these fragments might still aid his teacher, if only a little. Pocketing the shards, Lucian vaulted free of the crater, now swiftly filling with seawater. Suddenly, a strange sense overtook him, and he lifted his gaze to the night sky. In an instant, his consciousness was projected into the distant stars. When he came to, he stood surrounded by them. With Wind Spirit Moon Shadow amplifying his gravity sorcery, its power had reached unprecedented heights, greater even than Raiden's. And so, from amidst the stars, a single celestial body had called out to him. Around him was nothing but boundless darkness. There was silence absolute, in which his own being seemed to grow small, his self continually eroded away. The cosmos was strewn with dying stars, faded and useless. Only endless darkness, eternal and unchanging. The far-off stars dotted that silence, but each one veiled, as if hidden behind a shroud. Lucian could glimpse only their vague outlines. One star shone blood-red, indistinct yet unmistakably writhing. The formless mother, he knew her at once. Another was cloaked in shadow, flickering and illusory, its nature unknowable. And there was the moon, shifting phases yet almost always full or darkened, with the black moon appearing only in rare, fleeting moments. But none of these were the ones that had summoned him here. For Lucian's eyes had fallen upon a star that glowed with dim white light. It was small among its kin, almost insignificant, but from it radiated searing heat, and the very gravity around it bent the space nearby. Though he had little knowledge of the heavens, this star's nature was plain enough. If his understanding was true, then surely this was what one should call a white dwarf. The life of a star spent, its core collapsing, its temperature soaring. Burned out, all that remained was the smoldering core, the white dwarf. Low in brightness, blazing in heat, immense in density. Its surface gravity said to be 100,000 times that of the Earth. T/N, fun fact below, you can read everything if you're interested about the white dwarf. A white dwarf is the dense, Earth-sized remnant core of a star that has exhausted its nuclear fuel, representing the final evolutionary stage for stars with masses not high enough to become neutron stars or black holes, which includes over 97% of stars in the Milky Way. These objects are supported against gravitational collapse not by fusion, but by electron degeneracy pressure, a quantum mechanical effect where electrons resist being compressed into the same state. White dwarfs typically have a mass comparable to the Sun but are compressed into a volume similar to Earth, resulting in extreme densities around 10 kg per m, meaning a teaspoon of their material would weigh several tons on Earth. They are initially very hot, with surface temperatures exceeding 100,000 K, but gradually cool over billions of years, radiating their residual heat until they become cold, dark remnants known as black dwarfs, though the universe is not old enough for any to exist yet. The nearest known white dwarf is Sirius B, located 8.6 light-years away. White dwarfs are composed primarily of carbon and oxygen, CO white dwarfs, though those formed from more massive progenitors, 79 solar masses, can be oxygen neon magnesium ONAMG white dwarfs, and very low-mass stars may form helium white dwarfs through mass loss in binary systems. The maximum stable mass for a non-rotating white dwarf is the Chandrasekhar limit, approximately 1.44 times the mass of the Sun. Exceeding this limit can trigger a type Ia supernova. Initially very hot, white dwarfs gradually cool over billions of years, radiating their residual heat. As they cool, their material may crystallize into a solid state, potentially forming a diamond-like structure of carbon and oxygen. The oldest known white dwarfs still radiate at several thousand kelvins, providing an observational limit on the age of the universe. Astronomers have detected rocky debris, including silicon, in the atmospheres of some white dwarfs, indicating they have accreted material from destroyed planets, moons, or asteroids. This process, driven by the white dwarf's strong gravity, provides insights into planetary systems around dead stars. The first white dwarfs were discovered in the 18th and 19th centuries through observations of binary star systems, with 40 Eridani b and Sirius b being the first confirmed. The term white dwarf was coined by Willem Jacob Lewitton in 1922. While white dwarfs are among the densest known objects, surpassed only by neutron stars and black holes, they are not as dense as black holes. 198, Volume 2, Chapter 101, The Gift of the Stars and the Sun. Lucian felt certain that this was the very star that had been calling him. The others he had glimpsed in the void were all hazy, indistinct shapes that could only be guessed at by faint outlines and traits. But this one, its form stood clear before him. That alone made it remarkable. And besides, this star it resembled a white dwarf, a body famed for its immense mass and crushing gravity. The connection to gravity magic was undeniable. Could this, then, be the outer god that embodied gravity itself? A thought struck Lucian suddenly. Could it be that Radon had not sealed away the stars by his own power alone, but had drawn upon this being's strength? The battles just now had proven to Lucian that Radon had never once held back. His gravity sorcery was formidable, yes, but something on the level of sealing away fate and the stars themselves, that was a concept far too abstract, too immense, for even a demigod. Even the Astalkind's malformed star beasts, waiting in ambush beyond the lands between to hold them back, would take unimaginable force. Radon was strong, but he was still of the demigod's tier. If he truly had sealed away the stars with nothing but his own power, then what chance would the rest of the demigods ever have had? It would not even be a contest. But if Radon had a god at his back, an outer god of gravity, then everything made sense. After all, the other demigods had divine patrons as well. For Radon not to have one would, in fact, be the greater oddity. And Raiden's own master, the Alabaster Lord, was not even of this land. He hailed from the stars. Lucian remembered, too, the Onyx Lord and the Alabaster Lord, alike in appearance yet enemies in truth. If the Alabaster Lords hailed from this suspected white dwarf star, then what of the Onyx Lords? Did they too have a celestial home of their own? A black dwarf? The possibility seemed too fitting to ignore. White dwarfs and black dwarfs alike were famed for their gravity. A black dwarf was, in essence, a white dwarf transformed into something utterly different yet still linked, by nature and by name. Lucian searched for it, scouring the dark sky for a glimpse of such a body. But all he found were more indistinct stars and the pale shadow of a dying sun. In the end, he gave up on finding a black celestial body in a darkness already so complete. His gaze returned to the white dwarf. Yet still, he did not know why this star had chosen to reach out to him. Could it be, he wondered, that it had sought him only because Radon was dead? Was it preparing him as a successor? It was not an impossible thought. After all, through Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, the Starcaller cry had surged with a might greater than ever before, perhaps the most powerful gravity sorcery ever seen in the lands between. But even so, what would be the point of inheriting Raiden's mantle? This god of gravity had never shown the slightest will to enforce its own law upon the lands between. Had it wished to, Raiden's power and influence would have made it impossible to conceal. Indeed, when Lucian looked across the firmament, such silence seemed to be the norm. The stars were many, and most lay quiet as death. Only a few bore traces of having ever touched the lands between. The formless mother, the scarlet wrought those gods had clear designs, evident and active. But this one seemed entirely without ambition. If it had no wish to impose law, then it had no need for a prophet, no desire for an emissary. Proving, once again, that the spaces between the stars were not a good place for clear thought. The boundless dark pressed down, stifling, crushing his concentration. Soon, Lucian abandoned speculation. Better than chasing empty theories was to try asking directly. He attempted to call out to the distant star, but to his shock, no voice came. He looked down at himself, only to realize there was no body there at all. Below, far below, lay the lands between. What was he now? A soul? A fragment of consciousness? He tried moving, tried grasping, but found himself as nothing more than a camera, a point of view floating in space. He could shift his gaze, but there was no interaction, no touch, no sound. He turned again to the white dwarf, straining to reach it with thought alone. Still, no answer. Yet faintly there was a feeling, a warmth, a kindness. The star was radiating a sense of approval, of welcome. Encouraged, Lucian pressed harder, pouring intent into his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, his attunement sense was climbing, point by point. Sense +1, sense +2, sense +1, sense +1. The gains were small each time, but they did not stop. Until at last, his sense settled at 65. The boundary, the limit of what mortals could achieve. Beyond that lay a realm where only beings beyond life could tread. And then something stirred. A strange, peculiar power seeped into him, a gift from the star. What it was, he could not yet tell. Only when he returned to his body would he know. But he could feel the star's goodwill, clearer now than before. It was a feeling of praise, of relief. Yet after a long while, nothing further came. The star gave its gift and did no more. Nor did it return him to his body. Lucian stared up at it, baffled. So this is why the two fingers always needed interpreters, those finger readers, he thought wryly. There's just no way to understand them directly. If you're going to bestow a gift, at least say something while you're at it. Of course, perhaps it had spoken, and he simply lacked the means to comprehend. Perhaps it merely found him pleasing to the eye and chose to reward him on a whim. But if so, couldn't it at least send him back afterwards? The star remained silent. Lucian began to consider escape. His body was still on the lands between, he reasoned. His consciousness must have been forcibly drawn out here. If that was the case, then one use of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow, with its immunity to abnormal states, should return him to himself. But should he really use it here, of all places? The charges of Wind Spirit Moon Shadow were precious beyond compare. And here, though it was confusing and aimless, he was in no real danger. Better, then, to wait a little longer. In the endless black, time lost all meaning. Each moment stretched until it felt like centuries. At last, a change came. Warmth wrapped around his drifting consciousness. Startled, Lucian sought the source and found it. It was not the white dwarf at all, but the faded, pallid sun he had glimpsed earlier. The sun of despair. A bleached sun, its light stripped away, wreathed in writhing wraiths. He had seen its likeness before etched upon the eclipse crest great shield of the headless Mausoleum Knights. He knew of it, the god of the soulless demigods, revered in Castle Soul as both object of awe and symbol of despair. Yet now on its edge, faint and stubborn, blazed a rim of true sunlight. It was from that margin of flame that the warmth was flowing to him. Two suns, he realized with a jolt. The bleached sun loomed near to the lands between, while the true sun hung much farther, small in the distance. The pallid giant blocked almost all its light. So that's it. If the sun were ever fully eclipsed, the ritual would succeed. They would drag Godwine's soulless body back into being. But not yet. Not fully. The true sun still shone through. Lucian remembered the line from Castle Soul's eclipse spirit, the sun has not yet been dimmed. Our prayers were too weak. Was this bleached sun itself built upon such prayers and rites? If so, then clearly, even with their rituals, they had not prevailed and the true sun itself resisted. An ancient will stirred, heavy and obscure, searing into Lucian's mind. And then he understood. It was not the white dwarf that had bound him here, not that alone. The true sun had taken hold of him. The white dwarf had only pressed a gift into his hands. But the old, distant Sunit was the one that would not let him go. This sun cared nothing for worship, nothing for reviving a cult of solar faith. But it would not allow its light to be smothered. The sun's light must fall equally upon every world. Else, the world would twist into anomaly. That was the wisdom of a star that had burned across uncountable skies. If the sun's radiance was to return to the lands between, then the ritual for Godwine must be destroyed. And it gave Lucian the choice. Would he do it? Lucian nearly laughed. Who could resist? Who would even hesitate? Not the so-called gods of the lands between. Of course he would. He had always been a warrior of sunlight at heart. He had stood beside Solaire, long ago Solaire, who had fought like no other, who had once joined him in beating stone gargoyles bloody upon a bell tower. A fine comrade, through and through. As for Godwinwell, may fortune be with him. Lucian accepted without a second thought. And the sun answered. Its power poured into him raging fire, radiant flame, warm sunlight. Even without his body, he felt it burning across every inch of him, scarring him, branding him. Visions came. A world where demons rose from fog, devouring souls. The sun's warmth brought revelation, and 6 kings rose to bring fleeting peace. A world where darkness reigned, until the sun's first light became fire. In that fire, the races of night found their lords, and the age of fire began. A world once bright and green, overrun by alien gods. The sun was blocked, its light lost, and when the last rays faded, beasts and plague devoured the land. Other worlds, mundane, without magic, where the sun was nothing more than a burning star. And yet, even there, war was endless, armored engines roaring, nations at each other's throats. Lucian's consciousness snapped back to his body. Flames blazed across his flesh, etching divine marks into his skin. Tiny sparks, ember scars, spreading until they covered him whole. Like charred firewood, still glowing faint with embers. He knew this form well. Once, he would have called it kindled. He was still standing where he had been, eyes raised to the heavens. Judging by the seawater now filling the crater beside him, more time had passed than he realized. Far off, atop a dune, he thought he glimpsed a red-haired woman staring at the night sky. But in the instant he focused, she was gone. Before him instead, a figure shimmered, half ethereal, watching him with worry. Rose-gold hair, golden eyes, the left one shut. Molina. Molina. She hurried forward at the sound of his voice, clasping his hand. I am here. Her touch was real, not an illusion. I'm fine, Lucian murmured. I just drifted a little. But in that moment, he realized it could see souls. He glanced up. No sun above. Only the Erd tree, blazing bright even in night's darkness. And when he stared long at its resplendence, he saw it. The Erd tree was burning. Flames crawled from trunk to crown. Branches, leaves, all turned to ash. And then, borne high by the charred trunk, the great sun rose, his sun, ascending as the world's new sovereign. Lucian blinked. The vision vanished. A delusion, perhaps, but he knew it for prophecy. He had seen the flame's shadow. He had seen the Erd tree's fate. Long he stood, head tilted skyward, silent. And then he laughed. Low at first. Ha, ha ha ha. Then louder. Wild. Unrestrained. Ha 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 ha. Of course. Of course. Burning tree, such work should be left to a professional. He need not use this fire himself. But he could never afford to be without it. The final piece of the puzzle was his at last. He had become kindling. T/N Warrior of Sunlight is a covenant in Dark Souls and Dark Souls Remastered. It is one of the most popular cooperative-focused allegiances and features Solaire of Astera. Solaire of Astera is a prominent character in Dark Souls, known for his cheerful demeanor and the iconic Praise the Sun gesture. He is an exceptionally skilled warrior who deliberately became undead to journey to Lordran in search of a son of his own. 199, Volume 2 Chapter 102 The Sun's Brand. 199, Volume 2 Chapter 102 The Sun's Brand. Molina gazed at Lucian with worry. Ever since he had slain those starborn creatures Astal, he had seemed different. And just now, he had suddenly burst into laughter. She had never seen him express emotion so intensely. Lucian, she asked softly, what exactly happened just now? It wasn't something as simple as invoking a god, was it? Lucian pulled himself out of his thoughts. He gathered his words, then explained to Molina. It seems that because of the gravity sorceries I used, I caught the attention of outer gods. In the starry sky, I saw 2 ancient, powerful deities. At the mention of outer gods, Molina's body tensed. Outer gods? How could this be? That was no trivial matter. Outer gods were forces beyond comprehension, outside all logic. And he had not merely sensed one, but 2 of them. What did the outer gods do to you? Did they harm you? Lucian shook his head. No, it's fine. Don't worry. They didn't do anything to me. In fact, they gave me great aid. For instance, I can see you now. I suppose I have them to thank for that. Molina froze. Only now did she realize Lucian had been looking straight at her this entire time, speaking as if he truly saw her. She circled around him, raising her left hand to wave it in front of his eyes, testing him. His gaze followed her movements closely. The gesture made Lucian chuckle under his breath. Molina, realizing how childish it seemed, looked slightly embarrassed, but she was glad. If Lucian could truly see her now, she was happy. And yet unease lingered deep in her heart. Would outer gods ever grant power without demanding something in return? Molina knew Lucian too well. Even if there was a price, he would never tell her. He would hide it to keep her from worrying. But this was no trivial matter. It concerned the outer gods. She could not leave it be. So she pressed gently. Then what was the cost? Lucian thought it over. This time, there didn't seem to be any cost worth calling a price. Nothing much. Do you recall the headless mausoleum knights we once encountered? Molina nodded. They follow the soulless demigod, Godwine the Golden. They sought to summon his soul back using the eclipse sun, yet to do so, they must blot out the true sun entirely. And so, it was the true sun that came to me. What I must do is end the ritual sustaining the eclipse sun, and press down Godwine's coffin for good. That way, the true sun's radiance will once again shine upon the lands between. Molina didn't fully grasp the causal chain he described, but destroying a ritual, at least that much she understood. For Lucian, that would not be difficult. If he could find the ritual's location, it was already as good as done. And the other one? She asked. You said 2 outer gods sought you out, did you not? Lucian considered. The other encounter had been even simpler, no words, no demands, only a gift thrust upon him. The other was a god of gravity. It seemed to admire the strength of my gravitational sorceries, and granted me power. But we couldn't communicate at all. It simply forced its strength into me. Molina was left speechless. The outer gods he encountered, why did they all seem so easy to deal with? Lucian, for his part, thought differently. The sun was without question a benevolent god. No, that wasn't right. For gods, notions of good and evil had no meaning. It wasn't about good or evil. Rather, the sun's principles simply aligned with what Lucian defined as good. Other gods could not be called evil either. Even the Scarlet Rot or the Formless Mother, they only pursued their own alien ideals. Just as wicked men still needed a savior suited to the wicked. But the sun's logic, its way of being, was closest to Lucian's values. It asked nothing from the world it illuminated. It simply shed its light, giving freely. It was pure charity. And because it bore no ties of gain or loss, if a world could not receive its light, the sun would not intervene. Like the world Lucian had glimpsed before, one cursed by bloodline, overrun by hostile gods, cut off from sunlight. The sun had not intervened. Only a world like the lands between, where there remained those who could still resonate with it, still reach for its sun, would try to save. And so, it had bestowed upon Lucian a vast power. Moreover, he might one day channel the sun's strength into Raiden's burned and empty great rune, inscribing it with solar law. Lucian focused inward, feeling the power coursing through him. At his thought, the embers across his body flared brighter. Molina eyed the burned scars on him curiously. Is this the sun's brand upon you? Does it hurt? Lucian shook his head. Only a little, when I first received it. Clearly, this embered state was not mere ornament. It was the sun's blessing, its grace. He could feel it directly, the enhancements to his body. His vitality had risen somewhat, though not to absurd levels. But the most significant, overwhelming change was his resistance to flame. The sun's fire had seared him, and in its wake, Lucian now possessed immense resistance. Roughly 60 to 70%, by his estimate. Most fire in the lands between would scarcely do more than tickle him now. With fire-resistant armor, he might approach near total immunity. And that was only one effect. There were others still. His stamina and focus recovered faster as well. But some effects he couldn't sense alone. He would test them tomorrow. Perhaps sunlight at day's peak would grant even more. Lucian sheathed the Star-Scourge greatswords and turned toward Redmane Castle. As he left, his thoughts flickered back to the distant dune where he had glimpsed that figure with fiery red hair. That was Runy, wasn't it? Her soul's form still looks as it once did. And it is beautiful. Lucian had never minded Runy's dull body, but clearly, he found her original form far lovelier. The warriors had long since retreated to a safe distance. Now, as the dust settled from that world-shaking strike, they regained their senses. Some among them had once seen the storm that pierced the heavens over Stormvale from afar. But seeing such power up close, this was utterly different. That blow had been too immense, too overwhelming. It filled them with fear. Could anyone in the lands between truly wield such strength? Even General Radon, mightiest master of gravity sorcery, could not have unleashed such a strike in his prime. And until now, Lucian had shown no mastery over gravity beyond the ruin's greatsword. The soldiers whispered, trying to fathom it, but there was no explanation within reason. When Lucian reappeared before them, they hurried to meet him. They saw the scorch marks upon his body, seared bright and dark, and were struck silent. So there was a price. To burn himself for such power? Those who had fought in the war against the giants remembered the fire giants' faith in the fell god. They too burned themselves, sacrificed, to draw upon that god's flame. Could this be the same? But no, it was not quite like that. Something was different. Lucian, seeing their stares, guessed their thoughts. They must have mistaken his embered state for a side effect. All the better. Let them think that. He could hardly explain what truly happened. And the devastation of his earlier strike was impossible to hide. It was better they believed it came with a cost. Let them imagine their own explanations, enough to convince themselves. Jaren stepped forward. Looking upon Lucian, returned safe, he struggled to voice his gratitude. Lucian had not only granted Radon his release in a glorious final battle, but had preserved his corpse from defilement by those monsters, and saved countless Redmans besides. Lord Lucian, Jaren bowed deeply. This festival of combat would have ended in catastrophe without you. If you have no pressing business, please remain in Redmane Castle for 2 more days. We shall hold a grand feast in your honor. Though the embered state was striking, it did little to hinder his daily life. Well, except when the heat burned straight through his bedding, leaving holes in the boards. After that, Lucian decided he really needed a bed made of glintstone crystal. Still, after one good night's sleep, he awoke feeling renewed. Through a sight of grace, he transported himself to the throne plaza of Stormvale. The wide square gave him room to test freely and more importantly, no prying eyes. Redmane Castle was too crowded. If he tested there, a horde would gather to watch. Standing on the plaza, Lucian began to test the sun's gifts, taking advantage of the daylight. The sun could still be seen above the lands between distant, but present. Its effects carried through. As he expected, the embered state grew stronger in daylight. His stamina and focus recovered more swiftly, nothing excessive, but enough to make a great difference in battle endurance. And with the embers burning brighter, his flames grew deadlier. He conjured black flame in his palm. With the same expenditure of focus, it burned larger, fiercer than ever before. He had yet to study other flame incantations, so their growth remained unknown. But clearly, fire itself was empowered. Once his journey through Nokron, the Eternal City, was complete, he would need to dedicate time to study. Perhaps he should test his fire resistance as well. Black flame had once borne the power of destined death, the god-slaying flame. But ever since Malekith, the black blade, sealed destined death, black flame had lost that aspect, retaining only its ability to sear life. Lucian removed his battered armor, lest it be destroyed outright, and hurled a ball of black flame onto himself. The result shocked him. Aside from searing heat and a faint wound, it hardly harmed him at all. So his earlier estimate of 60 to 70% resistance had been far too conservative. Judging by this, it was nearer to 90. Even without the daylight's boost, he still held roughly 80. He tried ice sorceries and skills as well. Their strength remained intact, though ice near him quickly melted. A minor side effect. All this was constant. By day, the effects grew stronger, peaking at noon. Summarizing the sun's blessings. Increased vitality. Faster recovery of stamina and focus. Immense fire resistance. Empowered flames. Apart from the extreme fire resistance, the boosts were not beyond what certain incantations could grant. But as passive blessings, freely given, this balance was exceptional. There were drawbacks. Any armor he wore would gradually burn and weaken. His defenses would suffer. Yet beyond those passives, he had gained two formidable new powers. First, the power to burn himself, using his own life as fuel to heighten his attributes. At a minimal burn, his natural recovery could sustain it almost indefinitely, a half-passive buff for combat. With Crimson Tears and other healing, he could stoke the flames higher, last longer. The fiercer he burned, the greater the gain. But burn too hot, and he would quickly consume himself. At full release, the power was immense, but within seconds, it would kill him. Yet for Lucian, this was no problem at all. After all, he possessed Wind Spirit Moon Shadow. With infinite health, he could burn at maximum, a permanent, overwhelming buff. Where once he had to choose between invincibility, infinite health, or super damage, now he could simply take both. 5 minutes of power beyond reckoning, with infinite health. Besides, who in the lands between could stand against him? And the second gift. A gentle glow formed in his palm, warm sunlight. It radiated soothing light, healing wounds. Like the blessing of the Erd Tree incantations, but not bound by their ranks or forms. Its strength depended only on how much focus he poured into it. In time, he could shape it further, group healing, buffs to attack or defense. Sunlight could warm and heal, but with a shift of his will, that glow blazed into searing orange fire, warping the very air. This was no prophecy's flame, nor the fell gods, nor black flame, nor holy golden flame, nor blood flame. This was the sun itself. Unlike ordinary fire, it did not flicker, but held firm, shaped as he desired. He condensed it into a spear of pure sunlight. Not the same as the sunlight spear of old legends, but who could deny the name? With no foe before him, he let the spear fade away. He mused. Its destructive power was strong, but perhaps not extraordinary. He would test it against scarlet rot soon enough. As the power of a god, it should surpass common flame. All told, the sun's gift was mighty indeed. Lucian was deeply satisfied. He next turned to the power thrust upon him by the white dwarf star. The wave of destruction unleashed by the ruin's great sword struck harder now. Likely a boon to gravity sorceries, or perhaps an affinity. But having never studied gravity sorceries beyond this, he could not say. Still, to summon rocks into a colossus of Stonia, that was a man's dream. Lucian lingered in Stormvale's plaza a while longer before, through grace, transporting back to Sialad. 200, Volume 2 Chapter 103, after the festival. Today, in Redmane Castle, a grand banquet was to be held. The Radon festival, a great knot in the hearts of the Redmane warriors, had finally reached its conclusion. And so, the Redmans prepared with utmost sincerity for the coming banquet. This banquet was not only to commemorate the end of the festival, but also to celebrate the champion of the contest, Lucian. But before the festivities began, someone unexpected sought him out. Lucian looked at the man before him and was a little surprised. He did not know how this tarnished veteran had managed to track him down. It was Knight Bernal. At this moment, Bernal wore no helm. His thick beard made him appear somewhat aged, his face weathered with years of experience. Bernal looked Lucian up and down before finally speaking. Storm King Lucian, you are strong. And more than that, you have a character most admirable. In my eyes, you are a model for all tarnished. Lucian, hearing such praise right at the start, was puzzled. He did not know what Bernal was after. Thank you for the compliment. You are Bernal, aren't you? Bernal nodded without surprise at hearing his name spoken. He had never bothered to hide his identity, after all. The beast champion armor he wore was a clear enough sign. If my feeling is not mistaken, Bernal said slowly, you should have in your possession an invitation to Volcano Manor. Lucian blinked. He hadn't expected that to be noticed so easily. So, the invitations to Volcano Manor must bear some special mark, some subtle means of recognition. Yes. A girl named Ria gave me one not long ago. And I admit I am curious about Volcano Manor. There may be things there that interest me. When I have the time, I intend to pay it a visit. Especially Rykard's Great Rune. That was something Lucian very much desired. But Bernal shook his head. Curious about Volcano Manor, are you? I fear you may be disappointed. Perhaps once there were heroes within those halls, but now, nothing remains. The manor has become a nest of recusants, profaners of grace, hunters of their own kind. Do you understand what that means? I advise you not to involve yourself with them. There is nothing in that place worthy of one such as you. Lucian nodded. I know well what sort of place the manor has become. I have no admiration for their ways, nor any interest in hunting down the weak. But not because they strike at their own kind. No, it is because they torment the weak, because I despise the madness in their cruelty. I do not divide by blood or kindred. To me there are only two groups, friends, and enemies. And if one is my enemy, tarnished or not, I treat them the same. The word, kindred, meant little to him, for he carried within his body the soul of a wanderer, a lonely spirit from another world. Could he truly call himself kin to the tarnished? Never. What he despised in Volcano Manor, and in Mogwine's dynasty, was not simply their opposition, but their indulgence in cruelty, their obsession with tormenting the weak. Lucian would never stand upon a lofty moral pedestal, scolding them merely because they preyed upon tarnished. If a tarnished blocked his road, he would cut them down without hesitation. But cruelty and torment of the powerless, that was different. That was something he loathed. Those people were madmen, degenerates who reveled in sadism. It was that madness he rejected. And yet, if among them there were men of honor, then Lucian would not look down upon them all. Bernal, for instance, a knight who still clung to dignity. Lucian did not dislike him. Bernal raised a brow at those words. Though he dwelled in Volcano Manor, he himself was hardly satisfied with its present state. But he had no wish to interfere, for the manor was already beyond saving, and he knew this well. Still, in Lucian he saw something he had not seen for a long time, a radiant light. A tarnished with the qualities of a king, impeccable in strength and character. He did not wish to see Lucian tangled up in the manor's mire. For its present master, Lady Tanith, was a woman whose tongue could beguile the weak-willed. But after speaking with Lucian, Bernal's concern eased. This one would not be swayed so easily. Is that so? Then I wish you luck in finding what you seek there. With that, Bernal took his leave. He departed Redmane Castle, with no intent to join the evening's celebration. There was still business awaiting him in Siled. Night fell. The celebratory banquet began as planned. The warriors raised their cups and drank deep. Yet compared to the clamor before the battle, now the air was tinged with sorrow. For more than half of them had perished upon the Wailing Dunes. Still had not the purpose of the festival been fulfilled. Lucian, too, allowed himself rare relaxation, taking part in the revelry. By the time dawn neared, countless warriors had collapsed in drunken slumber upon the castle square. The few who remained awake departed quietly. It was then Blad and Iji came to find Lucian, to bid him farewell. Blad was the first to speak. Lord Lucian, I must go. I'll head to where the falling star struck the land. The seal upon the stars has been broken. Lady Runy's fate now flows anew. I believe the road to Nokron, the eternal city, will have revealed itself. Iji stroked his beard. To him, searching for the place where the star fell was the wisest course. Fate unbound, surely that strange star was its guide. And so he had advised Blad accordingly. Lucian looked toward Iji. And you, old master, will you also go there? Iji waved a hand. Such a place is best left to warriors. An old man such as I can hardly keep up. I would only be a burden. I shall return to Ceria Manor. If you should have need of smithying once more, you will find me at its gate. Then he slapped his forehead, chuckling. Ah, forgive me. I forgot you've never yet been to Ceria Manor, have you? Should I draw you a map? It seemed they did not know he had already met with Runy, forming deeper bonds. Lucian thought for a moment before replying. Actually, I have been to Ceria Manor. Once. Though the meeting with Lady Runy was not without twists, I did succeed in reaching her at the royal moon-gazing grounds. We spoke, and agreed upon deeper cooperation. Iji and Blad exchanged awkward glances. They knew too well how ruined the manor had become. For outsiders to see it in that state was embarrassing. But so be it. There was no longer any point in hiding it. Iji then asked, carefully, what terms of cooperation Lucian had reached with Runy. Lucian did not go into detail. He only shared the parts concerning them. The smiths of Stormvale need guidance. So, old Master Iji, you might go there directly. Iji nodded. That would not be bad to have something useful to do again. Lucian then turned to Blad. As for Nokron, I will go myself, and see that Runy's desire is fulfilled. You may go on ahead. I will follow soon after. Blad's heart leapt with joy. The exploration of Nokron would not be smooth, But with Lucian at his side, there was nothing to fear. The two took their leave, each setting off on their own path. After they had gone, Lita approached Lucian. The more she looked at him, the more she found herself favorably inclined. During this time she had also gathered information, learning of Stormvale under his governance. A place that sought the coexistence of different races. A place whose ideals echoed the very dream of Lord Miquella's harlotry, and Lucian's strength terrifying in its display. Lita judged that to seek cooperation with him would be a wise course indeed, and so she resolved to draw closer to him. She came before him and gave a small bow. "Lord Lucian, may I trouble you for a moment?" Lucian regarded the knight of the harlotry with some fondness. This Needle Knight seemed without guile, polite, strong, and strangely easy to be around, difficult to dislike. He remembered how, during the battle with Astel, she had been the last to depart, even drawing its fury onto herself for his sake. Though of Miquella, who was whispered of in poor terms by those who knew of him, she bore herself with honor. And after all, should a knight be blamed for the sins of her lord? Even in Volcano Manor, a crucible knight still served Tanith loyally. So Lucian nodded. "You are Lita, yes. Speak your mind." From beneath her helm came a soft laugh. "I thank you for remembering my name. Your strength is truly awe-inspiring. As a knight, I cannot help but admire you. I hope to know you better." Looking at her, Lucian found a thought rising unbidden. Admiration is the furthest distance from understanding. Spare me the courtesies. Speak plainly. At that, Lita ceased her pleasantries. Then, to the point. "May I ask, Lord Lucian, what you think of Lord Miquella's harlotry?" Lucian pondered, then answered. "The harlotry, its vision sounds beautiful indeed, perhaps even like a paradise. And I must admit, my governance of Stormvale has in some ways been touched by that same ideal." Lita seemed pleased with the answer. She pressed on. "Then do you know of the existence of the Mogwine dynasty?" Lucian was taken aback. Was she seeking his aid to rescue Miquella? He intended to kill Mog regardless. But perhaps he should learn more before acting. He would not allow himself to be used as another's blade, especially now, knowing that Miquella had moved again after the war in Ionia. "I know little of the dynasty. Why do you ask?" He waited for her reaction. Lita thought for a moment, then spoke gravely. "If you know little, then I must warn you. The Mogwine dynasty is a power to be wary of. Please, take care, lest you suffer loss where you least expect it." Lucian nodded. "I understand. My thanks for the warning. I shall keep watch for them." Lita lifted her gaze to the night sky, then bowed once more. "It is time I take my leave. Speaking with you has been a pleasure. I hope we may meet again." Having gauged his views on both the harlotry and the dynasty, she was satisfied. And so she departed, vanishing into the night. Then came Alexander, the great warrior Jar, to bid farewell as well. "Haha, Lucian, you were magnificent yesterday. Not only did you nearly single-handedly defeat General Radon at the festival, but later, you even destroyed those what were they called? Yes, those two terrifying Estelles. And that final blow, I cannot even imagine such power." He laughed, though his voice trembled. "Yesterday I lingered upon the Wailing Dunes, searching for fallen warriors whose bodies I might use. Do you know, half the dunes are near to becoming a sea from your battle." Then his laughter faded into a sigh. "Compared to that, I am but a useless Jar. In the fight, I did not contribute. One blow struck me down, and now look at me, in this broken state." Alexander spoke more than usual today. Perhaps the wound weighed upon him heavily. Such an injury would not heal in a day or two, nor would the spirit recover so swiftly. So Lucian simply listened. Let him speak his fill, perhaps it would ease his heart. At last, Alexander realized how much he had said, and grew embarrassed. He apologized, then prepared to depart. But Lucian caught hold of him. What is it? You look as though you are about to fall apart." Lucian remembered in the game, Alexander's wounds never truly healed. Not even after bathing in lava springs. All he gained was fire resistance. Alexander touched his cracked shell. Though I am damaged, I think I shall manage. Ha ha ha. Are you truly planning to travel in such a state?" Lucian rapped his knuckles against the jar's surface. Alexander's body was marred by countless fissures. In the previous battle, even his innards had spilled. At the gentle tap of Lucian's hand, Alexander winced in pain. "HSS." Lucian shook his head. If even such light tapping caused agony, how could he hope to fight? Even a stray goat on the roadside might shatter him at this rate. Would Alexander become the first warrior Jar in the lands between to be slain by a sheep? No, that could not be allowed. And so Lucian took him by the arm, dragging him along. "Come, we'll find Hildegard. If anyone can mend a jar, it should be her. For surely, one skilled in crafting, with a small jar at her side, must know something of repairing warrior jars."
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.